Chapter 437 The Concept of Higher Civilization 1. Dong Qingxue smiled and asked knowingly. Why? Because today is the strongest man on this planet, the day to register for marriage. Lu Sheng was so excited that he looked so arrogant as he held the red book. He and Dong Qingxue have extraordinary appearance and temperament, and there are many people coming and going to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. But no one noticed them. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue seemed to live in another world where no one disturbed them. Dong Qingxue looked at Lu Sheng's appearance and covered her mouth and chuckled. Then what? The expression and compassion on Lu Sheng's face gradually restrained, and he turned around and his eyebrows became gentle. It is also the day when the most powerful man on this planet officially moves into the stars. It can be as short as a few months, and it can be as long as half a year or a year. When I come back, we will officially hold the wedding. Lu Sheng gently surrounded Dong Qingxue and whispered. Dong Qingxue put her head on his shoulder and said, Okay. Lu Sheng then instructed, Remember to tell me and my parents, and do you know how to use the communicator I gave you? Let's use that communicator to chat. The two hugged each other and spoke for a while. Then Lu Sheng put the red book he had just received close to his body, lowered his head, and kissed Dong Qingxue's lips and forehead. Go away! Dong Qingxue nodded. Then, Lu Sheng's figure dissipated into the air like a bubble. Here you! In the starry sky outside the atmosphere of the blue star, Far, in a beautiful silver combat suit, stood on the wing 24 of the Silver Bird spacecraft, looking at a figure that was approaching quickly, and a little relaxed look appeared in his eyes. Lu Sheng suddenly appeared in front of Fel. He was wearing a simple casual outfit, and looked a little out of place with Fel, and the silver spacecraft under Fel. Let me give you a top-notch combat suit, Far said proactively. Let's talk about it later. Lu Sheng smiled and looked at the Silver Bird. When will we set off? I'm just waiting for you. The cabin of the Silver Bird spacecraft opened, and Lu Sheng followed Far in. Regarding the interior of the Silver Bird, Lu Sheng has imagined countless scenes. But after actually walking in, I was still shocked by the scene in front of me. This is like a city. A law enforcement officer wearing a blue and black combat uniform came and went, and the worst of them were level 8. There are no less than 1,000 people above level 9. On the Blue Star, there are thousands of martial saints. Lu Sheng now understands what the Starry Sky martial arts world is. Mr. Far! Grown-ups. Lu Sheng followed Fair, and the people he met on the road respectfully saluted Fair when they saw them. Even the robots in the spacecraft would stop and say hello to Far. As the highest executive of the Silverbird spacecraft, Far's status can be seen. Lu Sheng felt it a little, and found that the gravity in the spacecraft was about 3 times that of the Blue Star. It has not had a big impact on him. Although it was inside the spacecraft, Lu Sheng did not feel stuffy at all. Instead, he felt the air was fresh, as if he was in a primitive forest. Far led the landing saint to a huge room on the upper floor of the spacecraft. The room was white on the top, bottom, left, front, back and forth, all with white sides, and nothing inside, empty. Far patted his hand lightly, and a round and smooth pillar immediately rose from the floor in front of him. There was a light blue ball of light floating quietly on the pillar. Far pressed his hand on the light ball. Swish. Countless colors and matter emerged from the bottom of the column. In just a few seconds, this small area where Lu Sheng and Fei were located became a Western-style living room. There are coffee tables, sofas, and tables. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted slightly. The living room looks exactly the same as his living room. The journey takes about 40 days, and it may be a little boring, but please be patient. Fair said to Lu Sheng, This room can meet most of your needs. If you have special requirements, you can contact me at any time. Lu Sheng nodded. Far also said anything again. He must have something to do. He said hello to Lu Sheng and left in a hurry. After Fair left, Lu Sheng walked to the pillar he had controlled before and placed his palm on the blue light ball. Soon Lu Sheng showed a look of surprise on his face. He really went to the city with a local bond, resources, backup, middle, transfer group. Just now, he understood the weight of the 4 words higher civilization. This room can simulate almost any environmental conditions you want. If Lu Sheng wants to swim, surf, or dive, then it can simulate the ocean environment. If you want to ski, it can simulate snow-capped mountains. If you want to ride a horse, it can simulate the plains and grasslands. If you want to hunt, it can also simulate the original jungle. The room also has a great spatial extension attribute, and the actual space is much larger than what Lu Sheng saw and perceived. In addition, it also has a training room, kitchen, bathroom, as Fal told him. This room can meet most of his needs. It's true that science fiction has been reflected into reality. Lu Sheng didn't know if there was any surveillance in this room, so he tried to keep the shock in his heart and keep his face calm, making the whole person look less rustic. He thought about it, left a table and a sofa, and then set the entire room with the front, back, upper, lower, left and right sides as the outer scene of the spacecraft at this time. Swish. In an instant, a dark void appeared around Lu Sheng. There was a stream of long, colorful streams of light like ribbons in the void. That is the infinitely lengthened light that the spacecraft was leaping through space. The room suddenly became. Lu Sheng looked at the scene like this and sat down on the sofa in the center of the room. I have the urge to take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. If I post this to my friend circle, wouldn't it be completely exploded? Just imagine, in a group of friends who are spreading bags, cars, babies, traveling, and living, these ones suddenly appear. The first time I took a spaceship, I was heading to the Jupiter area 500 light years away. It felt okay, and it was more comfortable than taking a plane. The strongest man on Blue Star. Oh, who? This pussy is pretending to be able to vibrate the surface of the entire planet. But Lu Sheng just thought about it. He took out the communicator he had brought from Farna, patted himself, and then patted the scene around him, and sent it to Dong Qingxue. I waited for a long time and didn't wait until Dong Qingxue replied to the news. I don't know if I didn't see it or wouldn't reply. Lu Sheng shook his head and put down the communicator. Then, one hand was pressed on the blue light ball on the pillar next to you and began to play the dress-up game in the room in boredom. So I saw the whole room suddenly change from the starry sky to the bottom of the sea, from the bottom of the sea to the desert, and from the desert to the forest, repeatedly and constantly changing. After playing for a while, Lu Sheng felt bored, so he cut the scene back to the outside of the starry sky and began to find food in the blue light ball. Yes! Lu Sheng can now understand the common texts of the universe. With his current brain width, it only takes a short time to learn a language in writing. It may not be necessary to have a cup of coffee. Lu Sheng found the menu that comes with the light ball. This menu is like a dictionary, which divides different cuisines by the names and numbers of different planets. Lu Sheng even found the recipe of his parent star A28642 blue star through the search engine of the menu directory. He ordered a few casually: spicy chicken, pickled pepper bullfrog, braised pork, boiled cabbage. As a result, 5 minutes later, a robot with its own insulated box in his stomach really delivered these dishes to him. Lu Sheng tasted everything, and was shocked to find that the taste was actually pretty good. Is it incredible? Thayer, who was holding 2 wine bottles in his hand, walked in from outside the door and said to Lu Sheng with a smile. Lu Sheng nodded, no longer hiding his amazement and doubts this time. Chapter 438 Starry Sky Noble. A Battle to Break the Limit. 2. I saw you, as if I saw what I had just left my mother planet. Far looked at Lu Sheng with the look of his predecessors looking at his juniors. Lu Sheng asked curiously, "Did the law enforcement officer also come out of the low-level resource star?" Far shook his head. "It's much worse than the resource star. My parent star is a level 4 battlefield star located on the edge of the sub-July zone. It had already flown into ashes in the war 3,000 years ago." Lu Sheng felt awe-inspiringly and said in a deep voice, "Feel sorry." But Far waved his hand, as if telling something that had nothing to do with him. "Because it is a battlefield star, this is the inevitable ending. And I'm still lucky. Before my mother star completely fell, the federal government had already started to carry out citizen relocation plans." Citizen relocation plan? Lu Sheng captured this keyword in Fair's words. "It is the plan to move those starry sky citizens who are about to face the fall of their homes and be displaced to another suitable planet." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly what he has always been pursuing? The Star Zone Federation actually has a special migration plan. Is that a planet he bought without spending money? Far seemed to see what Lu Sheng was thinking, saying, "Only those registered as citizens in the federal government are eligible to be included in the migration plan. Ordinary people cannot enjoy this benefit." "What does it mean to register a citizen?" Lu Sheng was stunned. Far explained, "The standard interpretation of citizens in the federal law of the Star Zone is that only those who have no criminal record, have a level 9 or above, and have certain development potential are eligible to register as a starry citizen." Level 9. Lu Sheng couldn't help frowning. There are only a few level 9 level powerful men in the entire Blue Star. "Is it okay to migrate independently?" "Yes, all life planets in the entire star area are registered in the Star Area Federation. If you want to live on the planet of life, it doesn't matter if you have 1 or 2 people. Once you have a group of more than 5,000 people, you must obtain the permission of the Federation, otherwise you will be arrested. Our law enforcement department sends more than 10 billion starry sky dwellers to battlefield stars and resource stars as hard labor every year. This is too domineering." Lu Sheng couldn't help but say. But Fair shook his head and said, "This is not domineering. It is a necessary means to maintain the orderly reproduction of the entire universe's life race. If a life planet is destroyed, the race on this life planet will snatch the survival resources of the race on another life planet. Then the entire life universe will be in chaos and fall into a state of chaos and disorder." Lu Sheng didn't answer the conversation, thought for a while, and asked, "How much does it cost to buy a life planet?" Thal looked at him in surprise. "Your mother star is still a resource star now. The invasion of strange beasts has just begun. Is it too early to consider the relocation of the parent star?" But he still replied, "A lowest level life planet only requires hundreds of millions of black crystal coins. A little more advanced one will have to go up by 100 million. What I mean by advanced means that there are martial arts powerhouses above level 9. You know, a planetary environment that is too thin cannot give birth to a martial arts powerhouse above level 9. Once a life group cannot even be born with a level 9 strongman, it will be no longer far from destruction." Thal is right. If the environment in the past was fine, you could live well without practicing martial arts and developing technology. But in the environment where the invasion of strange beasts and the dark side of the universe is eroding completely, if the individual strength is too weak, it may begin under the first wave of invasion of strange beasts. So what is the difference between migration and not migration? That is, I want to change the right planet to live in for the people on Blue Star. I have to have at least 1 billion black crystal coins. The black crystal coins are the black standard energy crystal blocks found by Lu Sheng in the space storage bracelet of Qi Tong and others. There are less than 50 tons in total, which is about hundreds of thousands. A distance of 1 billion. It's nowhere to be seen. And not everyone is qualified to buy a life planet. At least they must have a starry sky citizen above level 3. Far added. Lu Sheng frowned. Citizens are divided into levels? Certainly. Far explained. Citizens are divided into levels 1 to 3. And above are the Starry Sky Nobles with federal titles. Generally speaking, Starry Sky Nobles will get discounts when purchasing planets. The Starry Sky Nobles above the Baron still have the opportunity to have their own fiefdom. Far's words opened up a new idea for Lu Sheng, which made his eyes shine. Starry Sky Fifth? That is to say, I don't need to spend a dime to own my own planet. Yes. But the Federation has tax requirements for every starry aristocrat with fiefs every year. If you cannot guarantee that the territory under your name will have enough resources every year, you have to pay for it yourself every year to fill the hole. Lu Sheng nodded, but his thoughts were much broader. He found that the goal he had set before to buy a life planet was really a bit small. If I become a starry aristocrat and get a large starry sky territory, wouldn't I move the blue star wherever I want to? Then our parents, Lu Qinghe and Qingxue, live on the same planet. People from a province in Long Kingdom allocate one planet, while others all squeeze one planet. Lu Sheng thought happily. What are the conditions for becoming a starry aristocrat? Lu Sheng remembered this and asked Far. Level 11. The most basic threshold is level 11. Fair said seriously. And the title of aristocratic can be hereditary, and will last for 3 generations. No new 11th level strongman appears within the 3 generations, and the qualification of aristocratic is cancelled. Level 11. Lu Sheng was thinking in his mind. Within 8 years, he became level 11. Is it difficult? I don't know, try to watch it anyway. Please flowers 0. Now Lord Far should also be a starry sky noble, right? Lu Sheng asked Far. Far nodded. I have the title of Baron of the Starry Sky in the Asian Jupiter region. The fief is. Next time I have the chance, I will take you to see it. Good. Lu Sheng nodded. He felt it was necessary to make friends with Far. The other party's experience and insight can help him answer many questions about the starry sky. With your qualifications, it will be a matter of time sooner or later. Fei looked at Lu Sheng with a complicated look and said, You are only at level 9 now, and you have already touched the rules. You have a top-level extraordinary life constitution, and your combat power has even reached a level of breaking the limit. Far paused for a moment and sighed. It is no exaggeration to say, Lu Sheng, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in my 4,000 years of life. None of them. Level 9 fights level 11. It seems that only the Tiancer galaxy has had similar rumors. Can Lord Far see the level of my extraordinary life constitution? Lu Sheng said. Far shook his head. It's not confirmed, but it's above the morning star. When you arrive at the Jupiter region, I will take you to test it. Oh! Lu Sheng nodded and said, What does that mean when breaking the limit level combat power? It was also thanks to Fair, a high-ranking official of the law enforcement department, who was able to patiently answer all the novice questions asked by Lu Sheng. The void is composed of many layers. You should know this, right? No. Lu Sheng discovered this when he punched Qi Tong to death. The first level of void is the void we see now. Far stretched out one hand and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. At the center of his 5 fingers, the transparent void began to twist, and black cracks that could be seen in the naked eye appeared. This is to create cracks in the first void. It's not difficult to do this. Because the void thickness in different regions is different, there are weak points, such as low-level civilized planets, especially planets that have been invaded by strange beasts. The void will be Chapter 439. Ang the Machine. To practice. God, why are there people like me who are so talented in the universe? 3. Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, and suddenly realized in his heart. No wonder he was able to make black marks in the void when Blue Star and Cumberland and others were fighting at level 8. It turns out that it is because the thickness of the void is different. If they switched to the Starry Sky battlefield, it would be difficult for them to cause the void to collapse at level 9. Then, Far clenched his 5 fingers completely. Ka-ka-ka-kai. Lu Sheng felt the thunder from Fair's body that made him tremble. Then I saw white cracks appearing in the center of the black hole in Fal's palm. A stronger aura of destruction surged out of the white cracks. This is the direction of breaking the limits in the second limit. Fair raised his hand and wiped the black hole, sighing. It's a pity that I can't break the limit twice now. The secondary break of the limit requires more than 1 million Starry Sky combat power. My peak combat power is only more than 600,000. Lu Sheng looked slightly serious, but he completely put away his contempt for the 11th level strongman. He asked himself that he could not make white marks in black holes now. It seems that Thayer still held back when he fought with me before. August 17th. Yes, there is no such simple character in the 11th level strongman who cannot produce one of the 100 million life planets. Far is another senior official in the law enforcement department of a star zone. After living for more than 4,000 years, he has long become a human being. Now think carefully about everything Fall said and done after coming in. Use the mother star as the entry point to narrow the distance between you and him, then patiently answer your own questions, and finally show your retained strength without leaving any trace. It can be said that it is linked together without leaving any trace. It's so scary. Compared with this kind of person who has lived for thousands of years, I am a young man in my early 20s and a newbie who has just entered the starry sky. I am so simple. I guess he didn't know if he accidentally sold it. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little urgency in his heart. We must speed up the improvement of our strength. Increase our combat effectiveness to the level of secondary limit breaking as soon as possible. If you get along with a handsome fox like Far, if you don't have the ability to kill him casually, Lu Sheng will be very nervous and will not be able to sleep well at night. Fal didn't know at this moment that he had been regarded as a potential threat target by Lu Sheng and was still talking. Generally speaking, only strong people above level 11 can achieve the combat power of breaking the limit level at a time. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the owner of extraordinary life constitution like you. Lu Sheng thought for a while and asked again, how many layers are there in total in the void? Fal pondered for a moment, finally shook his head. I don't know, but it must be above the 4th floor. I have seen a 13-level big man fight, and the combat power bursts with every move can reach 4 limit breaks. Lu Sheng nodded. Next, the two talked about some or no. Mainly, Fair said. Lu Sheng listened and asked a few questions occasionally. As an 11th level law enforcement officer of the Star Zone Law Enforcement Department, Fair has experienced too many planets. He talked to Lu Sheng about the customs on different planets, and he could not finish talking about them for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Sheng suddenly thought of the natives on the planet who were captured by Chi Tong and others, so he asked casually. As a result, Fal said, those people will be taken to the Star District Court to participate in the trial of the Red Pluto group as witnesses. It should be sent to another life planet in the future. It is unlikely to return to your home planet. The distance is too far, and the Federation will not waste too much manpower and material resources for the indigenous people on a few low-level life planets. Lu Sheng was silent. In the universe and starry sky, the 4 words, strength is supreme, are interpreted more and more vividly. Those with low strength cannot control their own destiny, whether it is black or white. They can only be thrown around like goods. The two chatted for a while, and Far stood up and said goodbye. A month will pass soon. If you feel bored, please feel free to chat with me. Far smiled and said a few words to Lu Sheng, then left the room. Only Lu Sheng was left in the room. Lu Sheng sat in a chair and reviewed the content of his chat with Fair just now, and felt that there was no problem. Then she took out the communicator, and saw that the video she had just sent to Dong Qingxue had already received her response. Dong Qingxue also sent a video back. Lu Sheng clicked on it casually. I saw the scene where their family and Dong Qingxue were preparing to have a meal in the video. A table full of food and bought a cake. The person who shot the video was Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe said to the screen, "Brother, you got your marriage certificate with your sister-in-law today, but you left without even having a meal. It's too much." Lu Sheng smiled on his face as he watched the video. The family has given him too much strength to support him until now. From now on, there will be another Dong Qingxue among them. Maybe my children will be there in the future. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he turned off the video. He felt clearer about the direction he was going to go in the future, and more motivation emerged from his heart. Before leaving, Lu Sheng left some potions that can be prepared from the current technology of Blue Star, many of which are suitable for ordinary people. I hope that when he returns from the Jupiter region, these potions have been produced. Lu Sheng's original intention of doing this is to make his parents live healthier and longer. After calming down for a while, Lu Sheng leaned half on the sofa. Looking at the colorful streaming light that kept passing by in front of me, I slowly closed my eyes. The familiar dream universe. Lu Sheng floated in the desolate starry sky. A ball of light appeared in his hands. Query, the entire universe. All wind attribute martial arts inheritance points. Lu Sheng gave orders to the light ball with a calm expression. Soon, a brilliant star map appeared in the light cluster. There are countless cyan light spots in the star map. Each light spot represents the location of a martial arts master with a wind attribute. The brightness of the light spot represents the strength of inheritance. Lu Sheng saw the most dazzling light spots in the star map at a glance. It's all about the Fengji martial arts that are directed to level 15. Unfortunately, it's too far from Lu Sheng. The most recent one is not sure how many light years it will take, and it is not even in the same star field. This is also the reason why I choose the inheritance of wind attribute martial arts. Lu Sheng looked at the vast starry sky in front of him and said helplessly, "In this universe without transportation, if you want to improve the efficiency of map pushing, you can only strengthen the speed first." Lu Sheng had no choice but to abandon the 15th level wind attribute martial arts inheritance points. Just pull the star map to the maximum and look for it near your location. There is really class. Level 13. Lu Sheng looked at the bright blue light spot and hesitated a little. Although the people in the dream space only retained a small part of their life strength. But the more martial arts go, the greater the span between each level. Basically, each level is a difference between heaven and earth. His current combat power is almost the same as level 11. Level 11 to level 13. There are 2 worlds in the middle. Forget it, don't be too ambitious. Lu Sheng shook his head, decisively gave up the 13th level inheritance point, and finally selected the 12th level inheritance point closest to him. Just this level 12. Lu Sheng decided on the goal and headed straight to the target point. At a speed of thousands of kilometers per second, it was like a snail and slowly moving forward in the vast starry sky. Can you fly with your plane in awe? I don't know how long it took to fly, but Lu Sheng really couldn't stand it. Start trying to hang up. in the dream space. You can't say it's really okay. His mental power is now at level 11, and it is Chapter 445,300 Immortals. The direction of breaking the limit twice, the dream arrives. 4. Silverbird spacecraft, in some super large space. The entire space is surrounded by large patches of green vine vegetation, lush and green. Far stood on a high cliff, opposite to it was a sparkling ocean. The color of the ocean is bright green, like a huge piece of jelly, showing beautiful ripples under the sea breeze. This is Fal's former parent star, the most beautiful place in his memory. Many times, he will return here and miss those memories that have passed away. Grown-ups. A law enforcement member wearing a blue and black combat suit walked behind Far and said, "People from the law enforcement department of the White Mist Star District have been asking us for videos of the operation of capturing the Red Pluto group. Send some irrelevant videos to them first." Far said lightly, "When we arrive in the Jupiter zone, we will register our citizenship for Lu Sheng before sending it to them." "Yes. How are the two people from the White Mist Star Zone brought by us?" Far then asked. The law enforcement member replied, "One has been making trouble and is clamoring to see you, and also contact the law enforcement department of Baiwu Star District. The other one is honest. The dishonest one takes care of him every day to make him honest." Fal ordered with a calm expression. "Yes." Far thought for a while, and waved his hand. A brand new picture immediately appeared in the transparent air where he waved his right hand. The picture shows a handsome and masculine young man. The young man sat on the sofa, and the coffee table in front of 14 was filled with black energy crystal blocks. The young man closed his eyes, and the black energy crystal blocks on the coffee table flew up automatically, shattering, turned into a pure flow of energy, and merged into his body. The young man is like eating biscuits, maintaining a speed of several minutes each, constantly consuming the black energy crystal blocks on the coffee table. Far's pupils contracted, and his face showed a moving look. Even Lu Sheng was shocked by the consumption speed of black crystal coins as food. After he stared at Lu Sheng for a while, the black energy crystal blocks that Lu Sheng consumed were enough to kill a level 10 strongman. But Lu Sheng still looked as if nothing happened. "It's simply terrifying. Is there a black hole hidden in this kid's body?" While amazement, Fair felt happy. The more exaggerated the ability Lu Sheng showed, the stronger his potential was, and the higher the level of extraordinary light physique. The thing that Far is most interested in, and impatient now, is one by one. What level is this kid's extraordinary life constitution? The burning sun god realm exists in Lu Sheng's body. In more than half a month, the number of immortal cells in Lu Sheng's body had reached more than 5,300. The sun god realm is getting stronger and stronger. It emits endless light and endless heat all the time. These infinite lights and 5 deep hotspots are always tempering and nourishing his star supreme body. When the gaze that belonged to Fair in this sense was removed, Lu Sheng quietly opened his eyes. The gray waves surged in his eyes, and the more than 5,300 immortal cells in his body suddenly ignited the divine fire. The sun god realm star map is shining brightly, and the power of 5,300 star seeds is instilled into Lu Sheng's right hand. Lu Sheng clenched his fists with 5 fingers and slowly punched the void in front of him. There were 53 tiny stars circling and dancing on this punch, forming a furnace. The 3-legged golden crow appeared in the oven, with the outline becoming clearer and spreading its wings to fly. Bang! The void at Lu Shenglu's fist broke open with a bang, and a collapsed black hole appeared. Lu Sheng continued to punch, and the black hole continued to collapse. Gradually, a trace of white crack spread out from the center of the black hole. At this time, the light and shadow of the walls and floors around Lu Sheng quickly changed, and he felt like he was out of control and collapsed. Seeing this, Lu Sheng immediately turned his fist into a palm and gently wiped the black hole with one palm. Everything around returned to normal. If you continue, you will not be able to guarantee that your strength will not be leaked at all. It may attract Far's attention at that time. The second limit is broken. It's not far from me. Lu Sheng's eyes were clear and a slightly satisfied smile appeared on his face. The rapid improvement in strength in the past half-month is that the number of black crystal coins in his space storage bracelet is less than half. That is, the amount is about 25 tons. A super-exaggerated number. This is just the beginning. There are still 600 trillion immortal cells behind it. Each immortal cell must be nurtured into a star, and 3-legged golden crows are nurtured from the stars. When Lu Sheng thought about the number, he suddenly felt a little numb from his scalp. Don't worry about him. Let's talk about it then. Lu Sheng thought to use up all the energy crystals on his hand. Anyway, the contribution of the extermination of the Red Pupil Star Poacher group can still make him receive a large amount of rewards. So one step at a time. If you are strong, are you still afraid of not having any resources? Ding dong ee. The communicator at hand sounded a prompt sound. There is only one contact person on the communicator Lu Sheng, that is Dong Qingxue. Click on the video call. Blue light was cast from the small communicator, and a 3-dimensional virtual image of a young girl jumped out. It's Lu Qinghe. Brother, are you still in the spaceship? Lu Qinghe was curiously looking at the environment around Lu Sheng, and found that it was the same as before, and couldn't help but make a marvelous sound. During this period, Lu Sheng basically had to video call with his family every day. The Lu Sheng family was shocked from the beginning when they learned that he was traveling in the starry sky, and they were still accustomed to it. Yes, it probably will take half a month. Lu Sheng replied to Lu Qinghe and then said, Where are your parents, and where are your sister-in-law? Before Lu Qinghe could finish his speech, a few villains squeezed in from the blue light. They are Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, and Dong Qingxue respectively. Here! Everyone is here! Lu Dehai hurriedly recited it, and looked at Lu Sheng like a curious baby. This is space. Zheng Yufan made a tisk sound from her mouth. Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing and said, Mom, I'll buy one tomorrow, and I'll take you to space for fun. Why? Zheng Yufan's eyebrows were bent, and she didn't know if she was happy or funny, but when she spoke, she turned into a third child again. Remember to keep a low profile when you go out, and don't offend others. Practice is about practice. Don't forget to eat, and have to rest well every day. I heard it's very cold in space, so remember to wear a few more clothes. Lu Sheng didn't know what to say, so he could only nod and nodded. After his parents finished nagging, the Lu family tacitly left the last time and space to Dong Qingxue. Lu Sheng looked at Dong Qingxue's cold and beautiful face and said with a smile, Wife. But I never thought that Dong Qingxue glanced at him and said lightly, Recently, a new resident moved in the community. Who? Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, not knowing which pot Dong Qingxue brought. He is a pretty little girl with blue hair, like a princess in a fairy tale. I heard that it seems to be the biological daughter of the Silver Crown Marshal St. Cumberland. Fiona? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he heard Dong Qingxue smile and said, Since she has been running home every day, she has become familiar with her uncles and aunts. Ah, this! Lu Sheng was sweating on his forehead, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. The phone is out of battery. Bang! Dong Qingxue's figure disappeared. Lu Sheng was completely stunned. Damn it! Why am I nervous? I have symptoms of guilt. Half a minute later, Lu Sheng recovered and was very upset. He and Fiona had nothing to do with each other. 880 cannot do it. He must explain it clearly to Dong Qingxue. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng was going to call back. But just as he was about to redial communication, his hand was frozen. Chapter 441, the first martial holy skill of the 10 perfects, the 4-syllable spirit realm weapon spectrum. Hundreds of soldiers perform martial arts. 1. Boom! Lu Sheng was like a golden meteor, cutting through the dark starry sky and falling quickly into the surface of the planet. A huge hole was blown open in the condensed atmosphere with black and gray mist. Hwee! Lu Sheng looked down at the earth from a high altitude. The mental power disperses. This planet is different from the blue star, with more than 2/3 of its spheres covered by land. Defensive bases are located on the land, like decaying corpses. The 11th level mental power can easily encapsulate the entire blue star. But on this planet, it can only cover less than 1/10 of the range. This planet is too big. Fortunately, there is a map provided by the power of origin, and follow the map to find the map. Lu Sheng won't look for a needle in a haystack. In that position, Lu Sheng flew towards the northern hemisphere of the planet, according to the display on the map. A super large base was quickly locked. This base is almost 100 times the size of an ordinary base, located near the Arctic Circle, like a rotten heart full of holes. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he habitually took a deep breath, then dived down towards the center of the base below. The golden meteors bring long-lost colors to this desolate and silent planet. Golden meteor falls. Boom! Looking down from the sky, you can see a huge gray mushroom cloud suddenly rising in the center of the base. The air waves formed by the mushroom cloud spread rapidly around, lasting for several minutes, spreading to hundreds of square kilometers before slowly stopping. Wait until the smoke and dust disappear. You can clearly see a super huge pit of dozens of square kilometers in the center of the base. In the pit, a tall body was slowly standing up. Ka-ka-ka-kai. Lu Sheng pulled out his feet from the deep sinking pit and stretched his muscles and bones a little. A little flame ignited his eyes quickly, and the cells all over his body were entering a state of excitement. Only in the dream space can he be absolutely free. This is his world. There are no rules and regulations to bind you. Do whatever you want. The entire universe is his playground, which can satisfy his desire for destruction and destruction that continues to grow as his strength increases. The one who came on stage just now, Lu Sheng didn't know how many dream zombies he had stepped on. When he stood up, with him as the center, wisps of black fog rose under the surrounding area. Countless black fog smoke rose, and all gathered to him, like the sea and rivers, forming a rather spectacular scene. Lu Sheng was shrouded in it by thick black fog smoke. While absorbing the memories of the indigenous people of this planet, he looked forward. This super-large defense base was penetrated by him, an uninvited guest who fell from the sky. The noise caused by the incident attracted the attention of many powerful zombies. Under the scrutiny of mental power, Lu Sheng sees that there are almost endless zombies rushing out from the broken tall buildings, streets, and ruins in the distance. The decaying figures gathered together, and more, gradually forming a black wave. He swept quickly towards him, who was at the most central position. Lu Sheng looked calm. He took a deep breath. This breath seemed to inhale the countless black smoke surrounding him in an instant. Then he took a light step forward. Boom! In the dead gray, a dazzling giant 100,000 meters high rose up and suddenly descended. The golden crow is the eyes, the diamond is the body, the 4 symbols are the robe, the stars in the sky are with you, and the vast and boundless Dharma-I giant stands on this earth. Lu Sheng looked down at the endless super base in front of him, like a god overlooking the people. Resource, group. Preparation, use, medium, transfer. Group. He walked forward, silently reciting in his heart, Ultraman of Land Saint. Episode 1, Occurrence Titan, Season 5, now. Action. Facing the dense tide of zombies under his feet like an ant colony, Lu Sheng raised his right fist and punched the ground hard from top to bottom. A godlike roar came out of his mouth. Destroy. Boom. Wherever the dazzling giant fist fell, a earth-shaking sound made. The earth is sunken and collapsed. The soil and rocks on the ground floated up layer by layer like waves, and the terrifying shock wave visible to the naked eye spread around. Wherever the shock waves swept, the zombies exploded one by one without warning, and directly weathered, turning into wisps of black fog smoke rising to the sky. Annihilated power swept through the zombie tide. The black waves collapsed layer by layer and destroyed. It turned into countless black fog and smoke and rose to the sky, gathering towards Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng kept punching and stamping his feet, unscrupulously destroying this super-large ruined city. His heavenly true martial god flame for pole Dharma body has the strength to almost crush level 10 in reality. In front of these zombies with no strength, they are even more destroyed. Countless zombies were easily wiped out by his power. After the black fog smoke turned into his body, the valuable martial arts will turn into new stars to surround him, to encourage his Dharma image. His body of Dharma image continued to rise in this process, growing rapidly at a speed of several meters. This moment, Lu Sheng realized the pleasure of bullying the blue star at the time. On this land, he feeds on the people. He brings destruction and pain to the world. It's God. Boom. In just a short period of time, Lu Sheng had destroyed nearly 1/5 of the base area. Where he walked, the already broken base was reduced to a more thorough ruin, and everything was destroyed. Because of absorbing a large amount of martial arts memories, Lu Sheng's heavenly true martial god flame body has grown hundreds of meters tall again. This made Lu Sheng feel a strong ambition in his heart. What is the true limit of his heavenly true martial god flame for pole Dharma body? How far can it grow? But Lu Sheng's atrocities finally attracted the attention of the more powerful beings in this base. Boom, 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 boom. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the ruins of the base, and figures flew into the sky. Level 10, level 10, level 10. Level 11. Level 11. There were nearly 100 figures densely packed with them. Almost all of them were zombie powerhouses above level 10. They are tall and have almost twice the skeleton of the Blue Star people. Even if their flesh and blood have decayed, their shrinking bodies can still bring great oppression to ordinary people. But for Lu Sheng, it's just a slightly stronger ant. Let me make a coffin for you in person, and the heroic spirits will sleep forever. Lu Sheng spoke in a low voice, his voice like thunder, and the sound waves rolled. He stretched out his hand forward. The dazzling Dharma Shadow's arm was extremely fast, and his 5 fingers suddenly opened, like a hand covering the sky. With 5 fingers, they turned into a sword that killed the sky. Swish. 5 sword lights slashed across the void, leaving long black marks. After sweeping by his 5 fingers, the bodies of more than a dozen powerful zombie men quietly separated and gradually weathered into smoke. Lu Sheng rushed into the group of powerful zombies, and every part of his huge body turned into a weapon for his attack. Fighting with hundreds of 10th level 11th level zombie powerful men is like a fly-catching giant. After fighting for a while, Lu Sheng felt that such a mosquito-like battle was too boring. He stomped his feet hard and rushed into the sky. Kama-hu-hui. A giant of Dharma phase, 100,000 meters high, soared into the sky. It is reaching a height close to the atmosphere. At this time, Lu Sheng stopped and turned around and looked down at the bottom. He stretched out his thumbs and index fingers of both hands to form a rectangular photo frame, that just encloses the entire base. Just solve it in one go. Lu Sheng said softly. Then, he pulled off the four-colored robe on his body and threw it into the sky. The four-colored robe swells in the Chapter 442 The King of Wind Control, Cultivate. 2. After absorbing the crystallization of martial arts civilization from an entire planet, the martial arts mastered by Lu Sheng reached an extremely huge level. His 10 perfect martial arts were extended to an unprecedented level. There are as many as 8 kinds of martial arts in the 5th realm of light. Headed with fist and knife, the other 6 come from different level 10 5th level martial arts masters. There are hundreds of martial arts in the 4 realms. There are countless 3 realms and 2 realms. But Lu Sheng only had 2 fists and feet, and could not exert all the power of these martial arts. So he kept thinking, following the idea of breaking the void of the 10 comprehensive master skill. With the help of the characteristics of the 4 poles, we finally created this supreme martial saint skill specially designed for cold weapon martial arts, the 4 elephant spiritual realm weapons. Hundreds of soldiers perform martial arts. The first attempt to cast. It seems to be a good result. The rain of cold weapons fell, and the whole world was full of death. These weapons that are condensed with the 4 poles of earth feng shui and fire energy, when they fall, carry the characteristics of 4 cornerstone energy. The thickness of the ground, the lightness of the wind, the softness of water, the fiery fire. There is also energy derived from the 4 poles. The slaughtering ice, the thunder bursting. Energy weapons are constantly produced in the 4 symbol spiritual realm weapons. Countless energy weapons fell, covering the entire super base. The huge super base has completely become Lu Sheng's military field. The bodies of powerful zombies were penetrated and turned into black smoke and disappeared. Among them are the 1st level strong people and the 11th level strong people. Only by touching the rules and reaching the 5th level of a martial art can one be qualified to be promoted to level 11. This also means that for every 11th level zombie powerful man, Lu Sheng can add an additional 5 level martial arts to his 10 perfect martial arts. Under the bombardment of the heavy rain of weapons, the entire super base was rotten. 427. Large tracts of ruins collapsed, earth and rocks rolled up, and smoke and dust rose to form a gray ocean. And under this gray ocean, countless black fog smoke came out, forming a series of majestic black torrents that rolled into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng's Dharma image body, which was 100,000 meters high, stood at a high altitude, spreading his arms, looking down at the earth like a god. If in the future I will perform this kind of military exercise in the starry sky, wherever the energy weapons pass, the planets will explode, and the black fog and smoke will gather into the starry river. How fast should the upgrade be? How cool is it? A bright future. As the torrent-like black fog smoke was infused, Lu Sheng's heavenly true martial god flame body surged wildly. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. It soon increased the height of a full 5,000 meters, and became a giant of 105,000 meters. At the same time, the martial arts stars surrounding him also added countless more, becoming more profound, vast and dazzling. Just as countless energy weapons were rushing to watch the base and the earth. Boom! An unparalleled powerful aura suddenly emerged from the base covered by a vast smoke and dust. This momentum surged into the sky, like a wind blade rising from the ground. The gray dust ocean was cut through it in an instant, and those falling energy soldiers would quickly break and collapse when they encountered this invisible wind blade. Lu Sheng's eyes were slightly tightened. The next second I saw a figure rushing up from underneath. The figure grabbed a broken axe in his hand and aimed at everything in the sky. A blue axe blade that was tens of thousands of meters long broke out from his hand. Before Lu Sheng could react, he saw that his 4-symbol spirit realm weapon spectrum was cut open by a 10,000-meter axe blade. Beck. After the axe blade cuts the weapon spectrum, the remaining momentum remains unabated and continues to rush up, cut the thick atmosphere, and rush to a very far place in the starry sky before gradually disappearing. The power of an axe. It's so scary. I deserve to be a level 12 strongman. Lu Sheng took a deep breath. In this process, his Dharma body gradually dissipated. Faced with such an unprecedented strong enemy, the bloated Dharma body is obviously not suitable. After slashing the 4-symbol spiritual realm weapon spectrum of Lu Sheng with an axe, the figure did not continue to attack. Instead, he was suspended in the air and watched Lu Sheng quietly. Lu Sheng was able to see his full picture clearly. This is a burly man over 5 meters tall. The people on this planet are taller than those on the blue star. And this man interpreted this point to the extreme. He has a majestic body and a skeleton, like a small giant. But with such a huge size, I still hold a heavy weapon like an axe. Men don't give people a sense of clumsiness. Instead, he is lighter than anyone Lu Sheng has ever seen. He is a king who dominates the speed and wind between heaven and earth. Sheris. Lu Sheng recited the other party's name, and the tall king of wind's empty eyes seemed to fluctuate. This is the message from the power of the origin to him. In the indigenous languages of this planet, this name exactly represents the meaning of the king of wind control. Level 12. Lu Sheng inhaled slightly. The strongest opponent he has faced so far. Level 11 is to touch the rules and use the power of the rules. And level 12-inch. It is to control the rules and shape the body of the rules. Lu Sheng knew everything about the Tao from level 11 to level 15. In addition to the strength of the 12th level is much stronger than that of the 11th level. The biggest difference between the 11th level is the other transformation in the martial body. The rules are integrated into the martial body, making the martial body more closely related to the operation of the rules controlled by itself, thereby obtaining extremely powerful rules characteristics and self-healing ability. Almost an immortal being. Of course, this immortality is just relative. In the dream space, there are not too many dead level 12. The Ceres in front of him is the most typical one. This king who controls wind and speed, the epithelium of Kuewe, who is more than 5 meters tall, explodes inch by inch and breaks. There is no perfect place. What was broken was not his body, but also the power of rules that he tempered into his flesh and blood. The rules he masters. He was completely interrupted and broke up. However, but it's still terrible. Lu Sheng looked at Sheris in front of him, slowly moving his muscles and stretching his body. During this process, more than 5,000 immortal cells in his body lit up one by one. The Sun God Realm star map is gradually shining. There was a golden crow roaring in Lu Sheng's chest. Bring it on! Lu Sheng clenched his fists with both hands, collided slightly, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. Let me see how much you have in your level 12 strength, now! After saying that, the gray waves in Lu Sheng's eyes rolled up. Enter the state of the god of war. Then the whole person appeared in front of Sheris. From top to bottom, the right fist wolf carrying a total of 53 miniature stars hit Sheris fiercely. Sheris had no expression on his face, and gently raised the broken axe in his hand. The picture is frozen at this moment. Hui-ee! Lu Sheng opened his eyes, and a splendor burst out in his eyes, piercing through the void, and quickly retracted. He reached out and pinched his eyebrows, thinking slowly. Sheris in the 12th level zombie state is much stronger than Foul. At this stage, there is still a gap between me and him. Lu Sheng failed to take Sheris in the end. Sheris was so fast that he was incredible. Moreover, his control over the rules has reached the peak of the fifth realm, which is no less than Lu Sheng. Coupled with his remaining strength, Lu Sheng had a very difficult fight with him. But Lu Sheng didn't care either. He didn't think he could take Sheris at once. Chapter 443 10,000 Immortals, twice the increase in Qi and blood, breaking the limit level twice. 3. Wife. A smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face. Dong Qingxue glanced at him with a cold look on his face. When he came up, he asked him questions about his practice. Lu Sheng answered patiently, wishing to break a point of knowledge and feed it to Dong Qingxue's mouth. As his wife, Lu Sheng naturally would not be stingy with Dong Qingxue. He had long taught Dong Qingxue the practice method of level 1 to 9 in crystal visualization. Because Dong Qingxue is a spiritual thought master, and she is also a talented spiritual thought master, crystal visibility is perfect for her. The whole process lasted for about 20 minutes. After Dong Qingxue's question was finished, Lu Sheng thought of whispering to Dong Qingxue, but he never thought that Dong Qingxue would just hang up the communication just by saying hello to him. This made Lu Sheng look helpless. Are you still angry about Fiona's things? Lu Sheng had a headache. He finally knew how fucked long-distance relationship was. When I am sweet, I miss you, but when I quarrel, I feel anxious, but I can't help it. Lu Sheng, when will you reach the level of one step at a light year? Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh that if his current speed could reach a unit of measurement in light years per second, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. So, in the final analysis, the reason for the sense of distance is because one's own strength is too weak. I need to work harder. Lu Sheng plunged into the dream space. After more than 20 days, it was almost time for him to gain. Are you too cold to him? Dong Qingxue hung up the call with Lu Sheng, and a look of thought appeared on her face. She took out her phone and started searching. Boyfriend makes her angry. Generally speaking, how long is it more appropriate to be angry? While watching Lu Qinghe, who was in a state of contemplation, walked to her. Sister-in-law. Since Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue got their marriage certificate, Lu Qinghe has been calling Dong Qingxue sister-in-law. Dong Qingxue put away her phone without leaving any trace and asked, "What's wrong? What is my belief in supporting me to practice martial arts so far?" Lu Qinghe was still thinking about the question Lu Sheng had just asked her, but suddenly came to his senses and remembered his purpose of finding Dong Qingxue. He quickly said to Dong Qingxue with a vigilant look, "That Fiona is here again, chatting with his parents in the living room. This woman relies on her being the daughter of Silver Crown Martial Saint, and no one in the community dares to stop her. So are parents, and they are so confused by the little things she brought." Lu Qinghe said angrily, "Sister-in-law, you must be alert and never let her succeed." Dong Qingxue's expression turned cold. "I'll go and have a look." "I just walked a few steps, but walked back." "Never mind." Dong Qingxue shook her head and said, "I've gone to seclusion to practice. I feel that both martial arts and mental power may be broken through these days. I can't miss this opportunity." Lu Qinghe was a little anxious. "Sister-in-law, martial arts practice is more important than mistress entering the house." Dong Qingxue glanced at her and said calmly, "Xiahe, do you know what the most important thing is to be your sister-in-law?" Lu Qinghe was stunned and blinked. "What?" "The ability to keep walking with him." Dong Qingxue said word by word. "Whoever can follow his footsteps and keep walking with him will be qualified to be your real sister-in-law. Now, I don't have this qualification. The woman named Fiona was not qualified either. Therefore, martial arts practice is more important than anything else. Do you understand?" Lu Qinghe was stunned in place, with a blank look on his face. Seeing her like this, Dong Qingxue didn't say anything, rubbed her head and left alone. Lu Qinghe stood there for a long time. The confusion in his eyes faded away little by little, and a brand new light burst out. The ability to keep walking with my brother, to keep walking with my brother. I understand. I know what my martial arts is. Lu Qing's eyes were burning, and he murmured with joy. The power that supports me to practice martial arts until now is to be able to desperately catch up with my brother's footsteps. Her brother, who is as dazzling as the sun and shines on the blue stars, want to stand by him and stare at his side. It is also an extremely difficult and amazing thing. This is Lu Qing's way. Dream space. Lu Sheng stood in a ruin that was almost completely pushed into a desert. He examined the gains he had over the past 2 or 1 days. This huge planet that is hundreds of times more than the blue star, more than 90% of the zombie powerhouses on the surface of the planet were killed by Lu Sheng. Basically, there is only one Sheriff left. The benefit is, Lu Sheng's black sickle crystal mental power human form is completely perfect, and in terms of mental power, he is already at the peak of level 11. Besides, because he absorbed the memories of martial arts powerhouses on the entire planet, Lu Sheng's 10 perfect martial arts grew again, and his body of Dharma image soared to a height of 130,000 meters. It's an increase of 30,000 meters from before. Do you want to try using the Facha body in Sheriff? Lu Sheng considered it, and quickly rejected it. Forget it, Sheriff is a speed warrior himself. He fights him with a 130,000 meter long magic body. Wouldn't he behave like a sandbag? It's better to just solve him. Lu Sheng made a decision at will. He has the qualification now. Bang ee. A surging heat wave erupted from Lu Sheng's body. It is endless, twisting the range of hundreds of kilometers in a radius. The ground under Lu Sheng's feet began to crack, as if it had been exposed to the sun and the sky for countless years. Lu Sheng slowly soared into the air, and the hot breath on his body became more and more exciting. In his body, a total of 10,000 immortal cells that were ignited by the divine fire were shining brightly. The Sun God Realm star map has reached an unprecedented peak of terror. 10,000 pieces. This is the result of Lu Sheng's past 20 days. Of course, the cost is also huge. The more than 10,000 tons of energy crystal pieces that Lu Sheng harvested from the Red Pupil Star Poachers group were basically consumed by him. Lu Sheng really didn't care at all. There are many ways to earn energy crystals, but time cannot be purchased with energy crystals. A total of 10,000 immortals have brought Lu Sheng's strength to the extreme peak. Although I haven't tried it yet, Lu Sheng is confident. Please, flowers. It should be able to achieve the second level breaking combat power. If not, Lu Sheng's thoughts moved. In an instant, the divine flames on the 10,000 immortal cells that ignited the divine fire in his body instantly doubled. A terrifying heat wave that was more than twice as high as his previous one ejaculated from him. Void. The void around Lu Sheng began to melt and collapse. The cracked earth under his feet, dozens of meters away from him, melted like chocolate and quickly transformed from soil to magma. Not only that, Lu Sheng's body also exuded a powerful attraction, and everything around him was about to worship him and approach. This is the origin effect, caused by the fact that the blood density is too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Sheng seemed to have turned into a truly stellar sun, burning everything. This is definitely enough. Lu Sheng thought calmly, and then punched the void in front of him casually. Boom! The void collapsed at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge black hole. White marks appeared in the black hole, and white cracks accumulated to a certain extent. Click 1. Another new black is presented. The third level of void. Secondary breaking of the limit. Reached. Lu Sheng looked at the void hole that looked like an Oreo sandwich biscuit, and his eyes flashed. Yes, I finally reached the level of breaking the limit twice, and I still have enough energy. You could also kill the law enforcement officer Far. Lu Sheng felt a little more at ease. His ability to kill Far at any time also means that he can make friends with Far with more confidence. The power of the divine light. Chapter 444 New Ultimate Technique, Breaking the Starry Sky with One Martial Arts. The mysterious snake is a fall, and the mysterious wind is green, and the light flows. Lu Sheng hasn't messed with Sheris again for more than 20 days. Compared to 20 days ago, this king of wind control is still grand and light. His body is broken, but it still has the courage to look up at the sky. Compared with him, Lu Sheng now seems to be stronger. The rolling heat wave is about to take shape. Wherever Lu Sheng walks, the void twists and collapses and melts, and the earth beneath it turns into flowing magma. If Sheris is the king of the wind. At this time, Lu Sheng was the lord of the stars who ruled light and heat. The arrival of Lu Sheng attracted Sheris's attention. Sheris looked up slightly, and a faint light seemed to flash in his empty eyes. Lu Sheng captured this ray of light and thought, is it because only the three mentors left their consciousness in the entire universe, or is there any other consciousness remaining? I guess I can only wait for Lu Sheng to slowly find the answer to this question. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the surging heat waves around him retracted back into his body like flowing water. Kakai. The restraint to the extreme makes Lu Sheng's density larger, and the effect of the surrounding void collapse becomes more and more obvious. The whole person is like a black hole. The ground dozens of meters below his feet was even more. Bang! And a large amount of magma was attracted by him and flew towards him. Black and red fire dragons formed around him, whirling and whirling. Gray waves appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes, and he entered the state of a martial god. The white and toned martial arts body floated up one after another. He made a forward pose. Boom! The void he was standing on collapsed, presenting a huge black hole. And Lu Sheng's figure had suddenly appeared in front of Sheris. His current speed is much faster than before. If you want to use one word to describe it, it is one time breaking the limit speed. Sheris did not have any emotional fluctuations at the arrival of Lu Sheng's 2 yuan, but directly raised his hand to break the axe, and slashed Lu Sheng with an axe. Lu Sheng did not dodge or dodge, and punched him out. Boom one by one, tear one by one, click one by one, click one by one. The sound of collapse like a cracked silk or a broken crystal sounded. Sheris' figure flew backwards like a cannonball, tearing open a large area of void along the way, causing a burst of sonic boom, leaving shocking traces. Lu Sheng slowly closed his fist and looked at the black and white Oreo-shaped hole that appeared in Sheris just now. A strange glow appeared on his face. This punch is all about emotion and no skills, Lu Sheng said to himself. Then his eyes were burning, and he quickly followed him in the void like a god. When he came to Sheris, he punched him again. This punch is even more terrifying than before. On Lu Sheng's fist covered with golden patterns, 200 miniature stars were spinning rapidly. A lifelike three-legged golden crow was born from the terrifying melting furnace, formed by 200 stars. The three-legged golden crow shook its wings, carrying a strong mythical aura, and pecked at Sheris. One punch, one peck. The three-legged golden crow's golden sharp beak gently poked on Sheris's broken axe blade. Danji. The ultra-high frequency sound waves diffuse, forming huge ripple visible to the naked eye. Under this ripple, the void burst inch by inch, forming a super-large black hole with irregular edges. At the position where the three-legged golden crow's sharp beak and the axe blade collide, the ultimate force condensed to break the black hole for the second time. A white hole appears. A large number of black cracks quickly emerged in the white hole. Infinitely close. 3 times to break the limit. Caca. Cracked visible to the naked eye appeared on Sheriff's broken axe. Click! The cracks accumulate to the extreme, and the broken axe is broken. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he thought to himself that it was a pity. But the attack is even more fierce. His right fist, which carried the three-legged golden crow, hit Sheriff's chest with a punch. Puffy. Sheriff's body shattered like a bubble. There was no fluctuation on Lu Sheng's face, and he seemed to have expected this result a long time ago. Lu Sheng stood up with his fist and gently tapped his eyebrows with his left hand. Buzzy. The black sickle crystal human figure in my mind trembled slightly. The mental power belonging to the peak of level 11 continues to spread out. Every wave of mental power swept through the void, and the void became a little more sticky. It was as if there were pairs of invisible big hands taking Lu Sheng as the origin and constantly stroking them in all directions. The result is that there are more and more folds on the cloth in the void. This is a move that Lu Sheng has always used against speed opponents. Use your mental power to continuously weaken the opponent's speed, making it feel like it is trapped in the mud. The effect is obvious. As Lu Sheng's 11th level mental power continued to be released, Sheriff's actions gradually became slower. From the perspective of Lu Sheng, Sheriff is now like a bug entangled by layers of spider webs, and it is already flapping its wings and unable to fly. This is the sorrow of the zombie powerhouse in the dream space. They once died on this land, so no matter what, they would not abandon this land and leave. The strongest opponent is worthy of being ended in the most brilliant way. Lu Sheng looked at Sheriff in front of him, his face calm and his posture calm. He is like an ancient god, with absolute calmness in his gray eyes. He opened his hand, and endless cosmic energy gathered between heaven and earth. For symbol spiritual realm cloak. Oh no, it should be called the 4-symbol spiritual realm weapons score now, and it appears again. A series of cold weapons with different shapes appeared on the weapons spectrum. Immediately afterwards, one, Lu Sheng, after another walked out of Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng looked at Sheriff calmly and said, "You should feel lucky that you are the first person to see me broken void too." Version. One by one, Lu Sheng walked out of Lu Sheng's body. Every time a cold weapon came out of the 4-symbol spiritual realm weapon, a cold weapon flew out and fell into the hands of one of the Lu Sheng. Soon all the weapons on the weapon list were divided up, but Lu Sheng was still coming out. After breathing, thousands of land saints appeared in this world. Some of these Lu Sheng held weapons, while others were bare-handed. Each of them looked calm, but there was an extremely pure fighting spirit in their eyes burning. These fighting intentions spread in the void, as if shouting in unison, one by one. Martial arts. Martial arts. Martial arts. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his clear eyes fell on Sheriff, and he said softly, "This ultimate skill is to break the starry sky with one martial arts." The next moment, countless saints of land rushed toward Sheriff in the world. The whole void was completely stirred into a paste. Follow the context of heaven and earth, control the rules of heaven and earth, and burn the will of war. When everything subsides. Ceres, who was more than 5 meters tall, quietly stared at Lu Sheng, and his broken body, and the broken axe weathered into sand. A blue tornado like an angry dragon rushed out of his body, and with a boom, he rushed into Lu Sheng's body. Rumbling one by one, Lu Sheng's eyes were closed, but his body was constantly lifted up. The 4 extreme Dharma bodies of the heavenly true martial god flames rose up from the ground for no reason. The majestic body was soaring wildly. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. It quickly broke through the height of 100,000 meters and reached the level of 130,000 meters. A blue tornado surrounded the Dharma body at a height of 130,000 meters. Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the green tornado with both hands. Rub your hands casually, rub the huge tornado into a small blue-black snake, and hang it on your left earlobe. Boom! After Lu Sheng finished Chapter 445 Arrival, Starry Sky Level Charm, 3rd Level Citizenship. It is a super large planet that emits a faint light. This planet is about hundreds of times the size of Azure Star. The super large planet is surrounded by 10 slightly smaller planets. Going further out, another circle. One circle after another, there are as many as 9 circles. It includes countless planets, and presents 9-layer star clusters, emitting a rhythmic light like breathing. In the dark starry sky, it looks extremely beautiful. Even the 4 words, ultimate prosperity, popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. This is a starry sky civilization that has reproduced to its peak, which is shocking and intoxicating. The Silver Bird spacecraft approached the 9-ring star cluster at a slow speed. During the process, Lu Sheng was shooting with a communicator. After the filming, I sent it to Dong Qingxue. My parents probably won't be able to imagine such a magnificent starry sky for several lifetimes. If you have the chance, you must take your family out of the blue star and take a good look at the starry sky. Lu Sheng touched the few white energy crystal pieces left in his space storage bracelet and made up his mind secretly. When the Silver Bird spacecraft completely sailed into the cluster and flew towards one of the 10 orbited planets in the center of the cluster, the door of Lu Sheng's room opened, and the tall and handsome Fair stood at the door, holding a light silver combat uniform in his hand. "Switch it and see." Val smiled and said to him, "Although the Silver Wings 3-type combat suit only looks 10th, it's okay to wear plain clothes." "Thank you, Lord Law Enforcer." 14-inch. Lu Sheng didn't be polite to Far, and replaced the casual outfit produced by Blue Star, and put on this combat suit. Now Lu Sheng is about 2 meters tall. The perfectly proportioned martial body breaks through the limits of God's creation again and again. Martial arts practice is a process of continuous evolution, constantly changing the level of one's life and becoming more perfect. And this perfection, in addition to the strength of the martial body, also includes appearance. When Lu Sheng was born, his life level had already broken through to a very high level. Plus 10,000 immortal extreme masculinity, the 11th level black sickle crystal human-shaped divine crystal glow. When he put on this extra points in the shallow silver combat uniform. If the charm is of level, then Lu Sheng will overtake a planet early and reach the perfect starry sky level. Even Far couldn't help but exclaim, "It can be seen from the boundaries of different life races that your extraordinary life constitution must be of high quality." Lu Sheng smiled and said nothing, followed Fair to the room. I have to say that the combat uniform that Far gave him was quite good. I don't know what material to make, it's very comfortable, and has the ability to adjust independently, and it's extremely suitable in fit. The defense is also level 10. You can buy a few more pieces for your family and your wife to wear, so that when I am not with them, I can feel much more at ease. Lu Sheng thought to himself. As Lu Sheng and Fair walked out of the room, the Silver Bird spacecraft had already landed and stopped. The members of the law enforcement department and the robots in the spacecraft were all busy coming and going. Lu Sheng followed Far out of the Silver Bird spacecraft. It was discovered that they were in a huge space field now, and the spacecraft did not land. Around them, thousands of spacecraft of all sizes were hovering. This is the Starry Sky Pier number 384, the 9th planet of the main star of the Jupiter region. Fair introduced to Lu Sheng. I will take you to register as a citizen of the Starry Sky first. If you don't register, you will be a black household here, and you can't even buy a low-grade nutritious meal, which is almost impossible to move forward. Lu Sheng felt that what Fair said made sense, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll bother Lord Far. No trouble, it's just a simple task. Val smiled and said, After all, I brought you out. Lu Sheng always felt that Val's smile had a little, successful, meaning. But this, success, seems to be not for him. Under the martial shattered starry sky, I can almost play 3 levels of combat power that breaks the limit, and killing Far is just a matter of thought. When Lu Sheng thought of this, he did not continue to think deeply, and went there casually. Far took land Saint off the Silver Bird spacecraft. A streamlined shuttle-shaped aircraft had been waiting at the door of the spacecraft. The two got on the aircraft, and the aircraft immediately flew towards the 9th planet below. As the aircraft approached, the prosperity of the planet in front of him was completely revealed in front of Lu Sheng. Various buildings full of technological and futuristic sense, as well as various aircraft that are cool, low-key or luxurious, fly on the established track and weave a series of gorgeous arcs. This is the starry sky, this is the future. Lu Sheng looked at him in a flash, and at the same time he took out the communicator to shoot. He no longer cared about being treated as a tidy destruction by Far. Anyway, he had originally come out of the country planet. Now he just wants to record the magnificence and shock in front of him, and pass it on to his family and friends, who are 500 light-years away. Val looked at him with a smile. Soon, the two stopped in front of a sailboat-shaped building. The unmanned aircraft automatically opens, and Lu Sheng and Fair get off. City Hall, registered citizenship is here. Far stood in front of this building full of futuristic technology, and said to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded. At this time, a few people walked out of the building quickly. These people were wearing light blue combat uniforms, and the leader was an old man with a clean and energetic appearance. He is only about 1.5 meters tall, with human-like facial features, but his ears are long and are pulled on both sides like a pug. Lu Sheng could feel that this person's strength had reached level 10. In front of Lu Sheng and Fair, the old man with big ears with a dwarf was walking quickly to the two of them. From a distance, he stretched out his hands to Fair, with a look of enthusiasm on his face. Dear Lord Far, come. Val smiled and stretched out one hand to shake the old man. Lu Sheng watched the 1.5-meter-long old man trying hard to stretch his hands to reach Fair's palm, who was more than 2 meters tall. His funny look made him want to laugh a little. But he has received professional training after all. Even if it was something very funny, he couldn't help but laugh. After the old dwarf and Far greeted him, he immediately turned his eyes to him, and said with a smile, Dode, the municipal administrator of the 9th planet of the Asian Jupiter region, said hello to you. If you can be noticed by Lord Far, you must be a promising young man. As Lu Sheng said, the old dwarf also stretched out his hands to Lu Sheng. This time, he didn't lift as high as Far. Lu Sheng could only squat down a little, and shook hands with the old man. I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Dodd. The old dwarf smiled at Lu Sheng, then turned around and ordered the two people who came out with him. Take this Mr. Lu Sheng to apply for citizenship, and I will have a good chat with Lord Far. Yes. Both of them agreed. Val also said to Lu Sheng, Dode has arranged everything for you. When the procedures are completed, wait for me in the lounge for a while. So, under the leadership of 2 municipal hall staff, Lu Sheng parted ways with Fair and entered the municipal building. The building is more spacious than Lu Sheng expected. There are many people in the hall, coming and going. Lu Sheng glanced at it, and found that not everyone was of level 9 or above. There are many level 7 or 8 abound. But compared with the level 7 and 8 martial arts masters on the Blue Star, these people are much stronger in terms of chi, blood and mental power. It's not as exaggerated as I thought. Level 9 can be considered a watershed in the starry sky. 503. But people who can be born in these higher civilizations are born with the status of a starry sky citizen, and the environment is much better than those of a lower civilization. Two municipal staff took Lu Sheng to the second floor, a quiet and spacious lounge. After leading him down, a robot immediately. Chapter 446, Crystal Eater, a few 100 million in one bite, the Earl of Starry Sky. Lord Far also has 10 million black crystal coins in your identity card. You can withdraw this money from any star bank with your identity information. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and then he noticed that the asset column of his identity information showed 10 million black crystal coins. So much! Lu Sheng was secretly surprised. The total assets of Qi Tong and his group are only a few 100,000 black crystal coins. Far made 10 million at one move, which was really beyond his expectations. Wrong! Lu Sheng suddenly realized something. What I got may not be the entire property of Qi Tong and others. Who would keep all your property in your pocket? Generally speaking, depositing it in the bank is a regular operation, and it is reasonable to have change in your pocket. In other words, there are probably something like a bank card in Qi Tong and his men's space storage bracelet that Lu Sheng did not find. That is the real wealth of the Red Pupils group. When Lu Sheng thought of this, he hurriedly searched in the bracelet space. You wait a little while. Lord Fowl and Lord Dodd are still chatting. Lu Sheng didn't raise his head and waved his hand casually, indicating that the other party didn't have to worry about him. While Lu Sheng carefully searched for the pile of debris in the bracelet space that he didn't recognize, he picked up the snacks beside him and stuffed them into his mouth. I have to say that the entertainment snacks in this city hall taste really good. It's all a taste that Lu Sheng's taste buds have never experienced before. Apart from Click 1. Lu Sheng bit his teeth and felt very hard and almost broke his teeth. What's the matter? Lu Sheng swallowed the thing with a gull sound, raised his hand, and took a look. There was half a golden beetle-like thing between his thumb and index finger. Several small legs were still struggling wildly. I disappeared from the upper body because I had already reached Lu Sheng's belly. There is also a clear tooth mark on it. Starry cockroach? Lu Sheng suddenly realized that he might have eaten the wrong thing, and suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. But at this time a surge of energy surged out of the body. Hula-yi. The first 10,000 immortal cells in Lu Sheng's body were quietly generated. I'll go. Lu Sheng was surprised. Is this gadget so high in protein? He thought about it, and simply swept the remaining half of the beetle into his mouth. I chewed a little bit of chicken, and then felt the generation of the 102 immortal cells. Bobby! Bobby! At this time, Lu Sheng heard a noisy sound from the door of the lounge. Miss Chiao Chiao, this is our VIP lounge. You can't trespass it, and don't make it difficult for us to do. Aren't I your VIP? I watched Poppy come in, and it must be rolling away inside. After a breath, the door of the VIP lounge where Lu Sheng is located was pushed open heavily from outside. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and looked up. I saw a woman rushing into the lounge in a hurry. The woman wore a high-end battle suit in lilac, with a slim and hot figure, a beautiful face, and a smoother and fairer skin than milk. The long silver wavy hair and purple eyes added her a lot of noble and elegant temperament, which complemented her domineering and arrogant attitude. As soon as the woman rushed into the lounge, her eyes fell on Lu Sheng. Seeing Lu Sheng clearly, he was stunned. It seemed as if he was shocked by Lu Sheng's appearance. Miss Chiao Chiao, Miss Chiao Chiao. Two City Hall staff ran in quickly. You can't trek here. One tried his best to appease the silver-haired woman, and the other kept apologizing to Lu Sheng with a wry smile. Sorry, I'm sorry. The lounge was noisy, and Lu Sheng frowned slightly before he could speak. I saw that the silver-haired woman named Xiao Xiao had already pointed at him and shouted, "It's him! He must have stole my poppy. He had the residual smell of Bobby." "What is poppy?" Lu Sheng stood up, looked straight into the silver-haired woman's eyes, and spoke calmly. The silver-haired woman suddenly panicked under Lu Sheng's gaze, turned her head slightly, and said, "Bobby is a noble crystal phimosis, a pet I have raised for more than 10 years. Crystal eater?" Lu Sheng suddenly thought of the golden beetle that had just been eaten by him. "Is it so big, with many thin legs, golden?" Lu Sheng and the silver-haired woman carefully described the appearance of the golden beetle. "Yes, yes." The silver-haired woman kept nodding, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. "You are talking about Poppy. Where is it?" The woman looked at Lu Sheng urgently. "Have no idea." Lu Sheng shook his head and said with regret, "It just flew to me. I took a quick photo and took it away. I don't know where it flew to. It seems to be that direction." "Yeah." The silver-haired woman ran out quickly in the direction pointed by the sanctuary. Not long after, he ran back again, looked at Lu Sheng with bright eyes and said, "Thank you. Can you meet me? My name is Xiao Xiao. Lu Sheng. Remember, when I find Poppy, I'll treat you to a meal." The silver-haired woman saw the identity card in Lu Sheng's hand, quickly snatched it, and swiped it in her hand, then stuffed it back into Lu Sheng's hand, waved her hand to him, and rushed out of the lounge like wind. "It's a pity that there is no chance." Lu Sheng looked at the woman's back as she left and said to himself, "This woman probably never thought that she would be beaten to death." The pet Bobby she was begging for was already eaten by Lu Sheng. He also helped him produce 2 immortal cells, which were digested so much that he didn't even have any residue left. Lu Sheng didn't have the nerve to tell the truth to the woman. "Mainly, I don't know what to say. I ate your pet as a snack for more than 10 years? This answer is too fucking." "I can only be sorry." Lu Sheng secretly expressed guilt to the silver-haired woman in his heart. "I'm so sorry. I'm disturbing you." 2 City Hall staff members, who followed the silver-haired woman and apologized to Lu Sheng. "It doesn't matter." Lu Sheng waved his hand casually and asked casually, "What is this person's identity? He looks amazing. Isn't that true?" The staff of the City Hall wiped the sweat from their foreheads and smiled bitterly. "Earl's only daughter can be regarded as a famous figure in the entire Jupiter region." "Earl of Starry Sky?" Lu Sheng blinked. "That is indeed amazing. The 11th level law enforcement officer Fal is just the Baron of Stars. The Count is 2 full titles higher than him. No wonder I can't use the City Hall as my back garden." Lu Sheng shook his head, feeling more and more that his decision just now was wise. God knows how precious the gift given to his only daughter by the dignified Starry Earl. Maybe the 10 million black crystal coins that Fal gave him were not enough to pay. After chatting for a few more words, Far's figure appeared at the door of the lounge. "Kama, is it done?" Fal asked him with a smile. "It's done." Lu Sheng walked out and thanked Far. "Thank you, Lord Far." "What I thanked is the love between a 3rd-level citizen and a 10 million black crystal coins." Fal looked casual. "What are you thanking? There is nothing to thank for. Let's go." Lu Sheng followed Far out of the City Hall. When leaving, you can still hear the sound of the silver-haired woman Xiao Xiao in the City Hall building. Lu Sheng casually asked Far, "Do you know what a crystal phenotype is?" Far nodded. "A very magical life body with a gentle temperament, but his strength can grow to level 10, or even level 11 when he becomes an adult. Many Starry Sky nobles like to buy a female relative for their own female relatives. They are a popular pet in the circle of Starry Sky nobles." "Is it expensive?" "Of course. The cheapest crystal phimosis is priced at more than hundreds of millions of black crystal coins. Some bloodlines cherished can match several life planets." What's wrong? Val glanced at him curiously. Why did you suddenly remember to ask this? Hee. Lu Sheng smiled and shook his head. I just heard someone mention it, just ask. Oh. Fair didn't ask much, and soon talked to Lu Sheng about other topics, monos. Lu Sheng's face was calm, but he secretly wiped his cold. Chapter 447 Mystery, The Truth. 1. Schiller raised his arm, and quickly clicked a few times at an instrument similar to a watch. Soon, blue light was projected from the watch, and a large number of text and video catalogs were presented in front of the green-skinned elderly man. The green-skinned elderly man taps the virtual light curtain with his fingers. Large text reports and videos jumped out. His fingers kept clicking, and he browsed very quickly. It took only a few more minutes to finish watching all the text and videos. Is this what you call an action report? The green-skinned old man put down his hand and stared at Schiller. Why did there not be any of the killings of the Red People's group? There are only a few words to explain, Schiller said helplessly. The only videos sent from the Jupiter region are there. We have been urging them to provide it, but they don't know why, so they keep making excuses and say that they will complete this missing part of the information afterwards. The green-skinned old man frowned slightly and said lightly, Now, in front of me, contact the Jupiter Region Law Enforcement Department. Tell them that I need to see this information now. Yes. Schiller nodded and immediately dialed a signal. The signal was dialed to Far, 11th level law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Department of the Jupiter region, and the signal was dialed soon. The communicator shows the appearance of Fall. Schiller enforces the law. Good afternoon. Val smiled and greeted Schiller, feeling quite good. He soon noticed the existence of the green-skinned old man. His smile on his face was restrained, and he saluted the green-skinned old man with a serious look. Hello, dear Law Enforcement Chief Lunan. The green-skinned old man did not speak, Schiller said. Bar, I am reporting to the Law Enforcement Chief of our district to the operation of the roundup of the Red People Pirates. We law enforcement officers need to see immediately the missing part of this action report you provide. Far in the picture was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll send someone here now. After saying that, Far's image disappeared on the communicator. Schiller was stunned for a moment. This was because he unilaterally cut off communication. Their law enforcement chief in Baiwustar district is now on the rise, and Fair actually took the initiative to cut off the communication so quickly. This impolite behavior seems quite abnormal. At this time, Schiller finally realized something was wrong. Val, the law enforcement officer in the Jupiter region, seemed to have been trying hard to hide something from him. I don't want him to know anything, and the Baiwustar District Law Enforcement Department he represents. Ding dong ee. A document from the White Mist Star District Law Enforcement Department was transmitted within 1 minute after Far hung up the communication. Schiller subconsciously glanced at the green-skinned old man. The latter ordered expressionlessly, Click on. Schiller nodded and reached out to open the document. The file is divided into several parts in total. Without the name, Schiller can only click one by one. Click the first file to open, and a video screen will pop up directly. In the picture, a man more than 8,000 meters tall and fierce, standing in a city and destroying it unscrupulously. From the city's specifications, Schiller and Law Enforcement Chief Lunan could see at a glance that this was the surface of a low-level civilized planet. Only a rather low-level civilized star has such backward civilized buildings. It's a terrifying halberd of one of the members of the Red People's group. It's level 10, and it was once. Schiller read out the information about the man in the picture so that Chong Lunan could understand the situation more conveniently. But he had just said a few words, but the scene suddenly changed. I saw a big hand of Dharma image that was tens of thousands of meters suddenly descending from the sky. I grabbed the evil halberd and pinched it to death like a pinching an ant. Immediately afterwards, a young man who described Junwei appeared in the picture. It was obvious that he was the one who had just taken action to wipe out the evil halberd. Have the strength to kill the evil halberd in seconds. Level 11? Schiller stared at the young man Junwei in the picture, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Is he the new law enforcement officer in the Asian Jupiter region? It seems that he has never seen it before. He looked at Lunan in front of him. And Lunan was watching him too. Continue. Lunan spoke calmly. Yes. Schiller suppressed his inner surprise and doubt and clicked on the second document. This file also contains a video. The video shows two people. One has snow-white skin, cold and fierce, while the other has green hair and a rough appearance. It's Ghostia and Flando of the Red Eye Star pirate group. Bees. Schiller is also familiar with the information of the two. He was considering whether to report the information of the two people to Lunan, and strange things have appeared in the picture. The blue stars ahead, the starry sky garbage is prohibited. The extremely huge martial arts figure that had killed the evil halberd appeared again. This time he is even bigger than last time. He stretched out his hands, one by one, pinched the two spacecraft belonging to the Red Pupil Star pirate group, and with a click, he broke the energy barrier outside the two spacecraft. The two spacecraft resisted and fled. At this time, an invisible wave of mental power swept across, and the ghost arrow and green-hair friendo in the picture died without saying a word. The young man Junwei appeared in the previous video again, dragging two spacecraft back to the blue star. Mental power can easily erase level 10. Schiller looked serious and his doubts became more and more. Who is this level 11 strongman? It seems that he has been deliberately protecting this low-level civilized star. Lunan still didn't say anything. Schiller could only click on the third document. This time, two people appear in the picture, one of which is the mysterious Junwei young man they had seen before. The other one is a tall man with scarlet pupils. Chi-Tong, the leader of the Red Pupil Star pirate group, has a peak strength of level 10. Schiller pointed at the latter and said the other party's information, and then he saw Junwei's young man suddenly take action. One punch. He beat Chi-Tong, the leader of the infamous Red Pluto group, to death. At the location where Chi-Tong died, a huge black hole appeared. One time, break the limit combat power. Schiller blurted out, almost certain of the other party's strength in his heart. Level 11. This person is definitely a level 11 strongman. The next fourth video also confirms Schiller's inference. Junwei's young man attacked the Magic Claw spacecraft that the Red Pupil's pirates were riding. Facing the energy beam attack launched by the 11th level Claw spacecraft. The latter directly carried the body hard and then smashed it away with one punch. I clearly have the strength of level 11. Why is the fighting style so good? Schiller thought about it, and finally found a more appropriate word to describe it. So behind? He will choose to take the spaceship attack hard, and he will also use magic to fight at level 11. It reminds people of some popular movies in the Star Zone Federation. One of the strong men who came out of backward civilizations, know nothing about everything in the starry sky. After entering a civilized society for the first time, they even make jokes about using the aircraft as an unknown starry beast. But Schiller couldn't laugh at all now. There was only a deep confusion in his heart. He felt as if he had caught something, but he was not clear. Then he clicked on the next video. In this video, Junwei young man, who has always been the protagonist, is fighting with someone. The man who fought with him. Scalerpo is familiar. It is the 11th level law enforcement officer of the Asian Jupiter region, FAR. Chapter 448 The Unbearable Truth. Today is such a good day. 2. Schiller stared at the fierce battles in the picture, with a hint of moving look in his eyes. Even Far isn't his opponent? In the picture, Junwei young man is in a state of a sharp figure, with his left knife and right fist, and he forced Fair to be at a disadvantage. But this is not the part that surprised Schiller the most. What surprised him the most was one by one. This person is not from the law enforcement department of the Jupiter region. Then who is he? Why did he attack Qitong's Star Pirate Group? Why did it help the law enforcement department encircle and suppress the Red Pluto Group? Schiller's heart is full of mystery. Combined with Far's abnormal behavior before, it filled his heart like thick fog. It made him extremely eager to know the answer. But every time Schiller lifts away the thick fog and gets closer to the truth, he feels inexplicably frightened. Only the last file is left. Schiller looked at the law enforcement officer Lenon. Lenon looked at him coldly with expressionless face. "Open it, Schiller." Schiller nodded and gently tapped the last document. This time, what jumped out of the file was no longer a video. It's a textual material. A line of text descriptions is provided above the information. This operation was helped by the indigenous people of the Blue Star No. A 28462 Baiwu Star District. A 28462 Aboriginal Star of Blue Star? Schiller was stunned when he saw this line of words. A figure suddenly flew across his mind. The figure of the young man in the previous video. He is an indigenous star on a 28462 Blue Star? Schiller almost subconsciously rejected this idea. Impossible. How could a level 11 be born on a low-level civilized star, a 1 by 1? Before Schiller could finish his words, when he saw the information below, the rest of the words stuck in his throat and couldn't say a word. Name, Lu Sheng. Age, 21. Strength, level 9. Identity, first-class resource star indigenous star in the original Baiwu Star District A28462. Currently a third-level citizen of the Asian Jupiter region. Note: the combat power is comparable to that of the 11th level strongman, and he is confirmed to have extremely powerful extraordinary life constitution. The level of extraordinary life constitution is unknown, and it is estimated that it will be above the Sun. Potential level, SSS. Buzz 1 by 1. After reading the full information, Schiller's pupils contracted violently, and he seemed to have been hit hard by something. First, it trembled violently, and then it freezes on the spot. Marriage power is level 9, and combat power is comparable to level 11. 21. First level resource star indigenous star origin. The level of extraordinary life constitution is estimated to be above the Sun. Potential level, SSS. Every word, is like a sharp sword piercing Schiller's heart. At this moment, the mist in Schiller's heart finally dissipated. He finally figured it out. No wonder this Junwei young man clearly does not belong to a member of the adjusted law enforcement department, but helped the law enforcement department encircle Qitong. He is not helping the law enforcement department at all, but helping himself. He is protecting his mother star. He was originally born on the first-level resource star that was invaded by Qitong. He has never appeared on the planet, and his first stage into the starry sky. No wonder Fowl made several excuses, and was reluctant to hand over the key information in the action report. In addition, he forcibly took away 2 people who were affiliated with their Baiwu Star District Law Enforcement Department and Resources Department on the grounds of recording confessions. He had already planned everything. He had been deliberately delaying time, hoping to bring this indigenous genius named Lu Sheng back to the Jupiter region before we find out something wrong. Schiller gritted his teeth and looked at the words. Extraordinary life constitution predicted 1 by 1 day, displayed on the information, and his eyes almost burst into flames. No wonder Fowl was so readily giving out 1/3 of his credit to share. No wonder he quit the communication as soon as he saw the chief enforcement officer Lenon. Falth is guilty. the first-class resource star indigenous star of the original Baiwu Star District A28462, and now the third-class citizen of the Asian Jupiter Zone. Schiller pronounced the words, original, and present, and almost shattered the back teeth. A super genius who can fight against level 11 at level 9. A monster with an extraordinary life constitution suspected to be at Japanese level. Such a top elite talent comparable to the treasure of the starry sky can hardly produce a pure jade for tens of thousands of years. In this way, I passed by their Baiwu Star Zone. Under Schiller's nose, he became a person from the Asian Jupiter region. Schiller had a depressed breath blocked his chest, and he almost spurted out an old blood. He finally got the truth he wanted to know. But this truth is a heavy burden that he cannot bear at all. Buzzing one by one, there were waves in the void that made Schiller feel palpitations. Schiller looked up suddenly, facing the cold eyes of the law enforcement officer Lunan, who were almost unfeeling. Schiller law enforcement. Lunan spoke calmly. But under this calmness, it seems that the volcanic magma is about to erupt. Please, flowers. I think. Lunan looked at Schiller and said word by word. You are no longer suitable for the law enforcement position now, and you should take a good vacation for a while. Well? Schiller opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, there was no word. He seemed to have been drained of all the strength in his body in an instant, and bowed his head dejectedly, nodded with a bitter expression. Yes, respectful law enforcement officer. Let's take a few days off here for now. You are lucky. Recently, our Tianfa Academy in the Asia Jupiter region is recruiting new people. I will take you to test your potential in person. The level of extraordinary life constitution. Fair said to Lu Sheng in front of a luxurious building. 0. Lu Sheng nodded, noticed Fair's expression, and couldn't help but speak. The law enforcement officer seems to be in a good mood. Yeah. Far was stunned, then nodded with a smile. It's something good happened. Oh, by the way, Lu Sheng, I have reported all your outstanding performance in the operation to encircle the Red Pluto team. It will probably take you not long before the reward will be given. It won't disappoint you. Thank you, Lord Far. Lu Sheng thanked Far, and then walked into the hotel behind him called Aurora Star. As he watched Lu Sheng enter, the smile on Fair's face magnified bit by bit. Ding 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 il ding il 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 The communicator sounded on his wrist, and Far glanced at the contact and clicked on it with a smile. Soon, a tall and majestic figure appeared in the communicator. Far, you did a great job this time. Very good. Come and find me. I'll wait for you in the office. Okay, Chief of Enforcement. Far hung up the communication, and the smile on his face became brighter. It seems that my decision this time is really wise. Far is in a great mood. Even when he walked onto the aircraft, he couldn't help but hum an ancient song about his hometown mother star. Ski percent hashtag Ewan hashtag Ewan11. Translation 11. Today is such a good day. What a good day. I did come late today because today is my birthday. Is Far's little song suitable for the time being? Today is a great day, haha. Chapter 449 Four Types of Human Race. The Dark Spacecraft Monopoly 3. The hotel that Val booked for Lu Sheng seems to be one of the best hotels in the entire ninth planet region. After entering, I saw a sparkling blue sea. Above my head is a cloudless sky. An extremely fresh air comes to you. In the distance, you can see a counter standing between the sea and the sky. Lu Sheng walked towards the counter, feeling relaxed and happy. Soon we got closer. He saw a beautiful woman with dark blue skin standing in front of the counter, a bit like the nebula in the Galaxy Guard in his previous life. After entering the starry sky, Lu Sheng had seen too many strange races along the way, and he had long been used to it. He had figured it out long ago. The division of races in the starry sky is divided into 4 categories. One is of his appearance, and is called the standard human race. The standard human race has the largest number in the starry sky, and the largest number of ethnic groups. The standard human race is going upwards, which is the superhuman race. This type of human race has a certain difference between appearance and standard human race, but the difference is not big, and it tends to be more perfect and more beautiful. For example, Lu Sheng, Z, Yuan, group, Bei Yu's, transfer, the blue-skinned woman in front of her is probably a superhuman human race. There is also Qiao Qiao, the daughter of Earl of Sith, who Lu Sheng had met in the city hall before, who is definitely a superhuman human. So maybe law enforcement officer Fowl. Then, there is the corresponding human-like human race, which can also be called subhuman-like human race. Of course, the latter has a bit of a derogatory feeling. For example, the old dwarf Dodd in the city hall is a typical subhuman type. The last category is the inhuman human race, with strange looks. Because many of these groups did not grow in the aesthetic points of the starry sky human race, they were once positioned as aliens and monsters, and were not included in the starry sky human race. Several large protests followed. More than 100,000 years ago, the Starry Sky Federation finally included it in the Starry Sky human race, and had the right to register as a legal citizen of the Starry Sky. There is no distinction between high and low in the Starry Sky law. But in fact, there is still a big difference in the eyes of most people. Dear Mr. Lu Sheng, your room is ready for you. I will take you there now, the blue-skinned front desk said to Lu Sheng with a smile. She walked out from behind the counter, and Lu Sheng saw that there was a bare tail growing behind her, but the tail swayed in front of Lu Sheng, giving him the urge to reach out and grab it. Please here. The beautiful blue-skinned front desk led Lu Sheng to the direction of the sea-sky junction in the distance. She stopped after walking a few steps. That's it. A white ball of light rose from under the sea. Lu Sheng suddenly realized that the hotel room was similar to the room he lived in the Silver Bird spacecraft. They are all a room background environment that operates light balls and changes at will. Lu Sheng lived in the Silver Bird spacecraft for more than a month, and had been familiar with the use of the light cars in the room, and there was no doubt about it. If you have any needs, please let me know at any time. The blue-skinned front desk shook its bare tail and blinked at Lu Sheng with a smile. Our hotel provides special services. Lu Sheng was silent for a moment and said, There is really one. Mr. Lu Sheng, please say. The tail of the blue-skinned front desk suddenly shaking happily. But Lu Sheng turned a blind eye and said, I want to withdraw some cash. Well, it's the black crystal coin energy block. How much do you want to get? 5 million. Lu Sheng thought about it, and Fowl left 10 million in his identity card, and he took out 5 million to practice for his usual practice. Okay. The blue-skinned front desk recorded what Lu Sheng said and said, Are there any other requirements? Her big dark blue eyes seemed to have a bit of inexplicable urgency and desire. What a pity. Lu Sheng is the most exemplary good man on the entire Blue Star. There is none left. Lu Sheng shook his head. All right. The blue-skinned front desk nodded in disappointment and left. A few minutes later, she and the counter disappeared into the sea and sky world. Lu Sheng controlled the light ball in the room and turned the surrounding environment into the appearance of his own community. Then bring up a chair and sit down at will. This should be the real assets of Qi Tong and others. Lu Sheng spread his palms out, and there were a few more black cards in his palm. It's a bit similar to the citizenship card he received from the city hall, but he couldn't retrieve any information from it. It's impossible for anyone to die, so I can't withdraw the money. Sheng was a little disappointed. He got the bank card of Chi Tong and others, but he didn't know the password, and it seemed useless. He gathered the rest of the storage space again, thought about it, and made a decision. Sell part of it. I can't use a lot of things, and I also need money to buy what I really need. For example, a spacecraft. For example, advanced combat suits. Just go out for a walk. Sheng stood up, cleaned up a little, and walked out of the room. After leaving the house, it was still the same street. Sheng watched someone walk into the hotel, but what he showed was a different scene. I couldn't help but secretly sigh in my heart about the power of higher civilization and the mastery of space technology, so I turned to a communicator to get a taxi. Soon, a light red aircraft stopped in front of him. Sheng got in and reported a location for the unmanned aircraft in the universal terms, and the aircraft automatically drove to the destination. 2 hours later, Sheng came out of a store that specializes in purchasing weapons and equipment materials. A tall, thin and slightly similar to a bamboo worm chased him out, and kept saying good things. But Sheng turned a blind eye and left on his own. Seeing Sheng walking away completely, the strange man in the starry sky, like a bamboo worm, stopped, glanced at Sheng's back angrily, muttered a few words in some unknown local dialect, turned around and walked back into the store. Do you really think I'm a 2.4 fool? You want to collect all of them with so many things, 1 million black crystal coins? Sheng wandered the street with a calm expression. He walked through several stores in a row and found that these aliens, who were doing business, were darker than the other. There are so many materials in the Sheng space storage bracelet. There are no less than 6 sets of cold weapons above level 10, and the highest bid is less than 1.2 million black crystal coins. Forget it, I won't sell it anymore. Let's look for Far and ask him to help deal with it. Sheng simply stopped this idea and thought, let's see what you want to buy. He raised his head and looked at an extremely luxurious and atmospheric building not far ahead. There is a spacecraft sign hanging at the entrance of the building, and the signatures are displayed in common text of the universe. Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he walked straight towards the entrance of the building. Chapter 450 Silver Shuttler, Encountering Qiao Qiao by Chance, 1/6. The building is quite spacious and empty, and there is a hall after entering. The hall is bright, and there are booths. A spacecraft is suspended on each booth. It looked like a model, the size of a car, and many people shuttled between these booths and stopped. Sales staff wearing the unified uniforms of Do Dark Spaceship Monopoly, explaining to people the performance and price of each spacecraft. Overall, it looks no different from the Four Sun store on Blue Star. Sheng saw a family of 4 standing in front of a booth not far from him. A middle-aged man as the head of the family was saying to the salesperson, We want to buy a small aircraft, mainly for our family to travel and play. Just be able to go back and forth within a few light years and support short-distance space jumps. The women standing next to the man, as well as 2 children, one older and one younger, were quite excited, and everyone's face was filled with expectation. Sheng was quite moved when he saw it. The appearance of this family of 4 reminded him of his family, which was the same when their family bought the first car. The family went to the Four Sun store for several days, and finally made up their minds to buy a household scooter worth more than 80,000 yuan. After buying the car, the whole family was excited for 14 weeks. Sheng's look of watching and scanning the hall quickly attracted the attention of the salesman in the store. A female salesman in a spaceship in a pink uniform walked towards him quickly. Do you want to buy a spaceship? Female salesmen are typical standard humans, with graceful figure and beautiful appearance. A pair of light orange eyes looked up and down Lu Sheng without any trace, and a passionate and bright smile appeared on his face. "Tea and dessert, dumb!" the female salesman shouted behind her, and soon a robot walked up with a full of snacks and tea. In the entire first-floor lobby, there are almost few such treatments, and many people looked to Lu Sheng. Then, there were pairs of eyes with envy and awe. Lu Sheng was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it, he quickly figured it out. He was extraordinary in appearance, and was wearing the level 10 combat uniform given by Faye. It is mainly a level 10 combat uniform. Putting it on the blue star is like walking around wearing a top-notch brand. No matter how you look like a rich man, it would be strange if he doesn't attract attention. It is a good thing to be able to receive special treatments. Lu Sheng was not vague and directly told the female salesperson what he wanted. "I want to buy a small family spacecraft. It has high safety and comfort, and can operate long-distance flights of more than 500 light-years." The female salesman's eyes flashed, and the smile on her face became brighter. "Understand, respectful sir. The aircraft displayed on the first floor does not meet your requirements. Please follow me to the second floor." "Good." Lu Sheng followed the female salesman to the second floor of the building, and the robot, who served the tea, followed. When he arrived at the second floor, Lu Sheng found that there were much fewer people here than on the first floor. There are many types and styles of spacecraft, and compared with the exhibition hall below, it is obviously more advanced. "This is the mid to high-end exhibition hall of our store. I will take you here first. If you are not satisfied, there is a higher-level spaceship exhibition hall upstairs." As he said that, the female salesperson pointed to a light silver spacecraft model that looked like a frisbee and introduced to Lu Sheng. "This is the Silver Shuttler spacecraft that our company focuses on this quarter. 3.0 horsepower, which can support long-distance space jumps. The comfort is first class, and the entire spacecraft is made of magic silver." Do customers know about the machine guards of the Magic Silver series? It's just a material. The defense can reach level 11, and the offensiveness is also good. If you encounter a small group of star pirates or a small meteorite group, you can directly smash it through it. The female salesman talked happily, and Lu Sheng was quite moved to hear it, so he asked, "How much does this spacecraft cost?" The female salesman smiled and said, "The official guide price is 80 million black crystal coins, but I can get you a discount of up to 5 points. How about it? Is it very cost-effective?" "Ha ha, it's very good." Lu Sheng couldn't smile. Damn, he guessed that the spacecraft would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Any small spacecraft with a level 10 cost 80 million black crystal coins. The little money he has in his hands is not enough to even pay a down payment. This price is almost catching up with a low-level life planet. I knew that the most valuable thing in the Red Pupil Star Pirate group was those spacecraft. If the reward Fowl won me is less than a few 100 million, I will be anxious with him. Lu Sheng couldn't afford it, but he was not panicked at all and continued to let the female salesperson introduce other spacecraft one by one. Anyway, he will buy it sooner or later, so he could understand it thoroughly now. Just as Lu Sheng was wandering between the spaceship booths with the female salesperson, suddenly, a voice sounded behind Lu Sheng. "Oh, it's you!" Lu Sheng obviously felt that the voice was speaking to him, so he turned around and looked at it. A woman with long silver hair and delicate appearance stood behind her, looking at herself in surprise. "It's you!" Lu Sheng recognized the other party's identity and was a little surprised. It was the woman he met in the town hall, Miss Jojo, the daughter of Earl of Sith. Lu Sheng accidentally ate her crystal-eating insect, so he was deeply impressed by her. "Why are you here?" Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. "Are you here to buy the spaceship?" Xiao Qiao also has a deep impression of Lu Sheng, mainly because Lu Sheng has a very outstanding appearance and temperament. Even in the starry sky full of high races, he can be regarded as outstanding. It is hard to remember one in a million. Yes, I want to buy a spaceship for transportation. Is the Sir a 550 friend of Miss Xiao Qiao? The female salesman's eyes were glowing, and the eyes of Lu Sheng suddenly reached a higher level. A person who can meet the daughter of Count Sith obviously will not be simple either. A big customer, a real big customer. Lu Sheng nodded, and then chatted with Xiao Qiao casually. What a coincidence! Why are you here too? I accompanied my brother to see the spaceship, and he was more interested in these. Have you found your pet Poppy? Why? At the same time, in the exhibition hall on the third floor, a young man with a calm expression was standing in front of a booth. The young man dresses well, has a handsome appearance and noble temperament. Behind him were 2 guards with deep breath and sharp eyes, and 7 or 8 excellent female salesmen served him with various refreshments and snacks. The person who introduced the spaceship in front of him was also a supervisor-level figure in Dunnan. From every angle, the extraordinary identity of the silver-haired young man can be shown. 700 million? After listening to the supervisor's introduction, the silver-haired young man nodded and said casually, Then let's do this one. Okay, thank you young Master Milton for your support for our Dark Fairy. The spacecraft will be delivered to your residence today. Hearing the decision of the silver-haired young man, the fat face of the supervisor Duan was almost smiling, and he seemed extremely attentive. Chapter 451 People in the world are as cold as clouds. Damn it, I still can't bear it. 2-6. The female salesmen, who served around him, were even more angry. If it weren't for the guards around the silver-haired young man, they would have wanted to stick to the other party. Don't send it here, just give me the key. I'm going to send this spaceship to someone, so someone will naturally come to pick it up when the time comes. The silver-haired young man said casually. This sentence was another explosive kill for Duan's supervisors and salesmen. Everyone was gasping in their hearts. A spaceship worth 700 million was used to give it to people? That is, the son of the Earl of the Sith family can do such a big deal. Think more deeply. Milton, son of Earl of Sith, spent a lot of money and gave away a spaceship of 700 million. The identity of the recipient of the gift is even more unimaginable. No matter how shocked it is, the things in the upper aristocratic circle are not something that their small spaceship sales and supervisors can speculate on. I'll go and handle the procedures for you now. The supervisor asked several salesmen to take good care of the silver-haired young men, and turned around and left in a hurry. The silver-haired young Milton looked at the spaceship model in front of him casually, with a look of satisfaction on his face. I heard that this latest black hole predator who loves collecting spacecraft should be considered as his wish. This time, the one who rarely comes to the Asian Jupiter region, but you must seize the opportunity and get along with him. If he could get his thread, it would not only be good for me, but also for my father, but also for the entire Sith family. Milton thought to himself. Suddenly I remembered something and looked up and searched around. Where is Jojo? Milton asked. An escort stepped forward and whispered a few times in Milton's ear. Milton frowned slightly and quickly walked to the center of the third-floor exhibition hall. There is a huge decorative void here, and you can clearly see the situation on the second floor. In Milton's sight, Jojo was seen talking happily with a young man. From Milton's perspective, you can see the almost perfect side face of the young man. Milton's eyes flashed. Who is that person? The guard behind him stepped forward and quickly reported the other party's information. Milton listened expressionlessly, but his eyes became colder. He thought for a while and said, Follow me down. Yes. Relax, maybe Poppy just felt bored and went out to play. Maybe I will come back in 2 days. Hope. Xiao Qiao pouted, still looking a little depressed. Lu Sheng didn't know what to say. He wanted to end the conversation with Xiao Qiao several times, but he was repeatedly taken over by Xiao Qiao and never found a suitable opportunity. Xiao Qiao kept talking to anyone for a long time, as if she hadn't spoken well with anyone. I guess there aren't many true friends around me. Xiao Qiao gave Lu Sheng the feeling that she was like a beautiful flower in the greenhouse that had never experienced any storms. On some levels, it is somewhat similar to Fiona, the daughter of the Silver Crown Martial Saint. But compared with Fiona, Jojo's identity is obviously much more noble. The more this happens, the more Lu Sheng wants to stay away from the other party. The more precious the flower blooms, the more ferocious the gardener guarding it is. I don't know how many people who have tried to get close to me have driven away the cold iron hoe. In fact, Lu Sheng already felt a little danger. While he was talking to Xiao Qiao, there were always a pair of eyes on his back on the 3rd floor, giving him a little uncomfortable feeling. Jojo! At this time, a voice sounded in the lobby on the 2nd floor. Lu Sheng turned his head quietly and looked at it. He saw a group of people walking down the stairs on the 3rd floor, among which was surrounded by a young man with noble temperament all over his body. The young man's appearance is 2 or 3 points similar to Xiao Qiao. Why? Lu Sheng sighed lightly in his heart. Elder brother. Xiao Qiao responded, then smiled and said to Lu Sheng, My brother is here. I will introduce you to you. Milton, who was full of stars, soon came to the two of them. Jojo introduced happily. Milton, my brother. This is Lu Sheng, a friend I met not long ago. Hello. Milton smiled softly and stretched out a hand to Lu Sheng. Being polite, Lu Sheng also reached out to hold his hand and shook it with him. After the two met, Milton immediately said to Xiao Qiao, Jojo, I just heard someone talking about a golden crystal worm that no one wants on the 3rd floor. Poppy? Xiao Qiao's beautiful eyes lit up suddenly. Who knows? Maybe. Milton smiled. Where? Where? Take me there. When Xiao Qiao heard that it was her beloved pet, she immediately became anxious. Take the lady. Milton ordered a guard beside him, who nodded in understanding. Sorry, Lu Sheng, I have to go up and have a look. You and my brother will chat for a while. I will be back soon. Xiao Qiao and Lu Sheng greeted each other and immediately ran to the 3rd floor with the guard. Lu Sheng watched Xiao Qiao leave, turned around and saw Milton's cold face again. A mud-leg who came out of a low-level resource star relied on some talent to hold the thigh of a level 11 law enforcement officer. Did you just put your ideas on our Sith family? Milton looked down at Lu Sheng coldly, saying word by word, Don't let me see you again, a lowly life species. If I knew that you would meet Xiao Qiao again, whether it was intentional or unintentional, you, the law enforcer you think you are your backer, and your humble mother star, will completely disappear into the universe. After saying that, Milton did not give Lu Sheng any chance to speak, so he turned around and left. Before Lu Sheng could react, a man with the sign, Senior Sales Manager of Dun Spaceships, on his chest immediately walked up to him and said coldly, Sorry, sir, you have made our big customers dissatisfied. You are no longer welcome here, and I'm afraid you have to invite you out. Lu Sheng stood there. It took only a few minutes from Milton's appearance to his death order to be expelled from the secret. When Lu Sheng saw the female salesman with beautiful orange eyes, who was entertaining him before, he was pulled aside and lowered his head, as if he was receiving scolding. The exhibition hall, which was full of enthusiasm just now, has become cold-eyed everywhere, even the robots that have been following him. They all took back the tea and desserts held in the machine's hands. Final. Lu Sheng's statue was like a pile of garbage and was politely invited out of the building. Hui. Lu Sheng stood at the entrance of the building, looked at the cold building, and breathed lightly. It's too realistic. He just said a few words to Qiao Qiao, but he said it passively. He expected that the gardeners who protected the delicate flowers in the greenhouse would be mean, cold, and rude. Quan Qian, but I didn't expect that I was so unreasonable. I've also threatened me. How long has it been since I was threatened? Forget it, I guess I have encountered too many people who have different intentions for Qiao Qiao. It is understandable that Qiao Qiao will not be hurt. After all, it's a starry sky-rich family. I'm a newcomer, so it's not easy to take action, otherwise, as Milton said, whether it's fall or blue star, they will be in trouble. Isn't it just that someone regrets and insults? I, Lu Sheng, shoulders the supreme mission of saving a universe. How could I not even bear this little humiliation and grievance? People in the world look at me coldly like clouds, and they pass by smile. Lu Sheng walked towards the direction of leaving the building, comforting himself while walking. After walking hundreds of meters away, Lu Sheng suddenly stopped. His face was very calm, and his eyes were very calm. Standing quietly, thinking silently for a while, Lu Sheng suddenly whispered to himself, "Damn it, I still can't bear it." After saying that, he turned around and walked back towards the building. Chapter 452 Milton, are you still human? 3/6. Brother, they never talked about Poppy. Is that so? Maybe I heard it wrong. You know, eavesdropping on other people's conversations is an impolite act. What about Lu Sheng? Why did Lu Sheng leave too? He seemed to have something urgent, so he left in a hurry. Really or not? Milton and Jojo walked out of the building surrounded by a group of people. 2 silver-gray aircraft were already at the door. Qiao Qiao's mouth pouted slightly, and walked into an aircraft with some unhappiness. It's like this every time. Don't think I don't know anything. Humph. Next time I see your friend, can I treat him to a meal? Milton coaxed Jojo. Qiao Qiao ignored him, and quickly walked into the aircraft. Aren't you with me? Milton shouted at Jojo. I don't want to. I'm going home. Qiao Qiao closed the door of the aircraft vigorously. Milton shook his head. Qiao Qiao doesn't know now, and sooner or later she will understand that everything they do is for her own good. Send the lady back. Milton gently ordered the guards around him. The latter nodded and quickly followed. Milton led his men into another aircraft. Drive. The luxurious aircraft full of high-end feels slowly sailing, shuttling smoothly between the city's tracks. Milton sat in the back row of the inner cabin of the aircraft, quietly playing with the spacecraft control key in his hand. Do you know when Lan Che will arrive? 113 Milton asked a guard opposite him. The 11th level guard lowered his head like a loyal dog and quickly replied, Land at Pier 001 at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Remind me to welcome you in advance. Milton paused and continued, Let Jojo go together. Mrs. sighed. The guard's face showed a hesitation. Just say it was my father's order, Milton said coldly without any doubt. The noble daughter of the Star Earl's family has been growing up in a greenhouse for more than 20 years, and it is time to grow up. Qiao Qiao has seen too few people. Having seen a top-notch and excellent life form as Lan Che, she will not be interested in anyone else in the future, Milton said, gently holding the half-moon-shaped key in his hand, saying with contempt and mocking, I don't know where the mud legs came out of a corner, relying on their good appearance, are like climbing up to the big tree of my Sith family. Encounter by chance? Do you really think everyone is as simple as Qiao Qiao? Snort. The guards remained silent and listened quietly. The aircraft flew smoothly. At this moment, there was a sudden boom, and the aircraft trembled violently, making a harsh roar. What's going on? Milton sat up straight in an instant and asked majestically. The guard sitting opposite him, Beck, jumped up and quickly opened the exterior sunroof of the aircraft. Suddenly, the bulkhead inside the aircraft became blurred and transparent, presenting an external scene. Just as I saw the outside scene clearly, Milton and his guard's pupils shrank violently. In the sky opposite their aircraft, an extremely dazzling stream of light flew quickly towards this side. 1/1000th of a blink of an eye is approaching. A black blade appeared in the stream of light. The blade emits a circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye. The ripples were extremely terrifying, with a sharp aura that split the sky, aimed at the aircraft, and slashed it hard. "Young master, be careful!" Milton's 11th level guard roared and rushed towards Milton Tiger directly. But it seems to be a step slower. The invisible knife wave has penetrated the aircraft's blockage and has, swish, across the entire aircraft. Ka-ka-ka-kai. Accompanied by a slight rupture. The luxurious silver-gray aircraft splits smoothly in half from the center position. The entire aircraft was dug up like a watermelon, and the people inside were completely exposed to the air. Milton sat stiffly on the chair, watching the seat on the other side of his body slide downward and downward to the side. He was completely confused, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Fear and horror came late, and like a tide, it surged wildly from the bottom of his heart. A little bit. Just a little bit. He died. Boom! A cold murderous intent that was as solid as the essence fell from the sky, pulling Milton back to reality from the loss of consciousness. "Milton, you force my beloved pet pig beast, and you even brutally kill it. Today, I will avenge my star pet pig sect and kill you thousands of swords." The voices filled with anger and murderous intent rumbled over the city like thunder. Countless aircraft stopped, countless people looked up and looked at the scene in horror. Milton was stunned again when he looked at the middle-aged man with a murderous intent, a thin and ordinary appearance in front of him. Killing a pig or beast? What's the thing? But before he could react, the figure had already slashed at him again. The terrifying sword light appeared again, and the black sword wave visible to the naked eye, with a huge murderous intent, tore open the void in an instant and attacked directly. Asshole. The guard beside Milton roared and rushed forward directly. Do you know who you are ramming against? Milton's guard was also level 11. He had already put on a pair of black boxing gloves on his hands at some point, and a flashing blocked Milton. Put your hands together and resist the sword light tightly. But his face changed quickly, and the horror of the black sword light was far beyond his expectations. Not only does it have the power to tear the void, but it also has the power to break the limit at one time, but it is even more powerful. The spiritual wave light contained in the sword light, carrying the power of terrifying cutting and shock. Just as soon as he came into contact, the 11th level guard's body was in need, and scarlet blood came out of the 7th middle school. At this time, the middle-aged man with great murderous intention slashed out with another knife. Get out. I'm looking for revenge on Milton. Who blocks it? Who will die? Boom. The 11th level guard was slashed hard by the sword light later, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew to where he flew. Then the middle-aged man shook his body and appeared in front of Milton. Before Milton could react, he reached out to pinch his neck and lifted him up. Milton, when you were trying to win my pig beast, you should have expected today. The middle-aged man stared at Milton with cold eyes. Do you know how many years the pig beast has been with me? 150 years. A full 150 years. She is already an old sow. Why don't you let her go? Are you still human? Milton. The middle-aged man grabbed Milton and almost yelled against his face. The sound was so loud that almost everyone in this area heard it. The battle between the 11th level strong men has attracted a lot of people to come out to watch. Hearing these words, there was an uproar below, and many people quickly took out their communicators to shoot. The strong anger and sadness contained in the man's words continued to spread, with the powerful spiritual fluctuations emitted from him, deeply infecting everyone around him. Many people almost couldn't help but cry and accuse Milton of it. Grass. Even the 150-year-old pig Luo beast is unwilling to let go. Is this guy still a human? I look so pretty, but I didn't expect that I am such a person inside. Pooh! This kind of person should be sent to the garbage star. Kill him! Kill this beast! For a moment, the crowd was infuriated and countless eyes gathered at Milton. Milton was strangled by the middle-aged man and could not say a word. He was almost suppressed by the terrifying murderous intent and power emitted from the other party. I heard all kinds of curses in my ears again. Shocked, angry, aggrieved, and pitiful. If it weren't for the neck being stuck, there would be almost a mouthful of old blood spraying out of his mouth. Damn it! When did I become a 150-year-old sow? Civil. Chapter 453. Why are you yelling so loudly? You are very arrogant. 4-6. The angry middle-aged man vented his inner emotions and returned to peace. He looked up at the sky 45 degrees, with deep sadness in his eyes and low murmurs in his mouth. Little pig, rest in peace. I will kill this beast immediately and avenge you. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this beast! Countless onlookers shouted loudly, and everyone looked at Milton with anger. In this tsunami of mountains and rivers, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Milton, and he said calmly, "It's all over. Milton Nicholas, repent to your mistakes in endless pain and death." Milton, who was in a state of depression, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this sentence, and he struggled violently. "Wait and wait. Don't kill me first. I have something to say." Milton's whole body surged, amid strong reluctance. He burst out with unparalleled potential, and the bloodline of the Sith family also shone with unprecedented light at this moment. Burn the small universe. Finally, a miracle happened. The terrifying 11th level pressure belonging to the middle-aged man actually showed a little loosening under Milton's struggle. Milton didn't let the opportunity slip away. He got a little breath. He tried his best to gain all his vitality in this gap. He shouted loudly at the top of his voice, "My name is Milton Sith." Milton's voice resounded throughout the city, and the angry voices below were suppressed in an instant. Milton shouted this sentence, and suddenly felt the power on his neck relaxed a lot. The middle-aged man in front of him was stunned for a moment, and he leaned his body a little closer, asking in disbelief, "What did you say your name?" "My name is Milton Sith." "Speak louder and repeat." Milton yelled again, "My name is Milton Sith. I am the son of the Earl of Sith, Milton Sith." Milton's voice this time was louder and clearer than last time. This time, not only everyone below heard it, but even the people in the next city heard it clearly. "It's okay." The middle-aged man showed a look of satisfaction on his face, but he quickly restrained himself, as if he had never appeared before. His expression became serious, and he said to Milton seriously, "Is that true? Are you sure you are Milton Sith? Is there anything to prove? I'll show you my ID card." Milton quickly called out his identity card information. The middle-aged man glanced casually, nodded, and then said to Milton apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I recognized the wrong person." In the distance, the sound of the patrol spacecraft began to come. There is also a powerful aura of more than one level 11. The middle-aged man glanced into the distance, without saying nonsense, and left a word. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. I went to find the real Milton Nicholas to take revenge. I will treat you to a meal next time I have the chance." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in a flash. Hoo-ee-ee! Milton breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of glory after the disaster. This fact is really ridiculous. Someone actually admitted his mistake, and another Milton, and came to seek revenge. Fortunately, no accidents happened. Everything ended safely. The ancestors of the Sith family blessed. Milton said silently in his heart. Seeing that the farce was about to end, suddenly, a voice sounded. Milton Sith, son of Count Sith. I found it, it's him. Milton looked in the voice, and found that there were countless onlookers below, all of whom were looking at him with an indescribable look of contempt and indignation. He pointed at him. Damn, it's hard to imagine that the son of the Earl did such a thing. I have heard that some upper-class nobles have special hobbies. I have never believed them. I didn't expect that they were real. Even the 150-year-old pig's trick is too ecstasy. I'm so angry that I feel cold. Milton was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly came to his senses, and quickly explained to everyone. You guys got it wrong. I'm not that Milton. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by onlookers. A passerby with a sense of justice jumped out and pointed at Milton and said loudly, Don't argue. You are Milton. You just admitted it. Roared twice. Still shouting loudly. Yes. Everyone heard it. Please, flowers. That's it. Why are you yelling so loudly? Are you still afraid that we can't hear it clearly? You are very arrogant. You yelled twice, and you still yelled so loudly. Milton recalled everything he had just experienced. The middle-aged man came to seek revenge and called Milton first. At that time, the onlookers didn't know who he was and who Milton was. Later, in order to prove his innocence, he shouted out his name. Oh, now, everyone knows that he is the son of the Earl of Sith, Milton Sith. But the middle-aged man admitted that he had recognized the wrong person very lightly, and no one heard it at all. After Milton thought about this, perhaps people in the entire Jupiter region would determine that he was a 150-year-old sow. 0. My eyes turned dark, and I almost fainted on the spot. What's the matter with grass mud horses? Milton yelled in grief. Ka-ka-ka-kai. In a corner of the city, the middle-aged man who had just made a big fuss in the city made a series of crisp sounds. The body shape changed, and he turned into Lu Sheng in a flash. Lu Sheng twisted his neck and looked at the noisy city in the distance, with a look of extreme relaxation and satisfaction on his face. This idea is quite clear. He changed his body shape and used projection to simulate another kind of temperament fluctuation, using only the 11th level of mental power and the power of killing that had not been used for a long time. The image of a mysterious avenger was perfectly constructed. Then he made a big fuck Milton. He took out the communicator, connected to the starry sky network of the Jupiter region, and casually entered the name Milton Sith. The search results already include information such as, the Earl's son is inhumane and has unique hobbies. Lu Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said intimately, It's great. That's the real way to solve the problem. Revenge is not overnight. It has both strength and means. This is much more relieved than simply beating Milton. Shenger, you are getting better and better. Lu Sheng couldn't help but praise himself. The depression in his chest swept away, and he walked happily towards the hotel where he lived. On the way, I couldn't help but dial the signal from Dong Qingxue and share my joy with her. Wife, I'm in a good mood today. 9. Chapter 454 Tianwei Academy, 30 years from Hedong to Hishi. Don't bully the young and poor. 5 out of 6. A few days later, on a special aircraft of the Law Enforcement Department, Lu Sheng and Law Enforcement Officer Fair sat opposite each other. Far is presenting to him about the trip to the destination. Tianfa Academy is the highest institution of learning in every star area. and only recruits the most talented martial arts geniuses. Once recruited by Tianfa Academy, you will be able to enjoy the best resources, treatment, and inheritance in the entire star area. It is no exaggeration to say that every member of the Tianfa Academy is not inferior to the Starry Sky Noble, who has the title of Viscount in terms of status. Because every student who graduated from Tianfa Academy has the worst martial arts achievements and is also at level 11. And it's not an ordinary 11th level. Lu Sheng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is Lord Fair a student from Tianfa Academy?" Far shook his head. "That would be great. My qualifications are not outstanding. I participated in the selection of Tianwei Academy and was not admitted. The current law enforcement chief of the May 83 Law Enforcement Department, Andre, graduated from Tianwei Academy. He is only 5,000 years old and is already a 12-level strongman." Lu Sheng, Resource Group, Preparation, Central, Transfer Group, Nod. Far then said, "With your qualifications, it is absolutely no problem to pass the admission test at Tianwei Academy. If you perform well, you may have the opportunity to go to the Tianwei General Hospital located in the main star area of the Tianxi Galaxy." Val showed longing and fascination on his face and sighed. "This is where the real monsters in the starry sky gather. The geniuses of all races compete for the competition. If a little ordinary person enters, they will be crushed to the point where there is no residue left. The Jupiter region is still too small. It's pitiful." "Why?" "Yes, it's so small, I can't afford to even buy a spaceship that carries in the star zone." Lu Sheng complained silently in his heart. Tianwei Academy originally recruited students once 1,000 years, but the last time it was 300 years ago. If you follow the rules, you have to wait for 700 years. But we are lucky. When we encounter a big man who borrows the bloodline and star chart test qualifications from Tianfa Academy, he can take advantage of his fortune and be able to test together. As long as the qualification meets the standards, you can make an exception and be admitted." Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he asked, "What big man who has such a big face?" "Lan Che, son of the Marquis of Starry Sky." Far explained, "Marquis Lano is a 13th level powerful man whose reputation has been resounding in dozens of star zones. The Lan family is also a big family in the main star zone of the Tianxi Galaxy. The place where Marquis Lano started his career was in our Jupiter region, and it is also one of the most outstanding geniuses and strong people in the Jupiter region's Tianfa Academy in 50,000 years. Marquis Lano has always been nostalgic, and almost all the descendants of the family returned to the Jupiter area in Asia to participate in the qualification test. His second son, Lan Che, had already tested his qualifications in our Jupiter zone once, and the extraordinary life constitution of the 5 stars of Neihuyu. I am coming back this time. I am afraid that my physical condition has been broken again, so I am preparing to reach the sun level." When Lu Sheng heard Far say a long passage, he only heard a few words. "Isn't the extraordinary life constitution fixed? Can we continue to break through?" Lu Sheng was a little surprised. He originally believed that this kind of blood should be born. Although his stellar body continues to break through, it has also experienced the difficulties and hardships of reshaping his martial body several times. Unexpectedly, I heard from Far that this kind of thing seems to be quite common. How could he bear this? Generally speaking, it is difficult to break through the shackles of extraordinary physique after birth. But things are not absolute. Far explained, a martial arts powerhouse like Marquis Lano, who reaches level 13, has excellent genes, and a life level far exceeds that of ordinary people. And the offspring who inherited his bloodline is equivalent to the natural extraordinary life constitution. Then adjust the gene sequence by referring to the gene template of Marquis Lano. it is entirely possible to break through the existing physical shackles and reach an infinite height that is close to Lano's own physical qualities. Tsk tisk. Lu Sheng smacked his lips. According to Fal, a level 13 strongman, as long as he is willing to work hard, he can completely let his descendants have physical talents comparable to his own. This is too naughty. But it is possible to do this. But the specific operation is not as simple as we imagined. Otherwise, the extraordinary life constitution would not have always been so precious and rare. Moreover, even if the genes can be adjusted, it is impossible to adjust to the same level as the template gene. It is already very good if it can reach 70% or even half. The combination of life genes is the most wonderful and mysterious existence in the universe. Each of the genes of the natural extraordinary living constitution owner, like you, are an extremely precious blueprint material. Far looked at him and joked, I bet that when the test is over, there will inevitably be many starry aristocratic families who will throw olive branches to you. I'm rushing to marry my daughter to you. You will become the hottest rich son-in-law in the Asian Jupiter region. Lu Sheng said, Does Lord Far have a daughter? Based on our friendship, if it is your daughter, I can think carefully about it. There are quite a lot. Far's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Sheng was so scared that he quickly said, I'm joking with you. I already have a fiancé. It's so bad. To your level, how can a spouse be able to do it? Far waved his hand disapprovingly. Lu Sheng could only shake his head and thought to himself that he shouldn't be mean, which made Fei really care. Fortunately, Fei did not mess with this topic and continued to tell Lu Sheng some things to pay attention to when testing his bloodline. After that, he suddenly mentioned, Have you seen this person recently? As he said that, Fei clicked on the auxiliary light brain in his hand and called out a virtual portrait. He is a thin middle-aged man with ordinary facial features, holding a metal sword in his hand, looking like he was murderous intent. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. He stared at the man and looked carefully for a while, then pretended to shake his head. No. What's wrong? Is this man wanted? Val shook his head. It's not that I'm wanted. It's just that the people from the Sith family have been looking for him recently. This person. Val thought about his words and said slowly, Recently, the Sith family has lost all their faith in the Jupiter noble circle. Oh. Lu Sheng pretended to be curious and asked, What's going on? It's related to Milton Sith, the son of the Earl of Sith. It's a farce. Far briefly said the matter. After hearing this, Lu Sheng commented decisively, I deserve it. Val 2.5's eyes flashed, and he looked at him and said, What? You have a holiday with Milton? Yes. Lu Sheng nodded without hesitation. Because my sister and I have a little bit of interaction, he is very rude to me. To be honest, if he wasn't the son of the Count, I really wanted to beat him all the shit on the spot. Val stared at Lu Sheng's natural and casual expression, and the last trace of doubt that was undetectable in his eyes was eliminated. He reached out and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and smiled and said, Okay, there are opportunities to take revenge in the future. I remember an old senior once said that in 1130 years, Hedong, and in 30 years, don't bully the young and poor. Maybe. Once your extraordinary life constitution level is tested, the people from the Sith family will cry and beg and marry your daughter. Is that true? Ho ho. Lu Sheng smiled discontently. Chapter 455. When the legendary immortal bloodline arrives, the center of the star chart will ignite the light that vibrates the stars. 6 out of 6. Lu Sheng and Fei chatted all the way. The law enforcement aircraft they were riding flew out from the 9th planet, passed through the void star belt in the middle, and finally landed on the extremely huge planet in the middle, the main star of AMU. It is also the destination of their trip, the location of the age of the Jupiter district. After the aircraft entered the main star of Yamu, Lu Sheng and Fei stopped talking. His eyes were focused on the view outside the window. The ninth planet Lu Sheng had lived in before was already prosperous, allowing him to see the greatness of a higher civilized city. But compared with the Yama main star city in front of you, the ninth planet area, it also looks quite countryside. The gap is too big. Words cannot describe the magnificent, gorgeous, extraordinary scene seen in front of you. Fei glanced at Lu Sheng's shocked look and said, "The main star of Yamu is the real rich area of Yaju, and more than 90% of the starry sky nobles live here." The aircraft shuttled through the gorgeous and prosperous urban area for a while. Then, there were fewer and fewer buildings around, and the last fewer were empty. In the main star area of Yamu, where every inch of land is valuable, and the top rich area, this is simply unimaginable. 14. But Lu Sheng knew. The final destination of their trip should be here. Sure enough, after the aircraft flew for another distance, a huge stargate tens of thousands of meters high appeared in front of Lu Sheng. The border of this door shows traces of the broken void, and in the middle is a huge void vortex leading to unknown where it is. At first glance, the portal felt an ancient and vast feeling that came to your face. Far said to Lu Sheng, "If the entire Jupiter region falls in the war of invasion of strange beasts, then this portal will be the last battlefield we stick to." Lu Sheng was in awe of grace. Before the stargate, there was a huge, sundial-like disk. The diameter of the disk is several thousand meters long, the background is dark blue, and balls of different sizes are embedded on the disk. One ring after another, 9 rings. After looking carefully for a while, Lu Sheng suddenly realized. This disk is clearly the star cluster in the Jupiter region, the 9-circle star cluster. The size and location of the sphere are exactly the same as the distribution of the entire star cluster. Fei pointed to the star chart and said to Lu Sheng, "The star chart that tests bloodline and extraordinary life constitution levels. It is said that when the legendary immortal bloodline comes to the world, light that vibrates the starry sky will ignite in the middle of the star chart, and an incredible wonder will occur." "What wonder?" Lu Sheng was curious. Fei shook his head. "I don't know that since the birth of the Asian Jupiter region, this star horoscope has never been completely ignited." At this time, the aircraft stopped, and Lu Sheng and Fei got off the aircraft. The two of them arrived early, and there were already many people waiting in front of this star gate and star chart. Many aircraft were parked around the star gate. Lu Sheng previously thought that Fei's law enforcement department's aircraft car was pretty good, but when he came here, he saw it. Good guy, at least 9 out of the 10 aircraft are more luxurious and beautiful than Far. Everyone who came from the aircraft was well dressed and had a good temperament. Almost all of them are a combination of a level 11 strongman, with one or several young men of level 9 or level 10. Fei instructed Lu Sheng to wait here, and then he took the initiative to walk over and greet some familiar people. Many people are the same. But no matter what his identity is, he will immediately greet a 50-year-old man in a black robe standing in front of the star gate. The momentum and strength of the old man in these 5 sentences is also the most powerful among all the people in the field. Lu Sheng had seen Sheris, and now he felt the same breath as Sheris in this old man. Level 12. This is a serious 12th level strongman. It should be the head of the Tianwei Academy, who presided over this talent test. Lu Sheng guessed so in his heart. It turns out that this is true. Far walked around outside and introduced the identity of the old man in black robe to Lu Sheng. "The dean of the Tianwei Academy of the Adjuster District, Lord Mo Yun. There are only a handful of 12-level powerhouses in the entire Jupiter region." Lu Sheng wrote down this name. The group waited for a short while. Suddenly, a red spacecraft filled with light appeared in the sky. The outside of this spacecraft is printed with a big lightning-like logo. The spaceship appeared, and the people below immediately became turbulent. They looked up at the spaceship and made various comments. "It's the Lan family's spaceship. Lan Che is here." Everyone showed enough respect and politeness to the arrival of the spaceship. Even the old man in black robe, who had been standing in front of the Stargate and ignored everyone's greetings when the spaceship landed, his eyes flashed, and a faint smile began to appear on his face. Soon, the red spacecraft landed slowly. Sweep, blow up large swaths of smoke. Then the cabin door opened and two figures walked out one after another. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the two of them, and Lu Sheng was no exception. The leader is a young man with a tall figure and extremely handsome appearance. He wore a high-end combat suit with a red glowing golden light, with a faint expression, and a red pattern similar to lightning on his eyebrows, which was very eye-catching. There is no doubt that this person is Lan Che, the son of the famous Marquis. This talent test ceremony of Tianfa Academy was also completely open for him alone. Everyone present benefited from him. Behind Lan Che was a middle-aged man with bald head, red skin, and pointed ears. This man's eyes were cold, and the eyes of everyone in the field were as good as those of the pigs, with a high and arrogant aura. But he has the qualification, because he is the only 12-level strongman in the field except for the dean of the Tianwei Academy in front of the Stargate. The 12th level strongman acts as a guard. Lu 927 Holy Account has completely seen the family background belonging to the Marquis of Starry Sky Mansion. After Lan Che walked down from the spaceship, the old man in the black robe from Tianfa Academy immediately met with a smile on his face. Lan Che was also polite and thoughtful, and said, "Director Mo Yun, my father asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." Marquis Lolano is concerned about it. The old man in black robe, Lan Che, and the guards brought by Lan Che exchanged a few greetings. Then the old man in black robe turned around and announced with a majestic expression, "This talent test has officially begun. Please hurry up and test it one by one." After saying that, the old man in black waved his hand, and soon someone brought tables, chairs, refreshments, snacks, etc. to serve Lan Che and others to watch the test. Lu Sheng glanced at Lan Che and the others and stopped looking at them. What he was more interested in was the star gate in front of him, and the star horoscope responsible for testing his talents. He still doesn't know what the process of talent testing is like. There are also the words that Ganfair said one by one. When the legendary immortal bloodline arrives, the center of the star chart will ignite the light that needs to move the stars. Immortal bloodline. What exactly does it mean? Is it above the sun? Lu Sheng didn't know. Soon, someone ran out to demonstrate to Lu Sheng. "It's July soon, and I'll be requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket after 12 o'clock. Please, please. Brothers, please follow Shenger to fight for the monthly vote list for another month." Civil. Chapter 456. The test begins. Extraordinary Life Level Classification Standard. 1 monthly ticket request. It was a tall young man with slightly dark skin and a strong body. His pair of eyebrows are quite distinctive, flying slanted into his temples, his lips are thick, and he is tightly pursed. There was a look of unrestrained desire to try in my eyes. It seems like I am very eager to prove myself. "I'll do it." He walked out of the crowd, and a round-faced man, with a well-dressed and slightly fat body behind him grabbed him, and quickly told him, "Take good, don't be nervous. Please rest assured, Lord Baron, I won't let you down. Okay, as long as you perform well, I will let you go." Lu Sheng noticed that there was a faint mark on the neck of the tall young man with slightly dark skin. "He is a slave." Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Obviously, many people have noticed this, and it seems that they have become accustomed to it. At this time, Thayer said to him, "Many starry sky nobles with hereditary titles, after the 11th level strong men in their family are afraid that their titles will be deprived, and they will try their best to recruit Gao Wu talents from various channels. The most common one is the Starry Sky slave market. Sometimes there are still good martial arts seedlings with good qualifications in the slave market. Fortunately, if you happen to meet a Starry Sky noble who continues to consolidate your title, the price will overflow very high. Those who want to maintain their noble titles will sell their money and buy them desperately. Why not search in your own territory? Lucian asked. Far shook his head. You're thinking too much. It would be better to expect a top-quality martial arts genius to buy a lottery ticket and win the first prize. Anyway, the probability is the same. Speaking of this, Thayer couldn't help but look at Lu Sheng and couldn't help laughing. He could discover Lu Sheng, who was found on a low-level resource star in the Baiwu Star Zone, but he won the first prize of the Starry Sky lottery. Far couldn't help but be happy when he thought about it. At this time, the strong young man with slightly dark skin had already walked to the star chart. He jumped up and his body was level with the star chart. The old man in black robes sitting with Lan Che reminded lightly, cut his palm and drop blood on the star horoscope. Oh. The strong young man put his fingers together and cut his right palm. A little bit of blood flowed out. He quickly dripped blood on the star chart. The blood penetrated into the astrological chart and disappeared quickly, as if it had been absorbed. Immediately afterwards, the entire star chart buzzed and vibrated, emitting a white light. Everyone in the field looked slightly moved, not too surprised. Instead, the strong young man looked confused and turned to look at the old man in black robe, then looked at his Baron Master, a little at a loss. Is that okay? The slightly fat starry Baron stamped his feet in a hurry and shouted, Idiot, push it! Push the star chart with all your strength. Push as much as you can. The strong young man then realized and hurriedly put his hands on the edge of the star chart. His arms bulged, and he made a pushing gesture. The huge star chart does not move at all. The strong young man looked stunned, and then hesitated without hesitation. Rumbling one by one. A large amount of heaven and earth power, the natural energy of the universe gathers, and a huge Dharma image rises from the ground. At the stage of martial arts strength of level 9, level 10, or even level 11, martial arts and laws are still their peak combat power state. Only by breaking through the 12 levels, the body of the Dharma is transformed into the rules and replaced. Only then did he completely withdraw from the stage. The strong young man's martial arts figure is as huge as 7,000 meters. For his strength of only level 9, it is already quite outstanding. The first level 10 evil halberd was only 8,000 meters tall. But there are few people in the field who have fluctuated their expressions, and they obviously don't care about this little. Excellent. In front of the 7,000-meter-high Dharma Earth giant, the astrological disk with a diameter of several thousand meters seems much smaller, almost the same as a normal millstone. The strong young man's Dharma image clamped the edge of the horoscope with both hands and exerted force suddenly. The blue veins on the face of the Dharma-shaped giant burst out, and a roar like thunder came out of his mouth. Move it! Rumbling one by one. The huge star chart finally slowly turned. As the star chart rotates, tiny balls at the edge of the star chart light up one after another. The sturdy young master, the slightly fat starry baron, couldn't help but show joy on his face when he saw this scene, and he clasped his hands with excitement and kept muttering, It's bright. It's bright. A total of 9 rings of astrological charts light up from the outside to the inside. But when it was bright to the third lap, boom! The 7,000 meters high magic giant shattered as shattering shattered. The rotating astrology stopped and was frozen at the beginning of the third circle. A figure fell from mid-air and laid down on the ground with a bang, his face pale, obviously exhausting all his strength. It is conceivable how difficult it is to be able to drive the star horoscope to be exhausted. The luster of the star chart, white. Light up the 2 rings of the star chart. Extraordinary life constitution level, extraordinary 2 stars. Not meeting admission criteria. A level 11 level strongman standing behind Moyun, a black-robed old man, who was also affiliated with the Tianfa Academy, came out and announced the result loudly. There was no disturbance off the court. After all, this is not the first time that many people have participated in the talent test of the Tianfa Academy. The test results are clear at a glance. Only the slightly fat Baron of Starry Sky, with an ugly face and cursed in anger. Damn slave trader. And he was also said to be a genius of more than 5 stars, but he only had 2 stars. I'm cheating my money. This person was so angry that he didn't even want to care about the strong young man who was lying on the ground and was almost exhausted. But after all, I bought it myself for money, so I still sent someone to help the strong young man up and drag it behind the crowd. Although he only has 2-star talent at the extraordinary level, he may not be unable to enter the 11th level in the future by cultivating it well. He is still angry because he is being cheated of people, and the gap between expectations and reality is too big. With the beginning of a strong youth, the people who followed the test went up one by one. Some of these people are grassroots geniuses, who are like Lu Sheng, who are invested by strong people. There are now slaves like strong young people. Some are descendants of nobles like Lan Che. Lu Sheng was not in a hurry to go up and test, watching others go up one by one. In this process, he basically figured out the criteria for judging the horoscope test of extraordinary life constitution. When blood drops on the star horoscope, the level of extraordinary life constitution is basically determined. The star chart emits white light, which is extraordinary. Blue ray is a morning star. Huang Guang is the level of the moon. Red light. It is the change of the day. However, so far, except for some of the people who came forward to the test, most of them did not have extraordinary life constitutions at all. Only a few have reached the morning star rating. These morning star level extraordinary life constitution owners have also attracted many people on the field to watch. In the new January, please support everyone in monthly tickets. Big guys who have guaranteed monthly tickets can vote for some. Shenger, thank you everyone for being so spicy. Chapter 457, The Indifferent and Unfaithful, Lan Che's 80,000-meter flame thunder magic body. To please give me a monthly ticket. Boom! The huge star plate was slowly pushed in the hands of a giant, who was more than 10,000 meters high. The outer ring of the star chart, which emits blue light, lit up one by one. Finally, it freezes on the 7th lap and stops. The Dharma image was broken, and a young man with long eyes and thin lips fell from mid-air. Morning Star Level 7. The 11th level strongman from Tianwei Academy, who was responsible for the test, announced loudly, "Meet the admission standards." There were a burst of commotion on the sidelines, and many people's eyes were gathered on the young man who had just finished the test. Morning Star is extraordinary physique, and it is also level 7 of Morning Star, eligible to be admitted to the Tianfa Academy. There is no doubt that a new star will rise in the Asian Jupiter region next. Some of the starry sky nobles present had their eyes flashing, thinking about how to show goodwill to them, and throwing olive branches. As the protagonist, the young man with thin lips obviously realized this, and his chin was slightly raised, looking quite proud. Ha ha ha! An old-looking starry sky nobleman walked out of the crowd, and came to the young man, with a red face, and a face full of joy that could not be hidden. Good job, Farron. I did not read you wrong. I promise you that no one can stop you from being with 350 Lilith from now on. I will hold your wedding for you after I go back. Compared with the joy and excitement of the old nobles in the starry sky, the young man with thin lips seemed quite indifferent. "I don't think I need it any more, Lord Viscount. Please tell Lilith, she and I are not suitable. I will not meet her again in the future." The thin-lipped young man refused the kindness of the old nobleman in the starry sky without hesitation, turned around and left. "You?" The old nobleman from heaven to hell only experienced a few seconds. His old face changed in color. Finally, he gritted his teeth and glared at the young man with a gritted teeth and walked back to the crowd. This dramatic scene was seen by everyone in the scene, and many people were used to it, and did not seem strange. "This is the risk," Far commented. "A genius who has been cultivated through a lot of energy and hard work has become famous once he becomes famous, but he turns his head to refuse to recognize others. It's really a common thing. I have also learned a little about Viscount Cieli. His title was already the third generation after it was passed to him, and his life was about to end, and there was only one daughter under his knees. There is a possibility of being revoked from the noble status at any time. He had brought people to participate in the talent tests of Tianfa Academy twice. The first 2 times were bought in the slave market. His loyalty was guaranteed, but unfortunately his qualifications were not good. This time I won the bet, but unfortunately I lost all of it." Speaking of this, Far sighed. "So sometimes investing in a person depends not only on qualifications, but also on character." Lu Sheng always felt that Fal was deliberately saying these words to him, and couldn't help but speak. "What do you think of my character?" Far glanced at him, thought for a while, and said naturally, "I think a person who takes time to chat with his family, who is 500 light years away every day. No matter how bad your character is, it will not be bad." Lu Sheng smiled, not commenting. The people off the field went up one after another to conduct talent tests, and the process was like some people were happy, and some people were worried. "I'll go up." Lu Sheng stared at an alien genius, who walked out of the crowd and had 3 eyes, saying in his heart. But before the 3 eyes walked to the front of the chart, a person stood up at this moment and announced, "I am in excellent condition at this moment. Can I test it first?" The person who speaks is handsome and upright, with a small red lightning flash at the center of his eyebrows, and his expression and words contain a natural, high and unquestionable meaning. It's Lan Che. Lan Che, son of the Marquis. It is also the real protagonist of this talent test. Lan Che spoke, and the field immediately became quiet. The 3 eyes that were about to walk to the star plate before quickly retreated and said respectfully, "Please let's go first." Mo Yuan, the old man in black robe of the Dean of the Heavenly Dean, also stood up, as if he was preparing to preside over this round of talent test for Lan Che himself. "Thank you." Lan Che thanked everyone, then strode to the ancient star horoscope. His body slowly rose into the air, and finally he floated on the star chart. Then stretch out a hand, gently cut it, and drip your blood at the center of the star chart. Everyone stared at Lan Che. Almost everyone knows what Lan Che's trip is for. Lan Che, who inherited the noble bloodline of Marquis Lano, a 13th level strongman, will once again verify his breakthrough in talent and potential in this talent test. In the last test, his extraordinary life constitution level was Huiwa 5-star. What level will it reach this time? Many people will wait and see. After Lan Che's blood left his palm, it condensed but did not dissipate, and it dripped into the center of the star chart with a pop. After the blood dripped on, the entire star chart immediately burst out with a misty yellow glow. "Huiwa! It's Huiwa level!" Someone below couldn't help blurting out, and let out a low voice. Although I had known that Lan Che was a superb life constitution at Huiwa level, but I heard that it is completely different from what I saw with my own eyes. I have seen too many extraordinary and morning star ratings. When I saw the star horoscope blooming with the bright moon level for the first time, many people were still shocked and amazed by it. It was not surprising that there were only the 12th level guards brought by Mo Yuan and Lan Che in the field. Instead, their expressions became slightly serious, as if they were extremely concerned about the progress of the situation. After dripping blood, Lan Che looked calm and took a deep breath. Rumbling one by one. In an instant, large areas of red clouds appeared above the sky in this area. On the top of the towering star gate, it seemed like blood stained. Lan Che's body is also growing rapidly and is rising. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 50,000 meters. In just a few breaths, a martial arts figure that was more than 80,000 meters high and surrounded by countless red lights on its body came to the scene. Shit one. With the appearance of this martial arts figure, many people in the field couldn't help but make a sound of sucking in the cold air. One by one, he looked at the huge and powerful Dharma image giant with a look of shock, and a deep amazement came from his mouth. 80,000 meters of martial arts? Your Excellency Lan Che is still level 10? Can the body of the level 10 Dharma image reach a height of 80,000 meters? Oh my god! Level may 11th not be able to achieve this level. The Flame Thunder Dharma image body. This is the noble bloodline inherited to Marquis Lan Nua, the super-grade Flame Thunder Dharma image body. His Excellency Lan Che is mighty! I came late, and today I accompanied my wife to the hospital for examination during the day and ran away for a day. Today is the 5th update, and there are 3 updates. There is also good news. I finally stayed up late last night to fill it in and hand it over. Procrastination. Speaking of which, an application form is more than 3,000 words. I wrote it until 4 in the morning last night. I hope to see Gao Wu's comics this year. I really don't know what genre will be drawn. Laugh. Finally, please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you everyone. Chapter 458. Fair Who Answers the Answer, Day Level 3. At the 9th level of martial arts, when the Dharma image is first formed, the Dharma image body exceeds 10,000 meters, and it can be called a super-grade Dharma image. Although the Dharma image will continue to grow in the subsequent practice as you understand your own martial arts and make breakthroughs. If you break through level 9 and level 10, you will have a leap level growth. But this growth also has a limit. Generally, it is amazing that the Dharma body can be doubled by 2 or 3 times in the process of level 9 to level 10. In other words, a martial arts genius who generally possesses super-grade Dharma images, at level 10, the Dharma images are only 20,000 to 30,000 meters tall. Like Lan Che, the level 10 Dharma body can reach a height of 80,000 meters. It's really a bit horrible. I don't know if his Dharma image level is too high or the subsequent increase is too much. But no matter which factor it is, it can prove that Lan Che's profound background is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lan Che has made great progress. The old man Mo Yuan, who was dressed in a black robe, looked at the 80,000-meter-high flame thunder magic body, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed admiration, and said, "It seems that Lan Che will inevitably hit the sun level this time." The bald man with red skin and sharp ears around him said lightly, "Lord Lan Nua personally adjusted the genetic sequence for him. The genetic perfection of Master Lancy has reached a height of 60% similar to that of Lord Lan Nua. This time, it is natural to use the power of the star horoscope to impact the day level." Mo Yuan in black robe nodded and said nothing. The star chart contains ancient momentum, and in the process of promoting the star chart, the life potential will be greatly stimulated. If you can grasp it, you will indeed have the opportunity to break the genetic shackles and push the level of life to a higher level. At this time, Lan Che's 80,000-meter high Dharma body was shrinking rapidly. reduced to a level of 10,000 meters high. Although the body size has become smaller, the Dharma body has been condensed several times. The body of the Dharma image is surrounded by red thunder, like a dragon wrapped around the body. Dharma, the heavens and the earth. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, recognizing the method Lan Che used. He could also understand the martial arts and magical powers of Dharma, heaven and earth, and he naturally understood them. It is not surprising that Lan Che can use it. Lu Sheng glanced at Fao beside him, and found that Fao was staring at Lan Che with his eyes tightly clenched, and his hands were quietly clenched, looking much more nervous than ordinary onlookers. It's like a lottery player waiting for the lottery draw. Why is he so nervous? Lu Sheng was surprised, and then he suddenly realized it when he thought about it. Yes, Fair has seen his heavenly true martial god flame four-pole Dharma image body, and knows how great his Dharma image body is. It's even more terrifying than Lan Che. Although the size of the Dharma image cannot fully represent the level of extraordinary life constitution, it can also reflect many things. The height that Lan Che can reach can also reflect Lu Sheng's talent limit to a certain extent. This is just like finding someone to answer the answer after the exam. No wonder Fao was so expectant and nervous. Lan Che reduced the Dharma body to a height of 10,000 meters, which is most suitable for pushing the body shape of the star chart. His hands, wrapped in red thunder, firmly held the edge of the star chart, and then pushed hard. Bangy. The huge star chart slowly rotated. It's smoother than anyone before when he tested it. The star chart starts from the outermost ring and lights up in circles. The bright yellow glow gradually becomes stronger, illuminating this world and earth. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 circles. After several breaths, the star chart will light up for 5 circles from the outside to the inside. Everyone held their breath, and their expressions became slightly nervous. When Lan Che last tested, the star chart was frozen in the 5th ring of Huiwa. Now, whether he can break the previous record and sprint to a higher level of life, the answer is about to be revealed. Bangy. Lan Che had no expression on his face, and pushed the star horoscope hard. The star chart rotates, and the 6th ring of the star chart is lit up. Run. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. But this seems to be just the beginning. After the 6th ring of the star chart was lit up, Lan Che was still at ease. His eyes were calm, and he pressed the edge of the plate with both hands, and kept pushing. The terrible force rubbed against the air, tearing out clearly visible black cracks in the void. More red thunders continued to emerge on his Dharma image, and each thunder contained a terrifying aura that tiered the sky, rumbling one by one. The 7th circle. Circle 8. Circle 9. When Lan Che pushed all the 9 rings of the entire star chart, the onlookers of the starry sky and the geniuses who participated in the test finally couldn't help but exclaimed, Huiwa, 9 stars. The 9 stars of the bright moon. The limit of the extraordinary life constitution of the Huiwa level. Extraordinary life constitution represents the miracle of life. The higher the level of extraordinary life physique, the higher the level of life, the stronger the potential, and the stronger the combat power within the same level. Please, flowers. And it has all kinds of incredible and amazing powers. The extraordinary life constitution is not bad, but it can only be said to be slightly stronger than normal people, but it will not be much stronger, and it will not be too strong. But it's different when it comes to the morning star. Under the same level, it is difficult for ordinary warriors to compete with the morning star extraordinary life constitution owners. How to make up for the huge gap in life level? Just like an ant of the same age, how can you wrestle with an elephant? And the level of the bright moon is still the 9 stars of the bright moon. This gap is even bigger. It is very appropriate to describe it with a metaphor. Ordinary warriors of the same level, And those with the extraordinary life constitution of the 9 stars of Weiwa are like fireflies to the bright moon. Just as everyone was amazed at Lan Che's amazing talent, Lan Che also began to launch a final impact on the star chart. 0. He stared at the center of the star chart, and controlled the edge of the star chart with both hands. The rolling momentum of heaven and earth, and infinite natural energy in the universe poured into his Dharma body. His eyes were as bright as the sun, his arms were as dragons, and the red lightning wrapped around his body danced like a boiling sound. "Let me open," Lan Che growled in a deep voice. Rumbling one by one. Accompanied by his voice, the void at the edge of the star chart was finally broken. It collapsed rapidly, forming a black hole in the void with a flashing black light. One time breaking the limit combat power. Everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were shocked. But what was even more shocking was still behind. The star chart that had already stopped was slowly pushed up again under the great power of Lan Che. An ancient and majestic aura that entrenched on the star chart was also pride. At this moment, it seemed that it had broken a certain limit and broken a certain shackle. Boom! In the center of the star chart, a cluster of burning red flames that were dozens of meters high suddenly emerged. This flame seemed to have some special power. After the flames ignited, the bright yellow moonlight emitted on the entire star chart was quickly stained red. The entire star chart completely turned red. The red glow is in the shape of Lan Che's flame thunder magic, and the brilliant fire clouds above the sky shine together. The scene was extremely shocking. In an instant, everyone in the field was moved, unable to bear the excitement and vibration in their hearts, and exclaimed in surprise, "Yao's son. Yahu's son's level extraordinary life constitution." Loss. Chapter 459 The 1,000-meter spark time solidifies. 4. Lan Che pushed the star horoscope, and with the help of the pressure given by the ancient star horoscope, he finally broke through the shackles and raised his life level to another new level. Day level. Not only the onlookers, but also the Black Robe Mo Yuan, the Dean of Tianfa Academy, and Lan Che's bald middle-aged guard, also had strange brilliance in their eyes. Rumbling one by one. After Lan Che igniting the red fire at the center of the star chart, he tried his best, and the red star chart could no longer move. The outermost circle of the horoscope just lights up a little, and it is completely frozen. Hui-ee! The body of the 10,000 March Dharma image dispersed, and Lan Che's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His face was slightly pale, obviously consumed a lot. There was a hint of disappointment on her handsome face, but there was more joy. The red lightning on his forehead also seemed to have changed a little. It becomes clearer and more obvious, and even a little crystal clear, making it look gorgeous and noble. This is the manifestation of the sublimation and transformation of bloodline constitution. Daily level 1 star in August 17th. Although Lan Che finally only barely pushed the star chart to the level of the day level, and could barely be considered a 1 star at the day level, he was completely entering the threshold of the day level, and from now on he could be called the extraordinary life constitution of the day level. The red flame in the center of the star chart is still burning, and it is beating for dozens of meters, gradually weakening. But the shock brought to those present was wave after wave, continuous. Day level. In the Asian Jupiter region, there has not been a single day level in tens of thousands of years. The last time the fire in the star chart was ignited by the day level bloodline was a long time ago. Although Lan Che is not a serious person from the Asian Jupiter region, it is still quite exciting to witness the birth of this bloodline with his own eyes. Almost everyone's eyes on the field were gathered on Lan Che. There is awe in this gaze. Deep awe of super life and top blood. It is not difficult to predict that in time, the Tianwang Guiqing standing in front of them will inherit the courage of his father and better pass on the glory of his family. He finally got what he wanted. Mo Yun, the Dean of the Heavenly Father, spoke with emotion. The bald guard beside him also smiled and said softly, "The Marquis knows it, and he will be relieved." Without subsequent power, the red spark continued to decline and decrease. However, the fluctuations emitted when the star chart was ignited by the red fire had already spread throughout the entire sub-moon main star in an instant, and even spread to the 10 surrounding satellites. Many big shots, who had never been present, were alarmed. The middle-aged man, who is located in the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Department in the 3rd Planetary Zone, is tall and majestic, and exudes a terrifying aura of a level 12 powerful man, looks up at the moment when the star chart is ignited. The silver-gray eyes seem to penetrate the obstacles of the layers of buildings and space, and accurately landed on the position of the Age Academy on the main star of the Age. Day level. A touch of emotion appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and quickly dialed someone's communication signal. "It's Lan Che. Has Lu Sheng started the test yet? Okay, let me know when the result comes out." The middle-aged man hung up the communication and said to himself, with a slightly anticipated look, "It shouldn't be worse than Lan Che. I haven't produced a Japanese-level genius in the Jupiter region for many years. It was discovered by our law enforcement department. When the test results come out, they will definitely be shocked." Ha ha. The main star of AMU, House of Representatives of the Jupiter region. An old man wearing a red robe with 2 golden buds embroidered on the left chest of the robe was also looking towards the direction of the Tianfa Academy. Have the talent of that little guy from the Marquis family tested? Day level, dazzle level. The old man in red robe retracted his gaze and said to himself with emotion in his tone, "It would be great if it was the day level of our Jupiter region, but it would be a pity. Alas." The old man shook his head, then casually clicked on a communicator on the table and attached it lightly. "Start prepare for the blood promotion celebration banquet for Lan Che, son of the Marquis of Lano." The red fire in the star chart was finally completely extinguished. Lan Che had already walked back to his original position and sat down in his seat. Mo Yun and the bald middle-aged man also sat down. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, with their expressions and words quite relaxed. Lan Che's performance ended, and this talent test has come to an end. The next test is nothing to them whether they look at it or not. Let's wait until everyone is over before leaving. Lan Che Dan? Resource Group. Alternative, Medium? Transfer Group. Talk opens his mouth, perfectly showing the good cultivation of a top starry aristocrat. Good. Mo Yun nodded with a smile. The celebration banquet prepared for you also requires time to be arranged, so why not stay here for a while? Several people chatted about themselves, while the person in charge of the test next to them announced that the test will continue. Soon, the 3-eyed man who had been said from the line by Lan Che ran up quickly. "A test. It is actually an extraordinary life physique of the morning star. But after seeing Lan Che's daily bloodline, the morning star has not brought much impact and shock to everyone. Even the 3 eyes, who were detected to have extraordinary morning star life constitution, did not react too fiercely, and they were very happy." "I understand. I'll arrange for Lu Sheng to go up now." Far hung up the communication. His expression became excited and looking forward to it. He hurriedly said to Lu Sheng, "Hurry, Lu Sheng, it's yours." Everyone in the audience was a little bit indifferent by Lan Che's amazing performance, but Far was even more excited. Why? Because he is the one who has answered. Lan Che can measure the extraordinary life constitution of the day level, and Lu Sheng performs better than Lan Che in some aspects. That's very likely. It's also the day level. Now is the time to verify his guess, and finally, produce results. Lu Sheng didn't say nonsense, and took advantage of the test one guy's test, and walked up directly. The process has attracted some attention. Not because of him, but because of Fowl. For the law enforcement department, hasn't he just been awarded a title for less than 1,000 years? He is also in his prime, and he has a firm baron title. Why do you come here to join in the fun? Who knows? Far didn't care about the slight discussions of the people around him, and stared at Lu Sheng tightly, with only Lu Sheng in his eyes. Lu Sheng walked to the astrological plate, and took a closer look at the ancient mysterious object. He tried to penetrate his mental power into the astrological chart, but was surprised to find that even his level 11 mental power could not penetrate. Outside the astrological chart, there is a mysterious force that blocks his mental power and prevents his mental power from infiltrating. Forget it, there's nothing to study. Lu Sheng did not continue, so he soared into the air, flew above the astral chart, and used his fingers to cut the skin on the palm of his right hand. A drop of red and golden blood immediately flowed out. The moment the blood flowed out, the temperature of the surrounding environment increased rapidly as if flat, and the air was slightly distorted. But this strangeness did not attract too many people's attention from 2.6. Only a few people looked in the direction of Lu Sheng with a little surprise. Most people are still doing their own things, or talking about Lan Che, or asking his own geniuses, or communicating with others. There are too few people paying attention to Lu Sheng. So few that no one saw it. The golden red blood gently lowered the star horoscope, exploded a small red and golden blood flower. There seems to be a small three-legged golden bird flying out in the blood flower. Then, in the center of the huge star chart, a boom sounded and burst out a burning red. Chapter 460, 9 Stars of Day. Just a 9-star star at the day? 5. In a time that no one thought of. In the hands of a person who no one thought. The star chart was quietly ignited, and the raging sparks thousands of meters high illuminated the starry sky. Red, beautiful, brilliant. It was hundreds of times that Lan Che had just ignited. It suddenly came to everyone's sight unexpectedly. Buzzy. Val's body trembled violently. His fists clenched tightly, although his face was expressionless. But the void that was rapidly collapsed around his body showed how much he was now. Excited and excited. Day level. It's really a day level. And it is not the ordinary day level. It is the day level far beyond Lan Che. Even though he had high expectations for Lu Sheng, he waited until the thousands of meters of sparks that were burning truly appeared in front of him. Val still felt an unspeakable excitement in his heart. Winning the prize. This time it was really true, and won the first prize of Starry Sky Lottery. A circle around, the person with a frozen body shape slowly turned his head at this time. There was a deep confusion and trance on his face. He didn't react at all. The brain didn't completely accept the fact that was presented to them. Only confusion and surprise occupy countless things in my mind. Circle. What just happened? What's this? Who is this person? A few people who have been following Lu Sheng's test again now have their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, as if they were punched hard on the head and they were stunned. Even Lan Che, Mo Yuan, and the bald middle-aged man stared at the brilliant spark in front of him, not knowing what expression to do. Lu Sheng didn't have time to pay attention to other people's performance. For him, this test. But it has just begun. His. Lu Sheng took a deep breath. In an instant, the cosmic energy and the power of heaven and earth in the surrounding starry sky were almost sucked in one mouthful. Countless spots of light gathered towards him and quickly submerged him. Then, a giant who is boundless and magnificent, standing tall and earthly, rises up from the ground. the four extreme Dharma body of the true martial god flame in the heavens. The divine crystal is the body, the golden crow is the eyes, the four symbols are the robe, the stars form the curtain, and the mysterious snake is the fall. Full 60,000 meters. The onlookers subconsciously looked up at this giant that seemed to have come out of myths and legends. This huge impact finally dragged these people out of the first wave of surprise and trance and returned to reality. Stirs. There was a continuous sound of gasping in the air. The confused faces were finally occupied by the late shock and horror. Unparalleled shock. The impact of subverting cognition. Don't talk about those who don't know Lu Sheng. Even fell. They were all shocked by the magic giant, who was 160,000 meters tall. The height of this Dharma image. It is more than half higher than the Dharma image he remembers. The last time I saw Lu Sheng's Dharma image was still 100,000 meters. How long has it been? It soared by 60,000 meters? What is the speed of progress this is? Is this kid still a human? For others, it was even more breathtaking. 160,000 meters high Dharma image. A starry sky nobleman with a round head and a funny appearance had a mouth like a stuck, and it took him a long time to speak stammer. It's twice as high as the super-grade flame thunder magic body of Your Excellency Lan Che. And he is still level 9? Boom! Shocked like a mountain torrent, instantly swept the hearts of everyone present. Lan Che and the other two, who were sitting in the position before, stood up from the position in almost no order at this time. He took 2 steps forward suddenly. Looking at the great magical appearance that was 160,000 meters high, as well as the red sparks that were thousands of meters high on the celestial plate in front of him, his face showed an extremely incredible look. How is this possible? Lu Sheng didn't leave them much shock time. He used the magical powers of Dharma heaven and earth, and his body, which was 160,000 meters high, quickly shrank, continuously condense and consolidate. In the end, it shrank to only 10,000 meters, but the whole body was shining brightly, and every detail on it was as solid as a height. Lu Sheng watched by the side for so long. It has long been seen that a 10,000-meter Dharma body is the best body shape to promote the star chart. As the Dharma body condensed to a height of 10,000 meters, Lu Sheng also felt that his whole body had become much more solid. He was in excellent condition, stretching out one hand to press it on the star chart with a faint red light along the clockwise direction. Use force hard. Tell me. So everyone present saw something they could not imagine. Super invincible giant explosion shocking scene. Before that, even Lan Che had just pushed the star chart to a smooth level. And now, this star horoscope was pushed hard by Lu Sheng. Rumbling one by one, it turned out to be spinning fast and spun independently. Buzz! Everyone's mind was confused, and there was only one voice in his mind roaring wildly one by one. Inertia! Even Lan Che had to use his hands to barely push the star chart with all his strength to push it. He pushed the effect of inertial rotation. What a terrifying power this requires. The key is, this guy is using one hand. One-handed. The star horoscope was roaring in the incredible, horrified and shocked eyes. The star rings on the star chart light up quickly one after another. The red light keeps blooming. It filled the entire star horoscope, and it felt like the entire star horoscope was burning. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 circles. Until all 9 rings of star rings light up. It's like going to a vertex stuck. The endless rotation of the star chart then came to an abrupt end and remained motionless. 9 rings of star rings, thousands of meters of high sparks burning, the extremely gorgeous red. The radiance of 147 in front of me made everyone dazed, unable to believe their eyes, and doubt whether they were dreaming at this time. Lan Che, Mo Yun, and the bald middle-aged guard also had similar expressions. He looked at Lu Sheng in a daze, staring at Sheng's celestial chart, his face full of indescribable expressions. The dean of the Tianfa Academy, a 12-level strongman, and the old man in black robe, Mo Yun couldn't help but murmur. The 9 stars of the sun are the ultimate. The 9 stars of the sun are the ultimate. Repeating repeatedly, as if only in this way can one force one to be sure of the reality of the scene he saw. As for the others, the whole field. I have long been trapped in an inexplicable huge throbbing. Many people's bodies were trembling slightly, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or shock. Is it just a 9-star in the day level? At this moment, Lu Sheng stared at the star chart in front of him, his eyes flashing. What is above the sun? Try it? Don't turn this chart off. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng could not contain his curiosity and gently placed his hand on the still star chart. This time, he put his hands on it. This time, be prepared to put all your efforts into giving this star horoscope to the end. I slept less than 4 times yesterday and disappeared. I was very sleepy and went to bed. I continue to update 5 tomorrow and finish writing this. Please give me a ticket and flowers next month to kowtow to the big guys. Dong 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 dong. Chapter 461. I'm all over, so why don't I open it? Open. Above the sun. 1. When the red spark illuminates the void, a small group of people in the main star area of Yamu have already been sensed. Law Enforcement Department Headquarters. The law enforcement chief of the Law Enforcement Department, who has been closely monitoring the movements of Tianwei Academy, stood up in a flash. Yang Sun! It's another fluctuation of the Yaquin daily level. Can it be Lu Sheng? The law enforcement officer, wearing a light golden combat suit, quickly picked up the communicator and called someone's signal. You: Fei Zhong, but after making more than a dozen times in a row, the opponent had no response and no response. Damn it! The law enforcement officer was so anxious that he frowned. This guy far. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly left the office, boarded the aircraft, and headed straight for the Tianwei Academy of the main star of Yamu. Yamu Main Star District House of Representatives. The old man in red robe, who had just ordered Lan Che's celebration banquet, was holding a document about the welfare and benefits of labor at the bottom of the star area, and then reading it for a while, he felt a larger and more significant fluctuation of the day-level astrological chart. The second day level? The old man in red robe held the document and shook his hand slightly, and raised his head suddenly. The huge mental power belonging to the 12-level powerful man quickly spread out, passed through the large-scale main star city area, and finally arrived at the star gate of the Tiantai Academy. The real-time scene is in sight. The old man with red robe showed a touch of emotion on his face. This second place is the sun level. Is our genius in the Jupiter region? As the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Asian Jupiter District, the old man was hit by a sudden huge surprise in an instant. Even if it were him, the mentality of a level 12 strongman was almost unable to contain his inner excitement and ecstasy at this moment. He quickly stood up from the table, and his body disappeared into the huge office. The few pages of documents I had grabbed in my hand fell down lightly, indicating how urgent the old man was. Lan Che, the son of Marquis Lano, came to the adjusted area to conduct the second test of the extraordinary life constitution and bloodline talent, and many well-known figures in the entire Yamu main star area know about it. Although I was surprised that Lan Che was promoted to the day level, it was also expected by many people. But the current fluctuation of the day level oscillator is really beyond the expectations of many people. The sudden second ray of lightning fluctuations shocked many big shots and rushed towards the test point. For a moment, you can see many beautifully shaped and luxuriously styled aircraft passing by in the sky of the main star area of Yamu. At the same time, Lu Sheng is reaching a higher level. His hands tightly held the edge of the star chart, his eyes as bright as stars. In the body, more than 10,000 immortal cells ignite the divine fire at the same time. The Sutra of the Pluto. The increase in chi and blood. Boom! The divine flames on 10,000 immortals surged, reaching twice the original one. The mysterious and complex sun god realm star map shines brightly, and it seems that there are hundreds of three-legged golden crows in the raging chamber roaring long necks and roaring with wings. Open 1. Lu Sheng poured this great power into his hands and worked hard to promote the star chart. His actions attracted the attention of onlookers. Those starry sky nobles and test geniuses, who were still immersed in the great shock of the 9 stars of the sun, were pulled back from the loss of the gods by Lu Sheng's behavior, and their expressions were alarmed. Lu Sheng's intentions are too obvious. It's obvious that everyone can see. It is not satisfied to reach the 9 stars of the day level. He wants to impact on the sun. Impossible! Lan Che suddenly stepped forward, stared at Lu Sheng tightly, and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "Even in the main star area of the Tianxi galaxy, there are not many more suns. Why do you want to do this?" Lan Che's 12th level bald guard also agreed. The 9 stars of the sun are not satisfied yet, and it is not so easy to achieve above the sun, which is a bit too much. He wanted to say something like overestimating his abilities, but he never said it. No matter whether Lu Sheng can reach the sun or not, the talent he has shown is no longer the object of his own comment. He has been quite polite to Lan Che and the others before, and even enthusiastic Mo Yun, the dean of Tianwei Academy. At this moment, he kept silent, and had nothing else in his eyes except Lu Sheng, who was stronger than the star chart. There seemed to be some other throbbing in my eyes. Ka. Lu Sheng seemed to be able to hear the sound of stuttering in the star chart. At this time, the star horoscope gave Lu Sheng the feeling, like a roulette that had been turned to the head. The road ahead is over, and there is no possibility of going upward. But is this really the case? Let's talk about it when I'm really turning it off. The more he couldn't move, the more Lu Sheng wanted to turn around and watch. He still has no strength to do, and he realizes his stellar supreme body. More than the 9 stars on the sun. The spiritual power belonging to level 11 was suddenly released and integrated into his martial body. Ka. The difficult sound of the star chart became more and more obvious, but it was still beautiful. Not enough. If not enough, then work harder. Looking at the star chart that was still moving, a strange aura arose in Lu Sheng's heart. He took a deep breath, and the 4-pole Dharma body of the true martial god Flame, which had originally condensed to 10,000 meters, continued to shrink at this moment. After a breathing time, it all merged into Lu Sheng's body. The Dharma appearance, the martial body, and the spirit are completely integrated. Lu Sheng seemed to be about to burn. A series of gorgeous and brilliant golden patterns emerged from his body, spreading all over his body, forming mysterious and noble patterns on his forehead and eyebrows, reflecting his whole body like a innate god walking out of ancient myths. In his body, 10,000 immortal cells were burning wildly. Under the pressure of this resistance, frantically squeezed to explore its own potential, 10,000 immortals once again entered a state of high-speed transformation and evolution. Those immortals that were originally born have faintly touched another level in height. Especially the first immortal one that Lu Sheng cultivated, located at the Forehead Seal Hall Divine Palace. It became even more dazzling, and even appeared from Lu Sheng's eyebrows. The golden light was shining, like the third eye of a god. Lu Sheng's entire person completely turned into a burning star, and the rolling heat waves swept around. Then when the gray waves in Lu Sheng's eyes rose, they retracted again, and the scorching aura was retracted to the extreme. Star turned into a black hole. Lu Sheng tried hard this time, and finally felt a little loosening of the star chart. His eyes lit up, and it seemed as if he saw a huge portal in front of him. He just needed to take another step forward. It can be completely blown up. Open. The signs of rotation of the star chart are even more obvious. The red light blooming on the star chart was extremely rich, as if it was burning directly, burning and burning hands. Open. I don't know why the edge of the star chart became extremely sharp. Li Hao, cutting Lu Sheng's palm, and red and golden blood flowed out. Continuously penetrate along the lines on the star chart. But Lu Sheng seemed to have not realized it. The combat suit on his body was torn and melted by the terrifying heat wave, revealing the perfect martial body like a creature from above. The third god's eye is extremely dazzling. Lu Sheng, whose face was covered with colorful gold patterns, was covered with blood stained by his hands, raised his head high, and his black hair was dancing like a waterfall. His arms were like dragons, and he laughed a long time. I'm all out of my clothes. Why don't you open it for me? Open. Click one by one. The next second, the huge star horoscope was turned and used. A strange wave with inexplicable fluctuations Chapter 462. Congratulations to the stars. The holy will become immortal. Is it good looking? I did it, too. The golden pillar of light and fire of Huang Wang Ye pierced the star gate and penetrated the sky. Unparalleled traces were drawn in the dark starry sky. The huge star chart was enveloped by a rich golden color, floating up, and slowly rotated around, as if it would never stop. In this process, the strange fluctuations continue to spread around like a tide. Strange waves form ripples visible to the naked eye in the void. The ripples suddenly spread out, sweeping over the aircraft that were rushing towards this side. The speed of the aircraft swept by ripples quietly slowed down. The great figure sitting in the aircraft trembled slightly involuntarily. He suddenly looked up and looked at the conspicuous golden light column in the distance, and an extremely incredible look on his face slowly floated. The old man in red robe, who had arrived from the House of Representatives alone, was swept by ripples, and his body suddenly froze. His expression was stunned, as if he was dazed. In the wealthy area of Yamamain Star, a handsome silver-haired young man was looking at the news that had not yet calmed down on the internet. Suddenly, he angrily smashed his brain in his hand to the ground, and was about to start a few words of cursing. Suddenly, an invisible ripple swept across, and my heart trembled inexplicably. He looked up, and the curtains on the wall in front of him were actively separated to both sides. A brilliant golden light beam that penetrated the sky, and the earth came into his eyes. What's this? The silver-haired young man stared at the light 567 pillars and murmured. On a planet outside the main planet, there is a private luxury residence. Xiao Xiao, holding a cute pet doll in the starry sky, was holding a communicator and talking to her best friend about the depression and irritability of her pet Poppy's disappearance. Suddenly, he was swept by invisible ripples, and he was slightly stunned. He jumped out of the bed and ran to the window and looked out. His little mouth opened slightly, and he forgot his words for a moment. The pier of a certain trading star is like a ferry. Countless terminal staff are orderly directing machine workers to carry goods up and down. Invisible ripples swept across the starry sky. In an instant, the noisy pier suddenly became quiet, and the busy scene suddenly came to an end. Countless people stopped their work inexplicably, looked up, and looked in one direction. He looked confused and didn't understand why. The spread of invisible ripples is much larger than people think. It spans countless light years in the dark and quiet starry sky, sweeping through countless life planets. Whether it is a prosperous and advanced high-level civilized star, a backward and wilderness low-level civilized star, or a secluded and uninhabited garden star. The entire Jupiter region. Every planet, every life species on every life planet. When swept by invisible ripples, almost everyone felt an inexplicable throbbing echoing in their hearts. There was a trace of unreasonable joy, and excitement arose from the bottom of my heart. Some people were obviously extremely sad the moment before, but the next moment was moved to tears. Most people don't know why, but they can clearly sense it. The starry sky they are in. Cheer, celebrate, praise. The emergence and birth of a great existence. Congratulations to the stars. And in the main star area of the Jupiter region, a more magnificent wonder is happening. The huge main star cluster of Sub-Mu, a circle of 9 ring planetary belts. Asteroids began to shining. It's like light bulbs that are lit by someone. The gorgeous belt of light began with the outermost star cluster and spread rapidly inward. It's like lit up the star chart during the extraordinary life constitution test. But this time, what is pushed to light up is the real star ring. This extremely stunning and magnificent wonder amazes everyone living on the main star group. The people on the main star of the Yamu, located at the center of the star cluster, took this spectacle in their eyes. Standing over the city in the main star area, and only a few steps away from the test point of the Tianfa Academy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Asian Jupiter District. At this moment, I was surrounded by a huge heart. He witnessed the brilliant golden pillars in the distance, slowly scanning the surroundings to illuminate a starry sky, and the unparalleled 9-ring star cluster. The 12-level body trembled slightly, almost burst into tears. He murmured, immortal bloodline has been born in the Jupiter zone. In a certain aircraft belonging to the Law Enforcement Department, the Law Enforcement Chief of the Law Enforcement Department of the Asia-Jupiter region could not contain his ecstasy and excitement. Boom! Punch directly broke the unmanned aircraft hatch door. Regardless of the harsh alarm, he rushed out of the aircraft. Facing the vast starry sky, my heart feels refreshed and laughter turns into a long laugh. Ha! Immortal level! At the gate of the Tianfa Academy, and the many onlookers in front of the towering star gate were indescribable to describe their inner surging and tremor. Lan Che and Guangmian guard the master and servant were stunned, and had already completely lost the ability to speak. The black-robed Mo Yun's face was filled with an unprecedented and unparalleled spirit. Everyone was staring at the golden light standing between the star gate and the star plate, shrouded by the extremely brilliant golden light. He is handsome and unparalleled, and is like a figure like a god in the starry sky. The general trend of the entire starry sky is slowly rotating around him with it as its core. The 9-ring star cluster that was lit up all of these people couldn't help but jump out of their minds in the Jupiter region for many years. That ancient proverb about the star chart. When the legendary immortal bloodline arrives, the light that vibrates the stars will be lit in the center of the star chart, and an incredible wonder will appear, and the entire starry sky will celebrate it. Now, proverbs come true. Everything in the legend happened in front of them, and they finally knew what the so-called sunshine represents. Yes, immortal bloodline. In the extremely magnificent wonder, time seems to be pulled to the longest. It seems that the sound of the starry sky flowing. Under the shock, everything seemed so quiet and beautiful. Lu Sheng stood on the star chart and turned a blind eye to the eyes of the crowd below. He looked at the 9-ring star cluster that had been completely lit up in the distance, an extremely brilliant, magnificent, and shocking wonder. Suddenly my heart moved and my body quickly rose. Pull it up to a suitable height and position, and take out the communicator in the storage bracelet. Click to record and carefully take pictures of the scene in front of you little by little. While taking pictures, Lu Sheng smiled and said to the communicator, "Does it look good?" Wife. I made it. This day is destined to be remembered by countless people and will never be forgotten. Because this day, the stars congratulate each other, and the holy will become immortal. Outside the starry sky that is extremely far away, I don't know how many billions of light years it is. In a cluster of extremely dazzling stars. In a hall somewhere on a planet, a young man wearing a black robe seemed to have countless stars on the robe. As if I suddenly sensed something, I quickly raised my head. He stared in a certain direction and looked at it for a long time, and his deep eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of voids and crossed endless distances. I saw a dazzling figure like a star. The young man showed a little surprise on his face, and he smiled and said, "Oh, another bloodline above the immortal level appeared. Okay, it seems that my Tiansur galaxy will usher in an unprecedented great prosperity in this era. Ha ha. Please give me a monthly ticket and flowers reward." Chapter 463 Lu Sheng's 13-star zone, the first genius in a million years. 3. The man in the star robe thought and wanted to attach something. But after thinking about it, I changed my mind. Forget it, my strength is too low. Now that I come, I will lose the risk. It's better to let him practice for a while and grow up. Then call him again. The man in the star robe thought about it more and more. He felt reasonable, and smiled and closed his eyes casually. The wonder of the 9-ring star group in the main star area of Yamu has lasted for a long time. When some people slowly came to their senses in the shock in front of them, they remembered the purpose of their trip. I went straight to Tianwei Academy. When I arrived there, I found that Lu Sheng had been taken away by someone. Val, who came to test, came with him. Many people realized this. Damn it! The evil genius who just caused the starry sky to shake and achieved immortal bloodline didn't even know his name. Suddenly, they beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting them. The communicator kept ringing, almost never stopped from the moment he sat in the aircraft. Val simply cut off the communication and threw the communicator back into the space storage bracelet. Lu Sheng saw him sitting on the seat with his back straight back, his hands gently on his knees, and his fingertips were still trembling slightly. God knows what kind of excitement he is experiencing now. Lu Sheng has seen too many of his performances like Faith. He could even imagine what foul thoughts were in his heart at this moment. Damn it! 1000. Lu Sheng is still savoring the experience of the extraordinary life physique test just now. That moment just now was the limit of the star chart, but not mine. Lu Sheng could clearly sense that when he completely pushed the star chart to light up. This ancient astrological chart was completely pushed to his head. Immortal level. It turns out that above the sun level is immortal level. It's the same name as my immortal cell. However, Lu Sheng's immortal cells still have a lot of room for growth. For example, the first immortal cell on his forehead transformed rapidly under the pressure of the star chart, and was almost about to enter the next stage of immortal cell evolution. It is extremely fierce, floating in the Seal Hall Temple in the middle of the eyebrows. I am the only one who is the only one who is the only one who is the 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 one who. When the Sun God Realm star map is fully blooming, it will be highlighted and becomes the third eye of the god. I'm afraid it won't take long to fully nurture into stars. By then, I will truly have the power of a star. Of course, Lu Sheng didn't know how long it would take to move from cells to stars. He only knew, when that star was born, my bloodline constitution level would probably be able to break through to the immortal level. What is above the immortal level? Lu Sheng didn't know. Thinking about it, the aircraft had stopped unknowingly. The person sitting in the front row was also the first to arrive, at the talent test point of the Tian-I Academy and forcibly recruited an aircraft. The old man in red robe who took Lu Sheng and Fei away spoke to Lu Sheng and the others. "Here, prepare to get off the car." Lu Sheng nodded. Far got off the car with a quick move. Lu Sheng did not know the identity of the old man in red robe. But from his strength and temperament, it is not difficult to see that this old man has a high status in the Jupiter region. After all, he is a serious 12-level powerhouse. Like the guards of Lan Che whom he had seen before, Mo Yuan, the dean of Tianfa Academy, is a strong man of the same level, even more powerful than the latter two. Lu Sheng got out of the car obediently, and the old man in red robe was already standing in front of him, looking at him with a rather emotional, complicated, and gratifying look. "You wait here first. I'll go in and chat with him for a while." The old man in red robe turned his head and said to Far lightly. Thal nodded respectfully. "Yes, Lord Speaker." "Speaker?" Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. He finally knew the other party's identity. Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Asian Jupiter region. It can be said that he is one of the most identifiable people in the entire Jupiter region. The place where Lu Sheng is standing now is the gate of the Supreme House of Representatives in the Jupiter region. The solemn building is filled with a perfect fusion of platinum and classical and future styles. Lu Sheng wanted to shoot a video for his wife to watch again. "Get in." The old man with two golden buds embroidered on his left chest smiled and greeted Lu Sheng in. Lu Sheng followed suit. The two walked into the house side by side, while Far stood at the door waiting. Far is now full of billions of cells, all over his body, and is still occupied by excitement and ecstasy. Immortal level. Lu Sheng is the owner of the immortal supernatural life constitution. Lu Sheng was discovered by him. Thal wanted to shout, run freely, to vent his inner joy. In everyone's life, there will always be 1 or 2 times when they are favored by the god of luck. All we have to do is to hold on to the god of luck when it comes. Please, flowers. This is a sentence that Far said to him many years ago, when he was young and his grandmother was alive. Now Far wants to say, "Dear Grandma, I not only grabbed the hand of the god of luck, but also hugged her fiercely once." Lu Sheng. It is his greatest luck in his life, no doubt about it. "Even if you win the first prize of Star Sky Lottery, it's not as good as this one," Far thought excitedly. "If the law enforcement officer knows, he will definitely be very happy." Halfway through the thought, Far suddenly remembered. "Oh no, I forgot to report the situation to the law enforcement chief." He hurriedly took out the communicator and opened it. More than 50 unanswered communications from the law enforcement chief. Fair's pupils shrank slightly, and the next second he felt a murderous aura from the darkness. 0. When I looked up, I saw the expressionless law enforcement officer coming in. "Thal?" Fair scowled numb, and he forced a smile out. "Shan said, Law Chief." The old man in red robe brought Lu Sheng to a huge conference room that was a golden dome, a height of 1,000 meters. Then he stopped and smiled and reached out to him. "First meeting, Speaker of the Federal House of the Asian Jupiter region, Dunlop Sebastian." Lu Sheng shook hands with the old man in red robe and nodded. "Lu Sheng." The man with the strongest surface of the blue star will also be the strongest man in the starry sky in the future. Of course, this sentence was supplemented by Lu Sheng in his heart. When Dunlop heard Lu Sheng self-reporter, he said with emotion, "After tonight, this name will probably spread throughout the main star area of Yamu. Then in the future, our entire Jupiter region and the surrounding major star regions will also be shaken by the syllables of these 2 characters." The speaker praised it. Lu Sheng said humbly. Dunlop shook his head and said seriously, "With our sub-Jupiter region as the center, it radiates around it, and there are a total of 13 star regions. From the beginning of the Star Zone Federation to the present, In nearly 1,000,000 years, billions of life planets. Never have the immortal level extraordinary life constitution ever appeared. It's no exaggeration to say. Dunlop looked into Lu Sheng's eyes and said seriously word by word, Lu Sheng, you are the first genius in our starry sky area in 1,000,000 years. An unprecedented first genius. Please ask for flowers and monthly tickets. Shenger Starry Sky Show-Off Road will officially begin from now on. Chapter 464 Starry Sky Dinner. Yo! Isn't this Milton? 4. 13 star regions, billions of life planets. The living individuals contained in it should be calculated using megabytes. So far, have you only developed an immortal extraordinary physique like yourself? Lu Sheng was surprised, but soon felt relieved. His stellar supreme body is directed directly to level 15 or even level 16. There are only 15 or 16 in a star field. It is really normal to be the only one in more than a dozen star regions in 1,000,000 years. Then I'm so arrogant. Will I be able to get more benefits from Dunlop later? Lu Sheng made a gesture of supporting his chin with one hand in his heart, thinking secretly. In theory, if there is an immortal level in a star area, the Galaxy Master will definitely send someone to. You may have the opportunity to join the Master Sect and must pass on the Master Sect. When Dunlop said this, a hint of undetectable envy appeared in his eyes. Before the head of the 957 department sends people, our Yajapita region will fully support your practice. Full effort? Lu Sheng repeatedly confirmed. Certainly. Dunlop nodded with a look of course. Although you are at the immortal level, you are only at level 9 now. Our 1-star zone resources should be enough to support you. Source, group, be prepared, use, medium, transfer, group. So can I just make any conditions? At this time, the door of the conference hall was open from outside, and 2 figures of level 12 strong men strode in. Dunlop and Lu Sheng both turned their heads and continued their unfinished conversation. You can tell me first. Dunlop thought for a while and spoke. He didn't dare to say too much. If Lu Sheng raised too much, they could not meet the conditions, but it was difficult to refuse. This matter would not be beautiful. Good. Lu Sheng glanced at the 2 people who were approaching quickly, and was also about Dunlop, the 2 12-level strong men whose status was similar to Dunlop. He stretched out a finger and said word by word, I want a life planet that is big enough. Used to place my family in the family of my mother. Dunlop and 2 other 12th level, who had just approached, were all stunned when they heard Lu Sheng's words. Then, when they looked at each other, a smile slowly appeared on their faces. It was a rather satisfied, full of relief and appreciation smile. The stars are all day and night. However, the habit of human life that has been passed down for millions of years still uses the measurement method of the starry sky and time. 1 unit of time in the starry sky is about 3 days of the blue stars. The ratio is not too exaggerated. As the end of this starry sky day is about to end, an extremely huge dinner is under intense preparations on the main star of Yamu, and is about to be underway. This should be one of the largest group dinners in the Yamu main star zone ever. Many starry aristocrats, many light years away, rushed from their territory that day after they learned the news. There is no way. The news conveyed from the main star area of Yamu is so shocking that most people think they have heard it wrong when they hear it for the first time. The unprecedented immortal and extraordinary life constitution that has not appeared in the birth of the Asian Jupiter region in millions of years. If it weren't for the invisible waves spreading throughout the star area before, many people would have felt the inexplicable throbbing of the starry sky. Maybe several people will believe it. The huge main star of the wood is brightly lit. Countless aircraft shuttle back and forth between the main star and 10 satellites, forming a spectacular scene of traffic and bustling, and Guests are everywhere. Ding bay 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 one by one. A 15 meters long, more than 5 meters high, silver gray, and extremely low-key and luxurious aircraft slowly landed on the edge of a grandly arranged field. This is the venue for this dinner. At this time, the edge of the venue was filled with all kinds of luxury aircraft. This silver gray aircraft is invisible. The aircraft opened and 2 figures walked out one after another. A man and a woman all have outstanding appearance and temperament, and their iconic brilliant silver hair shows their identity one by one. From the descendants of the Sith family, Earl of the Starry Sky. So many people. Today's Qiao Qiao's dressing fully demonstrates the noble elegance and beauty of the Earl's daughter. Milton is much inferior. The main reason is that he was exhausted by various rumors on the internet during this period. I can't cheer up anything I do. Compared with the attitude of being confident and calm and mastering everything in the past, there are many differences. The first immortal level in the history of the Asian Jupiter region, that is, the news has not been fully spread. If it takes a while, it is not surprising that the scale is 10 times or even hundreds of times larger. The entire main star of the wood may not be able to hold it. Milton calmed down a little, planned to resume his confidence at this dinner opportunity, and explained to Jojo casually. Qiao Qiao was slightly shocked, although she doesn't understand martial arts practice very well. But the spectacular scene in which the 9 rings of stars were lit up during the day was seen, and the wonders that she could never forget for life were all created by a man named Immortal. How could she not be surprised? Wait for that person to appear later. Be sure to try your best to win the friendship of that person. Milton told Qiao Qiao seriously that Qiao Qiao was not the kind of daughter who didn't know anything, but nodded obediently. Milton talked to Jojo for a while before shutting up. The main reason is that he still doesn't know the true identity of the unprecedented immortal genius. Even the Starry Sky nobles who participated in the test with the first one did not know. It is said that before the person was exposed, he was ordinary and like a stone on the side of the road. Few people paid attention to it at all. When I remembered it and was about to pay attention, it was too late. The person has been taken away by the Speaker of the House. The guys who had some clues held the clues tightly in their hands, and they were all tightly kept their mouths, and they refused to tell anyone who asked. It's only half a day later. When that person comes out, will it be up to you to rely on his own abilities? Milton snorted softly, glanced at Jojo, who was as pure as crystal, and his face was slightly slower. He is quite confident about the appearance and charm of his old sister Qiao Qiao. Unless that immortal genius doesn't like women. Milton thought confidently, then subconsciously touched his butt thinking, it doesn't matter if you don't like women. Milton and Jojo slowly walked into the dinner. The identities and images of the two are still quite eye-catching even in such a venue where nobles gather. Just as Milton and Jojo came in, then a young nobleman greeted Milton enthusiastically. Oh, isn't this one Milton, a pig knight with our unique taste? Pig knight! As soon as these 4 words were released, a pair of eyes immediately turned around in the field. Milton's handsome face immediately turned black into the bottom of the pot. Please give me a monthly ticket to flowers. Sybil. Chapter 465. Milton, the Pig Knight. I will warn you once in the end. 5. Ha ha. A circle of chuckles rang around. A strange look fell on Milton, and Milton's face turned ashen. Since the last misunderstanding of being seeking revenge by a guy, Milton's reputation in the aristocratic circle of Yama Main Star Zone has completely become terrible. Although Milton found the law enforcement department to call out surveillance monitoring as soon as possible afterwards, restored the truth of the incident, and proved his innocence. But the story of his murder of a 150-year-old pig has long been spreading. Many people don't care about the truth of the matter at all. just want to have fun. Anyway, Huang and I has already reached Milton's crotch, either shit or shit. Some second-generation nobles, who usually don't deal with Milton, even gave him a series of nicknames such as the Pig Knight, 150-year-old God of War, Hard-handed Pig Destroying Hand, and so on. Even the reputation of the Sith family was impressed, and the Earl of the Sith was furious. If it weren't for this dinner, God would have known when Milton would have been confined. As the son of the Earl, Milton was originally a top-notch rich and handsome man in the circle. I don't know if he was the Prince Charming in the minds of many noble girls. Now, Milton, who was given the title of Pig Knight, had strange eyes everywhere he went. In the past, the noble girls who admired him were afraid of avoiding him, for fear of having anything to do with him. Milton looked at the playful expressions with an ugly expression, and rushed towards his opponents, who walked over quickly, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and wanted to call Xiao Qiao to leave. As a result, when I turned around, I saw Xiao Qiao had already gone to a place that I didn't know how far away. He was looking around, looking like he was pretending to be unfamiliar with him. Even his own sister disliked him. Milton felt even more depressed and walked away quickly with his head down. The noble children behind him, who were not in the face of him, made a victory cheer. "Oh, the Pig Knight is gone!" Milton's forehead was beating wildly, and he had the heart to kill. Milton found a secluded corner and wanted to get a glass of wine from the buffet table. There happened to be a noble girl who was picking for food next to the dining table. At first, I felt that someone was around me, and subconsciously glanced at Milton. Then he seemed to have seen a ghost, and he didn't even want the plate, and ran away as if he was running away with his skirt. Milton. If we digitize emotions, it is estimated that Milton's head should be full of negative emotions 111. At this moment, the whole person's whole body was also filled with thick blackened mildew. Damn it! Milton clenched his fists hard, gritting his teeth. What he wants to do most now is to find the guy who had previously been seeking revenge and admit his mistakes. He must let him announce loudly in front of everyone in the Jupiter region, Milton Sith, he has no special hobbies. Not a Pig Knight. Milton stood in the corner with a glass of wine. At this time, there were more and more people at the dinner. The dinner was about to begin, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Compared with the treatment of being the stars everywhere he went, Milton was extremely deserted today. It's not all bad things. At least it made me realize the true faces of some people. Milton thought to himself, and even comforted himself. I have been standing under the spotlight for a long time, and occasionally I have gained a lot of different things to stand at this position. This is not a lie. Milton stood in the corner, observing the banquet from an angle that he had never experienced before, and suddenly discovered many things he had not noticed before. For example, a small circle in the direction of Milton at 9 o'clock. 7 or 8 well-dressed noble men and women were chatting and laughing with wine glasses. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but Milton found that the tail of a certain male nobleman was quietly stretching out from under his pants, wrapped around the ankles of a female noble lady. It is obvious that both of them had their own partners. It turns out that Viscount Warsaw and Earl Jody's wife have a slight affair. If you have the chance to use this handle. For example, a man who is not prominent in the starry aristocratic circle is surrounded by a group of nobles with a status far higher than him, and becomes the center of that circle. Far of the law enforcement department. Strangely, this guy is just a little baron and has no background. How could he be licked by so many people? Milton frowned slightly, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. He carefully observed everyone in that circle, and felt that he could catch something immediately. At this moment, there were a burst of commotion outside the banquet hall, and many people rushed in that direction. Milton looked up and saw a handsome and cold young man with a red lighting sign on his eyebrows walking in from outside. His Excellency Lan Che? Milton's eyes lit up, and his mind suddenly surged. Although an immortal level appeared in the talent test, Milton did not forget his original purpose. One by one, was to make friends with the Marquis' son Lan Che. Because of the piggy incident, the new spacecraft Milton prepared for Lan Che was not sold. Not the best opportunity now? Jojo, where is Jojo? With Xiao Xiao, Lan Che probably would have a deeper impression of him. It would be even better if Lan Che could fall in love with Xiao Xiao. Milton hurriedly searched for Jojo's figure. Soon, he found Xiao Xiao in a corner. But his face quickly became gloomy. You dare to stick something that doesn't know how to live or die! Milton threw the wine glass in his hand heavily on the dining table, strode towards Jojo with a gloomy face. He saw Xiao Xiao talking to a young man with a handsome face. The two seemed to be having a good chat, and the smile on Xiao Xiao's face was quite bright. The key is that young man is the person Mil 333 Ton had warned him once. Milton quickly walked to the two of them and shouted softly, Jojo. Jojo turned his head and found it was Milton. He immediately smiled and introduced to Milton. Brother, look at who I met. Lu Sheng, he actually came too. Yeah. Milton smiled slightly, and his eyes fell on Lu Sheng. He saw Lu Sheng looking at him calmly, without any expression Milton expected. Milton became more and more angry, with a flash of hostility in his eyes. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, approached Lu Sheng, and said in a cold tone, Did you come to this occasion by relying on Far? It seems that you didn't care about my previous warning at all. Then I'll say it again now. Milton took a light breath, his expression cold, and said word by word. The last time. Don't let me see you appear in front of Xiao Xiao, otherwise I swear. You and you. So you're here. Before Milton could finish his words, he was interrupted by an indifferent voice. The sudden insertion of this sound made Milton stunned. He subconsciously looked back, and after he saw the person who spoke clearly, Milton's pupils shrank violently. Advice all the big guys, don't drink wusu. I went out for a midnight snack last night and drank a bottle. When I came back, I vomited wildly. I still have a headache. Civil. Chapter 466 On behalf of my father, Marquis Lano, formally sends an invitation to you, 1/5. His Excellency Lan Che. Milton was surprised and delighted. So you are here. Judging from what Lan Che said, it seems that he came to find me specifically. Although I don't know why, Milton doesn't care about intimidating Lu Sheng at this moment. I was about to go to find you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Milton raised his chest and smiled on his face, regaining his posture as a noble elite, the son of the Earl. He took the initiative to reach out to Lan Che and greeted him with a smile. Milton had already figured out how to greet Lan Che next, and then introduced her sister Xiao Xiao to Lan Che, and then found an opportunity to send out the spacecraft control key that he had prepared long ago. Lan Che's next sentence made his right hand stretch out, and the smile on his face freeze at the same time. Who are you? Lan Che glanced at Milton, frowned slightly, and said, Who are you? Who are you? Milton looked stunned. Good. Didn't you come to find me? Milton was stunned. Lan Che didn't say anything, just shook his head, gently passed by Milton, and walked straight to Lu Sheng. Immortal bloodline is rare even in the main star area of the Tianxi galaxy. Lan Che's tone was complicated, and then he formally handed out a light purple card to Lu Sheng, and said solemnly, The Jupiter zone can't accommodate you for long. I'll wait for you to the main star zone, and I hope to visit our Lan family. After saying that, Lan Che added, This is my official invitation to you on behalf of my father, Marquis Lano. Boom. As a big shot descending from the main star area, Lan Che has been the center of the banquet venue since his appearance, and I don't know how many eyes follow him. When he walked to Milton, there were already many people paying attention to him. Now that he said this to Lu Sheng, the entire banquet hall was blown up. Boom! It was no less than a nuclear bomb thrown into the crowd, and it exploded in an uproar. For a moment, countless eyes gathered on Lu Sheng. Immortal level. Immortal bloodline. It turns out that they have been guessing, exploring, and trying their best to get some rumor. That's the one in front of you. Even Lan Che wanted to launch a formal invitation to him in the name of his family to win over. Even call him one by one. Is there any more convincing evidence than this? In an instant, the entire banquet hall became turbulent. Countless nobles and socialites rushed to this side. And our poor pig knight Milton, now he is completely petrified. He stared blankly at the young man with Junwei and calm expression in front of him, and his mind seemed to be washed by countless meteorites. Completely confused. He always looked down on that, and believed that he had deliberately approached Xiao Qiao several times, and wanted to climb up to the big tree of their Sith family. In the spaceship store, he just warned and intimidated twice. Mud legs from the country planet, with only a small law enforcement officer in the background. It turned out to be the real protagonist of today's celebration dinner one by one. That legendary mysterious immortal bloodline owner, a super genius, who appears once every 1,000,000 years in the Asian Jupiter region? Buzzing one by one. Milton's body trembled violently, his head was confused, his legs became weak, and he almost sat on the ground with his butt. This slam. But it is much more terrifying than the pig cavalry and 150-year-old war god. If his father, Earl Sith, knew that he would not only not have the relationship with this person, but also offended the other party severely. I guess what was waiting for him was not a confinement, but a straight interruption of his legs. Even. It is very likely to be directly deprived of family inheritance rights. No wonder the old fox is held far in the center. Milton remembered the strange phenomenon of seeing Fel being held by the stars before, and at this moment he suddenly figured it out. He looked dazed, as if he had lost his soul. It was not only Milton, but Xiao Qiao also covered her mouth with her little hands, and stared at Lu Sheng blankly with her eyes widened. She met Lu Sheng several times, but she just felt that the two were destined to be together, and Lu Sheng was pretty. Never expected. The other party's identity and talent are so scary. Surrounded by countless eyes, Lu Sheng felt a little uncomfortable. It was because he was afraid that this would happen that he refused to enter with Dunlop and others. But unexpectedly, it was exposed in full view of everyone. Even the impression of Lan Che in front of him became a little bad. However, Lan Che was full of sincerity, and he couldn't reach out to slap him in the face, so he could only take the card that Lan Che handed over and nodded. "I will consider it. Thank you." Lan Che showed the good cultivation of a top noble child. After releasing his kindness to Lu Sheng, he stopped disturbing him and took the initiative to retreat aside. Then Lu Sheng saw the well-dressed starry sky nobles rushing towards him like hungry wolves seeing fat. Headache. Lu Sheng rubbed his eyebrows secretly and began to deal with it helplessly. Your spaceship is parked at Pier 284. Just take the certificate and get it yourself. Thank you. At the entrance of the Law Enforcement Department of the Jupiter District, Zhao Lin, gray-haired, took the spacecraft control key from members of the Law Enforcement Department. The law enforcement member who escorted them out nodded slightly, said nothing, turned around and went in. Lan Chen, who was standing next to Zhao Lin, looked extremely ugly. They treated you so well. Did you still say thank you to them? They are very nice to me. Zhao Lin blinked and said in surprise. Except for not having the right to communicate with external sources, all treatments are at the highest standard. What? Lan Chen was shocked and couldn't believe it. You said you enjoyed the highest treatment when you were imprisoned? Otherwise, aren't you? Zhao Lin was confused. Lan Chen took a deep breath, nodded with gritted teeth and said, Yes, so do I. Yes, Lan Chen also enjoyed the highest treatment. It is just the highest treatment for criminals. Compared with Zhao Lin, it is completely a paradise and a hell. Lan Chen became more and more angry the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but speak. No, this matter is not over. I must complain to them after I go back. Forget it. Zhao Lin patted Lan Chen on the shoulder and comforted her with a look of gaze. We can be released. It proves that everything has been settled. It's meaningless to care about these things now. Zhao Lin's words hit Lan Chen's pain point, and Lan Chen said with reluctance, How can you not care about it? A super genius celebration of the bright moon level, or even a day level. The first one I discovered was snatched away by people from the Asian Jupiter region. If we report it normally, how much benefit can we get from it? Think about it. Zhao Lin comforted. Maybe Lu Sheng's talent is not as outstanding as we imagined. The day level is not that easy to achieve. A Huiwa level talent loss is not so unacceptable. Chapter 467 this time, it may really be about to trigger a war between the two-star region's 2/5. What you said is lightweight. Lan Chen sneered. Huiwa level, how many years has it been before a Huiwa level has emerged in the entire White Mist Star Zone? The two argued and soon left the law enforcement area. Zhao Lin took out the communicator and started calling for the rental aircraft. Lan Chen couldn't help but feel angry when he saw this. These bastards from the law enforcement department of the Asia-Jupiter region have forced us to come and locked up for so long. Now they have let us out and are unwilling to send us to the dock. Zhao Lin was too lazy to listen to his complaints and said with a move, The aircraft is here. A blue aircraft stopped lightly in front of the two of them. The driver of the aircraft was a humanoid with a blue skin and a nose similar to a carrot. The two are welcome to ride in a taxi vehicle driven by Blue Nose Harry and wish you a happy ride in advance. The big blue-nosed driver greeted the two warmly. In such a bustling place as the main star area, rental vehicles are generally unmanned. Swipe the card to get on the bus, and then enter the destination. Very convenient. Of course, there are also people-piloted rental vehicles, and the price is slightly higher. Many people prefer to ride in a taxi vehicle driven by manned. Because although unmanned rental vehicles are convenient, the route and speed are stipulated to be dead. Sometimes you want to take a detour to do something, or in a hurry, rigid unmanned driving will drive people crazy. The rental vehicle of a MAN 740 is much more humane. When you are anxious, you can greet the driver. These experienced veteran drivers can drive the aircraft out of the spacecraft's speed. Lan Chen and Zhao Lin got on the aircraft and reported their destination. Hearing that the two were going to the dock, the blue-nosed driver smiled and said, Are you two adults here to do business or travel? Now you are going back. Lan Chen and the others were embarrassed to say that they were not doing business or traveling. They were here to go to jail. I could only pass it over and then change the topic. It's very lively today on Yama Main Star. Is there any big party? Zhao Lin saw the huge planet in the sky in the distance and saw the brightly lit scene on it and couldn't help asking. The driver with a big blue nose glanced at it and replied with a smile. It's the adults on the main star celebrating. It's been going on for several days. Celebrate? Such a large specification. Zhao Lin and Lan Chen were a little curious and couldn't help asking, What are you celebrating? You don't even know about such a big thing? The driver with big blue nose looked surprised. A few days ago, all the planets in this cluster were as bright as light bulbs. Didn't you see it? The entire starry sky is as bright as a light bulb. Zhao Lin and the others looked at each other. Their expressions became alarmed, and they hurriedly asked, "What the hell is going on, Master? Please tell me quickly." Immortal level. Our Asian Jupiter region has produced a genius with immortal supernatural life constitution. The scene when I first came out, oh! It's a pity that you didn't see it. The driver of the big blue nose was spitting everywhere, but Zhao Lin and Lan Chen didn't hear a word afterwards. Only when the words, immortality, were heard, the two of them seemed to be choking, their bodies were shocked, and they almost breathed. Immortal level? Zhao Lin, who had always been calm, was speechless at this time, and he stuttered in disbelief. Are you kidding me, Master? It's all spreading. How could I joke with you? If you don't believe me, read the news. As he said that, the driver of Big Blue Nose pulled out the aircraft and put it on the onboard TV. Soon, a picture was presented in front of Zhao Lin and Lan Chen. Warm congratulations to me on the birth of the immortal extraordinary life constitution in the Jupiter region, a genius who is once a million years. The corresponding video's screen appears immediately below. In the picture, there are vast starry sky, towering stargates stand, golden light columns piercing through the stars, and the magnificent starry sky with the 9 ring star clusters being completely lit up. A gorgeous golden tattoo was covered with all over the body, and a little red and gold on his forehead was shining. A handsome young man who was like a god in the starry sky stood proudly. When seeing the young man's appearance clearly, Zhao Lin and Lan Chen's pupils shrank violently, and their bodies shook violently. It was as if there was an invisible lightning piercing through the layers of voids and hitting them violently. The two sat in the seats, staring at the video that was constantly scrolling in front of Bessie, without saying a word or moving. There are only 2 words in my mind that keep rolling and scrolling. Lu Sheng immortal level. Lu Sheng immortal level. I don't know what the concept of immortal supernatural life constitution is, but I heard it is the first in our Asian Jupiter region in history. It's the first in a million years, and it has never been released in several star areas next to it. It should be amazing. Haha, you said that such a great thing is that those noble men should not celebrate for several days. The Big Blue Nose driver was still chattering. Zhao Lin and Lan Chen couldn't even listen to a single word. They felt extremely empty in their chests, and they didn't know what emotions were like sulfuric acid knives stirring in their hearts. I don't know how long it has passed. The aircraft arrived at the pier and stopped. The two of them fell into the aircraft in a daze, and stood in front of the starry pier with a blank expression. The brightly lit main star of the Yamu in the distance is still clearly visible, and God knows what kind of grand carnival is going on inside. The two stared at each other for a while, and Lan Chen finally spoke. We what level? Dao Day level? Ha ha. Lan Chen smiled even worse than crying. Do you still think this matter can be forgotten? Zhao Lin remained silent. Somehow, he suddenly recalled the words he said to the law enforcement department of the adjusted region when he was escorted to the adjusted region. You will provoke a war between the 2 major star regions like this. At that time, Zhao Lin said this sentence with a strong resentment and a large number of exaggerations. But now, maybe, this time it might really trigger a war between the 2 star zones. Zhao Lin looked at the starry sky and said quietly. At the same time, White Mist Star Area, Law Enforcement Department. A tall middle-aged man walked out of the office holding a small cardboard box. He had no expression on his face, and his eyes were blank, and his whole body seemed a little depressed and down. The man walked through the office area and attracted the attention of many people. They quickly got together in groups of 3 or 3 and whispered, What's wrong with Lord Schiller? Isn't he in his prime? Why did he retire when he retires? Hey, you don't know yet. Schiller's neglect of his duties this time made us miss a martial arts genius with extremely excellent qualifications. The enforcement chief Lunan was furious. It is said that he was asked to retire early, but it is actually similar to dismissal. TSK, what level of genius can make Lord Schiller, who is at level 11, lose his position for this? Don't know. Schiller heard these sounds into his ears, and his face twitched slightly. Please give me a ticket next month, TT. Chapter 468. Is it so serious? 3/5. This time he was cheated by that guy Fowl. Who would have thought that Far's heart would be so dark with thick eyebrows and big eyes? Of course, it is also because he is careless. But now that's the matter, let's talk about it. These are no longer important. Just take a vacation. Just take a vacation. Just like I haven't had a long time, I've had a rest. Schiller also saw it. Some time ago, he just bought a garden star with beautiful scenery and pleasant environment. I never had time to go on a walk, so I took this opportunity to take my wife and children to take a vacation. I heard that there was a syrup waterfall on the garden star, a lake with green onion, a mutton skewers growing in the ground, and beer on the trees. Schiller thought about this and felt much better. His expression relaxed, and his feet became lighter. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, and was about to get downstairs to the Ministry of Law Enforcement, the broadcasts in the Ministry of Law Enforcement building suddenly rang out one by one. Now, an emergency notice was reported. Schiller, a 11th level law enforcement officer, neglected his duties and made extremely serious mistakes at work, causing immeasurable huge losses to me in the White Mist Star Zone. The circumstances are serious and the crime cannot be forgiven. The following punishments are now imposed on Schiller, a 11th level law enforcement officer. 1. Deprived of titles throughout life and no longer apply for aristocratic qualifications within 3 generations. 2. Dismiss the position of 11th level law enforcement officer. 3. Delegate the 8th level battlefield star to guard for 3,000 years. 4. The cold radio sound was broadcast over and over again in the law enforcement department building. Everyone looked up, listened in a daze for a while, then looked at Schiller with an extremely incredible look on his face. Schiller was already in place when the radio sounded. When he heard the article, delivered level 8 battlefield star to guard for 3,000 years. The cardboard box in Schiller's hand slid to the ground with a bang, and the things in the box were scattered everywhere. But letting go, is it so serious? Schiller muttered to himself, not recovering for a while. Unlimited supply of all resources required for cultivation, quasi-elephant title, a complete set of 11th level weapons and equipment, the latest private spacecraft. Lu Sheng sat in a huge room, recalling the conditions he had reached with Dunlop and others before, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Is this what it feels like to be a favorite in the star area? It's really so cool. The resources of the entire star area are tilted. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter what Lu Sheng wants now, the Federation of the Asian Jupiter region will try his best to satisfy him. Dunlop and his men had already acted as if they wanted to use the resources of the entire star zone to support him. Good guy, Lu Sheng feels that money is a number for him now. As long as it's not too much, I can get anything. In the future, Lu Sheng no longer has to worry about the resources of cultivation. When I left Blue Star, I just wanted to save money to buy a life planet. I never thought that if I was not careful, I already had countless life planets. Lu Sheng remembered the scene when he and Dunlop and others proposed that he wanted a high-level life planet. Dunlop laughed at the 3 of you, then took out a star map and gave it to him. With a wave of your hand, he said, "Choose whatever you want. In the Jupiter region, you will give it to you as territory." Just so bold. Moreover, Lu Sheng's current identity has also changed. From a 3rd-level citizen to an Earl of Starry Sky with the title of official noble. This is the highest level starry sky title that the Federation of the Jupiter region can enthrone. It's just a quasi-elephant. Because Lu Sheng's strength level is only at level 9, he has to wait until he is officially promoted to level 11 before he can remove this accurate word. But it doesn't matter whether or not you go or not. The Starry Sky Earl can enjoy the treatment of all aspects that others have. Even higher. His count territory has not been selected yet, and Lu Sheng felt that it doesn't matter whether he chooses it or not. Others have to work hard to squeeze their heads and become nobles and have their own territory. The ultimate goal is resources and wealth. Now in the Asian Jupiter region, resources and wealth are all within your reach for Lu Sheng. Just like the money printing factory was run by Lu Sheng's own family, so why should he go out and work hard to make money? Just have a few safe and high-quality life planets. Let's pick them carefully when you have time. Lu Sheng thought, and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of the changes in the world. Not long ago, he was just a country mud-legged man from a low-level civilized star. In a blink of an eye, a person could represent a starry sky wealthy family. I want to teach Milton a lesson now, so I don't need to hide my head and tail. He slapped him 2 big slaps directly in front of him. He probably had to clap his hands and smile and praise me for slapping it. Please, flowers. I don't know what their parents, sisters, and wives will react after they hear the news. Lu Sheng stood up, looked at the time, and felt that it was almost done, so he walked out of the room. When I walked to the door of the room, a standard human beauty with a hot body, sweet appearance, and a mole on the corner of her mouth was waiting quietly outside. Seeing him come out, he immediately said respectfully, "Dear Lord Lu Sheng, this woman is a secretary of the Federal House of Representatives of the Asian Jupiter region. She is specifically responsible for the reception of Lu Sheng during this period. She is almost half of his living assistant. Take me to see the spaceship," Lu Sheng said to the woman. "Okay, sir." The woman immediately led the way and led Lu Sheng outward. This is not the main star of AMU, but one of the top 10 sanitation planets. At the location of the General Administration of Star Pass in Asia, all goods transported from outside must be delivered here as soon as possible and then sent to each planet after inspection. Spaceships are no exception. Several companies in the main star area of Yamu specialize in selling spacecraft. These spacecraft have just been sent and are still stored in the Sheng warehouse. Dunlop heard that Lu Sheng wanted to buy a spaceship, so he asked him to come and choose it himself. If you choose Lu Sheng, the Federation will naturally pay for him after the election. The beautiful secretary led Lu Sheng to the warehouse, where the spacecraft was specially stored. This warehouse is too big, connecting to the starry sky, and there are brand new spacecraft of different sizes and different styles hovering inside. When Lu Sheng was choosing, he had to ride a special aircraft, otherwise he would not be able to see it at all. This batch of spacecraft has passed the Star Pass inspection, and there is no problem. If the adults can't find something satisfactory, I'll take you to the untested ones," the beautiful secretary introduced to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded, dispersed his mental power, and chose to choose among the spaceships. The smallest spacecraft here is only as big as a basketball court. The biggest one is worth half of the Blue Star. It's considered a large spacecraft, and I guess it can be the one from the next planet. In the future, when moving to the human compatriots on Blue Star, you may have to use this. Speaking of which, Lu Sheng has something that has not been resolved. That is the problem of Blue Star's ownership. Chapter 469, Blue Star Crisis. Lu Sheng told me that he is doing well now, 4/5. After all, Blue Star is a subordinate resource star of the White Mist Star Zone, and is affiliated to the White Mist Star Zone Federation. If Lu Sheng wants to move to the Blue Star, he has to buy the entire Blue Star, and he has to ask whether the Baiwu Star District Federation agrees. Anyway, the procedures are very complicated. But Dunlop said that he would personally discuss with the White Mist Star District Federation for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had already understood this time. Simply put, he was spoofed by the Asian Jupiter region. If things develop on a normal trajectory, Lu Sheng should have followed Lan Chen back to the main star area of the White Mist Star Zone, passed the talent test, verified the immortal bloodline, and then shocked the entire White Mist Star Zone. But when he was about to step out of Blue Star was robbed by the Red Pupils group. The spacecraft from the Adjusted Zone Law Enforcement Department happened to be faster than the Baiwu Star Zone Law Enforcement Department. He discovered Lu Sheng's talent, and with Thayer's little tricks, he brought Lu Sheng over without telling him that he was the one in the Baiwu Star Zone and registered as a citizen of the Adjusted Zone first. Looking at this matter from the perspective of a bystander, I have to say that Fal's operation is God enough. I guess he has gained a lot of benefits. He is now at the peak of his life, Lu Sheng thought to himself. Achioi. In the main star area of Yamu, dressed and well-dressed and holding a wine glass, surrounded by many starry aristocrats, Thal sneezes hard in the spring breeze. After rubbing his nose, Thal's face showed a look of confusion. Has I been having too many social engagements recently? Is the 11th level martial body even caught a cold? Lu Sheng walked around the Xinguan warehouse and picked up the choice. Finally, at the suggestion of the beautiful secretary, he chose a silver-gray spacecraft about the size of 5 football fields and was beautiful and smooth. This spacecraft reached the level of Quasi-12, and its performance in all aspects far exceeded Lu Sheng's psychological expectations. It was even better than the Silverbird spaceship he was on when he came. Moreover, this spacecraft also has a pretty handsome name, one of the White Hole Shufflers. This name reminds Lu Sheng that the classic lines in a certain anime in his previous life are like, White Hole, the white tomorrow is waiting for us. It's simply perfect. Just this one. Lu Sheng made the decision with satisfaction. Okay. The beautiful secretary nodded with a smile and said, I'll go through the relevant procedures for the adults now. It just so happens that I want to stay alone for a while. Lu Sheng waved his hand, and the beautiful female secretary stepped down obediently. Then he walked out of the aircraft and stepped on the void to the White Hole Shuttle spacecraft. No matter how you look at it, you feel satisfied. Then he happily took out the communicator and dialed the signal from Dong Qingxue. The communication was successfully connected soon. Dong Qingxue's beautiful and familiar face popped out from the communicator. Lu Sheng smiled and raised the communicator a little to include the spaceship behind him. Wife, look at the spaceship I just bought. Is it good? Dong Qingxue's eyes fell behind Lu Sheng. Her eyes stopped for a moment and nodded. Well, it's very beautiful. Well, how is this reaction? Lu Sheng was a little surprised, and then he realized that Dong Qingxue's expression was a little wrong, as if he was hiding something and wanted to tell him something. The smile on Lu Sheng's face gradually calmed down, his expression calmed down, and he said, What's wrong, my wife? Is something happening? Dong Qingxue hesitated for a while, thought for a while, and finally said to Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, Blue Star. It seems that she is in trouble again. What? Blue Star. Longhua, Huafu Community, Baihe City, Dongning Province. Dong Qingxue ended her communication with Lu Sheng and walked out of the room. When they arrived at the living room, Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan and his wife were watching TV in the living room, looking at her one after another. Qingxue, have you finished chatting with Lu Sheng? Zheng Yufan couldn't help asking. Did Xiaosheng say when will he come back? He has been out for several months. Hey, Xiaosheng is going to the universe. Lu Dehai sat on the sofa, stretched out his hands and gestured. Do you know how big the universe is? Do you think it is a vegetable market at the door, and it is not that easy for Sheng to go back and forth? Don't worry about it. He will come back naturally when he finishes his work. Zheng Yufan said nothing, sighed, and stood up, walked towards the kitchen. I'll go cook. Lu Dehai shook his head and continued to watch his TV. Uncle, I'll go out for a walk. Yeah, go. Dong Qingxue greeted Lu Dehai, walked out of the living room, and walked all the way outside the villa yard. Under a big tree opposite the lane, outside the courtyard, there was a middle-aged man wearing a short shirt and a national face standing with his hands behind his back. Dong Qingxue walked straight towards the other party, got closer, and shouted softly, "Beyond the martial saint." Lin Zhengwen nodded slightly, then asked with a serious look, "Have you told Lord Lu about the situation here?" Dong Qingxue nodded. "I told him." "What did Lord Lu say?" Lin Jingyue's expression showed a bit of urgency. Dong Qingxue replied, "Lu Sheng said he would come back as soon as possible and would help us solve this problem through other faster channels." Other channels. Lin Jingyue blinked, a little confused. "I don't know very well what the other channel he said means. He didn't tell me in detail, just to reassure us," Dong Qingxue said. Lin Zhengwen nodded, but her expression was still a little worried. "After all, our own strength is too weak. As a low-level civilized star, he is only qualified to be exploited and exploited. The previous guide was quite easy to talk to, whereas the source group, prepare. We have only collected resources once and asked us to submit them again, and the share is hundreds of times that of the past. Can't you get enough of that?" Dong Qingxue asked. Lin Zhengwen said, "The distribution map left by Lord Lu is barely enough. But I don't know if this guy sees that our blue star has oil and water to squeeze, and he also asks us to prepare a share of energy crystals with the same share to him and give it to him personally. It takes time to produce the energy crystal of the star vein. You said it is difficult. We had about 20 martial saints who emptied our pockets, but we didn't get half of them." "Oh, a weak person is bullied, and a weak horse is ridden by someone." Lin Jing sighed softly, and his words were full of deep powerlessness and helplessness. "When Lu Sheng comes back, everything will be solved." Dong Qingxue comforted her. Lin Zhengwen was silent for a while and said, "If it weren't for being forced, there was no way. 2.9 I hope we can solve this problem without relying on Lord Lu's power. With Lord Lu's temper, he will definitely fight with the guide when he comes back. It's not that I don't believe in Lord Lu's strength, but the guide represents the authority of the starry sky-high martial arts civilization. It is easy to pass a guide, but he is afraid that he will follow the entire starry fleet next time he comes. Lord Lu has amazing talent in martial arts, and his future will definitely be broad in the future. If we are attacking an irresistible powerful enemy, we will block the martial arts journey. The old bones of the blue stars are really a big deal." Dong Qingxue's eyes flashed when she heard Lin Jingyue's words. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't be too pessimistic even if you surpass the martial saint. Lu Sheng told me that he is doing well in the starry sky now, and has the ability to solve this little trouble. Please give me a monthly ticket to Flowers Dong 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 Dong. Count out to the big guys." Chapter 470 Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Competition. A battle to show off your might. 5/5. Dong Qingxue didn't know how to interpret the meaning of the 4 words, goodwill. Say Lu Shengang bought a spaceship? It seems to be too shallow. So I can only try my best to convey Lu Sheng's meaning to Lin Zhengwen. "I have the ability to solve it. Wait for me to come back." "Yeah, okay." Lin Zhengwen nodded, and the faint sorrow wrapped around his eyebrows proved that he was still not too optimistic. It's not that he doesn't believe in Lu Sheng's ability, but he doesn't dare to believe it. Lu Sheng, who has only been out of the blue star for a few months, has stood firm in the starry sky and has the ability to compete with the guides and the higher civilizations behind the guides. This is very unrealistic. But things aren't that bad either. After all, the new guide did something unruly by himself and wanted to make a living. When Lu Sheng comes back, there may be no need to do anything. As long as Lu Sheng's ability to walk out of the planet, he can poke this matter on the advanced martial arts civilization behind the guide. The problem may be solved. Lin Jinghua thought about this and felt much more relaxed. After saying a few more words to Dong Qingxue, he hurriedly left. As the head strongman of the entire Blue Star, there is such a guide in the stall. It can be said that all the pressure is dependent on these 9-level martial saints. The pressure is huge. That's about the same situation. Lu Sheng briefly told Dunlop about the troubles of Blue Star. It is difficult for Dunlop. As the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Asian Jupiter region, he is in charge of billions of life planets of all sizes. Now he has to personally help Lu Sheng deal with this small matter of sesame and green beans. This is more exaggerated than someone running to your yard to steal a chicken, and you go directly to find the emperor to make the decision, or the emperor from another country. Lu Sheng himself is embarrassed. But he really didn't know who to look for. Finding Dunlop was the fastest and most direct way. Dunlop didn't care about this, but instead thought about it seriously, then said to Lu Sheng, "Azure Star is a subordinate resource star of the White Mist Star Zone after all, and our forces in the Jupiter Zone cannot stand up for you directly. But it's easy to deal with. I just need to contact a few starry aristocrats near your mother star. I believe that with their energy in the Jupiter region, there is no problem in solving a small resource department guide." As he said that, Dunlop directly picked up the communicator beside the table and comforted Lu Sheng. "You don't have to worry. I'll make arrangements now." "Thank you, Speaker." When Lu Sheng received Dunlop's promise, he felt completely at peace. After thinking about it, he said to Dunlop, "I am going to take this opportunity to go back to my home star." Dunlop nodded. "Go and go. If you have any requirements or anything, just contact Lin Fei at any time." Lin Fei is the beautiful female secretary Dunlop had previously matched Lu Sheng, and she is a melody too between the two. "Good." Lu Sheng asked again, "Does the speaker have anything else to tell me?" During this period, Lu Sheng received a lot of benefits from the star area. Not to mention anything else, the White Cave exploration spacecraft alone is worth billions of black crystal coins. And it's the cost price, not the sale price. There is also a large amount of pre-supported energy crystal cultivation resources, weapons and equipment, and all kinds of scattered things. Lu Sheng was embarrassed to take it. Although he is an immortal and extraordinary life constitution, he is the first genius in the Asian Jupiter region in millions of years. Golden steamed buns in the entire star area. But I always feel uneasy if I don't do anything to the Asia-Jupiter zone. Lu Sheng has grown up all the way to the present, but he has never taken any benefit from others in vain. During the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Division spared no effort to cultivate him, and he later contributed countless advanced martial arts and civilization crystallizations. On the Blue Star, Karu is bullying several 9th-level martial saints. But before he came out this time, he asked Lin Jinghua to give everyone a few tons of energy crystals he collected. When Blue Star has something to do, they are all the first one busy. As the saying goes, the grace of a drop of water will be repaid with a spring of water. Shumer has always been a person of particularity. Is there anything else? Dunlop is a mature person, so how could he not see what Lu Sheng was thinking? The more Lu Sheng did this, the more he felt happy and relieved. The immortal bloodline is rare. The immortal level with pure mind and straightforward character is even more rare. They are lucky in the Jupiter region, and Lu Sheng is such a person. Dunlop thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled and said to Lu Sheng, "Are you interested in participating in a competition and discussing with other top geniuses in the Star Zone, communicating and promoting each other's martial arts strength?" Lu Sheng's eyes flashed slightly. "What do you say to the speaker?" "I mean, in the name of the Jupiter region, I want to launch a super-large interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition across the Star Zone in conjunction with the 13 surrounding star zones. By then, all the super geniuses from the 13 star zones, different civilizations, and different races will be brought over." Dunlop looked at Lu Sheng and said with a smile, "Be your companionship." 13 star zones. Different civilizations. Different races. All super geniuses. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and his heart suddenly beat faster for a few beats, as if even the blood flow rate had accelerated a lot. Lu Sheng has never been a timid person. On the contrary, he has always been eager to fight, enjoy fighting, and pursue the pleasure of extreme collisions again and again. Dunlop's proposal suddenly scratched the itch in his heart, just in line with his wishes. The Starry Sky stage, all races compete, and geniuses collide. Think about the opportunity to reach out and pinch the little heads of star-level geniuses from different star regions and races, and leave a few of their own boxing marks on their small bodies. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel excited and looked forward to it indefinitely.
"Can."
For 73, Lu Sheng nodded and agreed.
"When will it start?"
"No hurry," Dunlop said. "It's just my own idea now, and I have to ask whether other stars agree or not. It is still unclear how many star zones can be brought in at that time. However, our Asian Jupiter region and several surrounding star regions have always had a similar tradition of martial arts exchange events. This time it has been expanded to more than a dozen star regions, so it should be fine. The key is you," Dunlop told Lu Sheng seriously. "The only thing you have to do now is to practice, keep practicing, and become stronger. Although the immortal bloodline is powerful, your strength level is a little lower after all. There is definitely no second immortality in other star areas, but if more than a dozen star areas are together, there must be more or less a few of them at the Huiwa level. Level 12 strong men will definitely not participate, but there are definitely many in level 11. Don't be excited, Lu Sheng. Although my purpose is to bring people over to you as a coach, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose or not. Your future will be tens of millions of times greater than any of them."
"But,"
Dunlop's eyes shone brightly, and said to Lu Sheng word by word, "I still hope that this unprecedented cross-star zone top genius martial arts competition. It is a battle to show off your power. Show off the courage of immortal bloodline. Promote the power of Maya Jupiter region." Chapter 471 20,000 times the gravity, top-level training room, route forward. 1. Show off your might. The Jupiter region only produced an immortal extraordinary life constitution in 1,000,000 years. And I don't know how long I can stay in the star area. I can't guarantee that when will someone come to take Lu Sheng away from the department head? While Lu Sheng was still in the Jupiter region, wouldn't he be able to show off to the surrounding star regions? This is also part of political achievements. After the operation is done, Dunlop may be able to stay in the position of Speaker of the House until retirement. Even if you go to a higher star area and take over a more prominent position, it is not impossible. Any resource that is beneficial to your practice, as long as we can satisfy you, will definitely satisfy you as much as possible. Dunlop repeatedly emphasized this to Lu Sheng. "I understand, Speaker." Since Dunlop put forward the conditions, Lu Sheng felt much more at ease. In this way, he will feel at ease by using the resources provided by the House of Representatives. After chatting with Dunlop for a few more words, Lu Sheng left the House of Representatives and took the White Cave Explorer spacecraft he had just obtained and drove quickly towards the Blue Star. "The first space jump is about to be made soon," Lu Sheng stood in the cockpit of the spacecraft, watching the various instrument panels in front of him jumping rapidly. In such a huge spaceship, there is only Lu Sheng, a life body. Apart from this, there are only the oxygen-supplying plants in the aerobic system. The operation of the entire spacecraft is basically controlled by artificial intelligence. Of course, Lu Sheng himself can also drive the spacecraft. For this reason, he spent dozens of minutes to learn about operation and maintenance of small and medium-sized spacecraft. There are also 1,000 magic silver guards in the spacecraft. This kind of Starry Sky class machine golem is basically a must-have for every spacecraft. Sometimes I encounter starry garbage blocking the road, small star thieves. These magic silver guards with combat power that can reach the 9th level of the Starry Sky can solve a lot of trouble for you. It is no exaggeration to say that 1,000 magic silver guards can easily sweep most of the low-level life planets. Of course, each demon silver guard with a combat power of level 9 is also quite expensive, more than tens of millions of black crystal coins. Just Lu Sheng can configure 1,000 units at a time without any money.
It takes 10 cosmic days to arrive at Blue Star.
This time is much faster than when Lu Sheng came on the Silver Bird. The main reason is that the
White Hole Shuttle
is much lighter than the Silver Bird and has better performance.
It takes about 1 month to convert it to Blue Star. It's a month, and I don't know if it's too late.
Lu Sheng felt a little worried, but it quickly calmed down. If even Dunlop, who is the speaker of the Asian Jupiter district, cannot solve this problem perfectly, it will be useless for him to find anyone. Since Dunlop promised him, he should give the other party enough trust.
I practice with peace of mind during this period. No matter how anxious I am, I cannot fly back to the Blue Star in an instant.
Lu Sheng thought and walked out of the cab. After many portals, I came to a training room tailor-made for him at the bottom of the spaceship. It represents the product of the crystallization of advanced martial arts civilization in the Asian Jupiter region. This training room is very powerful. It can even be used by level 12 martial arts powerhouses in daily practice. This is also one of the important reasons why Lu Sheng chose this spacecraft.
Set. Simulate a 3,000 times gravity environment.
Lu Sheng issued an order to the spacecraft. In an instant, the light in the entire cultivation room fainted quietly, as if the sound of organic sacred ignition sounded. Lu Sheng felt a wave of pressure suddenly come to him. Humph. Lu Sheng shook his body slightly, and 10,000 immortal cells in his body suddenly lit up. The terrifying pressure attached to the body immediately disappeared without a trace.
Set simulation, environment under 5,000 times the gravity.
Lu Sheng ordered again. The disappearing gravity appeared again, and Lu Sheng continued to activate the power of the immortal cells. It slowly increased upwards until the immortal cells ignited the divine fire, and the pressure still existed, and Lu Sheng stopped. At this time, the gravity in the cultivation room had reached an astonishing 110,000 or 20,000 times.
20,000 times! It's almost approaching my limit. Under this pressure environment, the transformation speed of immortal cells is about 100 times that of usual. In other words, the process of immortal cells nurturing into stars is accelerated by 100 times. This is the benefit of the top-level practice environment.
The extreme simulated gravity of the
White Hole Shuttle
practice room is 50,000 times. In addition, it can even simulate the super high temperature and one way of the real black hole on the surface and inside of the star, while restoring the real extreme environment with the greatest possibility. A certain degree of security can be guaranteed. This is the charm of a top practice room. As a private Starry Sky car, the White Hole Shuttle is more expensive than this.
Although there is still a certain gap compared to the truly professional top-level practice room in the Starry Sky, it is better because it is convenient, and cannot delay practice during long-distance travel.
Lu Sheng was quite satisfied with the training room configured by the White Hole Shuttle Man. He immediately found a random seat in the cultivation room and sat down cross-legged. Then, a blood-red crystal piece the size of a fist from the space storage bracelet was taken out, and it was crushed and sucked into the body. Blood energy crystal block. The energy contained in the unit is more than 100 times that of the black energy crystal block. It is an extremely precious cultivation resource. The biggest difference between blood energy and black energy crystal blocks is not the amount of energy they contain. Instead, the blood energy crystal is naturally formed. The black energy crystal block is a product made of compression of ordinary energy crystals. This is also the black energy crystal blocks will be circulated in the starry sky as currency, while the blood energy crystal is just a top resource. Blood energy crystals cannot be made, and a resource planet that can produce bleeding energy crystals may not be found in 10,000 resource stars. Therefore, the price is extremely expensive, and the exchange ratio between them and black energy crystal blocks is more than 10,000 times. Only Lu Sheng, who enjoys the inclination of resources in the entire star area, can he be so luxuriously able to use blood energy crystals to practice daily. A piece of blood energy crystal entered the body, and an unprecedented huge energy burst out in Lu Sheng's body. New immortal cells are rapidly generated in the number of 5, which is much higher than Lu Sheng's previous practice efficiency of King of Kings.
It's worth the money. It's really expensive to have expensive benefits.
While enjoying this rapid cultivation speed, Lu Sheng divided part of his mind into the dream space. Dream space in the universe. After the last time he got rid of King Sheris, he had already embarked on the second journey, looking for water, or the inheritance point of the ice martial arts.
Star martial arts, divine crystal martial arts, wind or wood martial arts, water or ice martial arts, plus earth martial arts. This is my own martial arts blueprint of level 15, or even level 16, that I deduced in the chess of Taoism. What I have to do now is to completely set the prototype and outline of this part of the martial arts in the 9th level martial arts realm. Then use the power of the origin to deduce it and modify and perfect the unreasonable points. Only then can you steadily hit level 10-inch.
This is the current path that Lu Sheng has planned for himself. Chapter 472. There is not even a level 10 strongman on this planet, afraid of a bird too. In Lu Sheng's vision, the 3 paths of wind, water, and earth will also support him to level 15 in the future. If you don't lay the foundation now, the framework will be well laid. When you reach level 10, the martial arts and dharma images are refined into the martial body, and it will be very difficult to add them to it. Lu Sheng is now on his way to a level 12 ice martial arts inheritance point. After inheriting Sheris's Fengji martial arts, Lu Sheng's axe technique reached the 5th level. The body movement has also reached the peak of the 5th level, so much so that his speed soared to 300 kilometers per second. It is almost 1,000th of the speed of light. This speed is not slow. It is a shortcut and fast lane that takes the veins of the world and the universe. It's much faster than a simple flight. But, in the universe's starry sky measured by light years, this speed is still very slow.
Do you have to fly every month again? If only I could teleport to the target point in an instant.
Lu Shengfei spent a long time looking at the position of the flashing light point representing him on the star map, where it was almost motionless. He couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but complain. After he said this, the ball of light in Lu Sheng's body that represented the power of the origin of the universe suddenly flashed. Then, swish 881 by 1. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed before him, and he came to his senses again, and found that he had already crossed half a light year and arrived at his destination. Sheng looked at the huge and turbid target planet in front of him, stunned for a while, and then really wanted to give himself two big mouths.
Grass, I'm so stupid.
He clearly possesses the power of the universe's origin, that is, omnipotent, but he is foolishly swaying his legs.
Fortunately, I found out early, otherwise I don't know how much time I should be wasted on the road of boredom.
Sheng shook his head and stopped talking nonsense. He directly condensed his body of Dharma image 160,000 meters high in the starry sky, and then flew towards the target planet.
Light! The giant representing light! Another has come! The darkness fades away. Boom!
A small cloud of mushrooms exploded on the surface of the turbid and rotten planet. The battle begins. At the same time, Blue Star, a small island located on the Great Eagle Ocean, on the sunny beach. There is a blue ocean, a golden beach, and dozens or hundreds of beauties dressed in cool clothes and different skin colors on the beach. This is the true paradise. But this paradise was built entirely for one person. This is a short and fat man less than 1.5 meters tall. His skin is light pink, with a rubbery complexion, and is extremely smooth and delicate. The appearance is not much different from the Blue Star people, but the ears without oracles are slightly larger. This pink-looking humanoid leader is enjoying the treatment of the emperor on Earth. All the women on this beach serve him alone, and he can do whatever he wants here. Now, this person is holding a communicator, enjoying the food that the beauties around him continue to offer, while chatting with friends far away from the stars. Because he used a common word for the universe, he was not worried about being heard by others, so he did not avoid the existence of someone next to him.
Mars, guess how much oil and water have I scattered this trip?
The short and fat guy grabbed the communicator and stretched out a finger to the virtual villain in front of him with a proud look on his face, and said loudly in a show-off tone,
100,000. At least 100,000, and it's a black crystal coin. Damn!
The little man who was originally sitting on the communicator stood up and shouted in disbelief.
100,000? Are you not kidding? Do you think I'm joking with you?
The short and fat guy laughed.
You don't know how rich these low-level resource stars are. My previous guide was so stupid. Every time I came to collect resources, he would actually collect as much as the superiors asked him to collect. You said this is not a fool of pure and pure. Haha, but that's fine. He can't make me cheaper if he isn't stupid.
The short and fat guy shook his head and said,
Just come a few more times. It won't take long to save enough money to buy a house, a spaceship, and a bride price for marrying Melina. Those gifts were really not given for free at the beginning. They were transferred to the resources department, and the benefits were really rich. The little money given for gifts will be paid back once you go. Although running below is hard, every resource star gets the treatment at the speaker level. Can enjoy the beautiful scenery of different planets, experience the local customs, and also have delicious food beauties. This little life is also very happy,
the short and fat guide said, and the little man on the other end of the communicator was so envious that his eyes were red.
Damn it, I have to be transferred to the resources department too. Who would have thought that the guide was also a fat person? I used to think that low-level resource stars are places where birds don't poop,
the short and fat guide said.
There are places where birds do not shit, but there are also many planets with rich oil and water. For example, the A28462 Blue Star I am currently in looks quite inconspicuous, and the martial arts civilization has only been in its inception for 300 years. But who would have thought that their exploration of the origin of the planet's vein energy crystals actually reached 90%? This planet alone provides me with a total of 10,000 black crystal coins. So exaggerated?
The villain on the communicator was surprised and couldn't help but say,
The energy crystal produces such a rich output. There should be many martial arts powerhouses on this planet, right? Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. People of low-level civilized stars don't know so much. If you force them to be cruel, you will be killed by a group of attacks.
The short and fat guide shook his head.
I am more cautious than you. I have investigated it. The highest on this planet is only level 9, and there are not many people. What is civilization inheritance?
He paused and said,
It's quite strange. The lower-level martial arts inheritance looks quite advanced, but the top-level martial arts inheritance is not as good as it is. It seems that it is because a genius named the God of War appeared on this planet, who has already walked out of the planet and moved towards the starry sky. It is estimated that those lower-level martial arts inheritances were bought from outside to spread. It's not easy to walk out of the planet's indigenous civilization. Don't step on the mine. I checked it long ago. The planet's level 10 martial arts qualification license has not been approved, proving that this planet has never had a warrior above level 10. What's wrong with walking out of the planet and going to the starry sky? I'm afraid he is a bird.
The short and fat guide looked indifferent. The villain in the communicator nodded and continued to express his envy to him.
You will be happy again. After working for hundreds of years, I guess I can buy the Shuttleman spacecraft.
The short and fat guide smiled and said,
Maybe, haha, it's all about Shadowless.
The two were chatting, and suddenly the little man in the communicator seemed to remember something and said mysteriously,
Yo, do you know what big things happened in the main star area during the period when you were away?
The short and fat guide looked moved and asked curiously,
What's the big deal?
I feel very uncomfortable. I have a short vacation and want to take a break early, sorry. Chapter 473. How can such a coincidence happen in the world? 1.
Immortal level.
The villain on the communicator was excited.
The next door, the Asian Jupiter area, has produced a super genius with immortal supernatural life constitution, which has caused a sensation in several nearby big star areas. Immortal level?
The short and fat guide view suddenly straightened up, and his expression moved.
Really? A genius with an immortal supernatural life system has emerged in the Asian Jupiter region? What do I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can tell by searching on star.com.
The villain sighed lightly and said with emotion,
This immortal genius should have been from our Baiwu star zone, but because of a negligence by a law enforcement officer, he was snatched away by the Jupiter zone first. I heard that the 11th level law enforcement officer, who was dereliction of duty, was also furious by all the lords of the House of Representatives, who had been directly sent to the battlefield star for 3,000 years. What does this mean when we were from the White Mist star zone? I discovered that the planet of the immortal genius belongs to our White Mist star zone, but people from the Yaja planet zone took him to Yaja planet zone to register for official starry sky citizenship. There is something like this.
View was amazed and couldn't help asking,
As you say that, is this immortal genius still discovered by a low-level civilized star? Otherwise,
the villain on the communicator explained,
You don't know that the nobles in the main star area are all crazy and screening talents on their own low-level civilized stars. All have formed a unique trend. Oh, by the way, you should be careful. Just scrape the oil. Don't do too much on low-level resource stars. Don't mess with a monster genius then you will be miserable. Do you think the immortal bloodline is a cabbage?
View waved his hand with disbelief.
Nothing is that coincidental in the world.
The two chatted for a few more times and Buzz said,
Okay, I won't tell you any more. The starry sky roaming fee is quite expensive, so I'll just hang up first. Okay, your mouth is full of oil this time. Remember to treat me to dinner when you come back. A small thing.
View cut off the communicator signal, thought for a while, and quickly clicked on the communicator a few times to search for information about the immortal bloodline. The search resulted in a shock to him.
Good, the entire Asian Jupiter region was shocked. The 13-star region has the first genius in 1,000,000 years.
He was stunned for a moment when he glanced at one of the messages.
When I discovered that the immortal bloodline was the star group of 2837 in the Baiwu star zone? Damn it, isn't it nearby?
Bu stayed for a while, and suddenly the words Mars had reminded him in his mind. But I soon shook my head and comforted myself.
The star cluster of 2,837 has tens of millions and billions of life planets, and the chance of being hit by me is just 1 in 1,000,000,000. Is it possible that it is such a coincidence? I'm really worried.
With a self-deprecating smile, Bu quickly recovered and threw the matter aside. What kind of immortal supernatural life constitution is too far away from him? Bu is just a small resource department leader, and he just wants to be a happy little borer in the starry sky and raise himself to be white and fat.
The deadline I gave them last time.
Bu calculated.
It seems that there are only 3 days left. How come these guys haven't made any noise yet?
The smile on Bu's face slightly restrained, and he said to himself,
"It's time to remind them."
As he said that, Bu casually pushed away the food that the beauty next to him handed to his mouth and stood up from the recliner. He stretched his body a little, then gently pressed the communicator on his wrist. Drip. Invisible signal fluctuations spread throughout the blue star in less than a second. As this signal spreads, the Level 9 Marshall Saint powerhouses located in various parts of the Blue Star world received instructions from Bu almost at the same time.
In half a day, I have come to see me in the old place.
The 9th level Marshall Saints looked slightly ugly, and they were unwilling and frustrated in their eyes. But in the end, they still became deeply helpless. They walked out of their residence and rushed towards the island. Bu drove all the people who served him on the island from the beach. After all the people were exposed, he slowly took out a dark blue combat suit from the space storage bracelet, representing his identity as the guide. The standard combat suits configured by the Resources Department for low-level civilization guides are of good quality, and are better than many level 10 combat suits sold on the market. With this combat suit alone, even if Bu stood still, the native powerhouses on low-level resource stars, like Blue Star, could not break his defense. This is the power and superiority of higher martial arts civilization.
If they feel resentful, I will be fine even if I kill a few people. As long as the defense line of the alien beast on this resource star does not come out of the battlefield, I can continue to squeeze. On the supervision team, just send some gifts back.
Please, Flowers 0. Bu thought casually. Not long after, a stream of light passed through the sky, and a middle-aged man with silver hair appeared in front of him.
Cumberland has met Lord Guide.
The silver-haired middle-aged man bowed to him simply and respectfully, then stood beside him, lowering his head and saying nothing. Bu said nothing. Soon, the 9th level Marshall Saints powerful men on the Blue Star arrived one after another. There are 23 in total, these top martial arts masters, who are the best in their respective fields. Now standing in front of Bu, one by one, like a group of subordinate staff who are waiting to be reviewed and taught. Bu enjoyed this feeling. In the big star cluster and the main star area, Bu lives too poorly. He was scolded by his boss, and bullied by his colleagues at work. In life, I was scolded by my girlfriend for being useless and rolled my eyes by my girlfriend's mother. He is timid everywhere he goes. However, in this kind of low-level civilized star with closed information and backward inheritance, he enjoyed unprecedented treatment. Everyone looked at him with awe. Here, he is the Supreme King.
How are you guys?
Bu cleared his throat and said with a smile.
What I said before, have you all done it?
More than 29th level Marshall Saints looked at each other. Then each took out some energy crystals and put them in front of Bu. Bu was originally smiling, but by the time these people handed over the Ningjing, he didn't even meet half of his expectations. Bu's smile was restrained and his expression became cold.
This is the result of your efforts during this period? Are you playing tricks on me? Send me as a starry beggar?
A powerful aura belonging to level 10 burst out from Bu. The powerful pressure filled this world, and the originally sunny beach became drizzy. The sea not far away also began to surge, and the waves were surging. The expressions of the Blue Star Martial Saints changed wildly, and under the pressure of Bu's momentum, they were like small boats in the storm and waves, floating unsteadily. At this time, someone mustered up the courage and stepped forward and walked out.
Dear Master, our Blue Star is just a first-level resource star, and its resource output is limited. Moreover, the super share of energy crystal resources has been submitted before. I really can't make up more. I hope the guide will understand the talent.
Chapter 474 Luo Feng of Heilong Mountain, the Mother Star of the Immortal Earl.
2. If you ask me to understand, then who will understand me?
Bu smiled, but his eyes became even colder. The man who walked out had a national face, straight facial features and thick eyebrows, giving people a sense of agility and uprightness. Bu recognized this person. Lin Jingwei is one of the martial saints of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. This person is also a loyal supporter of the strongest, martial god, who walked out of the planet and headed towards the starry sky. This man is a thorn. He previously proposed to increase the share of energy crystals this time to 300 times the previous one, which was the most talked about by this person, and he always incited the emotions of the other Blue Star martial saints. Bu had long disliked him.
Or will you take him out this time?
Bu thought in his mind. He could see that these blue stars did not cry at the level 9 of the coffin. If you don't put some pressure on them, you won't be able to squeeze out more oil and water. The resources department only charged the resources of subordinate resource stars once every 10 years. He didn't have time to argue with them for too long, and he had to rush to the next resource star to get fuel. Bu originally wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Lin Zhengwei is obviously the best chicken.
But
Lin Zhengwei obviously did not notice Bu's mind changes, and wanted to say a few more words. Suddenly, the momentum of heaven and earth that filled this place suddenly changed. A huge invisible suction force pulled, and the void around him collapsed violently. As soon as Lin Jingwei was in Bu's hands, the guide Bu was suspended in the air, and his 5 fingers, which were as thick and short as a carrot, pinching Lin Jingyue's neck tightly, pinching him tightly in his hand. Bu, who is only 1.5 meters tall and looks like a dwarf, is carrying a Lin Zhengwei, who is almost twice his body in one hand. It looks like a child holding an adult in his hand, which is quite ridiculous. But no one present could laugh. The expressions of the Blue Star martial saints suddenly changed, and several people even took a few steps forward. But when Bu's eyes fell on them, the bone-killing intent that was like a needle pricking and knife surging, and a few of them forced their feet to retreat.
You want to be like him, too?
Bu's eyes were cold, as if a knife swept across the Blue Star martial saints one by one. He pinched Lin Jingyue's neck with one hand, and a terrifying force of level 10 seeped into Lin Jingyue's body through his 5 fingers. Lin Jingyue's body trembled, and his martial body and martial soul showed signs of faint collapse under this force.
I'll give you 5 more days at the end.
Bu looked indifferent and said word by word.
If I can't get the share of energy crystals I need in 5 days.
Bu's eyes returned to Lin Zhengwei, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and murderous intent surged.
Then you are ready to end up like him.
As he said that, Bu was about to erase Lin Zhengwei directly. Just then,
boom!
A loud noise suddenly came from the sky. The sound was like a huge curtain being torn apart by someone, and countless sounds of breaking through the air were superimposed. This sound caught everyone's attention in the field. The 9-level martial saints of the Blue Star standing facing Gao looked up at the sky, and then their faces showed huge movement.
What is that?
Gao also hurriedly turned his head to look. At this time, the expression on his face was completely stunned, and his expression was frozen. A scene that he would never forget for life was reflected in his eyes. I saw an extremely huge black and gray spacecraft, with a diameter of not tens of thousands of kilometers slowly emerged in the sky of the Great Eagle Ocean. The bow of the spacecraft is protruding, and the shape is both hideous and cold and gorgeous. The scene of it slowly descending is like an extremely terrifying starry sky beast piercing the atmosphere of the Blue Star from the starry sky, and then poking its head in bit by bit. Not only that, many small spacecraft flew around the spacecraft. The main body of the huge spacecraft flew quickly towards the direction of the island on the sea. Gao looked dull and looked at the huge spacecraft. No, to be precise, it should be considered a starry fleet. Arrival. A brief blank in his mind and a confused face.
Is this big shot? Is it that big shot in the starry sky here?
Gao's eyes flew over the hull of the spacecraft and finally freeze on a huge, black dragon-shaped logo. The pupils contracted violently. A noble name flashed through his mind that made him well known.
Hailongshan. This is the clan emblem of the Hailongshan family. One of the top forces in the White Mist Star Zone, the Starry Sky Fleet of the Hailongshan family.
Gao's heart was trembling, and he couldn't understand why the starry fleet of the Hailongshan family suddenly appeared here. Blue Star, a first-level resource star that is so small that it is almost impossible to find on the star map. What is the difference between this and the top powerful people suddenly visiting a thatched hut of a rural farmer in a special corner? But now is not the time to consider this. Gao hurriedly threw away Lin Zhenghua in his hand and wanted to take the initiative to meet him. Lin Zhenghua and other members of the Blue Star 9th-level martial saints were even more confused. This majestic and huge fleet of spaceships in front of me, which cannot be filmed in science fiction films, has completely refreshed their understanding of higher cosmic civilization. Even a level 9 martial saint could not recover from the shock in front of him for a while.
Gao, the leader of the level 10 civilization of the Resources Department of the White Mist Star District.
Gao rushed up quickly and shouted loudly,
"Dare you ask which adult from Heilong Mountain is here?"
Swish, 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 swish.
Small black spacecraft flew down quickly and surrounded him in an instant. A warrior with a cold expression and holding a dark gold spear came down from the spacecraft. Each of them wore a black combat suit with the Black Dragon Mountain Clan emblem logo, and the aura they emitted was far more than Gao. Being pointed at by hundreds of elite level 10 warriors, Gao felt his whole body suddenly tighten, as if he was being pressed against his skin at the same time by countless sharp knives. He had cold sweat and goosebumps. He didn't dare to move at the moment. Soon, the extremely huge black spacecraft got closer and hovered. Immediately afterwards, the hatch door at the top of the spacecraft opened. A man wearing a gorgeous black gold robe, black hair and black eyes, ordinary facial features, but gives people an extremely strong sense of shock and oppression, walked out of it. The man's every move exudes a strong aura of top-level superiors. He was surrounded by many warriors and came to Gao. The man's dark eyes fell on Gao, looking at him from a high point, as if he was looking at a stone on the side of the road and a dust in the starry sky.
"Are you the new leader in charge of the collection of Blue Star resources of A28462?
Gao's body trembled slightly and he nodded.
"Yes, I dare to ask, sir, yes."
The man replied casually,
"My name is Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Earl of Heilong Mountain."
Bu's body shook 3.0, and he knelt down directly in the void, bowing respectfully.
The villain has seen the Count of Hailongshan.
Bu's heart was filled with storm. Luo Feng, one of the 12-level powerhouses in the White Mist Star Zone, the Starry Sky Earl. Whether it is strength or status, he is one of the top small people in the Baiwu Star Zone. Why did he come? Why did he suddenly come to a small place like Blue Star, where birds do not shit? Luo Feng's next sentence solved Bu's doubts at this moment.
That's what you should be right.
The man in black gold robe looked at Bu and nodded slightly, saying,
As a guide to civilization, he used his power to seek personal gain and fed his own pockets. He even dominated the market and came to the immortal Earl's mother star. There is no need to redeem it if you die. Capture him first, and wait until the immortal Earl comes back before sending him to the immortal Earl.
Yes. In an instant, dozens or hundreds of dark golden spears poked at Bu.
Chapter 475 White Sparrow Flower, Gardener Starry Sky Demon Lion, the big guys arrived together. Super shocking scene 3. Puchy Eye. Before Bu could react, his round body was poked by dozens of dark gold spears, like a ball. The dark golden spears that poked into his body, and the spear tip shot out the black substance of light. With the effect of burning, Bu tied it into a solid amidst the shrill screams of Bu. This weapon, which combines the essence of advanced civilized martial arts and technology, is extremely domineering and expensive. It is hard to afford the average level 10 warrior, but each of these black-clothed guards is one, which shows that the Hailongshan family is rich and powerful. Bu was trapped by the fierce energy, and his martial body and soul were burned at the same time, and he was always suffering from the pain of burning red iron whip.
Dear Count Luo Feng, this must be a misunderstanding.
Bu screamed desperately in sweat.
You must have made a mistake. I have never done what you said.
Use power for personal gain and make your own pockets. Bu admits these 2 points. But what kind of immortal Count's mother star is dominating the market? When did he do it? And what immortal Count? When will an Earl named Immortal appear in the White Mist Star Zone? But no matter what, if he gave him Bu 10,000 courage, he would not dare to run to the mother star of 14 starry sky counts to play wild. Unless he is tired of living. There must be a misunderstanding here. The man in the black gold robe looked down at him condescendingly and said lightly,
Misunderstanding? Are you not doing it now? Do you dare to say that I misunderstood you?
Doing now? Bu was stunned and subconsciously wanted to argue. He was just scratching some benefits on some inconspicuous little broken resource star. When, suddenly, Bu suddenly reacted, his eyes widened, and he blurted out with disbelief.
What do you mean by, sir? Is this blue star A28462 the mother star of that immortal Count?
The man in the black gold robe didn't say anything, but just looked at him indifferently. But obviously it is unanimous. Bu and the other one swallowed 1,000 flies alive, with their mouths wide open, and their expressions became extremely exciting. A 28462 blue star actually appeared equals an Earl of Starry Sky. What a Starry Sky joke. The information clearly shows that this planet has never even been a strong man above level 10?
Sir, there must be something wrong with this.
Bu looked shocked and puzzled, and kept murmuring. The man in the black gold robe had no resources. Group, backup, center, turn, group. There was an intention to explain it to him, and raised his hand, as if he was about to let someone press him down. Seeing this, Bu hurriedly struggled violently. Just then,
rumbling one by one,
a huge hole was tearing open in the clear sky. A huge white giant slowly swam out from the crack in the sky. The shape of this giant is like a huge white and elegant white bird. It is also a super large spacecraft, which is no worse than the Hailongshan. The white spacecraft was printed with a wreath and a white bird logo. Bu recognized the sign and his pupils contracted.
The White Earl's family.
Before he could be shocked, another crack appeared in the sky. This time, a spacecraft that was dark blue and shaped like a beast appeared.
Gardner's Starry Sky Demon Lion family.
Immediately afterwards, the sky cracked again, and the 4 super-large spacecraft appeared. Then, there is the 5th, the 6th. At first Bu was shocked and terrifying. Afterwards, I was completely numb. The Hailongshan family, the White Sparrow Flower family, the Gardner's Starry Sky Demon Lion family. There are 8 starry fleets, each representing the family power of a top starry sky count. If it weren't for the whole body being tied up by energy beams, Bu really wanted to slap himself a few big mouths to see if he was dreaming now. But no need. The blazing energy beam pierces the flesh and soul, and the severe pain that is conveyed all the time clearly tells Bu the truth of all this. If these top forces were all for the immortal count mentioned by the Earl of Hailongshan.
What a shocking figure that count named immortal is that? Bu murmured. Bu Sheng is like this, let alone the 9th-level martial saints of the Blue Star below. One by one, they were shocked by the giants, who appeared one after another. Soon, teams of soldiers wearing different styles of warriors, and the clan embraced a big man with a famous aura that was not as powerful as the Count of Hailongshan Luo Feng, and the Count of Hailongshan walked out of their respective spacecraft. These big names who enjoy a huge reputation even in the starry sky, and can make the entire white mist star zone shake 3 times. At this moment, they all came to a small first-level resource star. If this news spreads, I am afraid that it will be the top news of the star network in the white mist star zone tomorrow. Bu felt his mouth dry and his tongue drooled, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Many big figures quickly gathered together, and their eyes fell on Bu almost at the same time. Bu felt his scalp tight, and he couldn't help but tremble. Bu immediately heard the sound of these big men talking casually.
It's this guy who took advantage of the Immortal Earl's mother star? It's him. He was just sent by the Resources Department not long ago. He probably didn't know about the Immortal Earl. Catch him first and interrogate him to see if there is anything extraordinary on this planet. Immortal Earl can also give him an explanation when he comes back. In other words, we have to thank this person for.
The handsome Count of the White Sparrow family suddenly glanced at Bu and chuckled.
If it weren't for the existence of a guy like him, who was blind, he would have scratched the Immortal Earl's mother star. 833. I haven't had such a good opportunity to make friends with the Immortal Earl. Immortal bloodline. Although its strength is not obvious now, it is very likely to leave the star zone or even the galaxy in time. Then, he will not be the Immortal Earl. It should be an Immortal Marquis, an Immortal Duke, and even an Immortal King. Unfortunately, it would be great if it were people from the Baiwu Star Zone. However, it is a lucky thing to be able to match Speaker Dunlop and get such a good opportunity to make friends.
Boom! Hearing this sentence, Bu's brain seemed to hit 10,000 sledgehammers hard, and he buzzed his whole body and could no longer hear even a word. All the previous doubts and grievances were eliminated at this moment. He finally understood what was going on. He is the newly appointed 10th level guide of the Resource Department of Baiwu Star District, Bu. The oil was actually taken to the home star of the immortal blood super genius, who had just been born in the Asian Jupiter region. He hit him in a billionth chance. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Bu's mind. Annoyance, regret, guilt, fear, panic. Finally, it all gathered into one by one. If I had known this, what would I have been in the Resources Department? Wouldn't it be better to buy a lottery ticket at home and wait for the lottery? Damn it!
Chapter 476. It turns out that this is what Lord Lu said he is doing well. 4. Bu, who learned the truth, was in a daze, and was taken into the spaceship by the guards of Heilong Mountain. What is the 10th level guide of the resource department? What is the public official? In the eyes of these big figures who stomped their feet on the court, Bu was just an insignificant little character. Then only the confusing 9-level martial saints of Blue Star were left. Several Starry Sky counts glanced at them.
Let me ask them what this guy has done on this planet during this period. In the future, we will have a clear idea when we see the immortal Earl.
Earl of White Sparrow Flower spoke. The others nodded in agreement. They came this time to save the scene, but who knows if what they came is timely. If this guy from the resource department not only enriches his personal pockets, he also does something to harm the sky on Blue Star, which will further anger the immortal Earl, they will also be mentally prepared to think about how to make up for it.
Forget it, I'll go.
Luo Feng, the Count of Hailongshan, who was wearing a black golden robe and black hair and black eyes, thought for a while, and spoke lightly. The others had no objection. Luo Feng took a kick and appeared in front of Lin Jingwei and others the next moment. Luo Feng, the Count of Hailongshan, is not tall in the starry sky, only 1.85 meters tall. He is half a head shorter than Lin Jingwei. But he stood in front of a group of 9-level martial saints of the Blue Star, but the latter felt like an ant looked up at the sky. The 12-level starry sky powerhouses, even if they inadvertently show a little breath, is enough to make their bodies and souls tremble continuously. Luo Feng stood in front of the few people with his hands behind his back and asked lightly. Lin Jingwei and others answered honestly, no matter how big or small it was, and even said that Lin Jingwei had just been pinched by Bu. After hearing this, Luo Feng thought about taking out a tube of purple gold mist potion from under the black robe and throwing it into Lin Jingwei's arms.
I don't have any medicines below level 11. I'll give you this medicine of healing at level 11. After you go back, take a drop, dilute it 100 million times, and take it. It should not only cure your injuries, but also bring your strength one step closer.
Level 11? Lin Jingwei shivered when she heard this, and almost threw the purple and golden potion in her arms. Hurry up and hold it firmly, and hold it carefully, as if holding a planet that will melt at any time.
Thank you for your concern.
Lin Jingwei quickly handed the potion back to Luo Feng and said in fear,
But this is really too expensive. My soul was slightly shocked, and I could just go back to cultivate for a while.
Good, the 11th level healing potion. Level 11. Lin Jingwei didn't even know that he was going up to the martial arts and level 11, let alone the level 11 treasure potion. This little bottle of medicine. Maybe the blue star under his feet is more expensive. At this time, Lin Jingwei had a little understanding of the level of these big guys in front of her. All I carry with me are level 11 potion resources, so my own strength. At least it must be level 11, or even level 12. Level 12. Lin Jingwei didn't dare to think about it carefully. That was already a field that was too many beyond his cognition.
The things I gave away by Luo Feng have not yet taken back.
Luo Feng, Earl of Hailongshan, looked at Lin Jingwei in front of him and said lightly,
Thank you, sir.
Lin Jingwei quickly took it back and thanked him respectfully. The other 9-level martial saints of the Blue Star secretly looked at Lin Jingwei with an unrestrained look of fanatical envy. Level 1 potion. Although it was a healing potion, Luo Feng also said it in person. 1 drop of this potion can dilute 100 million times, which can increase Lin Jingwei's strength. Damn, it's really outrageous. Think about the bitter days when they worked hard to accumulate energy crystals and exchanged points of level 10 scraps from the guide. My eyes were red with envy. This bottle of level 11 healing potion also allowed the 9-level martial saints of the Blue Star to fully know what level of Luo Feng in front of them were. It's the kind of super big guy who just leaks something from his fingers, and can smash their entire blue star. No wonder the level 10 guide was like an ant in their eyes, and his little finger was settled. At this time, a group of 9 level martial saints of Blue Star heard Luo Feng say,
"You don't have any psychological burden either. This time we were saving the immortal Earl. You are safe. We have a good explanation to the immortal Earl."
Lin Jingyue's eyes flashed, and hesitated for a long time, and finally got up the courage to ask Luo Feng,
"I want to ask you, the one you have been mentioning repeatedly. Immortal Earl. Who is it?"
Lin Jingyue asked this, and the 9 level martial saints of the Blue Star behind him also raised their heads and pricked their ears. His face was full of curiosity. "Yes, I have been listening to these big guys talking about the immortal Earl. The key is, who is this immortal Count? How can you have such great face and energy that will attract so many top star masters to gather in the Blue Star, just to deal with a small level 10 guide? So far, only one of their Blue Star has walked out of the planet and towards the starry sky. And that person."
"Doth the immortal Earl's immortal?"
Luo Feng, who had black hair and black eyes, blinked his eyes, and then laughed at himself.
"Yes, I forgot that you don't know."
As he said that, Luo Feng's expression became slightly positive, and he said word by word,
"The immortal Earl is Lu Sheng, who walked out of your Blue Star. He seems to be called the
God of War.
In your Blue Star. Count Lu has the most powerful, immortal, and extraordinary life constitution in the history of the Asian Jupiter region in the White Mist Star Zone, and is known as the first genius in the 13-star zone in 1,000,000 years. Therefore, he was named the Count by the Federation of the Asian Jupiter region and was named immortal."
Luo Feng said lightly, and when Lin Jingyue and others heard the word Lu Sheng, their heads buzzed and completely fell into a blank state. Lu Sheng. It's really Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng left Jiao for only a few months. In the blink of an eye, he became the top figure in the starry sky? The most powerful talent ever. The first genius of 1,000,000 years. Starry Earl. These words kept circling in Lin Jingyue and others' minds, rushing around, making them dizzy and almost unsteady. Especially Lin Jingyue, her mind was full of what Dong Qingxue said to him before.
Lu Sheng said that he is doing well in the starry sky now, and should be able to solve this problem.
Lu Sheng said he was doing well. Not badly doing. Not bad.
Good guy. It turns out that this is what Lord Lu said to do well.
Lin Jingyue looked dazed, grabbed the 11th level purple gold potion and murmured, "For a moment, my heart was filled with turbulent waves." Chapter 477. The true water flows in the northern Xuanwu, the body of the Dharma figure 250,000 meters, and the immortals 1. The complex and mysterious golden patterns extend from the flesh and blood like the root system of the divine wood, highlighting it. It is also like an innate totem, with an ancient and mysterious aura. Carrying this heavy weight, the 5 fingers clenched into a fist and hit a broken punch.
Crack, click, 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 click. The void collapsed rapidly. The broken black hole appeared and continued to collapse in an instant, then broke down for a second time. The fine white and black stars intertwined, and cracks appeared in the third void. The cracks have reached their limits, and it seems that they will break through the third level of limitation. But it was a little worse after all. But the destructive power caused by this punch is also terrible enough. The power compressed to the extreme seems to breed booming stars. With one punch, the void was blasted into a rag sack. Those who bear the power of this punch gradually weather the weather from both hands. He passed away silently, and his whole body was like sand blown away by the strong wind. The rolling black smoke merged into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and the Dharma body condensed independently. When he first came to this planet, the Dharma body was 160,000 meters. After cleaning the entire planet's surface, the Dharma body reached 180,000 meters. Now, the Dharma image body surged again and soon broke through to 190,000 meters and 200,000 meters. It grew to a full 193.250000 meters. Just stopped. How come the martial arts inheritance of the same level has increased so much more than the Fengji martial arts that inherited Sheris last time? Lu Sheng was surprised, thought for a while, thinking about it. Is it because I have completed another foundation stone of martial arts? It seems that only this explanation is. If I say this, when I fill the foundation of the last piece of land martial arts, the Dharma body will usher in a surge in its growth. Lu Sheng has been here all the way to the present, and he has a clear idea of the architecture of the 10 comprehensive martial arts he has created. With earth, feng shui, and fire, and a divine crystal, gold, the 5 Taos are the foundation. The other many derivative Taos are like gravel and mud, filling the gap between the 5 Taos. Finally, it constructed the 10 perfect martial arts. It is somewhat similar to the teacher's 4 poles, but it is more reasonable and perfect than the 4 poles. Of course, it was Lu Sheng who believed it. Whether it is more reasonable and perfect than the 4 poles way, he has to go down to know. Lu Sheng was not panicked either. If he practiced until he found that the 4 poles were more awesome, he would just pull the framework of the 4 poles and include it. Anyway, the inheritance of Taoism of his mentor Yang Hezhou is in his mind. The inheritance memory I just obtained has also reached the 5th level of my palm technique. Lu Sheng calculated and found that he had a lot of martial arts in the 5-level rules that he mastered now. Boxing, swordsmanship, gunshots, axes, body skills, and palm skills. There are 6 types. Among them, boxing and swordsmanship are both at the peak of the 5th level, and the remaining 4 are close to the peak of the 5th level. It's an exaggeration. If you say it out, you'll probably scare a bunch of people to death. You should know that Lu Sheng is only in his early 20s now. The strength of the martial body can be explained by the immortal supernatural constitution, but the mastery of martial arts skills cannot be easily achieved simply by talent. Even if you have tens of millions of times more talented and understanding than ordinary people, you can't do this without spending time practicing and thinking. Think about the strong man above level 11 and above he knows now, who is not over 1,000 years old or thousands of years old. Compared with him, Lu Sheng is simply cheating. Of course, he is indeed cheating. The newly inherited 12th level water martial arts and the Hanji Juju prison gun Taoist will be integrated to serve as the cornerstone of my water martial arts. Give it a new name. Lu Sheng thought for a while and decided to say, let's call the true water of Xuanwu in the North Flow. I just named it, so let's use it for now. The main thing about naming is to look at inspiration. It is not easy to choose a well-known name. Until now, Lu Sheng's life's masterpiece is just, I am the only one who respects the supreme body of the star in the 8 wildernesses of the universe. Others, but air, the true water of the northern Xuanwu, turned into a majestic and lively little turtle pattern, landing on the side of Lu Sheng's 250,000-meter Dharma body like a tattoo. Whether it is the Qiafeng Qingyan-like flow or the Northern Xuanwu true water flow, at present they are just a contour, not even the prototype. Lu Sheng did not bed the essence of it, but just reserved a place for them for the time being and then studied slowly later. So whether it is the black snake earrings or the small tortoise tattoo, it can only be said to be just a demonstration. Compared with the way of stars and the way of divine crystal, it is much worse. The last martial arts of the earth. Let's go next time. The 2 planets have been harvested, and my other martial arts have also increased a lot. Lu Sheng suddenly discovered that without realizing it, there were many more stars representing the various martial arts and martial arts. Originally, there were stars scattered into the curtain, but now these martial arts stars are densely filled with sand. It is like a gorgeous galaxy surrounding Lu Sheng's Dharma body. He swings with his every move, just like the top special effects of Krypton Gold bosses in online games. As soon as Lu Sheng's thoughts moved, the galaxy surged towards his fist. There was a lot of inspiration bursting out from Lu Sheng's mind, and he was about to catch something. The second martial arts magic power after the Dharma is the world, and I have a way of thinking. Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with golden crows, and his wings were shining brightly, and he was quite excited. Just as he was about to create this magical power with these inspirations, his expression suddenly moved and pulled most of his mental power out of the dream space. It's about to arrive at the target location. It's about to arrive at the target location. As soon as I left the dream space, I heard a reminder from the spaceship intelligence. Lu Sheng looked at it and found that it was still half a day before he could reach the blue star. Time flies so fast. The 10-day journey to the starry sky seemed to end in an instant. During these 10 days, Lu Sheng never stopped practicing in reality. At this time, the simulated gravity of the training room had been adjusted to 30,000 times by Lu Sheng. And in his body, nearly 20,000 immortal cells were burning quietly. In these 10 days, the number of immortal cells increased by almost 10,000. This is the benefit brought by the dual blessing of the top cultivation environment and top cultivation resources. It won't take long to reach the limit of level 9. A hint of enlightenment arose in Lu Sheng's heart. The supreme body of the star should have a level 9 limit of 36,500 immortals. He is still more than 16,000 immortal distance from this limit. After reaching the limit, collecting the 5 cornerstones will lead to a level 10. When it reaches level 10, its strength can soar again. Maybe I don't need to reach level 10 at all, and I can reach the limit of level 9 3 times. Lu Sheng is not much worse than the combat effectiveness of 3 breaking levels, and he may break through at any time. Sheng Lu was quite satisfied with the results of this practice. Then, there was the troubles encountered by Blue Star. Dong Qingxue sent a message a few days ago that it had been solved perfectly. Moreover, it is said that the noise is very loud. What exactly is it? Dong Qingxue said in the communicator in a vague way, but he will know it anyway. It's a lot of noise? How big can it be? Lu Sheng found it funny. As a result, after a long time, he could no longer laugh. Looking at the blue star that was so close to him, Lu Sheng opened Chapter 478. 100 billion gene optimization liquids are a worldwide era of being like a dragon. 2. I saw the entire blue star surrounded by dozens of huge spacecraft. The smallest of these spacecraft is also larger than the silver bird he was riding on, dozens of times that of the white hole shuttle. Although the quality of a spacecraft is not simply measured by its size, the cost of a spacecraft that is almost a fraction of a planet's size will obviously not be low. From Lu Sheng's perspective, the blue star surrounded by dozens of large spacecraft looks like a thin body, pitiful little, curled up among a group of big guys trembling. Dunlop has found some people for me to help, Lu Sheng murmured, and then found that he seemed to have no parking space. The entire area around the blue star was filled with space, and the white hole shuttle could not fly in at all. Just when Lu Sheng was worried, the sound of artificial intelligence sounded on the spaceship. There is a security signal requesting access. Do you accept it? Lu Sheng said yes. Soon, a voice sounded through the amplification of the spacecraft. Is the Immortal Earl? Immortal Earl? Lu Sheng frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, I am Lu Sheng. Welcome the Immortal Earl back to her home planet. After saying that, the signal was cut off.
Immediately afterwards, many super-large spacecraft surrounding the blue stars began to slowly make a clear path with the direction pointed by the bow of the white hole shuttle. Dozens of spacecraft lined up on both sides, like a guard of ceremonies, silently welcomed the return of the landing saint. Lu Sheng controlled the white hole shuttleman to pass through the atmosphere, and slowly landed on the surface of the blue star. He saw a long red carpet with neatly arranged guards of honor on both sides of the carpet, and some familiar or stranger stood at the end of the guard of honor, staring at himself intently. When he came out of the white hole shuttleman, the members of the honor guards, who were generally at level 10, were all raised their weapons in their hands, and even the solemn atmosphere was slightly shocked by Lu Sheng.
What a big show!
Even though he knew that these individuals were specifically welcoming him, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A group of people at the end of the guard of honor came to him.
Class. Lu Sheng's eyes swept across these people, and his eyes flashed from time to time. He also saw Dong Qingxue, Lin Jingwei and others, and a group of Blue Star Martial Saints. Most of the latter's faces were confused and dazed, and they all seemed to live in a dream.
Luo Feng, a family in Hailongshan, Baiwu Star District, has seen the immortal Earl.
A young man wearing a black and golden robe, an ordinary figure, but extremely extraordinary aura, came forward and extended his hand to Lu Sheng with a smile.
White Sparrow Family. Gardener Starry Sky Demon Lion Family.
Later people also greeted Lu Sheng one by one. The lowest status among these people is also the Viscount. Lu Sheng originally thought they were all nobles from the Baiwu Star Zone, but he never thought that a few of them were from the Jupiter Zone. It is said that the territory is just close to Blue Star, so it is very convenient to come here. But God knows whether it is true or false. It is said that there are still people on the way.
How many people did Dunlop inform? Lu Sheng was both surprised and helpless, and wanted to hold his forehead. He now knows how much Dunlop's energy is. This is the result of the cross-star zone mobilization. What if it is in the local zone of the Jupiter Zone?
I'm afraid I'm going to send a whole star destroyer to surround the blue stars.
It's almost done now. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little sympathetic to the 10th level guide who caused everything. I guess he would never have thought that he had just secretly sucked blood and was aimed at dozens of cannons at the same time.
Thank you for your help to my mother star.
Lu Sheng has known these people one by one, and then sincerely thanks them.
Immortal Earl is welcome. No matter how much Immortal Earl is half of our Baiwu Star Zone. This little thing is not worth mentioning.
A middle-aged man with a handsome and elegant temperament said to Lu Sheng with a smile.
What the Earl of White Squidflower is saying. Besides, everyone can kill this kind of federal worm that uses power for personal gain and deceives superiors and subordinates. Not to mention that he had angered the Immortal Earl's mother planet without knowing his life or death, even if he was hurting another planet. I am also obliged to do so.
The one who says this better than singing is the big shot of the Gardener Starry Sky Demon Lion Family. The rest of the people also expressed strong condemnation of Bu's behavior. I don't know if Bu, who is now imprisoned in the Hailongshan family spacecraft, would he be happy or unhappy if he knew that his name could be repeatedly mentioned by so many Starry Sky Masters in one day. Although I know that these people are all aiming at their immortal and extraordinary life constitution, and the purpose of establishing relationships with them. But it was indeed helpful to Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng was polite to them, even saying that. Please, flowers.
If you don't dislike me, you can stay here for a while. I should thank you for your great help.
Lu Sheng said this, and Luo Feng of Hailongshan immediately nodded and agreed.
It just so happened that the 10 billion basic gene optimization liquid I ordered for the mother star of the Immortal Earl will take some time to deliver it. I just have a shameless attitude and disturb me for a few more days. The items must be delivered. I can feel at ease if I confirm it correctly. Basic gene optimization solution?
Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, a little stunned. Luo Feng nodded, glanced around, and smiled faintly.
The immortal Earl will be sealed with the Starry Sky territory in no time. The compatriots in the parent star can be the first group of leaders to help you cultivate the elite backbone of the territory in the future. This is just a little weaker. 0. So I thought about it and ordered a batch of gene optimization liquids. Although it is not a good thing, it can also increase the upper limit of potential for any ordinary person without a martial arts foundation to the level of Theory 7.
Shit one. Before Luo Feng finished speaking, the group of Blue Star martial saints, who stood behind the few people, took the cold breath first. Can the upper limit of potential for ordinary people without martial arts foundation be increased to level 7 of martial arts? Good guy, is this the rhythm of cultivating the entire Blue Star people into a level 7 master? Although it is only theoretically, it is not difficult to imagine that once it is true as Luo Feng, the Earl of Black Dragon Mountain, said, the entire Blue Star human beings will receive this batch of genetic optimization and transformation. It won't be long before the Blue Star will completely attract an era where everyone is like a dragon. The Blue Star martial saints looked at each other, and their eyes were shocked. At this moment, they truly felt the heavy weight represented by the 4 words, high civilization. Although Lu Sheng is not as uninformed as Lin Jingwei and others, he even has a lot of similar modification potions in the dream space. He has also given many senior management and military departments of the Long Kingdom. But he was still shocked by Luo Feng, the Count of Hailongshan. He has never had plans to transform humanity around the world. But because I have no money in my hands, I can only use the method of letting Blue Star independently develop and progress step by step. Now Luo Feng is over. Give him one step right.
What? Is it worthy of being the top starry aristocratic family that has led thousands of resource planets? 100 billion gene optimization liquids are too rich.
Lu Sheng sighed deeply in his heart. The group of Blue Star martial saints were stunned and lost their minds when they heard this. 100 billion basic gene optimization fluids, 1,000 spacecraft, 1 million combat suits, 100 million tons of broken ink star iron. Those who were out of reach in the past were all advanced resources that were exchanged for little by little. Now they directly give Lu Sheng a few 100 million or tens of billions, just like they don't have money to give Lu Sheng to the Blue Star. Lu Sheng didn't want them, and was unhappy, showing the look of trying hard to curry favor with Lu Sheng. This scene was too much. The impact and shock were too great, which made the 9-level martial saints of the Blue Star stood there blankly, and couldn't come back to their senses. They really couldn't understand what Lu Sheng did in the past few months after he appeared in the Blue Star, and why he transformed into such a terrifying starry sky figure.
Clang-ee!
Among the crowd, a clear sword sounded from the body. It's Tan Zhongyu. At this time, Tan Zhongyu's eyes were clear and sharp, as if he had made a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation. Lin Jingwei turned her head and asked him quietly,
Is the broken knife recast?
Tan Zhongyu looked complicated. Looking at Lu Sheng, who was surrounded by a group of starry nobles, he sighed in a low voice.
It has been recast for a long time, and now it has been completely recast.
Lin Jingwei nodded, and was also happy for Tan Zhongyu. You said that it's okay. Why are you competing with Lu Sheng? You have lost to a person like Lu Sheng, and you should feel proud.
From now on, our Blue Star has been completely ascended to heaven because of Lord Lu.
Lin Jingwei murmured softly. The Blue Star martial saints around them all nodded silently, with complex faces on their faces, and more excited and joyful. The day after Lu Sheng returned, led by a group of Blue Star martial saints, the countries in Blue Star began to carry out a vigorous
national transformation plan.
It mainly counts the identity data of humans around the world so as to facilitate the subsequent distribution and transformation of gene optimization solutions. When all the people of Blue Star learned that this time was the blessing brought by the Dragon Kingdom's military god, there will be more benefits to everyone in the future. Suddenly, the entire Blue Star boiled again. After killing the evil halberd and saving the Blue Star, Lu Sheng's reputation in the minds of mankind around the world once again reached a new peak. Compared with the martial saints of various countries, who were previously called the God of the world, Lu Sheng at this time was truly more like a god who is benevolent to the people. As for the title of Lu Sheng, he unknowingly changed from the original dragon god to the martial god on earth, the kingdom of dragon above the Ninghai. Lu Sheng, who was dressed in casual 3.1, and Dong Qingxue, who was dressed in cool clothes, stood on a yacht, like an ordinary couple who went out for a honeymoon.
Another wave!
Lu Sheng raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked towards the sky above his head. In his view, you can see outside the atmosphere, in the starry sky, spacecraft are coming quickly towards the Blue Star. Heilong Mountain, by Keihua and others left after they were delivered. But during this period, there are still some starry sky noble families in the White Mist Star area that are constantly coming.
Forget it. Let Cumberland Lin Xingwei and the others receive it first, and see them again.
Lu Sheng shook his head, and turned to look at the sea below him. His eyes penetrated the layers of sea water, and fell on a sea abyss cave under the sea. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and his expression was calm. This trip, he came to completely explore the truth about the crisis of the destruction of the Blue Star. Chapter 480 finally. I found you again. 4.
I'll go down for a while. If something changes happen, don't wait for me, you can leave yourself.
Lu Sheng turned around and instructed Dong Qingxue. He remembered that he had fought with Lan Chen and made a lava purgatory, and the creatures were extinct. As a result, Dong Qingxue rushed in stupidly, which was both touching and funny. Although Dong Qingxue has now been promoted to level 7 master, and is wearing the high-level combat uniform specially prepared by Lu Sheng for her, Lu Sheng will still be worried about her safety from time to time.
New!
Dong Qingxue nodded, then tiptoed and kissed Lu Sheng's lips lightly.
Be careful.
As Lu Sheng's strength grows higher and his stage becomes bigger and bigger, Dong Qingxue cherishes every minute and every second of his time with Lu Sheng. She is cold-hearted, but she is much more active than before. Lu Sheng rubbed Dong Qingxue's head, said nothing, and plunged into the sea. Being inside the sea, Lu Sheng's body is smart, not much different from being on land. The 12th level.
Northern Xuanwu True Water Flow.
Martial arts made him feel like a fish in water, and his speed was a little faster than on the shore.
There is no change. The Blue Star will still be destroyed in 8 years.
This is the result of Lu Sheng's deduction through the power of the origin of the universe. Although now, he is no longer worried about the safety of Blue Star in the future. With his current status, if he wants, he can even pack and move every tree on the Blue Star 14. The so-called crisis of destruction has become a joke. But Lu Sheng was still curious. What exactly exists will completely destroy the entire planet of Blue Star in 8 years. After exploring, we found that the data source for deduction of the power of the universe came from here.
I fought with Ji Dao, and fell into the Haiyuan cave where I was seriously injured. After half a year of healing, I was damaged by the fluctuation of consciousness deep in the cave and accidentally entered the space of the abyss. Then I encountered that indescribable shadow in the abyss space.
Lu Sheng thought in his mind that the crisis of destruction deduced by the power of origin came from one of these two. Oh no, the fluctuations of consciousness under the cave and the indescribable shadows in the abyss space are simply the same existence. Lu Sheng thought,
gradually penetrated into the abyss cave. He casually released his mental power and the power of Northern Xuanwu True Water to form a terrible strangulation field in the seawater around him. The strange beasts under the sea that were attracted by him were directly shattered into blood foam a few kilometers away from him. Then the smell of blood attracted more alien beasts and formed more blood foam. At the end of the evolution, with Lu Sheng as the center, a huge blood mass with a radius of dozens of kilometers quickly moved downward in the Haiyuan cave and spread. In addition to the strange beasts, this huge blood ball also alarmed some other existences in the Haiyuan cave. More than 10,000 meters deep into the sea abyss cave, several powerful martial arts masters of the Dragon Kingdom who were training here rushed out of the darkness and looked at the scene in front of them with shock. In their vision, this abyss was quickly infected by endless blood. Although it is impossible to detect, it can be clearly felt that an indescribable terror is rapidly approaching in the center of this blood color. The few people's bodies were tightly attached to the edge of the cave until the blood passed by them and disappeared into the depths of the cave. Then the whole person suddenly relaxed, gasping for breath, and was still scared, as if he had met a ghost. Lu Sheng ignored the little guys he met and continued to go deep into the abyss cave. By the way, I cleaned up the strange beasts I encountered along the way. Although the strange beast comes from the dark side universe, it is the product generated by the accumulation of negative energy in all the universe, and it is impossible to kill. But it is also good to slightly reduce the burden on the warriors and warriors on Blue Star who resist the invasion of alien beasts. When Lu Sheng went deep into the Haiyuan cave more than 30,000 meters, he began to feel a muscle beating in the palm of his right hand. He raised his hand and found that it was the alienated cell that was placed here when the star's supreme body was reshaped. He almost forgot everything, and now he can't help but think about it. The alienated cells have a special sense of the indescribable shadow consciousness, which means they are nearby. Lu Sheng thought, his mental power quickly poked downwards. With his current 11th level mental power, he can easily capture the entire Blue Star. Although this sea abyss cave was deep, he could explode to the end at once. There is only a depth of about 50,000 meters in total, and there are a large number of abyss gaps underneath. Almost all the strange beasts in this cave come from these abyss gaps below. There is also a level 9 level alien beast. Lu Sheng stared at a certain place and his eyes flashed. It was the level 9 level beast he had encountered before. Of course, there is also the almost ubiquitous, faint, and tempting fluctuations of consciousness. In Lu Sheng's view, his current strength is as long as he is careful not to enter the abyss space anymore. This Haiyuan cave was not dangerous to him at all. It's a low-level map. Lu Sheng stretched out his right hand and continued to go deep into the abyss under the dual guidance of the power of the original source and the alienated cells in the palm of his palm. After entering the sea abyss cave more than 40,000 meters deep, there were almost all the abyss gaps here. It's like a dilapidated road, full of pits of water accumulation everywhere. If you don't step on it, you won't know how deep it is. Even Lu Sheng became a little careful. It should be here. Lu Sheng stopped near the bottom of Haiyuan cave. The guidance of the power of the origin has reached its end, and the alienated cells have also reached its extreme activity. Lu Sheng glanced around him. Gray and irregularly shaped abyss gaps spread all around him, like hideous mouths, waiting for him to fall into the trap at any time. Lu Sheng searched for a while. The alienated cells in the palm of his palm almost jumped out, but he found nothing. It seems something is wrong. Lu Sheng frowned and felt something strange, but he didn't know where the strange thing came from. It was as if something was suddenly missing in the surrounding environment, and suddenly became extremely quiet, terribly quiet. What is it? Lu Sheng showed doubts on his face, and took the initiative to approach the abyss.
walking past gray abyss, thinking and exploring. When he walked to a gap that was as big as a man, a 863-point light flashed in Lu Sheng's mind. He suddenly realized. Finally, I remembered something was wrong.
Consciousness fluctuations. The consciousness fluctuations in the depths of the Hyuan cave disappeared.
I don't know when it started, but it was probably when he went deeper to 45,000 meters? Can't remember. The ubiquitous fluctuations of consciousness suddenly disappeared. Without the ever-present consciousness of bewitching and seduction, Lu Sheng felt unaccustomed. And just when Lu Sheng noticed this, the alienated cells in his palm suddenly became extremely active, almost breaking away from his palm and jumping out. Then he suddenly returned to calm. At the same time, right in front of Lu Sheng, there was a gap less than 1 meter away from him. The color suddenly changed from gray to pitch black. A little grayish-white came out from the darkness. The gray and white flashed a little. It was like a huge eye blinking at Lu Sheng. Then, a cold, evil, crazy and chaotic consciousness broke into Lu Sheng's mind roughly. A long-lost voice. Long-lost consciousness fluctuations. Lu Sheng seemed to hear someone laughing happily in his ear. The voice shouted happily,
"I finally found you again!"
Boom! The next moment, an indescribable black hand poked out from the abyss and grabbed Lu Sheng's face. Time seemed to be still at this moment. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted, and his whole body was frozen in place. A big hand that is constantly approaching magnification is reflected in his eyes. Civil. Chapter 481 The Dark Lord, The Galaxy Crisis, Savior 5. A strange and inexplicable force locked Lu Sheng firmly. Although it would not make him frozen, it was enough to slow down his reaction speed by a moment. And in this moment, Lu Sheng fell into an absolutely stiff state. He could only watch. An indescribable black hand suddenly poked out from the gray abyss. The moment he passed through the abyss, the big hand was blocked by a layer of gray diaphragm. Pull, protrude. Lu Sheng got rid of the stagnation and subconsciously retreated wildly. But when the body is about to move, he stops his body. The big hand, blocked by the diaphragm, danced and buckled, stopping less than an inch from Lu Sheng's cheek. His fingertips almost touched Lu Sheng's pupils. The gray diaphragm was pressed to the extreme, and although it felt like it would break at any time, it was blocked in the end. The fluctuations of consciousness, which had been quite happy before, began to become irritable and furious at this time. A strange and terrifying roar was made. The indescribable black hand also changed its shape in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. It seems that I can catch Lu Sheng at any time, but I am always a little bit short of it. Lu Sheng came back from the initial shock and returned to peace. He stood there, quietly watching the black shadow monster opposite the abyss, furious and angry. Turn around slowly. I saw a half-man-high abyss, quietly appearing behind him at some point less than 1 meter.
If I had just stepped back, I should have fallen, or been pulled into the abyss space where gray bubbles were everywhere. What a pity! I was fooled once before. How could I have been fooled the same again? The same move cannot be used twice on Saint Seiya.
Lu Sheng sighed softly at the black big hand that was constantly changing shape in front of him, which was blocked by the gray diaphragm. Looking at it now, it is no longer as terrifying as before. Although I was still a little scared, I always felt like I was watching the tiger in the zoo with its teeth and claws through a layer of glass.
You come here. Resources. Group. Prepare. Use. Transfer. Group.
Lu Sheng fisted with his right hand, stretched out a finger, and made a classic provocative move towards his sleeve.
I will eventually catch you. Roaring angrily.
Then let's wait for when you can catch me.
Lu Sheng digged his ears with his little finger and looked like he was indifferent, extremely bachelor.
Roar 1.
He was furious at Lu Sheng's incompetence through the barrier between the two universes. Lu Sheng tried various ways to provoke him, and his anger spread like a shadow. Countless abyss gaps around Lu Sheng turned into black in an instant, flashing gray and white in the black. It was like countless eyes staring at Lu Sheng from all directions from various angles. Then an indescribable hand stretched out in every abyss. For a moment, the abyss here was as strange and terrifying as a forest hell. But Lu Sheng really confirmed one thing one by one. Swan really can't pass it. I really can't do anything to me. Hui. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then with her sleeves angrily gaze, she carefully retreated out of the abyss. Okay, don't give it. While he was about to leave his gaze, Lu Sheng waved to him. Suddenly, there was another burst of furiousness. Lu Sheng retreated until the 30,000-meter abyss, and the ease on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became solemn little by little. The power of origin is deduced, the future of Blue Star. Lu Sheng used the power of the origin to deduce it. The result is destruction in 7 years. Okay, it's been a year shorter. Lu Sheng could almost confirm that the destruction of the Blue Star came from the indescribable shadow. And this countdown to destruction should be the time it takes for him to break through the gray diaphragm blocking between the abyss gaps. Is it because of my repeated provocations that made him so angry that he poached him much faster? Lu Sheng didn't know what to say, so he could only praise himself for being great. 7 years. 7 years are enough for me to migrate all the Blue Star humans to another life planet. If you have a little insurance, you can start gradually starting this Starry Sky immigration plan within 5 years. There are also several life planets that are closer to Blue Star, which can also be used to migrate. Lu Sheng thought, not very panicked. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Once this idea appears, it spreads like wildfire, and can't even suppress it. When you run out of the gap, it brings more than just a disaster that destroys a planet. But what about the disaster that swept through a star area or even a galaxy? This thought made Lu Sheng feel terrified, and a layer of fine cold sweat broke out in his vest in broad daylight. If this is true, then things will be very serious. It's not just a small blue star matter, but it's about the life and death of the entire white mist star zone and even the entire Tiancer galaxy. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he thought about whether to use the power of the origin to deduce and predict it. But I was afraid that I would really calculate the worst results, so I was a little hesitant for a moment. If this is true, it would be better to know it if it was later. I want to save the entire universe. Could it be that I dare not face this small reality now? Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and decisively used the power of the origin to deduce it. This time, he is not deducing the future of Blue Star, but the future of the entire Sky Snake galaxy. The light of the origin flashed slightly. Soon, the results predicted by the power of the origin were presented to Lu Sheng. 7 years later, the Dark Lord invaded, and the white mist star area was destroyed. The Sky Snake galaxy has completely become the front line of the dark side universe. There seemed to be a string in Lu Sheng's mind, and was plucked hard. Even though I have predicted that this may be the result, I will wait until it is truly presented to me. It's another feeling. An unprecedented sense of guilt enveloped Lu Sheng. In an instant, he fell into a state of extreme self-blame and guilt. The entire Sky Snake galaxy will become the frontline battlefield for the dark side universe to invade. It's because of me. Countless planets, life forms measured in tens of millions will lose their lives and face the end of, obtained, death. Just because of my ignorance. Countless living organisms in the entire Tianxi galaxy have reduced their lifespan by 1 year. It's all because of me. Lu Sheng was in a daze, his eyes were trembling, and he murmured. He could not describe his mood at this moment. That is 1,000,000,000 times more painful than the most painful thing in the world. And he cannot be restored, cannot be changed, has nowhere to vent, no one can tell. Comparison of the Savior? It is not so easy to be a savior. Do you really think it's just a little slogan? When the fate of billions of Terra life is connected to you alone. A small thought turns, a decision, a choice, a hesitation. It will cause the survival or destruction of billions of lives. When Lu Sheng felt this deeply, the pressure and sense of responsibility that followed was enough to fill the entire universe. Almost crushed him. Can't breathe.
Chapter 482 Reignite. It will never be extinguished until death. Mary. 1. Lu Sheng's level of life is extraordinary and immortal. Survive in many extremely harsh environments. But at this time, at the bottom of the sea, which was only 30,000 meters, he was hit by a bit cold, and an unprecedented sense of room was deeply wrapped around him. He seemed to be trapped in the most difficult quagmire in the world. It was difficult to move my little finger, and it became extremely difficult to even touch my little finger. Lu Sheng once killed the Grandmaster at level 6, killed the Martial Saint at level 8, fought at level 9, fought at level 11. He has accomplished too many feats in his life that are incredible, and unsatisfactory. He once thought he was fearless. I once thought that there was no time in this world that could make me feel like fear. He lives by fighting, and enjoys the great stimulation of wandering between life and death. Even if he meets a terrible opponent, he can only be excited and not afraid. Facing the indescribable shadow in the abyss space, he can also treat it calmly and break the deadlock calmly. But now, Lu Sheng was scared. His strong heart that fosters stars is shaking slightly. Lu Sheng raised one hand, as if he saw the endless threads connected to his hand. At the end of the silk thread, there are planets connected, and the creatures on the planet are connected. As long as he moves his fingers a little, countless planets may be destroyed and countless creatures may die. Not just his 350 hand. There are countless threads connected to his feet, body, arms, torso, every hair. These silk threads wrap, and tie Lu Sheng together. He couldn't move and almost rested. Lu Sheng stood in a 30,000-meter abyss, bowing his head and silently. The endless cold and darkness around him swarmed towards him, forming a huge abyss hole that swallowed him in one bite. There was endless despair, guilt, confusion and fear in the abyss, forming countless hands, pulling Lu Sheng's body, causing him to fall down, fall. Just as Lu Sheng was about to fall into the unknowing abyss. Bah! A hand stretched out from the endless dark abyss, and grabbed the edge of the abyss hard. Little by little, hold on, and then climbed up.
My mistake.
Lu Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes covered with dense bloodshots. His expression was haggard, and he made a hard and hoarse sound from his mouth.
I should make up for it.
After saying this, Lu Sheng took a deep breath. The sea water filled his body, the invisible pressure, bed, force, the illusory silk thread, fear, guilt, confusion. As his inhalation flowed into his heart, a little light gathered in his chest, and a ball of fire lit up. The fire is not very fierce, but it gives people a feeling that it will never be extinguished until death. Lu Sheng's expression returned to calm, bloodshot in his eyes faded, and his thoughts returned to calm.
7 years left. 7 years later, the blue star is destroyed, the dark side universe, and the barriers of this universe are torn apart on a large scale, the Dark Lord invaded, the white mist star zone is destroyed, and the entire Sky Snake galaxy becomes the first battlefield to resist the dark side universe.
Lu Sheng imagined the current situation as an apple, and now some insects are gnawing on the apple. Once the peel is completely bitten, those who live in the fruit will suffer.
Or, I went through the abyss, and wet around the skin to kill all the insects. Then this crisis can be greatly reduced. Or, when the peel is completely bitten, I will lead the way and block the gap first.
2 options. These are also 2 methods that Lu Sheng thought of for the time being. No matter which method,
everyone needs strong strength as support, otherwise, let alone killing insects, I'm afraid I'll eat them. It's also a joke.
Lu Sheng exhaled gently, his eyes flashing.
7 years? Is it 7 years in time?
The Lord of the Dark Side that can cause the fall of an entire galaxy can still be at level 145. Previously, he saw in the future deduced by the power of origin. How old is he to reach level 15? I remembered it. Long live. 7 years. Hundreds of years.
I can only do my best.
Lu Sheng thought for a while, and reached out, and grabbed the alienated cell in the palm of his right hand that looked like a black mole. Then he grabbed a level 8 shark-like beast was caught by him, from a place dozens of kilometers away. Lu Sheng did not kill this strange beast, but implanted his alienated cells. A small alienated cell entered the body of a level 8 alien beast. After just a few breaths, the body of this level 8 alien beast was completely occupied by alienated cells, taking over without any sense of incongruity. The 8th level beast blinked, and Lu Sheng looked at him.
It's really feasible.
Lu Sheng felt the rapid proliferation of the alienated cells after transplantation, and he could not help but cheer freely and nodded with satisfaction. He let go of the 8th level beast in his hand, and the latter quickly swam down the sea abyss.
Let it be here first and act as an eye, used to monitor the progress of the existence of indescribable shadows in the abyss space.
Lu Sheng was not worried about any problems with the alienated cells. At worst, it was just a loss of mental power. The 8th level alien beast that felt the parasitics of alienated cells had begun to food happily under the sea abyss. Lu Sheng was too lazy to care about it, and he moved his body and left the sea abyss. On the surface of Ninghai, a handsome figure appeared silently. Dong Qingxue, who was standing on the yacht, staring at the sea, her eyes lit up, and she was about to meet her. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and brought her into her arms. Dong Qingxue was caught off guard, and before she could say something, she was hugged tightly by a pair of strong arms. A familiar voice buried between her neck and said softly in her ear,
"Let's get married."
Dong Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face was lost for a moment. But it quickly calmed down, and his eyes and face calmed down. He put his back arm around Lu Sheng, nodded firmly, and responded,
"Okay."
On that day, Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue got married. We did not invite any relatives and friends, but the 2 families had a simple meal. The next day, Lu Sheng bid farewell to his newlywed wife, took the White Hole shuttle, and left from the Blue Star.
Stars that have no effect on the surrounding life planets are also closest to the Blue Star.
Lu Sheng's eyes retracted from the star map, looked up at a burning star in front of the spacecraft, and his eyes flashed. It should be this one. Lu Sheng spanned more than a dozen light years, and rushed here from the Blue Star. Just for find a suitable martial arts practice field. Chapter 483. Practice as hard as possible. The competition is about to begin, and clouds around the world are moving.
2. The life planet closest to this star is 15 light years. As long as it does not explode suddenly, it will not have much impact on the life planets around it.
Lu Sheng didn't think that with his current strength, he could toss a star in his prime to an explosion. At this time, the White Hole shuttler is still tens of thousands of kilometers away from the stars. A huge and bright fireball was burning in the dark universe, almost occupying all the eyes of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, and stared at the sun for a while, remembering when he had practiced the sun visualization. At that time, He couldn't stop crying even when he looked directly at the sun on his head, but now he was eager to enter the center of the sun to practice. Certainly. It's just a thrill to try. The temperature on the surface of a star reaches 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the steel is vaporized by 3,000 degrees Celsius. Even atoms will be ionized. With my current strength, is it possible to withstand this temperature? Lu Sheng didn't know, and he didn't want to waste time thinking. Just try it out. However, before the trial, we have to increase our strength. Lu Sheng thought for a while, took out the communicator, and dialed a signal. Soon, a standard human beauty in professional attire came out of the communicator. Lin Fei, Dunlop's living assistant to Lu Shengta. I'll send you a coordinate now. Every 10 days from now on, you will send me a batch of energy crystal resources. As soon as it was connected, Lu Sheng said to Lin Fei without hesitation. Lin Fei nodded quickly, and then quickly said, Mr. Lu, the speaker asked me to ask, has the matter of your mother's star been resolved? It has been solved perfectly. Thank the speaker for help. Lu Sheng nodded. That's good. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and then said, Also, the invitation letter from the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Competition, which the speaker mentioned to you before, has been sent to the 12 surrounding star areas. The competition location is located in our Asia-Jupiter area. The location is not yet determined, and the time is not yet determined. Lord Speaker wants me to ask you for your opinion. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he said lightly, I have no objection. Just inform me in advance when the time and place are set. Okay. Lin Fei nodded. Lu Sheng didn't say anything else, and just cut off the phone. Then, he stepped into the spacecraft training room. In the spacecraft training room, you can still clearly see the stars burning tens of thousands of kilometers ahead. Lu Sheng looked at the sun quietly, and took out all the energy crystal resources on him from the storage space bracelet. Set up. Simulate a 50,000 times gravity environment. It directly stretches the limits of the spaceship training room. 50,000 times the gravity. The floor of the spacecraft training room seemed to turn into a super magnet in an instant, exuding an indescribable terrifying attraction, and tearing Lu Sheng's body down. At the same time, a terrifying invisible hammer appeared upwards, slamming Lu Sheng heavily. Boom! Attacking up and down. Even if Lu Sheng lit up all the immortal cells in his body as soon as possible, the Supreme Star body also made a crunch sound of overwhelming burden. His perfect flesh and blood burst out inch by inch, and golden red blood flowed. The whole person became bloody and miserable in less than a second. But Lu Sheng's eyes were still calm, and his spine was always straight. His eyes reflected the shadow of stars, and the blazing fire burned in it. Step by step? There is no time for me to go step by step. When it is extraordinary, you should use extraordinary methods. Be stronger? I will do my best and become stronger regardless of everything. Lu Sheng activated his mental power, and dozens of blood energy crystals all over his body suddenly flew up and broke them all. It turned into a rolling blood-colored energy flow that could be seen by the naked eye, and poured into his martial body along the broken flesh. The golden patterns in the body of the Supreme Star grew wildly like the roots of the tree, and the immortal cells in the body were born one by one. An unprecedented sense of urgency motivated Lu Sheng to move. So much so that he left his wife alone on the second day of his wedding and practiced hard. For the first time in my life, I have devoted myself to practice without reservation. And while Lu Sheng was practicing madly, an invitation letter from the House of Representatives of Yama Main Star District. At a speed that exceeds the light, it spans one star cluster, one star area, and countless light years, and is transmitted to a famous star area big man and top strong man. Manyun Star Zone. A man with fine scales and no hair on both cheeks, wearing a lilac robe, clicked on the invitation letter and the words,
Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Competition,
came into his eyes. The man's eyes flashed like a reptile, and he closed the invitation letter expressionlessly and cleared it. It seems like I have never received this invitation.
I just discovered a genius with immortal supernatural life constitution in the Asian Jupiter region. I can't wait to show it out. I'm not as good as you wish. No. All the genius and powerful people in Mannion Star area are not allowed to go.
Black Butterfly Star Zone. A heroic and savory woman wearing a red combat suit and light blue flames burning all over her body pushed open the heavy metal door and strode into the magnificent hall. Please, flowers.
Father!
The red-haired woman's eyes locked at a tall man with the same red-haired hair in the room and said loudly,
Did you see the invitation letter for the Genius Exchange competition sent by Adjuster?
The tall man sat at the long table without raising his head and said lightly,
I'm watching.
The red-haired woman showed an inexplicable look on her face and said,
Please allow my father to agree to me to attend.
The tall man looked up at the woman and said,
Do you know that the Jupiter region just discovered a genius with an immortal supernatural life constitution not long ago? I know.
The red-haired woman was filled with blue fire, just like her mood at the moment.
That's why I want to go. What a rare opportunity to be able to compete with the immortal bloodline. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to break the bottleneck of the blue extreme demon flame and transform the bloodline to a higher level.
The red-haired woman stretched out one hand, and her blue flames quickly gathered into her palms, collapsed. Finally, she showed the effect of 2 layers of the void shattering. Her eyes were burning, and her whole body exuded a desire to try. The tall man narrowed his eyes and looked at her, finally showing a gratified smile on his face.
Go, immortality is not an unbreakable myth. The glory of the Blue Devil family will be displayed and continued in you, my daughter.
The red-haired woman knelt down on one knee, clasped her right fist, and gently attached her to her left chest, and replied solemnly and respectfully,
I will not let you down.
Hillstar Zone. A graceful and luxurious old man gently closed the invitation letter, his eyes flashing inexplicable light.
Immortal level? The Asian Jupiter zone is really lucky this time, and they can discover such bloodlines. However, Immortal, who is only at level 9, was eager to host the Genius Martial Arts Exchange competition. It may not be too impatient.
As he said that, the old man gently pressed a button in front of him. Not long after, someone came in outside the door and saluted him respectfully.
Sir, what are you asking?
The graceful old man casually spoke.
In my name, let Monroe know. Just talk about whether his plan to go to the battlefield of Ikong can be delayed. There is a very interesting game here. Maybe he will be interested.
As he said that, the old man sent the invitation letter to the communicator in his subordinates. The latter nodded respectfully, responded, and quickly retreated. The old man gracefully smiled and said to himself,
The level 9 immortal bloodline level 11 should be almost level 12, the date level bloodline. Which one is stronger? It's really an exciting competition. Ha ha!
Next. Chapter 484. Rapid Progress, Jade Merchant Group 3. Under the full 50,000 times the gravity, the void of the entire cultivation room was unnaturally distorted.
Crunch one by one. Lu Sheng slowly stood up from the ground. Compared to 10 days ago, Lu Sheng seemed to have become a few centimeters shorter. From the original 2 meters to the current one, it has become a 1.9 meters. But his whole body gives people an extremely solid and heavy temperament. The golden patterns on the martial body are 10% more than before, and the infinite light and heat are extremely restrained. Inside the body, more than 30,000 immortal cells were burning quietly, outlining the gorgeous and brilliant sun god realm star map. It's almost done. Lu Sheng raised his hand and moved it a little, then ordered the gravity simulation to be turned off. After 10 consecutive days of 50,000 times of gravity simulation, the energy reserved by the spacecraft was almost exhausted. All energy crystals were used by him as a practice. Without the 770 energy supplement, the white hole shuttle could only rely on absorbing space radiation to barely maintain daily operation. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Sheng chose real stars as the practice ground. Although the training room on the spacecraft is convenient, it consumes a lot of energy. He is a big energy-consuming user, and he will eat energy crystals after another mouth. The resource supply once every 10 days is not enough. Although the resources of the entire Jupiter region are squandered by Lu Sheng at will, they can save as much as possible. With a natural star cultivation field, why spend extra energy crystals to simulate the cultivation environment? Thinking of this, Lu Sheng walked out of the spaceship. He set the white hole shuttleman in place and waited to be docked, turning on the defense system, and expected that there should be no problem. Then he shuttled towards the stars tens of thousands of kilometers away. With Lu Sheng's current speed, a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. It's just a blink of an eye. Boom! The blazing planet appeared in front of Lu Sheng in an instant. The temperature on the surface of a star is above 6,000 degrees. But Lu Sheng didn't feel too hot. Unexpectedly, it is reasonable. When I was at level 8, the flame controlled by the third level of Kongming state was over 1,000 degrees. The temperature of more than 6,000 is really nothing to me now. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Then keep going. Before going deeper, Lu Sheng took off his combat suit and put it into the space storage bracelet. Then throw the space storage bracelet in the direction of the spacecraft. The naked Lu Sheng looked towards the sun in front of him. Take one step. The maximum temperature inside a star can reach billions of degrees, which can meet my cultivation requirements. Lu Sheng shuttled between light and heat, and the rolling heat waves wrapped him up. All the pores in his body were swallowing and spitting out energy, and the more than 30,000 immortal cells in his body echoed the stars outside. One immortal cell after another is generated quickly. The speed is faster than Lu Sheng's use of blood energy crystal to practice. At the same time, a terrifying suction force came from the inside of the star, which was not inferior to the pressure he was under 50,000 times the gravity. Lu Sheng was both surprised and happy. I should have come here to practice long ago. For me, this is the real blessed land and cave heaven. Lu Sheng is like a fish in water, constantly deepening into the stars, sucking the flesh and blood of the sun in a dream. His immortal cell count and his stellar supreme body are growing rapidly. The golden patterns on his martial body grew rapidly, gradually outlining the outline of golden suns on his chest, back and eyebrows. It won't take long before I can reach the level 9. Then you should hurry up and make up for the last missing piece of martial arts and magic, and officially hit level 10. Lu Sheng made up his mind and returned to the dream space. He rushed towards the inheritance point of the last Earth martial arts. On this day, the holy is soaring. Time flies. Nearly 3 months have passed since the Asian Jupiter region issued an invitation letter to the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Competition to the 12-star region. The convening of this competition is like a super-large meteorite, breaking through the silence of the starry sky and smashing hard into the 12-star zone, breaking the peace of the 12-star zone for thousands of years. Countless big figures, martial arts powerhouses, geniuses, from the 12-star zone came one after another in spaceships and crossed light years. So much so that not only the Asian Jupiter region, which is the organizer of the competition, but also the several star regions around the Asian Jupiter region have become lively. In the starry sky, a large spacecraft with dark blue, squirrel-shaped, and slender lines passed by silently. This is a large merchant ship from another star area. When the interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition was in full swing, many interstellar merchants also seized the opportunity and walked through several star zones with a lot of goods. Watch the fun and make a wishful thinking. This spacecraft is obviously one of them. Inside the dark blue spacecraft, a majestic and tall body stood by the window, looking quietly at the quiet and graceful starry sky with your hands behind your back. People walked by the merchant ship from time to time. But no matter who it is, when passing by this majestic body, there will be a hint of respect on his face and shout politely, "Mr. Leo." Just over half a month ago, when the Jade Merchant ended a space jump and crossed from the Moriton Star Zone to the boundary of the White Mist Star Zone, it was intercepted and chased by a group of star pirates. Under the pursuit of the fierce star pirate group, the guards of the Jade Merchant suffered heavy losses and were about to be robbed. Fortunately, a small spacecraft passed by at this time. One person walked out of the small spacecraft. In 3 moves and 2 moves, a group of vicious star pirates were killed in a mess, and finally drove away the star pirates and successfully rescued the Jade Merchant. And this person, it's Leo. Because the small spacecraft Leo was riding in was unfortunately damaged during the battle, after learning that Leo's purpose of this trip was also the location of the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Conference in the Asia-Jupiter region. The leader of the Jade Merchant Group warmly invited Leo to board the Jade spacecraft, half to express his gratitude, and the other half also to use Leo's powerful force to complete the rest of the journey safely. After the 3.2 Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange Conference was held in the Asia-Jupiter region, it was not only active in the masters and business groups from all sides, but also in the vicious star thieves who made a living by fighting for their families. Along the way, the Jade Merchant Group has heard that many merchant ships were robbed, all the goods were robbed, and even all the people were killed occurred. The star pirates from more than a dozen star areas gathered, and the star police from the law enforcement department of Yamu, Baiwu, and other star areas were simply too busy. At this time, a green-haired woman with a plump figure, a gentle body, and a beautiful appearance appeared behind Leo. The woman is wearing a luxurious and elegant tassel-long dress, which is generous and has the temperament of a superior. Seeing Leo standing with his hands behind his back, the green-haired woman's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. A smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked up. "There is no update today. I want to take a break early." Chapter 485. The Battlefield of the Different Air, the Hot Tom of the Competition, 1. What are Lord Leo thinking about? Leo, who was standing by the window, slowly turned around when he heard the sound. Seeing the green-haired woman in front of her, she nodded slightly. "Dear Miss Phillips." He glanced out the window and said casually, "It's just passing the boring time. The starry sky is beautiful, right? Just call me Fannis." The green-haired woman gently twitched her hair in her ears, then followed Leo's gaze, and looked at the dark and quiet outside, and occasionally passing by a meteor or 2 starry sky. "Yes, but after watching it for a long time, I feel boring and monotonous," Leo said. "But for some people in some places, even wanting to enjoy this boring and monotonous scenery is a luxury." Philip's beautiful eyes flashed. "Mr. Leo is a man with a story." Leo smiled slightly and looked at the starry sky outside the window. At this time, the spacecraft of the Jade Merchant was entering a new starry sky area. There was a burning red star in the distance, embellishing the monotonous and dry scenery of the dark starry sky with more colors. In the battlefield of alien air, all you can see is 3 colors: the gray sky, the black beast, 14, and... Leo turned his head and looked straight into Philip's eyes.
Red blood. Leo's words were filled with an inexplicable coldness, which shocked Phanes, stunned and couldn't say a word. Soon, Philip came back from the shock and asked in credible ways,
Mr. Leo has ever been to the battlefield of the alien air?
Leo nodded slightly and sighed.
I have been there for a while, but that place is too dangerous. Even the top strong men and geniuses are in danger and cannot adapt to that cruel life, so they retreated early. It's amazing enough.
Pines murmured. The invasion of strange beasts is something that every citizen of the starry sky knows. The front line against strange beasts is almost everywhere in every corner of the starry sky. But the starry sky front that ordinary people can access and understand is just the lowest and simple part. The real tragic battlefield is still in the strange sky. A different dimension space independent of the starry sky. There is the real main battlefield for all races in the starry sky to resist the invasion of strange beasts. The tranquility and peace presented in the starry sky are all the result of the hard work of the strong men in the battlefield of strange air. It is said that there are also thresholds for entering the battlefield of alien air. He is less than level 11 and is not qualified to enter. And those who can come back alive from the battlefield of alien air. He can be called a real strong man. Phanes didn't expect that Leo was such a strong man who returned from the battlefield of alien air.
No wonder Mr. Leo is so brave,
Phanes murmured, with a little urgency in her eyes, and she said curiously,
Can Mr. Leo tell me what the battlefield of the alien air is like?
At this time, the spacecraft of the Jade Merchant was much closer to the star than had appeared in his field of vision. The burning stars were reflected in Leo's eyes, bringing out some memories.
Is it a battlefield of alien air? That is the cradle of the strong and the genius competition field. It is also a meat grinder for the weak. Every moment, talented strongmen rise up, and unfortunate people die. Blood and fire permeate the entire space. There is no time to breathe, only despair, death, and the faint light that shines through the gap.
The light of the stars in the starry sky penetrated through the spacecraft's windows, intertwining inexplicable colors on Leo's face. Phanes's heart trembled slightly, and she felt that the man in front of her was emitting an unparalleled male charm at this moment, giving her the urge to put him into her arms. Philippine held back the impulse, thought for a while, and said,
Let it pass by bad memories. Mr. Leo can come back alive from the battlefield of the alien air, and his force will definitely be extraordinary. This time, I went to participate in the Interstellar Genius Martial Arts Exchange competition, not to mention shining the stars, but at least there is absolutely no problem in finding a good position.
Leo smiled slightly and shook his head and said,
I have been tired of fighting for a long time, and I am not fame and fortune. Now I just want to have a place to live, and let me live a normal life.
Phanes's eyes lit up, subconsciously took 2 steps forward, blurted out,
It's better to come to our business group and serve as the leader of our business group's guard. The treatment is convenient, and Mr. Leo will definitely not disappoint.
Phanes, a woman who has been independently in charge of the Jade Trading Group for so many years, has long been exhausted, thinking about having a support. Leo's appearance coincided with the opportunity. His powerful strength and mysterious past attracted Phanes, like a fog in the starry sky, making her unable to help but want to take the initiative to get closer step by step. Leo seemed to be moved when he heard Philip's suggestion. Leo turned his head and looked at Phillips.
Does Captain Phillips really think so?
At this time, the spacecraft was approaching the burning stars, and the light of the stars made Leo's body look more and more majestic. Phanes looked at the man in front of him. His cheeks flushed, he lowered his head shyly, and whispered,
Of course. Mr. Leo can just call me Phanes directly from now on. The leader is a bit strange.
Leo looked at the shy Philip, with an inexplicable smile on his face. The spaceship brushed through the stars, and the extreme light and fire shone into the window, reflecting the figures of the two quite gorgeously, with a romantic atmosphere flowing here.
Ding dong ee.
A crisp sound broke the beauty, and the communicator on Fannis's wrist received a new consultation.
I'll take a look.
By checking the instructor of consulting, Fannis tried his best to hide her shyness, and clicked on the information. This is information about the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition. The above lists some popular stars from this 053 competition.
Gray from the Blue Demon family in the Black Flow Star Zone, who has extraordinary life constitution, is only over 700 years old this year, and he already has the strength of the 11th level peak. It is said that it is very likely to break the physical shackles and push the family bloodline to another level. There are also the Ice Demon Monroe of the Hill Star Zone and the extraordinary life constitution of the Sun Samsung. It is said that he may enter level 12 at any time, and there are even rumors that he has entered level 12. Oh my god, he is less than 400 years old this year.
While browsing the information on the information, Fannis made a marveling sound from time to time. She didn't notice at all. When Leo, who was standing in front of him, his originally calm face gradually became a little gloomy when his eyes flashed past the genius materials.
And this one?
The lead pulled to the end and pointed to an image and shouted. The image shows a young man covered with gorgeous golden patterns, as handsome as a god in the starry sky.
The person who deserves the most attention to this competition is also the key to the launch of this exchange competition in the Asia-Jupiter region. The immortal bloodline owner in the Asia-Jupiter region is available every million years.
Fanny stared at the majestic figure in the image and said,
Immortal supernatural life constitution. I once thought it was something in legend, but I didn't expect it to exist in reality.
Please ask for flowers and monthly tickets. Chapter 486 Reversal, Deserter, Star Pirate.
2. Yes. Immortal level is extremely rare and dazzling even in the battlefield of alien air.
Leo's voice sounded in Fannis' ears, and the coldness on his face had disappeared, returning to his original indifference. Philip stared at the information and said,
But this immortal level is a bit weak. Only level 9. In this competition, I am afraid that the light will be hidden by other geniuses. It was predicted that he had a chance to win the championship before the game. On the contrary, Monroe, the Ice Demon in the Hill Star Zone, is the most popular.
Philip said, looking up at Leo, blinking his eyes and saying,
Mr. Leo really doesn't plan to sign up for the competition? With your strength, it's better to easily reach the top 1,000.
Leo's eyes flashed for a moment, and he said,
No need. I'll just go and watch the fun. All right.
When Fannis heard Leo's affirmative answer, he felt a little happy. The top genius exchange competition gathered in more than 10 star areas is unprecedented and is highly anticipated. Once it emerges in the competition, it will definitely be recruited by countless families, forces, and consortiums. The Jade Merchant Group is not capable in the starry sky. If Leo becomes famous, her hope of keeping the other party will be slim. The two chatted casually. The isolated stars in the distance are brilliant, and through the windows of the spacecraft, they feel a magnificent feeling of watching the sunset in the starry sky. Just when Philip felt everything was moving towards a bright future, Leo in front of him suddenly looked down at the communicator in his hand and said to himself,
It should be almost done.
Phillips was curious.
What's going on? It's almost time.
Leo smiled at her. Philip was stunned for a moment, and had not yet recalled Leo's words. Just then,
boom!
The jade, which was flying smoothly, suddenly shaking violently, as if it was subjected to a strong blow. In just a moment, the piece inside the spacecraft was completely broken. Countless alarms were heard, and countless people were running around in a hurry. An anxious and panicked sound popped up from the communicator on Fannis's hand, and someone reported in panic. "Captain, our spacecraft is being attacked by an unknown person, and it is very likely that it is Xingxixi." "Star pirate?" Venus's heart hopped hard, and his expression became nervous. At this time, a calm voice rang in her ears. "Take me to the escort." "It's Leo." Venus seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden, and the light of hope appeared in her eyes, and she nodded quickly.
"Good."
Soon, Philippine led Leo to the position of the merchant escort. At this time, the spacecraft was constantly under attack from many parties. Through the spacecraft's window, you could already see Star Pirate spacecraft cruising around the Emerald. It is like a bloodthirsty jackal pack, which makes people frightened.
"His Excellency Leo." "Hello, Leo is here."
The appearance of Leo and Phillips quickly stabilized the members of the escort team, who had already assembled. Each of them had shiny eyes and a look of excitement on their faces. They looked at Leo with reverence, because it was this man who helped them get rid of the pursuit of Star Pirates. It was possible before, but it will definitely be possible now. Leo stretched out his hands and pressed the void, calming down the escort's excited emotions. He is tall and smiling, and has a natural leader temperament, giving people an inexplicable sense of confidence and trust. Everyone in the cabin, including Fanis, was waiting for him to give orders.
"Have all the people from the guards arrived?"
Leo asked Fanis.
"We're here, all the guard forces of our Jade Merchant."
Phillips answered quickly, her beautiful eyes flashing, with a hint of expectation and excitement. She was looking forward to how the man in front of her would turn the tide next.
"Okay."
Leo smiled. He glanced at the audience, his eyes swept across his nervous, excited, admiring, and excited faces. Suddenly, Leo flipped his palm and grabbed a long alloy knife full of cold light out of thin air. Then, before everyone could react, they slashed out hard at the crowd below. The knife shimmered through the transparent void, bringing out the long cracks of the fine black star light, and suddenly spread out. Instantly, blood flows into a river. Leo's figure rushed into the guard group like a phantom, and the sword light was like a shadow. After a few breaths, the huge cabin was filled with broken limbs and broken arms, and the four walls of the cabin were covered with blood. Leo stood in a pile of broken limbs, and pulled out the long alloy knife in his hand from the head of a guard. The latter's face still had a look of confusion and surprise. He probably didn't understand until he died. Why did the big hero and savior of the Jade Merchant turn into a vicious and cruel butcher in a starry sky in an instant? Phillips didn't understand. He stood still, staring at the scene in front of him stupidly. There was still a trace of blood that was accidentally splashed on her charming face. Finally, Philippine came to his senses. The body began to tremble violently. Her eyes showed a look of extreme shock and disbelief. She looked at Leo firmly and murmured repeatedly,
Why? Why? Why?"
Leo chuckled while wiping the blood on the alloy knife. All the greatness and light on his body faded away, and his whole body exuded an extremely cold and fierce temperament.
"Because you have always been my prey."
Leo walked to Fanis step by step and looked at her with a smile. Then he suddenly reached out and grabbed Fanis' tender neck and lifted her up. Philip struggled desperately in Leo's hands, struggling hard and helplessly. Leo lifted it up and stared at her.
"I have exaggerated the facts about the battlefield of the alien air. In fact, there are still many colors in the battlefield of the alien sky, and the blood of many starry sky races is colorful and beautiful. Dear Miss Phillips, I wonder what color of your blood is."
Leo smiled and grabbed Fanis closer to her, and said to her softly word by word,
"There is one thing I forgot to tell you. Actually, it's not. How no Zhao, I don't want to participate in any interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition. But I can't participate at all. Because I am a deserter who ran out of the battlefield of alien air. Even the identity of a starry sky citizen has been deprived of it.
Philip's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, his mouth slightly opened, his face full of despair. Jew. After half a day. In this quiet starry sky, the sudden war has subsided, and a robbery is coming to an end. The emerald is like a stranded whale, quietly floating in the starry sky. The huge body is full of traces of being chewed. Dozens of star pirate spacecraft surrounded the emerald. Hundreds of star pirates were excitedly chasing the remaining members of the business group, and burst into rampant laughter from time to time. This is a thug carnival. Not far from the mess of this battlefield, a star burned wildly, like a huge eye, quietly watching all this. Civil. Chapter 487. 10 Complete Martial Arts, The Secret of One Golden Crow. 3. Leo was surrounded by a group of star pirates, looking at everything in front of him with a distant expression. The star pirates went in and out of the Emerald spacecraft, plundering a large amount of resources and wealth. The cheerful atmosphere wanders in the starry sky.
It's still the boss's superb strategy. He won their trust by using some tricks, dismantling their defense from the inside, and taking it off without any effort.
A star pirate with a bearded face held up his energy beam gun and laughed and shouted,
"Boss is awesome!"
The others also shouted,
"Shingio Leo! Star Geo Leo!"
Many star pirates surrounded Leo and shouted his name, with a look of fanaticism and excitement on their faces.
"Shingio Leo, it turns out you are Shingio Leo."
Feneth, tied with energy handcuffs and backhanded, staring at Leo, staring blankly.
"I was jointly wanted by more than 8 star areas, dollars level starry sky fugitive, Star Dove Leo."
Leo turned his head and smiled slightly at Philippine.
"Do you need to get to know each other again?" "Dear Philip."
Phanese's eyelids twitched, and her expression suddenly became excited. She gritted her teeth and said,
"You can't be proud for too long. Jade has been under the surveillance of the Interstellar Law Enforcement Department's network. From the moment you attacked the Emerald, the Astro Police had already received the news, and they would arrive soon." "Yeah."
473 Leo looked down at the communicator on his wrist and pretended to be surprised.
"It's true. Thanks to your reminder, Philip. It's time for us to speed up."
As he said that, Leo ordered to his subordinate Ling Bing Bing,
"Prepare to evacuate within 1 minute." "Yes."
The star pirates under their command took action quickly. Instead, Leo looked at Phillips with admiration and said,
"Dear Phillips, you helped me again. To thank you."
Leo lowered his head and thought for a moment. His eyes soon lit up, and he said to Phanes with a smile,
"I have decided to let all my subordinates take turns to accompany you tonight." "Ayo."
The star pirates, who heard this sentence, made cheering sounds and laughed lewdly. Phanes' pretty face quickly turned pale, and his face was ashen. At this moment, she felt regretful in her heart as wildly as thousands of blades. It is precisely because of her stupidity that she ruined both herself and the entire jade merchant. 30 seconds later, all the star thieves returned to their spaceship, and the robbery was completely over. In the huge starry sky, only the emerald, like a corpse of a giant whale, floated quietly in the starry sky. Leo looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, with a confident and calm face, and a faint smile in control.
"Do you destroy the ship? Don't leave anything valuable for those Astro Police."
Leo ordered casually.
"Yes."
The muzzles of star pirate spacecraft began to light up and aimed at the Jade Merchant ship. Just when the last trace of the Jade Merchant group in the starry sky was about to be erased, suddenly, someone in the star pirate group exclaimed,
"Damn! What is that?"
All the star pirates were stunned, including Leo, and they all subconsciously looked in the sound. The source of the star pirates' exclamation comes from the stars behind them. When everyone turned to look at the stars, their expressions were stunned, and then their pupils contracted, and they suddenly stood there. I saw that in the stars not too far from them, a little white light suddenly lit up quickly. The white light was very fast, and in an instant, everyone approached. What a majestic hand! It is hundreds of kilometers in size. The whole body is crystal clear and dazzling, like a carved diamond crystal, and the palm lines are also clearly visible, covering the sky and the sun. In just a blink of an eye, many star pirates approached. Everyone was stunned. Their mind was deeply shocked by an indescribable shock, and for a moment they forgot to think and speak. After all, Leo is the leading figure among the stars, and he quickly eased after a brief loss of consciousness. He shouted loudly, "Attack!" The star pirates woke up like a dream, turned the muzzle of the spaceship one after another, and fired energy beams at the huge, god-like big hands. But the movement was a little late. The dazzling big hands slapped the starry sky, slapped out waves and ripples that could be seen in the naked eye. The void was like a rag under this big hand, and it was torn apart in large patches of black holes. The spaceships placed on this screen are like toys under the masters. With just one encounter, 7 or 8 star pirate spacecraft were directly slapped by big hands and burst into a spark in the starry sky. "Spread!" Leo roared, his body calmly disappeared, and a strong cold and fierce aura emanated from the air. This is what he has called Sheng. The star pirates hurriedly controlled the spaceship to spread, waved their hands around, and caught several spaceships. "Cooperate with me!" Leo suddenly pulled out his long alloy knife and rushed towards his big hand like a stream of light. The power of the 11th level strongman is completely relaxed. Leo was like a brave vulture, the sword light of the Emperor, and with the assistance of the energy beam shot from the star pirate spacecraft, trembling with the dazzling big hands. Under the attacks of various energy beams and Leo's sword light, the dazzling hand kept splashing in and out fine crystal chips, turning into white light and dissipating in the starry sky. Compared with the dazzling hand that is hundreds of kilometers long, Leo is as small as dust. But because of this, he was able to avoid the clutching of his dazzling hands again and again. The brilliant big hand seemed to realize his clumsiness. Suddenly, it remained motionless. The whole big hand disintegrated inch by inch, turning into white light all over the sky and dissipated. Leo and the star pirates stopped and stared at the white light with a serious expression. Soon, they see one by one. In the white light, a young man in a silver combat uniform walked out calmly. The young man looked calm, and his cold eyes glanced at the audience. "It's like a king in the starry sky coming here." "Level 10? Leo felt the realm aura emitted from the young man, and was stunned for a moment. It seems a little unbelievable. Soon, his expression became ferocious. "Go to die!" He raised his long sword, his long hair flew, and ran towards the young man with murderous intent. But the young man just looked at him calmly. He leaned against the star, but his body shone with a brighter and more brilliant light than the star. His hair quietly turned from black to gold, and his face and body emitted extremely dazzling golden light. The surging heat waves surged out of his body, melting his combat uniform. A majestic body as perfect as God's creation appeared before everyone. On this body, golden patterns spread, outlining the gorgeous and inexplicable totem. A brilliant golden circle appeared on the young man's forehead and eyebrows. The center of the round is a dazzling red and golden light, like a round, the real sun. The aura of the young man also rose rapidly and frantically. It was so high that it was a terrifying level in an instant. The void collapsed layer by layer around him. It reveals black. Then there is white. It's black again. Leo's actions were frozen, and he looked at the young man in front of him with a terrifying look on his face. Then he heard Sheng say to him,
The 10 perfect martial arts. The secrets are one golden crow.
Chapter 488. Is this the power of immortality? The complete system is just beginning. 4. As he said that, the young man punched Leo with a simple punch. The glory and splendor of this punch cannot be described in words. Everyone can only vaguely see countless light balls surrounding it, forming the shape of a furnace. In the oven, a huge three-legged divine bird spread its wings and flew up, and the clear sound shook the world. At last, all these strange phenomena turned into a ray of light, the ultimate bright light. The light disappeared. Leo, who was facing the light, also disappeared. Only half of the alloy knife was left, and it fell into the starry sky with a click, slowly floating. Leo seems to have never appeared before. The young man slowly closed his fists. The dark starry sky is silent, and time seems to have frozen. The star pirates looked at the scene in front of them, and their brains lost their ability to think and became like puppets. Star Dove Leo. Their leader, the 11th level leader, who once went to the battlefield of alien air, Sheng Leo. Under the punch of the young man in front of him, even a strand of hair was not preserved. Just die. A great sense of horror and shock rose from the bottom of their hearts, turned into electric current, and spread all over their bodies in an instant along the tailbone. Fear. Unparalleled horror. At this time, the young man made new moves. He stretched out a hand and gently tapped his eyebrows. The red gold sun, which looked like the third divine eye, quickly disappeared, and then the gorgeous golden patterns on his body were also disappearing. After a moment, the youth's glory faded, and his brilliant blonde hair turned black again, and his whole body became ordinary and handsome. However, a little crystal-like crystal blossomed from the depths of his eyes.
The 10 perfect martial arts. The secrets are one divine edge.
The young man spoke calmly. Then he folded his hands together like an old monk and raised them gently above his head. The whole person made a posture similar to praying for the sky. With the young man's action, the star pirates instantly felt a terrifying heart. The eyebrows are beating wildly, and the heart is pumping urgently. The extremely strong sense of life and death crisis seemed to be like a person's head would fall to the ground in the next second. These people subconsciously wanted to control the spaceship to escape. But at this time, the young man raised his palms above his head and had already slashed them flatly. Buzzy. A circle of black, as transparent as crystal, and as sharp as a knife, spread out suddenly with the young man clasping his palms as the center. The black crystal ripples spread throughout the audience in an instant. The spaceship swept by the ripples of black crystal immediately extinguished and freezes in place. In the spaceship, the star thieves were stagnant, their eyes quickly faded, and they quickly fell to the front of the operating table. It seemed that all their vitality spread with the ripples, and they were killed. The young man let go of his hands, and his eyes faded away. He grabbed a communicator and dialed a certain signal.
Nailed it.
The young man said lightly to the communicator.
Let the Star Police come and clear the battlefield as soon as possible. Yes.
A shocking sound came from the communicator. The young man ignored it, cut off the communication casually, and then turned around and flew towards the star. At the same time, he was in a star pirate spacecraft, and his hands were handcuffed, staring at the distant back. A sudden light of inspiration flashed through the blank mind. An image from a piece of information I just watched not long ago suddenly jumped out of her memory. A young man with gorgeous gold patterns possessed, as handsome as a god in the starry sky. It slowly coincides with the back in front of you that is walking towards the sun, and finally, combine two into one.
Boom!
Venus was struck by lightning, and her delicate body trembled violently. His expression was dull, and he murmured,
Is this the power of immortality?
Lu Sheng flew towards the sun. The stars in their prime emit endless light, and infinite heat, enough to evaporate metal. But for Lu Sheng today, it is like a spring breeze, and it is even more suitable. Lu Sheng looked at his hands and whispered thoughtfully,
"How strong am I now?"
He didn't know. In that battle just now, he did not find the exact answer. Level 10. During the 3 multi-universe moons, Lu Sheng finally stepped from level 9 to level 10. The number of immortal cells in the body reaches an unprecedented 80,000. What is the concept of 80,000 immortal cells? The most intuitive concept is, Lu Sheng is now using the 5 seasons of God Fist to lead the arrival of the 5th season of the Ancient. It can already produce a true 3-legged golden crow vision. It's like the punch that just killed Leo. To be honest, Lu Sheng's punch didn't even use half of his strength.
What a pity.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this.
I punched the space storage bracelet. The 11th level star pirate leader. God knows how much valuable things are in this small vault.
But thinking about it, I don't seem to be short of money now, so it doesn't matter. This retreat was not only a huge breakthrough in strength. Please, flowers. Lu Sheng's biggest gain is the coordination and sorting out his own martial arts. He barely set up a prototype of his own 10 perfect martial arts system.
We also need to constantly improve and absorb the essence of other people's martial arts to fill the gaps in my martial arts.
Lu Sheng looked at his right hand, slowly clenched it, thinking to himself. Before he knew it, Lu Sheng came to the other side of the star. There is a beautiful silver-gray spacecraft hovering here. It is the White Hole Shuttle spacecraft that has neglected the entire 3 multi-cosmic moons. Lu Sheng entered the spaceship and first found a combat suit to put it on.
Every time I urge the Star Supreme Body to burst out my clothes, I have to find a good combat suit.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. He was not an exposure maniac, but the power of the immortal cells after igniting the divine fire was too terrifying. The body temperature was so high that even the level 10 combat uniform could not bear it. So much so that every time he fights with someone with his shirtlessness, he has to distribute some of his mental power to impart a mosaic on the sensitive parts of his lower body. What do you mean by this?
Ding 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 il ding il 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 il. When Lu Sheng was wearing his combat suit, the communicator sounded. From Dong Qingxue. A hint of gentleness appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes, and the signal was connected.
Hey, wife. You guys are all here, okay, I understand. I'll come now, I should be here soon.
Lu Sheng hung up the communication and looked a little sighing. He and Dong Qingxue got married for 1 day, and then came straight to practice hard. It really made Dong Qingxue suffer. So Lu Sheng took advantage of the grand event of the Asian Jupiter region holding the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition, and found someone to pick up his parents, wife, and several martial saints, who were far away from Blue Star. Taking advantage of the excuse of watching him play, he also took a look at the starry sky world.
It can be said that my parents and the others will give me a vaccination first, so it will be much easier to take them out of Blue Star in the future.
Lu Sheng thought that the dialogue with the White Hole Shuttle Man issued an order. Target 1, main star area of the Jupiter region. There is another grand event waiting for him. At the same time, in the main star area of the Jupiter region, on the dock of a satellite, a light blue spacecraft landed gracefully and stopped. A group of people walked out of the spacecraft. There are so many things going on these days. I will go out tomorrow. I will throw 2 chapters up in the early morning. Finally, please give me some monthly tickets and flowers. Thank you, everyone. Big.
Civil.
Chapter 489 Blue Star Land Bull Tour Group 1. The leader was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, black hair and bronze skin. The middle-aged man is kind, and has a little unnatural in his actions. Looks a little awkward, cringe, nervous. But more curiosity was revealed in her wide eyes. It looks very much like the countryman when he first entered the city.
Is this the planet of higher civilization?
Lu Dahai showed a strong amazement on his face, and everything around him was impacting his visual nerves all the time. The people behind him were not much better than him. Like Lu Dahai, after receiving the genetic optimization of the highest level and specifications of the Blue Star National Renovation Plan, Sheng Yufan is also a teenager younger than before. Although she had never practiced martial arts, her and Lu Dahai's physical fitness was comparable to that of an ordinary level 6 warrior. Before weighs 990, Blue Star martial arts emerged, it was already an absolute Superman. A pair of hands that buy groceries and cook rice is enough to tear the tiger and leopard.
What material is this dress made of? It's so good, it's so comfortable to wear.
Zheng Yufan looked at her fighting uniform and kept muttering her mouth. Dong Qingxue stood beside her, and after being promoted to master and undergoing genetic optimization, she became much younger, just like a girl in her early 20s. Dong Qingxue wore a light blue combat suit and looked gorgeous. The busy scene of the starry sky pier in front of her was also quite shocked, but she didn't show it much. Why do you say that she is also an immortal countess now? Well, the aliens who have come to Blue Star all call her that. Before coming, Dong Qingxue kept telling herself in her heart that she must not lose Lu Xing's face outside. Lu Qinghe, who was wearing a light pink combat suit, was now holding a cosmic communicator and slapped around him, and occasionally making various amazing sounds such as
"Wow!"
and
"Wow!"
from time to time. Every time she took a while of shooting, she had to lower her head and operate it quickly. That was posting to moments and replying to various
awesome 666
comments in moments. As the spacecraft spans light years, Lu Qinghe has posted almost hundreds of friends. It's also a blessing that she is the real sister of the martial god of the Blue Star, and the things she posted are indeed awesome. Otherwise, her speed of the circle of friends would have been blocked 1,000 times. No one selling cosmetics and fruits in moments is as diligent as she posts. Then, there are Lin Jingwei, Tan Zhongyu, Cumberland and Harold. Harold has been living such a happy and proud life in recent years. Since the rise of Lu Sheng, Harold has been a dog-legged horseman for Lu Sheng for a period of time because he has been involved in Lu Sheng. So that the martial saints on the Blue Star each gave him 3 points of thin air. Harold himself often takes this matter out and blew it. Usually, Harold, who was so proud of Ba Weiyang, had 3 points of pride, 3 points of disdain, 3 points of calmness, and a little bit of spirit. He started to say lightly,
"I remember when I was having sex with Lord Lu."
That's why Harold, who is almost the last among the Blue Star martial saints, also got the opportunity to go out of Blue Star and visit the advanced civilized star. It was like this that a group of 8 people formed the awesome
Blue Star High Civilized Star Land Bull Tour Group.
The group got off the spaceship. There were a few people waiting respectfully at the pier. Leading is a diplomat of the 8th planet of the Asia main star region with slightly green skin and 2 short tentacles on his head, as well as his subordinates. The spaceship on which the Blue Star and his group landed, the diplomat immediately came up with both enthusiasm and respect.
"Welcome all noble figures to the 8th planet. On behalf of the Federation of the Asian Jupiter region, I would like to express my most sincere and warm welcome to you."
Thanks to the translation function that comes with the advanced combat uniforms they wear, the Blue Star and his group were able to understand the words of diplomats. The group was flattered, especially Lu Dahai's family, who
who had experienced the feeling of being a leader on an alien planet for the first time in their life. Lu Qinghe quietly took out the communicator and pointed it at the diplomat to shoot. While taking pictures, he said to the camera,
"Did you see it, brothers? This alien with a very brave skin color is the person sent by the federal government of the Asian Jupiter region to welcome us."
The Blue Star and the Eighth Planet diplomatic group gathered together, and the scene was quite friendly and harmonious. After learning about the diplomatic group's attitude towards their ranks, the originally nervous and cramped emotions slowly relaxed.
"This trip is really worth it. After you go back, you have to tell your old friends what a higher civilized star looks like,"
Lu Dehai said with a smile. The blue star next to them showed deep expressions of consent on their faces, and most of them had similar mentality to Lu Dehai.
Zheng Yufan said, "I don't know where Shaoxing is now. If we can see him today, it's almost a year."
The time for 3 cosmic moons to convert to blue stars is not nearly a year. Dong Qingxue comforted her.
"Mom, I just called Lu Sheng, and he said he had arrived here. It would probably only take a few days."
Zheng Yufan nodded, then patted Dong Qingxue's hand with some guilt, sighing,
"I'm sorry for you, Qingxue."
Dong Qingxue shook her head and said nothing. At this time, the diplomat who led the way in front smiled and said,
"Dear sir, we have set up a sumptuous banquet on the main star of Yamu to welcome you. I will take you to the main star now."
As he said that, the diplomat ordered the aircraft he had prepared long ago to come over. The main planet of Yamu does not allow alien spacecraft to land directly. No matter who takes the spaceship to the main star area, you need to transfer on the top 10 sanitation planets. After giving the order, the diplomat put on a professional and enthusiastic and polite smile and continued to talk to everyone in the blue star. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I don't know what this person is from. Whether it is in terms of appearance, temperament, or strength, they can be considered ordinary, just an ordinary standard human race. But the superiors solemnly told him to receive the people in the highest order of 3.3 squares. Judging from the long diplomatic story and meaning, if there weren't too many big names coming to the Jupiter region in Asia recently, he wouldn't be busy. He probably had to come to receive these people in person. The diplomat was thinking. Suddenly, a loud roar came from his head.
Rumbling one by one. Hoo-ee-ee.
An extremely huge black spacecraft landed on this starry sky pier. The spaceship landed violently, causing a gust of wind to stir up a turbulent crowd on the dock and burst into screams. The diplomat reached out and grabbed the 2 small tentacles on his head, staring at a sign on the outer shell of the spacecraft for a while. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and he said intimately,
"Oops.
Can't hold it anymore, sleep. Sorry." Chapter 490. Blood Secret Wolf Family, an interstellar dispute caused by a photo. 1/5. The outer shell of the spacecraft is engraved with a scarlet wolf head pattern.
The spaceship of the Adrit blood-sealing wolf family from the Silverstone Star District.
The diplomat recognized the origin of the spacecraft, and the 2 green tentacles on his head were trembling quickly, and cold sweat was about to come down.
"Didn't you say you'll arrive in the afternoon? Why did you have so much time in advance? I'm in trouble now."
The Adrit blood seal wolf family from the Enshur Star District, inherited the ancient Star Lord family, is extremely powerful in the Silverstone Star District, and is even comparable to some Star Earl families. The key invitation list for this interstellar genius martial arts exchange competition. The key is, the reception work of this family is also responsible for the diplomats. But now the group of distinguished guests he has been on hand has arrived before the other party has arrived. I landed at the same pier and happened to hit me together. This is embarrassing.
"Where is the aircraft? Drive the aircraft over,"
the diplomat urged his subordinates frantically. Now he could only think of sending away the distinguished guests from Blue Star in front of him first, and then receiving the people from the blood-sealed wolf family.
The stars are above. Bless everything goes well.
The diplomat secretly pinched the sweat on his forehead.
Good, this spaceship is almost as big as a few Baiha city gymnasiums.
Lu Dehai looked at the spaceship slowly landing in front of him, and sighed in surprise.
It's so majestic.
The Blue Star and his group stood in front of the huge spaceship with a bloody wolf head printed on it, marveling at it. The spacecraft cabin door opened, and a large number of people walked out of the spacecraft. These people are majestic, generally over 3 meters tall, wearing black and red combat uniforms, and holding long spears. Each of them has cold temperaments, like elite warriors in the starry sky. Several people strode out of the spaceship surrounded by these soldiers. These people are slightly shorter, more than 2 meters tall, wearing dark red, patterned, ancient armor full of alien style. The face and hands were covered with dark blue beast mane, the pupils were dark gold, and the shape was quite unique.
What a handsome she!
Lu Qinghe in the Blue Star team exclaimed softly, took out the communicator and took a click, and took a crazy shot. It's not just Lu Qinghe. The grand appearance of the blood-sealed wolf family made many people in the Blue Star party unable to help but take out their phones to take photos quietly. Not long after the filming was taken, the behavior of several people attracted the attention of everyone on the spacecraft. Several blood-patterned wolf tribe members, who were walking slowly down from the spacecraft, saw the movements of Lu Qinghe and others. The dark golden pupils flashed and strange syllables were emitted from their mouths. Then, "Awee!" The blood-patterned wolf family guards on both sides of the spacecraft all looked up and let out a long roar like a wolf howling from their mouths.
So handsome!
Lu Qinghe held the communicator in his hand and clenched his fists with excitement. Such shocking scenes can't be made by Blue Star movies, and they can be seen in the starry sky. I will post all my moments later, and it will definitely be another shock. But before Lu Qinghe was excited, the smile on her face gradually calmed down, because she saw, in the video footage of the communicator, the group of blood-patterned wolf warriors more than 3 meters tall were turning their heads to look at her. He was stared at by hundreds of pairs of green wolf eyes at the same time. Moreover, each of his strength is more than tens of millions of times higher than Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe's hair stood up all of a sudden, and the communicator in his hand shook violently, almost falling to the ground. Then something worse happened. A group of blood-patterned wolf warriors were all coming towards the Blue Star. Lu Qinghe quickly turned pale with a pretty face, and he suddenly put down the communicator. Intuition tells her she seemed to be in trouble again.
Now arrange for VIPs to board the aircraft, and be sure to send them to the main star reception area.
The diplomats were making everything ready, and were preparing to call Blue Star and his party to get on the bus. As a result, when I turned around, the 2 tentacles on my forehead were suddenly stretched straight. Damn! The soldiers of the blood-secret wolf family were surrounding the Blue Star and pointing the tips of the long spear, as if they were about to take action in the next second.
How did you get involved?
The diplomat glanced at the mobile phone and communicator in the hands of Blue Star and his team, and immediately understood.
Damn it! I forgot this.
Starry aristocrats from different star regions and families have more or less unique hobbies and taboos. This is also the point that their diplomats need to pay attention to the most. Many things that seem to be very ordinary to outsiders, but are huge in the eyes of some racial families. For example, the blood-patterned wolf family in the Star zone. The most annoying thing is being photographed. They stubbornly believe that this was an extremely disrespectful act of them. Because of this taboo, the blood-sealed wolf family and many media, families, and even bloody incidents occurred. Before the reception, the foreign minister also specifically reminded him to pay attention to this point. Unexpectedly, I made a mistake in my busy schedule, and the thing I was most worried about still happened. At this moment, the soldiers of the Blood Secret Wolf family were ready to force the Blue Star and his party away. The diplomat rushed up and explained loudly to several big men of the blood-sealed wolf family in a common language, but the effect was minimal. He is a little diplomat, and he doesn't take him seriously at all. The diplomat was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and could only call the superiors. I briefly reported the situation here, and the diplomat over there just replied,
Stay calm, I'll come over immediately,
and then hung up the phone in a hurry.
Oh!
The howling of the wolf kept ringing at the dock. A group of blood-patterned wolf warriors locked the blue stars next to the Starry Sky Pier and communicated in ancient tribe language. After hearing this, the diplomat's face turned pale.
We need to use human heads and blood to clean up the insults you receive?
The blood-sealed wolf family means that they will behead the Blue Star and their group directly.
God, what's this all called?
The diplomat was so anxious that his feet were almost stamping out of the pit on the ground. At this time, the Blue Star and his team also realized something was wrong. But the strongest among them is Lealaheo, but level 9, and even the weakest warrior in the blood-sealed wolf family is not as good as the one. In addition, the language is not clear, so I can't do anything at all. Just as the matter is about to escalate, and the diplomat is about to die. Drama 1. 2 figures appeared in the sky above the pier. An old man wearing a red robe with 2 golden buds embroidered on the left chest of the robe. Another one is a chubby middle-aged man, with a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. The diplomat's pupil shrank slightly, and he was stunned for a moment, but his heart that had been hanging around quickly dropped. Speaker Dunlop. Also, his boss, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I didn't expect that even the speaker was alarmed.
The diplomat wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, nothing will happen now.
But before long, the diplomat saw a scene that would never be forgotten by him. The lead note I sent yesterday was blocked, speechless. Book Chapter 491. What is the identity of these people? 2/5. Dunlop appeared and had a brief conversation with the leader of the blood-sealed wolf family. Forest. Soon, the pupils of the blood-patterned wolf clan leader, as majestic as a demon wolf, shrank a few times. The coldness in the dark golden eyes melted quickly. Then he howled a few briefly. Soon, the blood-patterned wolf warriors, who had originally surrounded the Blue Star and had fierce eyes, were all stunned. Immediately they all dispersed and put away the sharp weapon and spear in their hands.
Bang!
A blood-tie wolf family soldier knelt on one knee. Next is the second, third, fourth.
Bang, bang, bang.
The blood-patterned wolf warriors all knelt on the ground, and their knees smashed the solid ground of the Starry Sky Wharf one by one. Immediately afterwards, all 3 leaders of the Blood Seal Wolf family walked to the Blue Star and their group. He spoke in the common language of the universe in a serious manner.
Dignified friends, please forgive our ignorance and ruthlessness, and plead for accepting the supreme apology of the blood-sealed wolf family.
As he said that, the 3 of them attached their right hand to their left chest and bowed together. Buzzy. The diplomat who witnessed this scene was stunned, and his eyes were almost protruding from his sockets. He originally thought that Speaker Dunlop would come over and ask for love for Blue Star and his party, and let everyone in Blue Star apologize to the blood-sealed wolf family. The people of the Blood Secret Wolf family may be able to let this matter go for the sake of Speaker Dunlop. Didn't you ever think 460? The development of things was completely opposite to what he had guessed. The apology was not the Blue Star and his party, but several nobles from the blood-sealed wolf family. Moreover, the blood-patterned wolf family is used. The highest etiquette. The diplomat was shocked and his head was buzzing, and then he saw a scene that made him stunned. The nobles of the blood-sealed wolf family probably felt that they were not sincere enough to apologize like this, so they communicated with the diplomatic minister next to them. Then, 3 big guys quickly walked to the Blue Star and his group, and put 6 big hands together, gathering all the people in front of him, tightly facing each other. He greeted several people to the blood-patterned wolf warriors around him. Lala, a group of soldiers more than 3 meters tall, also gathered around. After doing all this, the diplomat took out a professional camera, pointed the camera at the confusing Azure Star and his group and the blood-patterned wolf tribe, and shouted in the difficult-to-mouth Azure Star language, "Yay-Z!" Click 1. The crisp sound of the camera shutter pressing came into the diplomat's ears. The diplomat opened his mouth wide and stood there in a daze. A big group photo? Let the blood-patterned wolf tribe, who are most taboo to be taken by B, take the initiative to take a group photo together. I swear, I will definitely be on the headlines of Yamu Federal Daily tomorrow. The diplomat looked at the blue stars surrounded by the center, like the stars of the blood-tatted wolf clan, and murmured, "What kind of identity do these people do? It's too incredible. It seems that everyone is having a good time." In the White Hole shuttle spacecraft, Lu Sheng was browsing Lu Qinghe's circle of friends. It was Lu Qinghe taking a close-up selfie with several human-like aliens. Kakaka took more than a dozen photos. Not only Lu Qinghe's, but also his parents. Everyone laughed happily. Those humanoid guys laughed like husky. She also looks like a husky with a furry face. Did you make friends from alien races so soon? Lu Sheng relaxed in his heart. What he was most worried about was that his parents were not used to it, and were unhappy after they left the planet. From the moment, he still underestimated his parents' ability to accept new things. With the technological level of the Asian Jupiter region, it is very easy to make parents live longer than 1,000 years. If they can practice martial arts even if they are fine, they can live longer. It is the saddest and most painful thing in the world that a son wants to raise his parents, but his parents are not here to stay. Lu Sheng didn't want such regrets to happen to him. He even considered finding time to use the power of the original source to specifically deduce and create a martial art of longevity for his parents. After staying on the Lusheng spacecraft for a few days, he quickly arrived at the main star area of Yamu at the speed of a white hole shuttler. After arriving, the senior officials of the Asian Jupiter region came to pick them up in person. House Speaker Dunlop, Secretary of Law Enforcement, Frontline General. There are also some municipal and foreign ministries. Here I'm back. Lu Sheng got off the white hole shuttle man, and Dunlop took the initiative to step forward, with a smile on his face as the elders looked at his outstanding juniors. The Minister of Law Enforcement and the General Office of the Asia-Jupiter Regional Front also had similar expressions. The Goldenstein buns in the entire Jupiter region are not casually mentioned. Speaker. Lu Sheng greeted several senior officials one by one. It's just right. Dunlop smiled and said, The Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition will begin in a few days. You are the protagonist. I will tell you in detail about some of the competition. Let's go and see the venue now. Dunlop called him to board a vehicle that was as wide as a small spacecraft, and then the group flew towards the starry sky. On the way, the Minister of Law Enforcement took the initiative to say hello to Lu Sheng. The third-level Starry Sky wanted criminal, who was jointly wanted by 8-star regions, Xingjiu Liu, and his star pirate group. Thanks to you this time, Lu Sheng. I have received more than 200 thank you letters from different star groups in different star regions and groups in the past few days. Before Lu Sheng could speak, the frontline chief and Dunlop were already lit up, and he quickly said, Oh! Lu Sheng also wiped out a star pirate group? I remember that Xingjiu Liu is at level 11, and has also been to the Ekong battlefield, although he was a deserter behind him.
but the strength cannot be underestimated.
The Minister of Law Enforcement laughed and looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, saying,
Who said it was not? Xingjiu Liu, the peak strength of the 11th level. He was unable to successfully convene 3 11th level law enforcement officers in the Black Flow Star Zone. As a result, under our Lu Sheng, even the body hair was not left behind.
Now Dunlop and the frontline chief looked at Lu Sheng immediately. It is a combination of surprises, and there is no more satisfaction.
Okay, haha.
Dunlop, who had always been serious, couldn't help laughing.
It is now rumored that although Lu Sheng is an immortal bloodline, his strength is not strong. This competition may be stolen by others, saying that our Asian Jupiter zone is shooting itself in the foot. When the competition begins, Lu Sheng's true strength will be shown, and I want to see how they should report it.
The front chief also sighed.
You can kill 11th level at level 10. Is this the potential of the immortal bloodline? Really?
The front office with a strong temperament was real, and could not find a suitable word to express surprise. Lu Sheng didn't care about their reputation, but was curious about the
alternative air battlefield
mentioned in the words of the Minister of Law Enforcement.
I couldn't help but ask, what is the battlefield of the alien air? Can the law enforcement officer tell me in detail?
Arts. Study. Book 492. On behalf of the entire Jupiter region, thank you, Lu Sheng. 3. The law enforcement officer thought for a while and nodded.
Anyway, you'll go sooner or later.
Lin. It's nothing to know about it in advance. The battlefield of alien air is the gap between this universe and the alien universe, and the space derived after the collision. It is also the main battlefield for the confrontation between this universe and another world. Many strong men, geniuses, and monsters in the starry sky will choose to go to the battlefield of alien air to temper themselves. So there is also a saying that the strong are cradles in the battlefield of the alien air.
Isn't it just a space of abyss? That is the second battlefield he had learned from the dream space. Lu Sheng immediately knew what the so-called alien air battlefield was. However, Lu Sheng has always had a curiosity, so he took this opportunity to ask together. Lu Sheng looked puzzled and asked the law enforcement officer,
I have always been curious about the source of the invasion of strange beasts. Can you explain it to me?
The law enforcement officer smiled and said,
It's just a different world that happened to collide with our universe. It's not considered invading or not. Sooner or later, they will be completely expelled, and even counterattacks are not impossible. Is it just a different world universe?
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed slightly, but his heart sank. It can be seen from the law enforcement chief's answer. They were very relaxed in the invasion of strange beasts, and could even say things like counterattack. So the situation on the high-level battlefield is still quite optimistic now, and we even have the upper hand. Is the level of the 12th-level law enforcement officer too low, or is it that all the strong people in this universe don't know? The world represented by strange beasts is not the single universe they imagined, but a collection of the dark side of countless universes. The source of extreme evil may be invading many universes at the same time, and the invasion of our universe is not very strong. I gave them such an illusion. When I realized it, I was afraid it would be too late. Lu Sheng was a little worried for a moment. 7 years later, the Dark Lord's invasion of the Heavenly Snake Galaxy is about to face. These people are afraid they will be hit by a blow.
Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help asking,
Does the law enforcement officer know what a Dark Lord is? Dark Lord?
The law enforcement officer was stunned and shook his head and said,
I don't know.
Dunlop didn't say anything, but the general office of the Asian Jupiter region front on the side suddenly spoke.
St. Lu, where did you listen from?
To the word Dark Lord?
Lu Sheng had long thought about dealing with this problem. he said without hesitation. I once felt the inexplicable from another world in the depths of the cave in which I was invaded by strange beasts in my mother planet, and I felt the inexplicable from another world in the depths of the cave in which I was invaded by strange beasts. Consciousness fluctuates. Among them are the words, Dark Lord. When the front office heard Lu Sheng's answer, his eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. The law enforcement officer asked curiously, Lao, do you know what the Dark Lord is? Dunlop also looked at the front office. The front office of the Yajupi area is named Alwyn. He is a blue-haired, square-faced, and has a pair of thick eyebrows like a big sword. A man in the year. At this time, Ao Yin's expression was slightly condensed, and he said in a deep voice, I also heard of the word Dark Lord when I was in the battlefield of the alien air. The Dark Lord is the honorific title of the universe in another world for a strong man of a certain level. It corresponds to our universe, which is almost equivalent to 10. Level 6 powerhouse. 16th level? Dunlop and the law enforcement officer all showed a look of emotion on their faces, and even Lu Sheng's pupils shrank violently. Level 16. Level 16 is equivalent to the strength level of his mentor Yang Yizhou. Yang Yizhou is the master of the star field, and the star field is a collection of countless galaxies. The indescribable shadow that was dug in the depths of the Blue Star Sea Abyss Cave is level 16? Lu Sheng couldn't believe it. Dunlop and the law enforcement officer couldn't believe it either. Class 16? The law enforcement officer said. Old Ao, are you kidding? Can a level 16 strongman appear in a place like Lu Holy Mother? Alwyn shook his head and said, It may not be a real Dark Lord. Maybe it is just a strange universe. Who knows the name of the Dark Lord? Life. But the level will definitely not be low. The strongest people don't even know that there is a level 16 martial arts existence. As Alwyn said, he said with a solemn expression, No matter what, if this matter is true, it is worthy of our attention. Lu Sheng, come back and give me the exact location to discover the fluctuations of consciousness. I want to go to your mother planet in person. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he simply said, No problem. If the indescribable shadow deep in the Hyuan cave could be discovered by Austrian, it will be reported to it, causing the galaxy of the Sky Snake. If the layers, even the high-level members of the star field to which the Sky Snake galaxy belongs, are concerned, that couldn't be better. In this way, before the 7-year period arrives, several surrounding star areas will be prepared, which will definitely reduce a lot of losses and avoid the demise of many creatures. It is very difficult for Lu Sheng to do this with his own strength. There is no need to wait to look back. Lu Sheng immediately told the frontline chief that indescribable shade of the Blue Star Sea Abyss Cave. Things related to the shadow come. The more I talked about Ao Yin, the more I was frightened, and the more I paid attention to this matter. Please, flowers. The two chatted, and suddenly Dunlop suddenly said, Here. Lu Sheng looked up and realized what Dunlop said was, The venue for the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition has arrived. Go out and see. Dunlop called Lu Sheng out of the aircraft. Lu Sheng nodded, followed Dunlop and others out of the aircraft, and came to the starry sky. Only without the obstruction of the aircraft's vision can we truly feel the grandeur and shock of this competition venue. The entire site is surrounded by a group of asteroids. Dunlop pointed to the asteroids around him and explained, They were moved here specially as a battlefield. Lu Sheng looked at the asteroids that were not much smaller than the blue stars, and was secretly shocked. How many people do this need to accommodate? Dunlop said with a smile. All planetary watch tickets have been sold out 2 months ago. Now, we originally planned to prepare 300 planets to watch, and we added 4 times in a row to the current 1,500 planets. In addition to the planet's viewing position, there are more advanced spacecraft berthing viewing position, small meteorite viewing position, etc. In addition to the large number of participants, the consumption of tourism, accommodation, food, entertainment, and other industries brought by the viewers in various industries such as tourism, accommodation, food, and entertainment brought by the audience. Fee. The Ministry of Finance roughly estimates that the economic growth brought by this competition will reach an unprecedented peak. Dunlop looked at the huge asteroid group viewing table in front of him, and was busy shuttled back and forth in the starry sky field. The federal staff of the Asian Jupiter region were preparing for the final preparations for the competition. His face was full of red, and his spirit was full of energy. It's enough to be worth the total tax revenues of our Asian Jupiter region in the past 50 years. Lu Sheng was stunned when he heard this, and everyone was numb. Dunlop calmed down his little excitement a little, patted Lu Sheng's shoulder with a smile, and said, "I'm the one who is here to do it. It represents the Federation of Jupiter region. Thank you, Lu Sheng. It can be said that you have driven the economic development of our entire star area entirely with your own strength. Other star regions can't do it because they don't have the second genius with immortal supernatural life constitution. Moreover, since this competition has been held once, there will definitely be a second, third, and fourth time in the future. It can be held all the time." Book 493. See contestant Jing Long. 1. The crime rate has also reached an unprecedented peak. Lin. The law enforcement officer suddenly interrupted. Dunlop waved his hand and said with disrespect, "It doesn't matter." Immediately afterwards, Dunlop took Lu Sheng to check the battle arena. The preliminary round is just a specific area drawn out in space, and the two sides fight in the specified area. Once the exceeding means losing if you violate the rules. When the rematch is over, the ring will be replaced with a field ring made of meteorites and high-strength alloys. Semi-finals and finals. It is arranged directly on an asteroid. The registration criteria for this interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition are below 1,000 years old and above level 10. Lu Sheng happened to be stuck on this threshold. As the number 1 seed player announced by the organizer, Lu Sheng can avoid the preliminary and semi-finals and directly enter the semi-finals. Finals. It's also a privilege. 090. In addition to you, there are a few geniuses who will be elected by our Asian Jupiter Federation. I will take you to see you. See you? Dunlop called Lu Sheng to board the aircraft. The aircraft passed through the competition venue, and then a white dwarf star near the venue stopped next to it. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked up at the white dwarf. I saw 7 or 8 people sitting or standing, 3 of them fighting. The 2 besieged one of them. The besieged is a tall man wearing a new black combat suit with shoulder pads. It has majestic short beards, deep eye sockets, and tight purses of lips, giving people a sense of powerlessness without anger. He held 2 strange long swords, one wide and one narrow in his hands, like 2 crescent moons. As his arms danced, he cut out brilliant arcs of crisscrossing in the void. Under each arc, there are long black lines, which are the traces of the void being completely cut, reaching a single break limit. Destructive power on. The 2 men and women who fought with him were both level 11 strong men. Under the swords of the short-bearded man, he had no strength to fight back, and could only support him, as if he would capsize at any time in the stormy waves. Boat. Jing Long. Dunlop introduced the other party's identity information to Lu Sheng. I am over 900 years old this year, and I am also in the peak of the 11th level. Yuhuya level extraordinary life constitution. He has not used his combat power under his extraordinary physique, and his strength is very strong, almost comparable to level 12. You can communicate more in private.
Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and Dunlop had already called everyone who practiced on the White Dwarf. The three people who fought stopped, and those who were sitting on the ground stood up one after another. Speaker, Chief of Law Enforcement, Chief of the General Office. The group came close to him and greeted Dunlop and others. Then he all turned his eyes on Lu Sheng. These eyes are full of scrutiny and some eagerness to try.
I believe everyone knows this, Lu Sheng.
Dunlop briefly introduced Lu Sheng to several people. Just after a few words, Jing Long, the leader among the few people, suddenly spoke.
I have finally seen the name of immortality today. It is better to have a discussion to understand the power of immortal bloodline.
As soon as this sentence was said, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Lu Sheng in unison. Lu Sheng looked calm and said,
Are you challenging me?
Jing Long's eyes flashed, and he slowly pulled out the two swords he had hidden before, and sneered.
You don't dare.
The atmosphere in the field was as strings, quietly tensing, and the smell of gunpowder was spreading little by little. Dunlop and the other two had no intention of stopping them, and even took 2 steps back. But the next second, the string quickly relaxed.
Speaker, I want to accompany my family these days, so I won't participate in the training camp.
Lu Sheng didn't even look at Jing Long, and said to Dunlop. Dunlop was stunned and nodded quickly and said,
Okay, then I'll send you back now. Please trouble the speaker.
Lu Sheng and Dunlop turned around and left, leaving Jing Long and others behind them.
This kid must not dare.
As soon as Lu Sheng and others walked away, someone couldn't help but speak.
Immortal level. Even if it is immortal level, it is only level 10 after all.
A short-haired woman with black hair who had fought with Jing Long before sneered disdainfully.
How can I compare to Master Jing Long? Really? A difference in a big realm is not that easy to smooth out, not to mention that Lord Jing Long is not only at level 11. Don't worry, Lord Jing Long. If you fight with this Lu Sheng, we will definitely be on your side. That's a must.
These people were talking in a verbal way, and they kept belittling Lu Sheng and lifting Jing Long up like righteous indignation. Jing Long looked calm and suddenly showed his sword. At the moment of his sword, a brilliant white light burst out from his body, and the white light blessed him on the 2 swords in his hand. The crescent moon quickly filled the void, leaving 2 black and white in the void, mixed with some black in the white. Deep-colored knife marks. The second break limit is above, and the third break limit is close to the third break limit. This is Jing Long's true strength. The 11th level genius all showed a look of movement on their faces, and their eyes were full of awe at Jing Long.
I hope he won't meet me in the competition.
Jing Long put away his knife, turned around with a cold expression, and flew quickly towards the white dwarf not far away. A group of geniuses watched Jing Long leave. When Jing Long's figure completely disappeared, the awe and respect on their faces quickly faded in less than a second. Look at each other and communicate consciousness.
Lu Sheng is back. Are you going to visit? Nonsense, immortal bloodline. Sooner or later, we will step out of the star zone and move towards galaxies, and even star domain level big shots. Don't fight now. Good relationship, there will be no chance in the future. Then let's go together. We have to keep 2 people behind and stabilize Jing Long and provide cover for everyone, so don't let him discover it. Good. Jing Long is also brainless.
The short-haired woman who had flattered Jing Long before sneered.
The qualifications are 2 levels different from Lu Sheng, and I still think about it. Oppose the other party. Even if his strength is not as good as him now, it will be like playing in the future. This person is too stupid and doesn't deserve our followers. Really?
The others nodded deeply. A group of people made decisions quickly, and then divided into 2 groups. One quickly left in the other direction, and the other again returned to the white dwarf practice field. While landing, He re-worship and awe on his face, complimenting loudly. The aircraft stayed in a certain area of the main star of Yamu. Lu Sheng saw a luxurious starry villa underneath, and his mental power swept over, and found that his parents and family were all inside. My heart suddenly felt relieved.
Then we won't go down. You have a good rest and prepare.
Dunlop patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and said meaningfully,
Lu Sheng, the top 10 rewards for this competition are 12. The star area has been brought out together, which is very rich. If you are sure, try to get it.
Lu Sheng nodded, thanked Dunlop, and then flew down quickly. Recharge coupons.
Recharge 100 yuan for free. Go to use.
VIP points. Horn. Huh. Side.
Percent.
Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 494. Leave something else for you too.
Xiao Sheng wants us to live here in the future, and he buys a house here. Eat and accommodation are good. It's great. It's great that I never dreamt of. Alas, I still feel uncomfortable and want to come back. What? It's already August. Haven't we only been out for less than a month? I'll tell Xiao Sheng. I'll bring your whole family to have fun next time.
When Lu Sheng walked into the villa, he saw his mother Zheng Yufan video chatting with several old sisters in the living room. Seeing Lu Sheng coming back, his mother Zheng Yufan screamed, "Ah!" and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Then he ran towards him quickly.
When did you come back? Why don't you say hello in advance?
Zheng Yufan was still the same as before, looking at him carefully up and down, wishing to count every hair on his body.
I've lost weight and suntanned.
Zheng Yufan talked.
Is there any?
Lu Sheng touched his cheek, thoughts moved, and the living room floor was like water waves, and a full-body mirror emerged from it to present him. Before. The figure in the mirror is about 2 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes, and his body and appearance are indescribable. Although Lu Sheng has restrained his breath to the extreme, he, no matter who appears in anyone, in sight, they will be like a red soldering iron or a nail, firmly nailing the other person's gaze, making it impossible for people to turn their eyes.
The hair is a little longer.
Lu Sheng found that his hair was almost covering his ears. When he thought about it, it seemed that he had not cut his hair for a long time. Overall, there is indeed a change compared to before retreat. But the change is not too big. At least my mother can still recognize herself. Lu Sheng had already informed Dong Qingxue before entering the door. After talking to my mother, Dong Qingxue, Lu Dehai, and Lu Qinghe had already come out of their respective rooms. If you want to talk about change, the biggest change is Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan. The two people in their 50s now have no difference in appearance than in their 30s or 40s, and their bodies are gradually becoming younger. I have changed more than a dozen teeth. The family reunited after a long separation, and everyone had a smile on their faces. My mother Zheng Yufan arranged dinner as usual, but it was much more convenient here than on Blue Star. Even if my mother cooks herself and has the help of home artificial intelligence, it only takes dozens of minutes to cook a table of food. Time.
Why?
On the dining table, Zheng Yufan put a piece of braised pork in Lu Sheng's bowl inside.
It's great here, but there are no acquaintances.
Usually, there is no one to talk except your dad. That is.
Lu Qinghe also muttered.
I miss my classmates a little, and the spicy hot pot at the entrance of the school.
Even Lu Dehai, who has always supported Lu Sheng the most, took a sip of the wine sent from that planet.
Be careful,
Wingdi asked.
Xiao Sheng, why don't we really settle here in the future?
Lu Sheng stopped the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Dong Qingxue beside him, and asked softly,
What do you think?
Dong Qingxue shook her head and whispered,
I'll listen to you.
Lu Sheng thought for a while and said to his family,
It's not that you have to settle here, you can change to another planet.
At that time, I will let you bring all the things on the blue star, including your parents, your colleagues, friends, and Sheng's school. School, the spicy hot pot at the school gate will bring you all as long as you think. Brother, why not just live in Blue Star?
Lu Sheng has said something. Others looked at him with equal curiosity. Lu Sheng was silent. He couldn't say that Blue Star would be destroyed in a few years. It would be troublesome to explain it, and it would cause unnecessary panic. He could only explain.
After all, there is an invasion of strange beasts on the Blue Star, and it will eventually develop into a pure battlefield star. Anyway, I have to move sooner or later, so it's better to move early.
Lu Dehai and others nodded thoughtfully, not knowing whether they understood it or not. Lu Sheng changed the topic and said with a smile,
I will accompany you to watch the game these 2 days, and I will also take a look at the surrounding stars. Ball. Okay.
Lu Sheng shouted happily.
I haven't gone out with my brother for a long time.
Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan also showed smiles on their faces. Yes, the family is on a trip. It's been a long time since. Entering night. The environment outside the villa area simulates the Blue Star night. In a room in the villa, Lu Sheng sat shirtless on the bed, and Dong Qingxue, wearing suspender pajamas, was cutting his hair. Shuck.
Each of Lu Sheng's hair was black and crystal clear, and it seemed to shine when it fell on the floor.
All right.
Dong Qingxue patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and signaled that the haircut ended. Lu Sheng shook his head and felt that he was much more refreshing. Then he walked to the corner of the room to shower and rinse. During the shower, I saw Dong Qingxue lying on the floor and carefully picking up every strand of hair he fell, carefully collecting it. Entering a small cloth bag, it looks like a treasure. Lu Sheng's eyes moved slightly and he asked,
Wife, what are you doing?
Dong Qingxue was focusing on picking up her hair and said without raising her head,
You are leaving home for a longer time now. I'll save some. Your hair is by your side, as a thought.
Dong Qingxue said, collecting the last strand of hair. He stood up satisfied and smiled.
Okay.
As soon as he looked up, he saw that Lu Sheng had appeared beside her at some point and was looking at her with a bright look.
What's wrong?
Dong Qingxue blinked. Lu Sheng's eyes were beating with a primitive and wild light, and he lowered his voice and said,
Wife, don't leave your hair. I'll give it to you.
Leave something else. What? You'll know right away. Ah!
That night, the golden crow crossed its neck, and the sun was swelling.
Dear viewers, today, the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time, including the 12-star zones, ended in the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition, which has ended in a long-awaited world. It officially begins. What you will see next is the most outstanding martial arts genius from the 12-star regions. What kind of brilliant sparks will these prides from different corners of the starry sky collide with each other? Please wait and see. Super huge, holographic projection screen as big as a planet, whether it is body or. The handsome young man who looks like he can achieve unity in the aesthetics of most races in the starry sky is smiling and full of passion. He explained loudly. In the starry sky, countless spacecraft and aircraft shuttle and intertwined. On more than 1,000 planets of viewing, people are bustling. A powerful genius from different star regions entered the field one after another, and the battle was about to break out. The warm and noisy atmosphere spreads within the starry sky of 1/10 of the light year.
Brother, the location here is good?
Inside the White Hole shuttle spacecraft, Lu Sheng pointed at a very close position to the competition venue and shouted at Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to her.
Each area of this starry sky has long been divided by the competition organizer. One area is equivalent to one seat. Each seat costs money. It's not like you can stop wherever you want.
Oh! Lu Qinghe responded angrily. Lu Sheng controlled the spacecraft and parked in a designated area under the guidance of the competition staff. This is the viewing seat that Dunlop specially reserved for him. Top spacecraft berthing and viewing positions. Whether it is vision or anything, it is the most perfect. The Genius Exchange competition is already in progress, and as a seed player who will be admitted to the semifinals, Lu Sheng. No need to play in the first few days of the competition. So I took my family to watch the game. Of course, I also brought Lin Zhengwei and other martial saints with blue stars. Lin Zhengwei and others sat in Lu Xing's white hole shuttleman, one by one, and one by one, as well as one of the
Book 495. Are you fucking? 3. In fact, if you want to talk about change, the biggest change is Lin Zhengwei, the martial saints from the Blue Star Forest. Only after they walked out of the Blue Star did they truly realize how big the starry sky was. Level 9, you can be called the martial saint and the god of the world on the Blue Star. But when you reach the starry sky, that's really nothing. The streets are full of level 9, and I encountered a rented person on the road, level 9. I met someone who picked up garbage, level 9. Even the dishes served in the restaurant are not guaranteed to be level 9. When Lin Jingwei and the others first came out of the Blue Star, they still had a little bit of pride and self-pride in their hearts. After staying in the main star area of Yamu for a few days, it has been worn out now. Everyone's mentality has changed dramatically. But it is unknown what kind of change, good or bad. Lu Sheng pulled the spaceship's exterior simulation to fill up, and the operating table in the spaceship's cockpit and the instruments immediately blurred. The entire inner cabin turned into transparent, and the scene of the external starry sky was presented in all aspects without blind spots. The stadium, the audience, the stars. The almost perfect immersive feeling deeply shocked everyone's hearts.
Such handsome!
Lu Qinghe looked at the starry sky under his feet and above his head with excitement, and said to Lu Sheng,
"If there are fried chicken and Coke now, it will be even more."
"All right,"
Lu Sheng casually said.
"What do you want to eat? Order it on the operating table yourself."
As he said that, he also asked for a bottle of Coke. This kind of experience of sitting in the first row of live scenes and watching the game while drinking Coke don't be too good. Turning his head, he found Dong Qingxue crossing her legs, sitting in the chair with her head down and not talking. Lu Sheng hurriedly asked with concern,
"What's wrong? I feel uncomfortable."
Dong Qingxue nodded, but quickly said,
"It's nothing. It should be fine in a while."
Lu Sheng was a little guilty, knowing that she had left too many things in Dong Qingxue's body last night, which made her unable to bear it. Lived. At this time, countless brilliant fireworks lit up in the starry sky outside the spacecraft. Looking up, Lu Sheng saw countless spacecraft scrambling through space, leaving behind a bunch of splendor. Tail flame. This interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition has officially begun. One by one, the first contestants entered the court. Before this, they had already completed the draw. They just needed to find their own arena and defeat their opponents, and they passed the first place. Round of competition. Lu Xing's mental power was exposed, and a rough sweep was swept. The total number of contestants in this round of preliminary competition is no less than 10 million, all of whom are strong men at least at level 10 of martial arts.
12 star zones, under 1,000 years old, tens of millions of levels. Lu Xing didn't know whether this number was more or less. He just watched casually, and occasionally said a few words to Dong Qingxue beside him. The rest were quite excited to see it. The spacecraft has a focus adjustment function. As long as someone's eyes are focused on a certain position, the scene of that area, it will quickly enlarge for better viewing. This is much more powerful than any 3D movie. The people in the spacecraft basically look at themselves and discuss and communicate from time to time. How many days will it take for the preliminary and semi-finals to maintain the final match until the final group of players are finished, and the middle match will continue? None of them will stop. After the end of the group, the next group will be up immediately, and the audience is not afraid of boredom at all. After looking at it for a while, Lu Sheng found that many contestants liked to wear translucent combat glasses. It was the kind of Faulty who first met Faulty, and he could roughly estimate the opponent's combat effectiveness. He saw a lot. Both of them were wearing combat glasses, and they first came up to test each other's combat effectiveness. I feel that the difference in combat power is not big, so start fighting. If the gap is too big, the weak will generally have two choices. Either try a few moves first, or just give in and end.
Is this a trend of martial arts training in the starry sky?
Lu Sheng shook his head and did not make any comments. After watching the game for a long time, Lu Sheng felt that the time was almost over, so he suggested taking his parents to a nearby planet. Have a meal. Of course, Lu Dehai and others had no objection. However, Lin Zhenghua and the 4 Blue Star Martial Saints all proposed not to go and wanted to stay. Watch the battle here.
This opportunity is so rare. The battle between the 10th level strong men from different races of the Starry Sky race. How can you still have to eat? I just regretted that I had opened my eyes a few times,
Lin Zhenghua said with a wry smile. Seeing that the people all looked bright and crazy, Lu Sheng didn't force them to take their parents with their parents. They left on the aircraft they brought on the ship.
The 3rd sanitation planet has a restaurant that tastes great. I'll take you to try it.
Lu Sheng skillfully controlled the aircraft, carrying Dong Qingxue, his parents, and Lu Qinghe to the 3rd planet. Soon a few people arrived at their destination.
Hunter's Restaurant.
Lu Qinghe used the universe translator to read out the name of the restaurant in front of him with a big pineapple-shaped look, and asked curiously,
Lu Sheng, brother, why is this restaurant called this name? It's so strange.
Lu Sheng replied casually,
It is said that the restaurant owner's home planet is full of monsters made of food, and on that planet, the main purpose of practicing martial arts is to hunt food and get a higher level of delicious enjoyment. So on their planet, martial arts powerhouses are also called food hunters. This restaurant is opened by a powerful food hunter. It's incredible.
Lu Qinghe couldn't help but sigh. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan are like listening to fairy tales, not knowing what expressions to do. Lu Sheng led his family into the restaurant, and a waiter immediately came to greet him. I saluted him respectfully and expressed my welcome.
Welcome to the Hunter's Restaurant. The small shop is full of glory.
The identity identification at the door has long passed Lu Sheng's information into the store. His current identity card is not registered. The identity of the Count of Dead. In a star area, the Earl Noble can be regarded as the top figure no matter where he goes. Lu Sheng and his group quickly received the highest courtesy of the entire restaurant, and even the restaurant owner ran out of the kitchen to greet them. On the way to the top private room, Lu Sheng didn't expect to meet another old acquaintance. The majestic middle-aged man, with a beard on his chin, stood in front of Lu Sheng, squinted his eyes, and looked at him with a sneer.
What a coincidence, Lu Sheng. Last time you rejected my discussion, there should be no reason this time.
As he said that, the blade of the guy was about to slowly slide out from his cuffs. It's Jing Long. Jing Long, a genius from the sub-Jupiter region, who had seen once on the White Dwarf. Lu Sheng looked at this guy. His eyes slowly became cold. He suddenly took a step forward and leaned closer to Jing Long's face, word by word. He said,
"Are you mommy?"
"Well?" Jing Long was stunned and immediately furious.
"What did you say?"
Lu Sheng looked straight into Jing Long's eyes, narrowed his eyes, and whispered,
"Didn't you see me taking my family to dinner? If you really want to get beaten so, then wait for me at the entrance of the restaurant. I will be with you at any time when I finish eating."
Horn. Huh. Side.
Percent.
Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 496. As you wish. This will be a battle to show off your might. End 4. Jing Long's eyes were stunned, and his eyes swept behind Lu Sheng. Forest. Facing a few curious and kind faces, he smiled at him.
"Xiao Sheng, is it your friend? If you are a friend, just eat together."
Jing Long's face changed, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Finally, he took a sudden step back and said softly to Lu Sheng,
"Sorry."
Then he turned around and walked away quickly. Lu Sheng stared at Jing Long's back. His eyes slowly faded away. This Jing Long is really annoying. I am a genius in the same star area, but I have to compete with him. Is it comfortable to be beaten to death by him? Lu Sheng shook his head, putting this affecting his mood behind his head, and invited his family to continue to go to the private room.
"The food in the Hunter's restaurant may not be the most delicious, but it must be the freshest."
Lu Sheng didn't understand the meaning of this comment before coming to the Hunter's restaurant. Now he understood and was very eye-opening.
"You guys ordered these dishes."
After ordering the dishes, the waiter first talked to Lu Sheng and others about the menu. After the meeting, the hello brought a large box. Then the waiter in charge of serving the food reached into the box with one hand and grabbed a lively soup bowl. One knife. Poochie. The soup bowl stopped moving, and within a few breaths, it turned into a steaming and fragrant soup. Everyone at the table was stunned. Lu Sheng was also stunned. It turns out that it is such a fresh method. A delicacy that can be killed now. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng and others watched the waiter slaughter delicious dishes on the spot and put them on the table. In just a few minutes, all the dozens of dishes they ordered were served. This speed of serving is the best in the universe.
Good guy, good guy.
Lu Dehai, Sheng Yufan and others were completely numb, and they grabbed the chopsticks for a while, and didn't know whether they should start. The couple has never seen such a bizarre thing in their lives. Lu Qinghe was so, her beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands, but couldn't react for a long time. When I realized it, I screamed.
I forgot to shoot the video and post it on Moments.
Lu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to her, and asked everyone to have a meal. Not to mention, the same dishes in the Hunter restaurant are more delicious than any cooking robot made outside.
This should be considered a natural delicacy,
Lu Sheng commented. During the meal, Lu Sheng searched for Jing Long's information on Xinguang. Jing Long, battlefield star orphan.
Well?
Lu Sheng was stunned when he saw the first line of words.
This guy really has no mom.
He asked Jing Long before if he had no mother, but he didn't expect that he really had no mother. Not only do they have no mother, but they have no relatives and friends, their wives and children. Xiren has lived for more than 900 years, and is not good at socializing. His usual hobbies are nothing but hard practice and delicious food. No wonder. After reading Jing Long's introduction, Lu Xing immediately understood the other party's rudeness several times.
To put it bluntly, this guy is a starry sky monk with an introverted temperament and a very low emotional intelligence.
So when we met twice, no matter who we were on our side or on the occasion, we had to discuss with ourselves. But understanding is understanding.
I'll have to pinch his shit next time I dare to do this,
Lu Xing thought to himself. After a meal, it was almost time to check out. The waiter from the Hunter's restaurant suddenly came over and said respectfully,
"Someone has already paid the bill for several distinguished guests." "Who?" "Mr. Jinglong."
Jinglong. Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, looking a little surprised. Is this what, meant to apologize to myself?
"Since that's the case,"
Lu Sheng thought about it.
"next time to beat him up, be gentle."
The preliminary round of the Interstellar Martial Arts Genius Exchange competition lasted for 8 cosmic days. Even so, after more than a dozen rounds of screening, the genius who are qualified to survive. There are more than 40,000 more. Of these 40,000 people, only 16 people finally stood out and entered the finals. Choose one out of thousands. And each of these thousands of people is not an ordinary person. They are all genius strong men who have experienced layers of cruel elimination and screening. At this stage, the seed players selected by each of the 12-star zones will also enter the field. The competition suddenly began to enter the stage.
"Brother, come on!"
In the cabin of the White Hole shuttle spacecraft, Lu Qing held up an instrument like an electronic eye to cheer Lu Sheng up.
"The most advanced camera equipment I bought specially to ensure that you can shoot all your heroic postures without missing any leakage. The spacecraft will send the video signal back to the Blue Star and broadcast it in real time throughout the Blue Star. You must be the first, brother. You are not fighting alone. The whole Blue Star is with you." "I know I'm talking a lot."
Lu Sheng smiled and rubbed Lu Qing's head. Lu Dehai also patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and encouraged.
"Son, Dad believes in you. Come on, get the first place."
As he said that, he sighed again.
"I thought I was driving you to take the college entrance examination when I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye you. All of them have reached the starry sky. My old Lu family is really awesome."
Zheng Yufan told him with a worried look.
"Don't show off. If you can't beat it, admit defeat, and don't be hurt."
When Lu Sheng listened to his parents' advice, he looked complicated and suddenly regretted bringing his parents to watch the game. Let them worry a little. Dong Qingxue looked calm, but she just hugged Lu Sheng gently, without saying a word, but she seemed to have to do anything. All said. Finally, Lin Zhengwei and others several Blue Star Martial Saints. Lin Zhengwei and others all looked excited, not sure what to say. The Blue Star is just a first-level resource star. In the universe, it is not even a speck of dust. And it is on this dust that a shocking and unprecedented figure like Lu Sheng was born. We are about to enter the arena to compete with the geniuses of the Starry Sky race. As natives of the Blue Star, how can they not be excited, or proud? Lu Sheng, Lin Zhengwei, and others nodded, then strode out of the cabin. As soon as he walked out of the spacecraft, the communicator sounded a signal from Speaker Dunlop.
"Are you ready, Lu Sheng?"
It was also comforted before the game.
"Don't worry, Speaker."
Lu Sheng nodded at Dunlop, looked up at the starry sky in front of him, and said calmly,
"It will be as you wish. This will be a battle of showing off its might."
Dunlop's eyes flashed, and he immediately smiled and nodded.
"That's good, right? I also arranged for your old acquaintance to be your assistant, and you will be satisfied." "Old acquaintance?"
Lu Sheng was stunned. Soon, he knew who Dunlop was, an old acquaintance. When Lu Sheng walked to the waiting area, he saw a tall and handsome middle-aged man waving to him, smiling.
"Saint Lu here."
It turns out that it is far. Press and hold the favorite paragraph to record your thoughts. Horn. Ha. Fish.
Percent.
Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 497. The strong are reborn, the powerful are reincarnated, and the semi-finals begin. 1. Lu Sheng and Fair have not seen each other for half a year. Forest. As the guide for yourself to enter the starry sky. Lu Sheng was still a little grateful to Fel. Of course, compared to Lu Sheng's gratitude to Far, Fair's gratitude to Lu Sheng is too much bigger. Far is experiencing the most glorious moment of his life. It has been included in the list of the next candidates for the law enforcement chief in the Star Zone, and the 12th level training program is also in progress. Even the title has been raised to a higher level. Far told Lu Sheng quite emotionally about his recent situation. Listening to Fair's statement, Lu Sheng could not help but think of the guidance of the Blue Star when he saw the pride of the spring breeze. The one who is Blue Chen. Strictly speaking, Lan Chen is his first guide to the starry sky. Unfortunately, Lan Chen was halfway through. People are gone.
I don't know how Lan Chen is doing now,
Lu Sheng thought. At the same time, on one of the more than 1,000 viewing planets around the starry sky arena, a handsome young man was sitting on a cool aircraft, and everyone around him cast envious eyes at him. But the handsome young man looked depressed, looking at the bustling starry sky arena ahead, holding a bottle of wine and mouthing from time to time, "Drink." A gray-haired man walked out of the aircraft, sat beside him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him.
"I want to be more open, brother."
"Younger brother. At least, you got the latest aircraft you have always dreamed of, and it was delivered by the Federation of the Asian Jupiter region. No. How many people envy you?"
The handsome young man crushed the wine bottle in his hand with a click, inserted his hands into his hair, grabbed his scalp, "And it hurts," he said bitterly.
"Zhao Lin, I could have gotten more, which is more meaningful now." I know.
The gray-haired man slapped the handsome young man on the back and kept comforting him.
Don't cry, Dad, hug him. Roll. I'll tell you about the rules of the semifinals.
After some greetings, Fair became serious and began to fulfill his duties as Lu Sheng event assistant.
The semifinals are mainly divided into 5 rounds. The first 3 rounds are 10-1 knockout matches, and the last 2 rounds are 1-1 matches. 10 people fight?
Lu Sheng was a little surprised.
The preliminary and semifinals are both 1-on-1, but why did the 10-player melee mode start in the semifinals? Far said helplessly.
It is precisely because the first on 1 two-person game mode used in the rematch of the preliminary round, which took too long and, after too many people complained, the organizer decided to temporarily change the competition system. After all, this is the first time to hold such a super large interstellar competition in more than a dozen star zones. It is also true that it is not considered thoroughly in many aspects.
Often.
All right.
Lu Sheng nodded.
You keep going,
Far then said.
Although it is the way to determine the field by drawing lots, in order to ensure the excitement of the competition. The degree is that seed players from major star regions will basically not encounter them in the first 3 rounds of the 10th and first competition system. Don't worry about this.
Lu Sheng knew it in his heart, but he didn't care much.
More than 20% of the contestants who have passed the preliminary rounds are strong men of level 11 martial arts. So much!
Lu Sheng was shocked. There are nearly 10,000 level 11 strong men under 1,000 years old. Even if it is the sum of the 12-star regions, this number is a bit exaggerated. Think about it, these are still here to participate in the competition, and there are still those who have not participated in the competition. And then, there are more than 1,000 years old. If you think carefully, it is very likely that all the 11-level powerhouses in the 12-star zone will easily exceed 100,000.
Is there any level 12?
Lu Sheng asked. Far hesitated for a moment and nodded.
Yes, but they are all suspected, and they are not sure. One is the top seed player in the Hillstar Zone, Ice Demon Monroe, with a supernatural life constitution at the Sun level, which was 10 years ago. He is at the peak of the first level, and is a famous monster genius in the Hillstar district. Later, he he went into seclusion and rushed to level 12. This time, he went out to participate in the competition. Many people rumored that he had been promoted to level 12. There is also Qian Yushu from Xylan Star District, who is over 300 years old this year. The first name Lu Sheng has heard of it for a long time, and is not strange. The latter one was curious. Gan Yushu, this name is quite unique. This person's situation is a bit special. The expression on Fei's face became strange and he said, "It is said that this person is the reincarnation of the powerful man from other civilizations, and he comes from another. The outer star field, the universe? When he was 50, he was just an ordinary person, and his martial arts strength was not even level 3. As a result, it took less than 200 years to advance to level 11, or even level 12. What? When Lu Sheng heard Fei's explanation, he was stunned for a moment. A word popped up in my mind: one can be reborn. Judging from the life trajectory of Qian Yushu, isn't it the rebirth of a powerful man in a fantasy novel in previous life, and the powerful reincarnation model? Bored? This is really a starry sky, and everyone has it. Please, flowers. Lu Sheng was stunned for a long time, and slowly said this. To be honest, he is also a time traveler, and is also reborn. But it is much worse than this Chinyu book. Help me focus on this person, Lu Sheng said to Far. Val nodded. I will focus on it if you don't say it. In fact, there are many people who are interested in him. This guy is so mysterious that he has even attracted the attention of people on the galaxy. I don't know why this time, but I will jump out to participate in this competition. Maybe I came here for resource rewards. The two chatted. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the identity card in Lu Sheng's hand. It's not just him, but the identity card of every contestant in the waiting area is the same. Tens of thousands of rays of light lit up in the starry sky, with stars dotted, which was very beautiful. But everyone's participants looked slightly positive. Everyone knew that. The draw for the semi-finals has begun. Lu Sheng checked the information he just received on his identity card. Gath Field W4985. Lu Sheng looked up to find the W4985 arena, and fire started to light up in his hands as soon as Lu Sheng received the message. Quickly operate it in your brain. When Lu Sheng found his own arena, fire just came up with the result. The list of players who were assigned to the same stadium with you have been found. Far looked at the information in his hand and said softly with a little ugly expression, There are 3 11th level people, so I'm in trouble now. Lu Sheng looked as usual and was about to fly straight towards the field. Fare was stunned and subconsciously said, St. Lu, don't you look at their information? No need. That combat glasses were combat glasses. Far took out a pair of translucent glasses and rushed to deliver them. Lu Sheng shook his head and said nothing. He flashed and disappeared in front of Far. When it appears again, it is already on a meteorite alloy arena in the distance. Val held a hand holding a fighting glasses and looked at Lu Sheng's back, and for a moment he was stunned and didn't know what to say. Good. Harmful. After a while, he sighed heavily, put away his glasses, and continued to study the information in front of him. A slight worry gradually emerged on his face. 311 levels. How did this organizing committee be divided into groups? Do you know that Lu Sheng is only at level 10? What if someone targets him? Harm. Fish. Side. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 498. Do you want to verify immortality? Then, as you wish to. The first round of the semi-finals begins, and all contestants enter the arena. Forest. There are 1,500 battle-watching stars, and countless spacecraft and aircraft surrounding them.
All the audience above were excited. Compared with the rematch of the preliminary round, there are more audiences in the semi-finals. The main ones, who were smeared in the rematch of the preliminary round, have now been put into the viewing seat. The first round of the semi-finals of this interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition begins soon. What is presented to you will be an unprecedented and refreshing battle of geniuses. In this round of competition, all major seed players from the 12-star zone will also enter the field. Who do you prefer? The competition host, the handsome young man, stood on the edge of the field, explaining loudly with passion. Countless spacecraft circling and flying above his head, pulling out long-tailed flames and blooming brilliant fireworks to help them prosper. And the atmosphere of this starry sky was completely ignited by it. Lu Sheng stood on a ring with a diameter of about tens of kilometers. The ring is filled with meteorites on the outside, but the inner part is a skeleton of super-strength alloy, which can theoretically withstand level 11 strength. Attacked by this sect, 9 people stood scattered in front of Lu Sheng. These 9 people have different appearances, but they are all wearing very high-end combat uniforms, and have combat eyes with similar styles on their faces. Mirror. Compared to them, Lu Sheng, who was not wearing combat glasses, seemed out of place. Of course, even without this difference, Lu Sheng will definitely receive the most attention. Because he is immortal. When I first saw the grouping results, I thought it was a duplicate name, but I didn't expect it to be this one. A man over 3 meters tall, majestic and super bare, with a square head, staring at Lu Sheng for a while, and couldn't help but speak. Sigh. A thin little man next to him also interrupted. Yes, I was shocked. No kidding, I can't believe that I'm really going to compete with this guy at this moment. Same. The 9 people on the ring started chatting in a slight manner. The 9 people's eyes were all gathered on Lu Sheng, with complex emotions such as novelty, joy, surprise, etc. It's a bit like an ordinary person meeting TV stars in reality, and it's a bit like watching some precious animals in a zoo. Lu Sheng didn't know what to say, looked next to him. Many battles on the ring have begun, and on his side, the crowd seemed to have not even begun to make a fight. After entering the semi-finals, the referee in charge of the competition and judgment also replaced the original artificial intelligence to a real person. The referee is a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, with a level 11 strength. He looked at the time and couldn't help but urge, "When are you going to talk about? Will you still be fighting?" The rough and generous man who started the topic hurriedly said, "Try and fight." Just as I was about to say hello to others, I suddenly looked up and pointed at the top of my head with shiny eyes and said loudly, "Hey, let's get on the phone. Look at it." Everyone looked up. Sure enough, the largest virtual screen in the starry sky was the scene of their competition. The host of the competition, who was on the flying skateboard under his feet, didn't know when he would come to this competition venue. Strange, why hasn't the competition started yet? God. Let's see who this one is. The first super genius in the 12-star zones, with extraordinary life constitutions reaching immortality in 1,000,000 years, from the Asia-Jupiter zone. One by one. Lu Sheng. The host of the game shouted out Lu Sheng's name with extremely exaggerated expressions, tone, accompanied by physical movements. In an instant, hundreds of cameras were aimed at Lu Sheng. The Junwei figure belonging to Lu Sheng was magnified and presented on the large screen in the starry sky. Brother. It's brother. I'm on TV. On the White Hole shuttle spaceship, Lu Sheng had jumped up excitedly, kept taking photos with his own photography equipment. Taken. Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, and a group of martial saints with blue stars were also a little excited. They walked closer and stood on the spaceship to drive. Watched the cabin screen in close proximity. On a certain viewing star, Lan Chen,
who was in a depressed mood, also stopped his movements and looked at the big screen with Zhao Lin in a daze. The familiar and unfamiliar face on it. The highest chairman of the competition, and a group of big figures from major star areas, also saw this scene. Some people cast envious eyes at Dunlop, who was sitting in the host position. Dunlop, the law enforcement officer, the front office and others smiled, and did not speak, but just looked at Lu on the big screen. Saint! It's like admiring a unique treasure that belongs to their Jupiter region, the only peerless treasure in the world. Immortal level. What kind of incredible power should the immortal level extraordinary life constitution have? I believe everyone must be very curious. Let's look at Lu Sheng's opponent. The competition host glanced at the information on his hands and said with an exaggerated expression, "Wow, 3 11th level contestants, and 6 best among the level 10. Our Lu Sheng is only at level 10. Can he withstand the offensive of such a group of powerful opponents? Can get in smoothly. Enter the next round of competition? How powerful is the immortal level? Let's focus on this battle and wait and see." Damn it! In the waiting area, Fair, who was Lu Sheng's assistant, cursed softly. Where did the people from the propaganda department find such a good hammer? Isn't this a scam? This round of 10-to-1 match is originally intended to fight 10 people, and then select a winner who stands to the end. Since it is a melee, it means that no one has a clear opponent during the battle. No matter how you want to fight, no matter how you fight with anyone. So-called. But the words of the contest host directly pushed Lu Sheng to the common opposition of the other 9 people. No matter what Lu Sheng's original tactics, strategies, and ideas are. Now we have to bite the bullet and fight 9 out of every battle. Otherwise, in full view of everyone. Even if you win, the halo of the owner of the immortal bloodline will be much dimmed. What a fool. Even Far, who had always been gentle and elegant, couldn't help but swear. Of course, there is more than Far who can see this, but no one cares except the people in the White Hole Shuttle Man. They don't care whether it's fair or not. They just want to see the glory of the legendary immortal bloodline. Not to mention that Lu Sheng is just picking 9 out of 1 person now. Even if he picks 100 out of 1 person, they are extremely happy. Many people's emotions were ignited, like a beast in estrus, stood up from their seats and howled. The warmth of this star air atmosphere was immediately pushed to anew. And at this time, on the ring. It seems they want us to work together to siege this one. The thick and powerful man more than 3 meters tall looked at both sides and spoke. I don't care. One person stood up, stretched his body, stared at Lu Sheng in front of him with his eyes glowing, and gently licked his lips. He whispered, "To be honest, I am really curious. How strong is the immortal bloodline? I heard that the extraordinary life constitution is like eating and drinking water, and the immortal level is like immortal." Another person released a powerful power belonging to the 11th level powerhouse and smiled and said, "We have 3 11th level, 6 10th level. It is not considered to be bullying the less." Really? Under the gaze of everyone, the 9 people quickly reached a consensus to form a faint encirclement to surround Lu Sheng. Feeling the unified hostility from the 9 people, the noisy and warm atmosphere around the starry sky, Lu Sheng looked up slightly. "Do you all want to verify immortality?" He muttered to himself, and then took a step forward calmly. "Then as you wish." The next second, boom! A terrifying aura condensed into substance, and almost visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from Lu Sheng. It soars straight up, like a dragon swimming in this book 499. This is the most likely time in your life to defeat me. Take it seriously, 3. The unparalleled terrifying momentum was released from Lu Sheng's body. Forest. It directly crushed the void around him. Countless black lights burst out. From the perspective of others,
large shadows that can be seen from the naked eye are spreading wildly from behind Lu Sheng to the surroundings. It was also from the moment Lu Sheng took a step forward. The 9 people in front of him all made a dee-dee sound. The 9 people's face changed drastically. Before I could react, I saw a number in my field of vision beating wildly. It soon exceeded a certain critical value one by one. Bang! The combat glasses on the face of a young man, with a delicate appearance and a tall figure suddenly burst, and a ball of fire broke out. Then, there is the second, the third, the fourth. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The combat glasses worn by the 9 people exploded one after another, causing 9 small sparks to explode. The spark is not strong enough to cause damage to them, but it illuminated the faces full of surprise and confusion. Especially the strong man who was more than 3 meters tall, like a giant bear, stupidly stretching out his hands, and caught the broken parts that fell from the bridge of his nose. His black and square face was shocked and incredible. How is this possible? The combat effectiveness detection limit of my glasses is as high as 1 million. As the battle glasses on the 9 people's faces exploded one after another, the noise of the starry sky around them became quiet. Even the handsome young man in charge of the competition was stunned. He held the microphone in his hand for a long time without a word popping out. Lu Sheng walked towards the center of the ring step by step, with 80,000 immortal cells in his body burning. Just a little momentum released is enough to crush the void and light. The infinite shadows were still spreading around him as the center. At this moment, Lu Sheng looked like a black hole and a devil. As Lu Sheng's opponents, the 9 people retreated step by step. At this time, they didn't even stand on Lu Sheng, not to mention attacking Lu Sheng. The courage in front of him was almost lost, and Lu Sheng didn't have them in his eyes. Lu Sheng stepped on the void and walked step by step to the top of the 9 people's heads. Then he lowered his head and faced the huge competition arena below and punched a sudden punch. 80,000 immortals are roaring. It is impossible to describe the bursting of this punch, as at the moment when a comet crosses the starry sky. The 9 people standing on the ring, including the referee, all 10 people changed their color and subconsciously fled to the side. Boom! A punch fell. The void was shattered one after another. Black turned white, white turned black. The fine white and black star rays intertwined, forming an extremely terrifying impact. With a strong destructive aura, he directly exploded the huge competition arena. Boom! The competition arena, with a diameter of dozens of kilometers, exploded, and the meteorites on the surface exploded, revealing the super-strength alloy skeleton inside. And this alloy skeleton didn't last long. It quickly twists, melts, and shatters. Lu Sheng punched him, and there was no obstacle at all. There was only a fragmented void, and there were stones and alloy debris splashing everywhere. The power of a punch is so terrifying. The 9 people who had been standing on the battle arena before, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this scene. His expression was horrifying and terrifying, mixed with a hint of fear. It is unimaginable what kind of consequence they would end up facing this punch. The power of Lu Sheng's punch was faithfully photographed by hundreds of cameras, and was perfectly displayed on the large screen of the starry sky. The huge movement and the aftermath of power also caused the competition venues around it stopped and freeze. Everyone is determined to look at this destroyed competition venue, and the land standing in the void, backing against infinite shadows. Saint. For a moment, I almost forgot my words. After doing all this, Lu Sheng slowly closed his fists. He glanced at everything around him with a ruling attitude. His eyes swept across the contestants on the competition arena, one by one, 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 one by one. The audience on the fluctuations of consciousness dissipated, and he spoke calmly.
This is the most likely time in your life to beat me. So please try your best as hard as possible.
With this wave of consciousness coming out, the huge starry sky arena is gone. Suddenly he fell into absolute silence for a second. Then,
boom!
Completely exploded. Countless people stood up from their seats, staring blankly at the figure that looked like a demon on the large screen of the starry sky. I don't know what words to use to express my inner feelings at this time. I just felt hot all over my body. My flesh and blood all over my body were infected by an inexplicable emotion, and I couldn't help but want to shout. Come out.
Immortal! This is immortal! This is the kingly posture represented by the immortal bloodline.
Lu Sheng's domineering, strong and terrifying. It almost perfectly interprets their fantasy and longing for immortal bloodlines in their minds. What martial arts realm is only level 10? What has not grown up yet? What has not accumulated enough? All are nonsense. This is the immortal level extraordinary life constitution. Break the rules and break common sense. Only for millions of years. I am the strongest. In the white hole shuttle, Lu Qinghe, who was holding the camera in his hand, was trembling slightly. The excitement on her face was almost overflowing, and her eyes were filled with little stars.
Brother, he's so handsome! He's so handsome!
Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan were also very surprised. Looking at the unique figure in the starry sky, it seemed to be the first in life. I truly realized how outstanding their son is, unparalleled in the world. Dong Qingxue was quite quiet, but she looked at Lu Xing intently, and the beautiful eyes were filled with colorful flowing. Lin Zhengyue and other Blue Star martial saints were also in full bloom, and they wanted to rush out now and look towards the whole body. The universe is announced. Lu Xing is the pride of heaven who came out of their blue star. On a certain aircraft of the battle star, Lan Chen and Zhao Lin stared blankly at the figure on the big screen in the starry sky and saw the gods. Suddenly he came to his senses. Lan Chen lowered his head with annoyed expression and looked painful, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Zhao Lin patted his shoulder and sighed softly, unable to express words of comfort. Far was stunned at the waiting area, and then a strong light burst out from his eyes. His lips were so excited that he was so excited that his lips were all over. It was trembling. He only now realized how ridiculous his previous worries were.
Immortal level is the immortal level. This is the immortal level.
The conference host was like a chicken blood injection, holding the microphone and roaring wildly. He was inspired by the emotions of the entire starry sky spectator. Many people stood up from their positions and shouted Lu Xinghe, the name of immortality. But these noises seemed to have nothing to do with Lu Sheng. After saying that, Lu Sheng got off the scene with a calm expression. Since Dunlop wanted to show off his power and power once, he would show him his power and power. Since everyone wanted to watch the exciting battle, he completely ignited everyone's adrenal glands. As Lu Xing said, he is only in his 10th level now, and he is only in his early 20s this year. This interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition is indeed. These so-called starry sky prides, geniuses, monsters, and strong men. One chance to beat him most likely. Lu Xing's mental power since Book 500. Even though I was afraid of death, I still pretended to want to fight me for. After Lu Xing announced his entry in a kingly manner.
Boom, one by one.
The huge competition arena covered by thick ice is split into pieces in space. Forest. You can clearly see at the crack, at the center of the meteorite arena, which is the super powerful person who can withstand the full attack of level 11 strong men. The skeleton of the skeleton was also frozen and cracked. 9 ice sculptures floated in space with the ring. The referee on the sidelines was stunned for a while, then announced loudly,
"Kill Star Zone, Monroe 1.
Then quickly greet the first responders.
Hurry up, drag it down and rescue."
The blue figure standing in the void turned a blind eye to all this. This is a handsome body covered with cold air and countless shattered blue stars. The figure's eyes passed through layers of obstacles in the void and fell accurately on a young man sitting in the waiting area to drink water. The blue light flashed in his eyes, pulling the corners of his mouth, as if he was laughing.
"Immortal level, I can't wait."
Somewhere in the competition arena, a young man with long hair and ordinary facial features. With a finger, a gorgeous golden sword light burst out from his fingertips, directly dividing the huge competition arena into 2. The 9 opponents on the ring looked terrifying. One by one, they all went backwards and hurriedly admitted defeat. The young man looked as usual, and he seemed not surprised by such a result. He walked down the field lightly. When I was about to get out of the game, I paused again and looked in a certain direction. But he quickly shook his head and walked without saying a word. In the waiting area, a woman with red hair was clenching her fists, staring at the other end of the field with a passionate expression. Blue flames were burning all over her body. The color of this flame seems to have a tendency to turn from blue to purple. The woman's fighting spirit was burning, and her whole body emitted a surging heat wave, so that the contestants who sat near her, the contestants all scattered around with horror, far away from her.
"Immortality, I will personally prove immortality and sharpen my own glory."
Lu Sheng continued to conduct the competition step by step. The second round of the semi-finals and the third round. Spend peacefully. Every time Lu Sheng plays, the battle ends in just a few minutes. With his current strength, the 11th level of the general level is like far. He couldn't even bear a punch. How can the entire competition be described as a destruction? For Lu Sheng, the 2 rounds of competition were not disturbed at all. The only thing that made him feel quite annoying was the host of the competition. It was as if he was staring at him, and every time he came on stage, he would point all the shots at him. Then he kept screaming like he was injected with chicken blood. Lu Sheng couldn't help but want to punch him in the forehead several times, but he forced himself to do so. The 3 rounds of the semi-finals have been screened. Only the last 40 contestants remain. Almost all of these 40 people are strong people above level 11. Lu Sheng is the lowest level, but after the 3 rounds of competition, his strength has long been recognized by everyone. The name of Immortal resounded throughout the starry sky, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Even predicting the chance of Lu Sheng winning the championship suddenly rose to the first place, surpassing the original favorite Monroe.
The next one-on-one showdown. The following competition will also be held separately one by one, and everyone has enough time and opportunity to learn about other opponents. The strength of Fair quickly explained the next game to Lu Sheng. Soon, the draw for the 4th round of the semi-finals began. Lu Sheng's identity card flashed, which means the lottery ended. He checked the lottery results at will, but after seeing his opponent's name, he was stunned for a moment. Jing Long? The competition between Lu Sheng and Jing Long happened to be scheduled to begin the first game of the 4th round of the semifinals. After the lottery results came out, the competition began to prepare and warm up in full swing. The new competition are pushed into the starry sky. One is a simple cut, and the whole is hemispherical, with a diameter of thousands of centimeters. Asteroid inside. The camera machines that were previously scattered in every corner of the competition arena are now gathered near this competition arena. The gathering of billions of eyes can be regarded as a real and true focus.
Oh, is the first competition in the fourth round of the semi-finals so interesting? It turned out to be a genius civil war in the Asian Jupiter region.
Lu Sheng endured the nerve-loud and noisy commentator of the competition host and flicked into the asteroid competition arena. Jing Long's movements were faster than him, and he was already waiting for him in the ring. Jing Long held a long alloy sword in each hand. His eyes were burning, and his body was filled with an unparalleled strong fighting spirit and confidence. His eyes were fixed on Lu Sheng and said word by word,
"This time, you have no excuse to hide."
Lu Sheng. As he said that, he slowly raised the two swords in his hand, as if he had grabbed two sharp and unparalleled crescent moons. But Lu Sheng looked at Jing Long carefully from top to bottom. Then he spoke with a strange look on his face.
"Are you not tired of pretending like this?"
Jing Long, who was in a fierce fighting spirit, looked stunned and frowned and said,
"What are you talking about?"
"I said." Lu Sheng looked at Jing Long and said with a complicated expression,
"You are obviously afraid of death, but you still pretend to want to follow me very much."
It looks like he beats. Isn't it really tired to deceive yourself like this?
The expression on Jing Long's face was frozen, and the fighting spirit on his body was also stagnant. But he quickly replied and made a sneering voice.
"Ha ha! I'm afraid of you."
Jing Long inserted the two swords in his hand to the ground, covered his stomach and smiled.
"Yes, I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid you can't stand my knife. I'm afraid you will be embarrassed in front of your parents and relatives. Ha ha!"
As he smiled, Jing Long couldn't laugh, because Lu Sheng always looked at him expressionlessly, as if he was watching a clown with poor acting skills performing. "Are you really afraid? Only you know the most in your heart."
"Bad bastard. When did I ever be afraid of you? I have long been looking forward to this battle with you." Jing Long suddenly grabbed the two swords in his hand, turned into a stream of light, and slashed towards Lu Sheng quickly. The two swords turned into two brilliant arcs in his hands. Cut the first void, then the second. The black and white stars splashed, slashing towards Lu Sheng like a meteor. Lu Sheng watched all this quietly. When those two arcs are approaching, he punched suddenly. Boom! The void became a rag under this punch, revealing the overlap of black, white, and black below. This punch happened to block the trajectory of the brilliant arc. The two collided. It's like a car driving at a high speed hitting the Warren Mountain wall. Boom! The two arcs were quietly broken without a single sound. Then a figure stopped suddenly and freezes. From extreme movement to extreme static, Jing Long stopped his steps and stared blankly in front of him. A white and powerful fist appeared in his eyes, which were tightly squeezing his pupils. This fist contains indescribable terrifying power, and these powers are compressed at one point. This point collapsed into the void wildly and sunk. It shows three colors, black, white, and black, and there is an extremely strong destructive aura that hits you. Pooh! The sound of cold weapons falling to the ground. Jing Long suddenly came back to his senses and subconsciously wanted to pick up the two swords on the ground. He stretched out half of his hand, but he froze again and shrank back. His face changed into embarrassment, panic, embarrassed, nervous expressions, and finally he was unable to bow his head and said with difficulty, "I lost." The fist containing infinite terror calmly retracted. The three layers of rupture in the void were quietly smoothed out. Lu Sheng reached out and patted Jing Long's shoulder gently, approaching Jing Long.
Book 501. The Essence of Extraordinary Living Organisms, the Collision of Power Systems. From the appearance of Lu Sheng and Jing Long to the defeat, the battle ended. Forest. It seems long, but in fact, It has only been dozens of breaths. Many people have not seen it clearly yet, and the battle is over. The host of the competition was silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly burst out with a madman-like roar. One punch. Another punch. Even if he faces Jing Long, a genius who is also an extraordinary life constitution, Lu Sheng still ends the battle with only one punch. It's incredible. You know, Jing Long is a level 11 strongman, and he has extraordinary life constitution at the Huiwa level. But he still couldn't even catch Lu Sheng's punch. Is the immortal bloodline really so domineering? To be honest, I didn't even see what the power of Jing Long's extraordinary life physique was. He was defeated. The speed is too fast. Speaking of speed, I want to recommend a potion for everyone here. It is a tonic newly developed by Sheng Group, which has a great tonic effect on some aspects of our men's abilities. It greatly extends the time, up to an astonishing 30 days. Who found this host, and can you change it? It's too much. When Lu Sheng went down to the waiting area, he was speechless when he looked at the host of the competition, who was advertising on his head. I have already reacted upward. The people from the propaganda department said that this guy was the host appointed by a major sponsor, and the audience seemed to be just eating this one. Far, who was beside him, explained helplessly. Lu Sheng shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to it, so he found a seat to sit down and started watching other people's competitions. The middle of the way, Lu Qinghe also called a video call. Lu Qinghe on the other end of the communicator was so excited that he looked like a small person. The appearance of a fangirl. Lu Sheng looked at Lu Qinghe, his parents, Dong Qingxiu and others with a smile on his face, and felt thoughtful. It is still necessary to bring my family to the game. The stronger the strength I show, the more erratic the performance I perform during the battle. They can be more at ease when they are alone. Originally, Lu Sheng was going to implement all the ideas of not accepting this competition. It is mainly to repay the favors of Dunlop, the senior executive of the Asian Jupiter region, and tell them that they bet on themselves. The resources were not in vain. Lu Sheng has always been a low-key, humble, polite, and gentle person. Now it seems that I have to continue to make a high profile. Why? Lu Sheng looked at the contestants sitting in the waiting area and thought silently in his heart. There is no way to make the family members more reassurance. I can only try my best to beat you one by one. At this time, the second group of contestants ranked behind Lu Sheng, and others came on the court. One of the two is from the Mandan Star Zone, and the other is from the Xylan Star Zone. They are all famous super geniuses in their respective star areas. Both of them are possessed by extraordinary life constitutions. One is 9 stars in the Morning Star, and the other is the one with the Huiwa star. The difference is not big, and the fight is particularly exciting. Lu Sheng looked carefully for a while. This is also his first time watching the battle between other extraordinary life constitution owners. The battle lasted for a long time, almost 10 hours, and the intensity was far greater than that between Lu Sheng and Jing Long before. The battle. It ended with Zitsai's victory. The entire asteroid competition are almost broken, and there are potholes everywhere. The competition organizing committee quickly sent people. Repair. The host of the competition shouted from beginning to end, and the emotions of the audience on more than 1,500 viewing stars were constantly ignited, attracting the burst. To describe it in the words of a certain audience, this is the super large genius martial arts conference covering 12 star zones. What the semifinals really should look like. The previous battle between Lu Sheng and Jing Long ended so quickly that it was so fast that it even made people wonder if it was one of them. Fawn deliberately let the water go. Lu Sheng also gained a lot after reading it.
The owner of extraordinary life constitution must surpass the ordinary starry sky race at the level of life. To put it bluntly, its nature of life, body structure and other aspects are more perfect and higher than ordinary life bodies. Class. Corresponding to martial arts, it means having a more advanced power system than ordinary warriors. It's like two spacecraft of the same size. The internal engine has different structures. You have to take a long time to start a step, and the speed of light will break in less than a second. How to compare? The higher the strength system, and the more perfect it is, the higher the level of extraordinary life physique. This is also the reason why a genius with extraordinary life constitution is far superior to that of ordinary warriors of the same level. From this point of view, the power system of the supreme body of the star and sun god realm star map is still very advanced. At least within the 12-star regions, there is no more powerful system than the star supreme body and the sun god realm star map. Up here, thinking about this, Lu Sheng will watch the competition on the field again, dig apart the appearance, and directly appreciate the collisions between various power systems. The originally boring battle suddenly becomes interesting. Much more. One of them comes from the Black Flounder Zone, with a red hair as hot as a woman. It can inspire a blue flame from the bloodline. It's the same fire, but this blue fire is cold, corrosive, and sensual. It is completely different from the stellar flames controlled by Lu's sanctuary, which are domineering, explosive, and high-temperature properties. It aroused Lu Shengdao's curiosity, and couldn't help asking Fei around him, "Who is this woman? I'm going to introduce you to you." As Lu Sheng's assistant, Fei was familiar with the information of every contestant and quickly replied, "Black Float Star Zone. Gray from the Blue Divine Flame family, Huiwa Jiuxing's extraordinary life constitution, and the peak of 11th level of strength are the key points we need. One of the few opponents of bet." Oh. Lu Sheng responded and stared at the graceful figure wrapped in blue flames on the field, his eyes flashing slightly. I thought to myself, if you have the opportunity, you must study her power system structure carefully. Maybe it is of interest to the way of stars. Unexpected help. At this time, the voice of the contest host rang in his ears. I believe many of the players who are about to appear next are very familiar with them. He spent a year killing thousands of evil star thieves alone. He once frozen a living star with bare hands. His name once resounded throughout the Hill Star Zone. He is... The tone of the competition host suddenly raised, pointed his hand in a certain direction, and shouted, "The most outstanding thing in the Hill Star Zone has ever been. The genius is the ice demon Monroe." Boom! In an instant, many spectators on the battle stars and aircraft stood up and shouted enthusiastically, "Ice demon! Ice demon! Ice demon!" The popularity is far beyond the treatment anyone has received before. Lu Sheng was slightly surprised and asked Far, "This Monroe is so famous." Far nodded and said with a serious expression, "When Monroe rose, the name of the ice demon was not limited to a single Milan, Ershing district. The surrounding 5 or 6-star areas were once shrouded in his genius. He has defeated countless geniuses who come to challenge him in the stars, have created many incredible feats. It's really amazing." Far solemnly emphasized to Lu Sheng, "Press and hold a favorite paragraph to record your thoughts." Arts. Study. Book 502. A glance of frozen, terrifying Monroe, eating in the bowl and looking at the pot. Then did he really freeze a star? There must be an exaggeration. Lin may be just that tiny star, and his lifespan is about to come to an end. But even so, it's amazing. At least, I've never heard of anyone doing this at level 11. Monroe's strength cannot be underestimated. Lu Sheng nodded slightly and focused his eyes on Monroe, who was slowly walking out of the waiting area. This is an extremely dazzling character. It has white hair like a glacier and waterfall, vertical to its waist. The eyes are the ultimate ice blue, without any temperature. The facial features also seem to be carved from extremely low glaciers, sharp and cold. The whole body was covered with countless shattered ice rays. These ice rays splashed and collided, leaving sharp ones in the void. Black hole. Monroe's coldness even directly affects people's vision. Ordinary people stare at him for a long time, and can't help but shivering. I can't imagine how terrifying the cold air he contained in his body. And Monroe's strength is indeed so powerful that it makes people rest. His opponent in this round is a genius from the Logitech Star Zone, level 11, and has an extraordinary life constitution of the Huiwa level. It can be considered strong. But Monroe just glanced at him. Just glanced at him. One glance. This guy was frozen into a big ice lump. Then, the battle is over. Shit one. Countless people who witnessed this scene sucked in the air. Monroe's strength is simply an exaggeration. A genius with a level 11, who has a superb life constitution in the level of the bright moon, could not even bear Monroe's eyes. How can I fight this? Let's get a fuck. The gap is too big. Not an opponent at the same level at all.
Level 12. Monroe must have advanced to level 12.
Someone shouted out. Countless people were shocked by it. It was rumored before the game that Monroe had already ranked among the 12, and many people were skeptical. But now it seems. This rumor is most likely true. If Monroe is really level 12,
then there is no need to continue this competition, and Monroe must be the first. Who else can cover up Monroe's light? Immortal bloodlines are not good either.
Some people sighed, and many people agreed. Monroe, who had a look at his opponent, walked out of the snow prison of Glacier, and was in charge of the extremely cold demon. The ice-blue eyes glanced at the audience, and finally fell on Lu Sheng.
I'm waiting for you,
Monroe said to Lu Sheng with a smile, and then ended. For a moment, Lu Sheng once again became the focus of attention. Countless discussions were so great that countless people were crazily guessing the chances of his victory against Monroe. In the corner of the Starry Sky screen, it represents the ranking of the chances of major popular star players winning the championship. Lu Sheng, who originally ranked first, lost his chances of winning in just a few breaths, and was once again ranked second. Monroe overtook, and the opponent's winning rate was more than twice his. Most of the immortal light belonging to Lu Sheng was taken away by Monroe at this moment. The kingly posture he had specially created before was only seen by Monroe. It collapsed.
It's worthy of being the ice demon, Monroe. It's really strong.
Val stroked the goosebumps that floated on his hands and arms with an ugly look on his face. This was just the sensation that Monroe was gazing at Lu Sheng just now. It's just a sensation. Just let yourself stand upright as a level 11 strongman. Far didn't know what to say.
What a monster.
He shook his head and looked at Lu Sheng. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help asking,
Are you sure about meeting him?
Lu Sheng shook his head calmly.
Have no idea.
This answer is similar to what Far expected. It's impossible to say it out without confidence, otherwise wouldn't it be timid before the fight? Val thought to himself, sighed, comforted Lu Sheng.
In fact, even if he is defeated by Monroe, it doesn't matter, after all he can. So many years older than you. You are immortal, and he is just a sunny day. You will definitely be able to catch up with him in the future. Don't be too much pressure.
Lu Sheng nodded but said nothing. He really doesn't know if he can beat Monroe, because he himself doesn't know how strong he is now. And the strength Monroe has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. How to compare two undetermined quantities together?
But Monroe's path is really interesting. It is even colder and deeper than my cold Jeju prison path, and it is also my northern Xian.
what is missing in Wuzhen waterway. If you have the chance to fight him, you can carefully understand his Tao and the power represented by his extraordinary life constitution. System. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Please, flowers. After Monroe, there was no one who could compete with him in the future. The power of his eyes was too amazing. Amazing that even if Monroe ended and others went on stage to compete, many viewers were still immersed in the power and horror of that glance. Among them, Monroe's winning rate in the corner of the starry sky screen is also increasing. Grow to the end, reaching an astonishing 95% directly. This battle between Qi and Yushu from Xylan Star District. The notice hosted by the competition suddenly attracted Lu Sheng's attention. Qianyu book? Lu Sheng's expression moved and subconsciously looked in a certain direction. He saw a young man, with ordinary facial features and unparalleled temperament come out. Among the contestants wearing high-end combat uniforms, Qian Yushu in a casual suit looks particularly alternative. And this guy's fighting style is more alternative. He only relies on one pair of palms against the enemy. Both palms form sword fingers. With a casual finger, an extremely powerful and pure sharp sword light shot out. A genius from other star zones, who fought him failed to resist a few times, and his sword light cut through the battle uniform and was forced to give up.
So strange.
Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, staring at Qian Yushu, and said softly,
His skills in controlling the natural energy of the universe are too exquisite.
And the natural universe energy can be mobilized in an instant, which is almost 100 times more than that of an ordinary 11th level powerhouse.
Right. Thou said seriously?
This guy is not even an extraordinary life constitution. But his mental power is extremely powerful, and his combat methods are quite unique. Interesting.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. What this Qianyu book shows seems to be no longer a simple system of power. It feels like it is a product of another unique cultivation system.
Is it true that the powerful people from other universes are reincarnated and re-educated? Why have they not been arrested as a guinea pig to study?
Lu Sheng thought to himself.
If you have the chance, you have to catch this guy and study it carefully.
Lu Sheng's 10 perfect martial arts are the way to embrace all rivers and encompass all the paths in the world. Although he is still far from absorbing and digesting the Tao of a universe stored in the dream space. But this did not prevent him from eating in the bowl and looking in the pot. The 4th round of the semifinals is finally over. At this time, there were only 24 contestants left in the field. Then, there is the intensive 5th round of competition.
Horn. Fish. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 503. The finals begin 1. There was not much turmoil in this round. Forest. Lu Sheng still defeated his opponent with 1 punch. The 3-time level limited combat power is basically a horizontal push at level 11. Ordinary 11th level strong men, such as Far, have great combat power and reach the 1st-time limit and close to the 2nd-time limit. Spend. The bonus of extraordinary life constitution can also break through the 2nd limit at most. The 3-time level limited combat power existed almost like a bug. Not to mention that Lu Sheng is only level 10. However, although he was surprised, he always gave people a sense of destiny. On the contrary, Monroe's popularity continues to rise. It's still a look in the battle. The rendering of the picture is still shocking. Even Lu Sheng had to admit it.
This move is really about slimming the pin.
Then, there is Qian Yushu, which Lu Sheng focused on, and the performance is still the lukewarm look of
217.
Qian Yushu is not very popular among the audience. In the eyes of many people with a lot of heart, he is more popular than Lu Sheng Monroe, 2 favorites to win the championship. More worthy of attention.
Lu Sheng even saw that Monroe looked at it seriously in the Qianyushu competition, as if he was quite interested in it. At this point, all 5 rounds of the semi-finals have ended. There were a total of 14 players who were finalists. 3 rounds of the finals, plus the last finals, a total of 4 rounds. The competition has come to an end for the time being, entering a day's rest and advertising time.
Does you feel tired, sleepy, and unable to get up on the game? I'm thirsty and tired. Drink Dongyo/Wu. Dongyo/Wu refreshing potion, a good potion that does not contain side effects. What should I do if I cheer for the contestants I support for a long time? Jink1 replenishes my spirits? Pill, a pill that strengthens your voice and restores your spirits, allowing you to be the most beautiful boy in the audience.
Lu Sheng came out of the waiting area with shocking advertising slogans and flew towards his white hole shuttle spacecraft. As soon as he entered the spacecraft, the people in the spacecraft took the initiative to greet him.
Brother, you're so handsome!
Lu Qinghe handed the communicator to him and said excitedly,
Blue Star is also broadcasting your game live, billions of people. Everyone is encouraging you.
Lu Sheng glanced at it and found that it was true. Almost all corners covered by civilization in the Blue Star are broadcasting this interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition live. I'm watching the game with the whole nation, and I'm more enthusiastic than any World Cup.
The Blue Star is also officially connected to the starry sky.
Lu Sheng smiled and said nothing. Then he talked to his parents and Dong Qingxue for a while, and walked into the room by himself. As soon as he entered the room, the communicator on Lu Sheng's hand rang. Lu Sheng picked up the communication, and Dunlop's image appeared on the communicator. Compared to before, Dunlop's expression was much more serious at this time.
Lu Sheng, let me know. Monroe and Qianyushu have both been promoted to level 12.
Lu Sheng looked slightly stunned, but soon returned to calm and said,
Are you sure? The Federal of the 100-Star Zones has just announced a new list of 12-level strong men, and the names of Monroe and Qianyushu are all in it. Middle.
Dunlop replied with a slightly complicated expression.
You are mentally prepared. If you lose, you don't have to hold on.
You? Dunlop paused and sighed.
After all, I'm still too young. Okay, I get it, speaker.
Lu Sheng hung up the communication and sat alone on the sofa in the room for a while. Then,
enter the dream space.
Level 12?
A dreamlike voice rang in the room.
What about the level 13 zombie powerhouse in the dream space?
The day's rest passes quickly. The contestants entered the venue one after another. As the day passed, the audience was full of blood and full of energy. In addition, the competition organizing committee took advantage of this time to add hundreds of planet seats to watch the battle and the air in the starry sky. The atmosphere became a few more warm.
Monroe. Monroe. Ice Demon.
You can hear shouting the name of Monroe everywhere, and occasionally there are voices calling the names of Lu Sheng and other contestants. It was soon overwhelmed.
How come these guys are all supporting that Monroe?
Lu Qinghe clenched his fists and grinded his teeth and said angrily,
Brother, teach that Monroe a lesson and slap them in the face. What nonsense!
Lu Dahai next to him hurriedly scolded him and turned to Lu Sheng.
Chao Sheng, listen to Dad, don't show off, just give in. Give up. You are amazing enough now.
Yes. Zheng Yufan looked even more worried, couldn't help but grab Lu Sheng's hand, muttering,
Chao Sheng, why don't we admit defeat, counter? It's not embarrassing. I see that person named Ice Demon, but he is so powerful. Many people are frozen after being looked at by him.
Lu Sheng patted his mother Zheng Yufan's hand and comforted her with a smile.
Mom, that's because his previous opponent is too weak. He doesn't have that. How amazing! You can see if you wait a moment, See how I beat him into a pig's head."
But even if Lu Sheng said this, Zheng Yufan was still worried. Lu Sheng could only try his best to calm his parents' emotions, and he would prepare to play when the time was almost over. Before going on stage, Dong Qingxue gently pulled him and whispered, "Be careful." Lu Sheng's eyes touched. He hugged Dong Qingxue, then smiled slightly, and turned around and left. Soon, all 14 players appeared. This person. When the 14 people appeared one by one on the big screen in the starry sky. Before the finals began, the atmosphere was already ignited, and amid the overwhelming shouts, the stars seemed to have become hot. A little bit. As the host of the final, Dunlop, the speaker of the Asian Jupiter District, walked out of the highest viewing table and announced the start of the draw. Blue light began to be emitted on the identity cards of the 14 people. Blue light forms a column of light and enters the starry sky. Finally, the result of the lottery was shown on the big screen of the starry sky. Lu Sheng looked at the final draw and his eyes flashed slightly. He saw his opponent's name and subconsciously looked in a certain direction. That man also looked at him. The two eyes collided in the starry sky, and what Lu Sheng saw was a woman with a slim figure and red hair. Black Flounder, gray of the Blue Demon Flame family. That is the one Lu Sheng had noticed before, and thought the other party's blood flame was quite interesting. This woman was now wrapped in the fierce fighting spirit, her beautiful eyes staring at Lu Sheng, all of which were the urge to try.
He's a warlike woman,
Lu Sheng thought to himself, and walked into the waiting area expressionlessly. Immediately afterwards, the first round of the finals officially kicked off. I am in a bad state recently. I feel something is wrong if I write it, but I have to update it. My head is almost scratched.
Horn. Huh. Fish. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 504. Level 12. Yes, now I'm not afraid of beating you to death. 2.
Boom!
The sword lights and sword auras that are thousands of meters long follow the veins of the starry sky and the orbit of the rules of the universe, competing against each other. Forest. 2 figures turned into streaming light in space, colliding continuously at extremely high speeds and frequencies. The void swells like a rag, tearing apart large black cracks. Most of the area of an asteroid are bombarded and bumpy. Suddenly, one of the figures paused and punched him hard in the chest, roaring,
"Thousand illusion meteor!"
In an instant, millions of white streams of light burst out from his martial body. These streams of light gathered on the long black sword that he held tightly in his right hand. The sword energy that was originally thousands of meters long suddenly contracted, but its aura was condensed more than several times. A roll of sword light, 3 layers of void shattered. Then he instantly shattered the opponent's sword light. The latter's face changed drastically. Before he could react, he was directly stabbed. Chop the gods out.
Modin Star Zone, Gables wins.
The referee loudly declared one of the party's victory, and a face with a rebellious smile immediately appeared on the big screen of the starry sky. Nearly 2,000 viewing stars stood up and shouted the winner's name.
Gabrez! Gabrez!
But this seemingly intense battle is mediocre for some people, and nothing to be shocked. Strange.
This Gabrez is also a supernatural life constitution of the 9-star Huiwa level, with combat power exceeding 3 times. Very strong, he is expected to hit the top 5 experts, so he needs to pay attention to it.
Far stared at the information displayed on the light brain, did the comparison and analysis and record carefully, and worked diligently as his assistant. Responsibilities. As Far said, he suddenly realized that Lu Sheng was not listening to him seriously. Sitting quietly on the chair, his eyes calm, as if he was thinking about something else. Fei looked at the location of the starry sky screen, hesitated for a moment, and said,
St. Lu, your championship win.
The winning rate is almost out of the top 5.
Oh, is that? Lu Sheng seemed to have just come back to his senses, looked up at the starry sky screen, and said in surprise,
It's gone so fast.
Far looked helpless and whispered,
Ascending the finals, many people have gradually released their hidden strength. The situation is getting less optimistic.
Yes. Lu Sheng sighed in a low voice.
To now, what I said before is like a joke. No, that's not what it means.
Far wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Sheng's hand.
It doesn't matter.
Lu Sheng stretched out a finger and tapped his temple, saying seriously,
Human memory is the most likely thing to decline. West. If you don't keep stressing, they will soon fade away.
Lu Sheng paused for a moment, and suddenly asked Far seriously,
What do you think the immortal bloodline should look like?
Far was stunned and blinked. Before he could think of how to answer, the news of the host of the competition had already sounded on the court.
The next game will be Lu Sheng, our immortal bloodline owner, to fight against the demon flames from the blue demon family in the black float star zone.
1 gray. Boom. A blue figure rushed into the sky, falling heavily on the asteroid competition arena like a meteorite. A huge pit was smashed on the ground. In the huge pit where the blue fire spreads, a strong and tall body stands. The woman wrapped in the blue flames also had blue flames rising in her eyes, staring at Lu Sheng with burning eyes. His beautiful face was full of high-spirited fighting spirit.
Wow!
The audience on the watchstar was ignited, and all stood up, and the sound of tsunami echoed in the starry sky. The contest host also roared wildly with the microphone. Hundreds of photography machines were aimed at Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng seemed to have no sense of all this noise. Lu Sheng slowly stood up and closed the light brain in Fair's hand full of analytical data. He patted his shoulder lightly and said calmly,
I'll tell you this answer.
Fair was stunned. Before he could react, Lu Sheng had already taken a step forward and appeared in the competition arena. When Lu Sheng walked into the competition venue, the blue flame on Gray's body suddenly rose up again, and she was fighting with her. Generally, it's even more exciting.
Immortal bloodline.
Gray's eyes were as bright as stars, staring at Lu Sheng intently, and a strange light burst out from his face.
I finally got the chance to verify it myself. It's really exciting.
As he said that, Gray stretched out his body, and the blue flames on his body gathered like flowing water, forming a bright and radiant flower. American armor.
Click 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 click. With the appearance of this blue flame armor, Gray's momentum also surged, and his every move was empty all over his body. There are constant traces of brokenness in the sky. But Lu Sheng seemed to have not seen these things, and just said calmly,
If you want to verify immortality personally, you should be sure to bleed. Prepare?
Gray was stunned, and then smiled slightly. The next moment, a strange energy fluctuation came from her. In an instant,
wow, 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 wow!
The sound of the sea tide sounded in the starry sky. The sound spread throughout the starry sky in an instant. Countless light spots appeared, gathered above Gray's head, and finally condensed a brilliant silver bridge across the sky.
Boom!
The appearance of this brilliant silver bridge made people in the entire starry sky boil. Even many contestants in the waiting area stood up from their positions. Looking at Gray shrouded in the glory of the silver bridge, he looked shocked and moved. The contest host was also stunned for a few seconds. Then, excitedly, grabbed the microphone and shouted loudly,
Level 12. Oh my god! Unexpectedly, our black float star zone Gray has been promoted to level 12. How old is she this year? Level 12. It's so unbelievable. This is definitely the biggest upset that has been revealed in this competition so far. Gray. Next to the competition venue, a huge spacecraft with the Blue Devil family emblem printed on it. A tall middle-aged man with red hair as red as Gray looked at this scene quietly, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling without a smile. Language. There was a faint feeling of relief and pride flowing out in my eyes. At the highest viewing seat, Dunlop and other top figures in major star areas also showed a slight surprise and touching look on their faces. For a moment, countless people's eyes gathered on Gray, and all the topics revolved around her. At this moment, Gray was as dazzling as the queen of the starry sky. Thanks to you, Lu Sheng. Gray smiled and said to Lu Sheng, when I think of having a chance, I will be with a legendary genius with immortal bloodlines. Fight and possibly defeat him. My heart couldn't stop being excited, trembling. So I accidentally broke through a few days ago. Gray slowly walked forward 2 steps, and the Milky Way above her head swayed with her movements, extremely brilliant. Gray's eyes flashed. He looked at Lu Sheng, tilted his head and said softly, Am I qualified now? Level 12? Is this level 12? Lu Sheng looked at Gray's head, the galaxy, which was gathered by the power of rules, and a slight trance appeared in his eyes. But soon, the calm was completely restored. Lu Sheng described Ru Chu, nodded with a calm expression and said, Yes. In this way, I'm not afraid of accidentally killing you. As he said that, Lu Sheng took a light step. Please give me some time. I will sort out my condition tonight. I have been really uncomfortable recently. Horn. Fish. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 505. The 12-level rules to temper the body. Where does Lu Sheng stop? 1. With Lu Sheng step out, all the more than 80,000 immortal cells in his body revived, blooming with unparalleled light. Forest. This light shines from the inside out, making him look like he is shining. In less than a 10,000th of the time, Lu Sheng had already appeared in front of Gray. He pointed at her face and punched her hard. Gray seemed to have expected Lu Sheng's punch, and his right hand became a claw, so wonderful that he grabbed his punch in his hand. Bang! The fists and claws hit each other, and the collision made a dull sound. The two of them fought together as soon as they met. Lu Sheng used fist, while Gray used claws. Both of them have reached the peak of the 5th level, and each movement follows the context of heaven and earth, as if in the universe. A planet that moves regularly. The collision of fists and claws is like planets colliding with each other, leaving 3 broken sags in the void. Both of them had reached the level of breaking the limit 3 times, and the stars of black and white were splattering everywhere, and the scene was extremely intense. All the people watching this battle were filled with blood, and their breathing was almost stopped. The battle between level 10 Immortal and level 12 Hiroshi Moon has never appeared before after searching through the history of the 12-star zones. This will surely be a battle that has been recorded in history. But as time goes by, Gray's advantage, as the 12th level gradually emerges. The gorgeous galaxy above her head possesses incredible power, and the falling stars shroud her body, forming a piece of an invisible and qualitative barrier. Lu Sheng's fist fell on it, and he could only make the barrier ripples, which at best made Gray suffer some. The shock could not hurt her. So much so that Gray hardly cares about defense, just attacks with all his strength. And under Lu Sheng's repeated hits, the gorgeous galaxy above Gray's head continued to hang down, signs of melting into her body. As the galaxy merged, Gray's aura was also increasing. Almost all the time, it is not rising. Her 5 fingers slashed through the void, and at first she could only leave 3 black and white claw marks in the void. And after 1/3 of the gorgeous galaxy merged into her body, she grabbed it casually. The 4th layer of the void also has traces of being vaguely torn apart. Many contestants in the waiting area were slightly moved. Gray is using the pressure given by Lu Sheng to encourage himself to complete the 12-level rule refining faster. If level 11 is to control the rules and grasp the context of heaven and earth, then the 12th level is to connect the veins of heaven and earth into the body and retemper the martial body. Make the martial body reach a layer that is stronger, more in line with the power of rules that you have mastered. Second rate. The gorgeous galaxy above Gray's head is a concrete manifestation of her ruling power for the 12th level. She has just entered the 12th level and has just been able to activate the rules of the galaxy, but has not completed the rules of the galaxy integrating into the tempering of the martial body. A step. But in the process of fighting with Lu Sheng, the rules above Gray's head continue to integrate into her body step by step. This means she is constantly approaching level 12. This is also the reason why Gray's strength continues to grow as the battle progresses.
Gray is too strong. I'm afraid she's already qualified to fight Monroe. In this competition, the top 3 must have her place.
The onlookers became more and more frightened as they watched, and they couldn't help but exclaim. In addition to marveling at Gray's strength, he also shocked Lu Sheng's demon.
I'm 2 completely different realms from Gray's. Lu Sheng can persist for so long without losing, and not even getting hurt. The immortal bloodline is truly an immortal bloodline, which is really incredible. The immortal bloodline only brings Lu Sheng terrifying combat power that can break the limit 3 times and exceed the limit. He can hold on to Gray's hands until now. It's mainly his body. He has also reached the peak of the 5th realm.
Onlookers on the sidelines were talking. In the highest viewing table, a group of top 12-level figures from major star zones were also watching the battle.
The Blue Demon family is considered to be a successor, and it can actually give birth to a level 12 less than 1,000 years old. If there is another breakthrough in the future, this little girl named Gray will probably push the Blue Devil family to a higher peak.
Maybe.
Really?
Speakers invited from different stars whispered, one of whom was wearing a gorgeous robe with hair and beard caressed. The old man, who had to be meticulous and looked elegant and luxurious, suddenly smiled, turned his head to look at someone, and said, "Dunlop.
It seems that your immortal bloodline in the Jupiter region is about to stop here."
Dunlop looked expressionless and glanced at the person who spoke. The speaker of Hill Star District.
Dunlop replied lightly. Although Lu Sheng is immortal, he is only in his 20s this year, and has just been promoted to level 10. It is reasonable to be unable to defeat Huihui at level 12. Yes.
The speaker of Hill Star District nodded and agreed, but immediately changed his tone and said,
What a pity. I originally wanted to see our door.
What about the battle between Luo and the immortal bloodline?
Now I can't see it. The speaker of Hill Star District sighed, with a look of regret. Dunlop, the law enforcement officer next to him, and the front office, slapped his eyelids slightly, and he swung his saws and slapped his shoe soles. The speaker of Ershing District deserves the urge to beat the old man in the face. At this time, the situation of the battle between Lu Sheng and Gray became increasingly obvious. Lu Sheng was almost completely at a disadvantage. Originally, the 2 of them were fighting each other, and they were evenly matched. But after Gray's head had been halfway through the galaxy and merged into his body, Lu Sheng spent most of his time dodging, almost the same. Gray made 10 moves before he had a chance to punch back. Even ordinary audiences can see such obvious declines one by one. Lu Sheng is afraid he will lose. Even some viewers on the Watch Stars couldn't help but stand up and curse.
Damn it! I even bought Lu Sheng,
and I'm losing so much now.
These emotions that were not optimistic about Lu Sheng spread rapidly in the audience seats. So many people who were close to Lu Sheng were familiar with Lu Sheng. A strong look of worry also appeared on his face. This emotion will reach its peak in the next step.
It's almost over, Lu Sheng.
Gray, who was fighting, suddenly murmured softly, crossing his hands in front of him. At the same time, all the blue flames on her body were all between her claws.
Blue extreme demon flame kill.
Gray shouted lightly. His claws suddenly poked out, and his figure disappeared. Several blue flames flashed through the void. Two figures intertwined. The audience was in front of them, and when they looked again, they found that Gray and Lu Sheng had exchanged at some point. Location. The two stood at both ends of the asteroid arena with their backs facing each other. Gray stood in place with a calm expression, his hands sagged naturally, and there was a faint blue fire on the tips of each of his 10 fingers. The flames were burning. Gray raised his hands and picked out a thread-like thing from between his fingers. There was a slight disappointment in her eyes, and she seemed to have not found what she expected.
You can actually escape?
Gray turned around, his face full of surprise. Behind Gray, Lu Sheng stood quietly, looking down at his chest. There were 10 deep claw marks left there, and the level 11 combat uniform was completely torn apart. Shows the perfect muscles under the bottom.
I haven't completely avoided.
Lu Sheng raised his head and said calmly to Gray, "Thanks to my wife for her encouragement and supervision. Starting tomorrow, we will resume the update of 10,000 words every day, and we will be ready to continue the old book."
Horn. Fish. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 506. If you look at far, this is immortality. 2. Gray stared at the position of Lu Sheng's chest, not blinking. Forest.
I didn't even have any scars. Is this the defense of the immortal supernatural life constitution?
Gray made a marvelous sound, but he quickly smiled and said casually,
"Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway."
Gray stretched out his body, and the blue flame surged again. She walked towards Lu Sheng and said softly,
"It's about to end."
Swish. Gray's figure disappeared. The blue flame marks were slashing through the void again. But this time, after Gray's figure appeared again, a little surprise appeared on her face. She raised her hands and saw that her fingernails were clean and there was nothing left. Turned around suddenly. Lu Sheng stood there happily, as if he had never moved his steps, but just turned his direction.
"How is this possible?"
Gray looked surprised, a little unbelievable. Rule's galaxy is always integrating into her body. At this moment, she is much stronger than she was the last moment. Treat the same people with the same move. Last time she could leave claw marks on Lu Sheng's body, but this time she lost it. But Gray quickly returned to normal.
"Have you retained your strength? It seems that I have to be a little more serious. After all, it's an immortal level."
Her expression was slightly condensed, and the momentum on her body surged. The blue flame no longer tangles between her fingers, but condenses into a spike like two naturally grown in Gray's hands. A strange weapon.
"This time, I see how you can escape it."
Gritcho Landing Saint, licking his lips gently. The fighting spirit that had previously declined returned to her once again and became more and more intense. But Lu Sheng was still calm. Looking at her, she suddenly spoke.
"Everything in the universe has its own dark side. Even the flame representing the light source. Your blue magic flame represents the dark side of fire, so it presents an effect that is completely opposite to normal flames."
Gray was stunned and frowned.
"What do you mean? What attributes are the blood flames of our blue demon family?
And
do you have any relationship?"
Gray raised his hands, and his blue flames tangled like snakes. She said with a strange expression,
"You don't think that if you understand the essence of my blood power, you can defeat me, right?"
"Of course not."
Lu Sheng shook his head.
Understanding and cracking are two concepts. There is still a long way to go between the former and the latter.
Gray was happy, and he was not in a hurry to attack. He casually hugged his hands in front of his chest and said funny,
"What do you want to tell me?"
"Is it?"
Lu Sheng also smiled and said,
"I want to tell you. I have always been very interested in the bloodline of your blue demon family, so when I first fought with you, I couldn't help it. Have a closer look. Now, I almost figured out what I wanted to figure out, and my doubts and curiosity were all satisfied. So what?"
Gray couldn't help frowning, but still didn't understand what Lu Sheng wanted to express. Not just Gray. The people watching below were also confused by Lu Sheng's series of words.
"What exactly does Lu Sheng want to do? Can you still fight?"
Some viewers are already impatient and can't help complaining.
"What do you think can gain if you have any? Go home and tell your wife. Let's talk about it here. Let's buy tickets to see you. We fight, not chat. That's right. If you can beat it, if you can beat it, if you can beat it, you can admit defeat. It's time for me. Don't think you are a mortal bloodline. I dare not beat you up and scold you." Snort. Is Lu Sheng deliberately delaying time? What ultimate move is prepared? What the hell no?
Even the contest host held the microphone and joked.
It seems that our immortal bloodline owner Lu Sheng is on the front. After realizing that there is no hope of winning the battle, we began to use tactics at other levels.
Just when everyone was talking and speculating, Lu Sheng finally said the next sentence.
"So?"
Lu Sheng was condescending, looking at Gray with a look of,
"I see what tricks you want to play,"
and smiled and said this.
"The battle is over. It should be over long ago."
Gray shook his head, put down his hands. His eyes also became cold. The ruled galaxy above her head merged into her at an unprecedented speed. This made her aura continue to rise and move towards the real 12 level. She didn't know what Lu Sheng was thinking. She only knew that as the battle time continued to grow, the balance of victory would continue to tilt towards her. Procrastinate time?
I also need time to sort out the 12-level power I just mastered.
Gray sighed lightly, fully integrating the rules of the galaxy above his head into himself. At the moment when Rule's galaxy completely merged into one with her, some wonderful changes seemed to have occurred in her body. It becomes colder, deeper, and more charming. Gray seemed to have completely turned into a blue fire. The location of her body was in the void, showing signs of being corroded and burning. Layer. Second floor. 3 layers. Infinitely approaching the 4th floor. An unprecedented sense of power filled Gray's whole body. She waved her hands lightly and walked towards Lu Sheng step by step. Lu Sheng didn't seem to care about her changes at all, and his expression was even a little regretful.
What a pity! If you can take your bloodline further and let the blue flame evolve, it may be more inspiring to me.
As he said that, Lu Sheng's expression calmed down and said to Gray calmly and naturally,
Reciprocity. Next, I will let. Look at the extreme yang surface of fire.
Well? Gray's expression was stunned. Next breath. Gray, and there are countless spectators in the sidelines, off the court, and in the starry sky. See a scene that will never forget you.
The 10 perfect martial arts. The secrets are one golden crow.
Calm words sounded in the starry sky. Then, light. The dazzling light. Hot. An indescribable surging heat. Endless light and heat fill everyone's eyes. That scene was like a star. No. They are countless stars. It is suddenly born. Many people involuntarily raise their hands to cover their eyes. When all the light and heat dissipates slightly, the field of vision is back to normal. Looking at everyone in the scene, including Gray. They were all stunned. I saw that the original Lu Sheng had disappeared. Instead, a person with mysterious and gorgeous golden patterns all over his body, carrying a sun totem. The blonde hair is as bright as the sun, and the third divine eye between the eyebrows is embedded in the sun. Huang Wangye. Like a handsome young man, like an innate god. The young man turned his head, his golden eyes passed through layers of voids, and fell on a middle-aged man with a dazed expression on the sidelines. He smiled slightly at the middle-aged man and said softly,
"Look at far, this is immortal."
After saying that, the young man moved his body and suddenly appeared in front of Gray, who was as charming as cold as fire. He looked contemptuous and punched him with a punch. Fist out. It seems that there is a golden crow crying / the whine sound resounding throughout the starry sky. I feel a little bit, and my state is slowly recovering. Press and hold the favorite paragraph to record your thoughts. Arts. Study. Book 507. For time's breaking limit, shocking the audience, mental weakness 1. No one can describe the glory and brilliance of this punch. Forest. Everyone can only see a brilliant light. Thousands of red light dots float in the light, each representing a star. It gives people a confusion in an instant. Then the piece was quickly torn apart. A three-legged divine bird with golden wings and a gorgeous winged horse / black flying out of it, its figure reflected in the eyes of countless people. There was Gray's pupils that quickly contracted due to shock.
Blue flame crystal leak.
Gray reacted quickly in less than 1,000th of a blink of an eye. Like a green onion, 10 fingers intertwined on the chest. Countless blue flames surged out, condensed into layers of blue crystal walls in front of her. Give people a sense of indestructibility. But Lu Sheng's punch fell and hit the blue crystal wall. The blue crystal wall just hindered it a little. It then shattered with a crack and shattered with a bang. The void was broken. Black, white, black, white. Repeatedly, the stars in the void splashed like debris. A strong breath of destruction poured out.
For time's break the limit?
Gray's expression was shocked, and she hadn't waited for her to react more. Lu Sheng's fist had already rushed in and rushed into her. His 5 fingers suddenly opened, as if they were like a knife. He suddenly grabbed her neck and lifted her up. In an instant, the huge starry sky was silent in the fighting field, and all the noise and hustle and bustle quietly disappeared at this moment. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Lu Sheng, who was so arrogant and handsome as the sun god, pinched Gray with one hand. With a look of indifference, the golden flames flowing from his body swept wildly and swallowed the latter's blue flame. Many people subconsciously stood up from their positions, with an incredible look on their faces. On a certain spaceship, a middle-aged man with short red hair and a look similar to Gray's face, as if he was stunned. I couldn't believe my eyes, and my expression seemed to be lost for a moment. At the highest viewing seat, the faces of the chief speakers also showed a look of emotion. Then, everyone heard Lu Sheng speak calmly to Gray.
I have said long ago that if you want to verify immortality, be prepared for bloodshed. It seems that you are not very prepared yet.
As he said that, Lu Sheng pushed his right hand forward. It was like throwing away a piece of garbage, and he casually threw Gray out of the asteroid competition arena. The scene was quiet for several seconds, and the referee in charge of the judging came back to his senses and quickly announced loudly, "Yamu."
In the star area, Lu Sheng won. Boom!
With this announcement, the entire starry sky exploded. The previous hustle and bustle have returned again. Countless people stood up excitedly, shouted loudly, and talked about the name of the landing saint.
Grass! Kill in one punch. Lu Sheng gave Gray a punch. Level 10 seconds and 12 seconds. Hissing is the power of the immortal bloodline? It's too perverted. Just kidding, otherwise how could it be called an immortal bloodline that is once every million years? Ha ha, I won. I won the bet. Long live the immortal level. Lu Sheng is my father.
The contest host also shouted loudly with the microphone, and was so excited that his father had a younger brother and sister for him. Generally.
Incredible. It's really incredible. Unexpectedly, the blue extreme demon flame gray, who was promoted to level 12, was ultimately no match for Lu Sheng. With one punch, Lu Sheng, who showed his true strength, defeated Gray with just one punch. Is this the legendary immortal bloodline? Oh my god, this game is getting more and more exciting, and I can't wait to see the players go on as soon as possible.
At the highest viewing table, the faces of the chief speakers were filled with shock.
For break limits. Can you reach 4 break limits in level 10? Good guy, I can't do it. When Lu Sheng is promoted to 12 years, what level should his combat power soar to?
Dunlop and the 3 general managers of the Yajapita Regional Law Enforcement Office listened to everyone's discussion, smiling, and only felt that they were drinking in the summer. The next cup of cold ice water is as comfortable and refreshing as it is. Dunlop couldn't help but smile and said to the Speaker of Hillstar District,
"It seems that Lu Sheng is still qualified to fight Monroe." "Yes, what you expect to see will eventually be seen."
The Speaker of Hillstar District looked a little ugly, and he smiled and said,
"Yes, it's really amazing, but Monroe, not comparable to Gray's."
As he said that, he turned his head and left Dunlop with the back of his head. Dunlop was not angry, still smiling. So far, Lu Sheng has brought him too many surprises, which have far exceeded his original expectations. Lu Sheng's expression was calm from beginning to end. After defeating Gray, he walked down the field step by step. With every step he took, the sun totem faded away. The bright hair, as bright as the sun at noon, gradually faded away from its golden color. Lu Sheng felt that gazes fell on him around the competition venue. Some were full of shock, and some were full of fear. Some are filled with awe, some are filled with awe. It is a strong fighting spirit and coldness. Looking along this gaze, Lu Sheng saw a man with white hair as white as a waterfall looking at him intently. Monroe. When he looked over, Monroe not only did not retreat, but instead became more intense. This gaze made Lu Sheng feel like he was being targeted by a pervert. He felt uncomfortable and frowned. There was another gaze containing some strange meaning that Lu Sheng could not say. He tried to explore, but found nothing. As soon as Lu Sheng left the scene, he saw Fair's face full of excitement, and even admiration. As Lu Sheng's former Starry Sky guide, Fair now has to look up at the other person. Think about it, I haven't even had a year of experience. Far couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. Things in the world are so wonderful. Please, flowers. Lu Sheng sat down in the waiting area casually. Not long after he sat down, he received a video call from Lu Qinghe. As soon as it was connected, Lu Qinghe's face, which was so excited that it was beyond replenishment, jumped out.
"Brother, you are so handsome just now. Are you really my dear brother? How did that blonde hair come about? I must teach me when I look back. Too cool."
Lu Sheng was talking to Lu Qinghe with a funny look, and suddenly felt that the inexplicable gaze appeared again. He turned his head suddenly and looked at it, but only saw the calm starry sky.
"Who is it?"
Lu Sheng frowned slightly, his eyes a little cold. The game continues in the following time. After Lu Sheng defeated Grey 12 with a level 10 body, although the subsequent competition was exciting, there was nothing more than that. The one who went beyond him. Lu Sheng in the Golden Crow form brought too much shock and surprise to everyone, and it was still very exciting until the finals reached the second round. Many people were still immersed in it and never responded for a long time. And that unidentified gaze continued to appear. This gaze made Lu Sheng extremely uncomfortable. It gives him the feeling that he is stared at by someone as a prey. But whenever he tried to search, his eyes suddenly disappeared without any trace, as if they had never appeared. Under the harassment of that gaze, Lu Sheng also became slightly irritated.
I can't find it. That means that my mental strength is still above me. My mental power cultivation is at the peak of level 11. Those who can surpass me must at least reach level 12.
Who can reach level 12 in the field? Except for the speaker, law enforcement officer, and others who are located in the highest viewing seat. There are only two people, Monroe and Qianyushu. Monroe's interest in him is very unconcealed and can be ruled out. So, Lu Sheng looked at a certain location thoughtfully. I saw a young man dressed in casual clothes and a remarkable temperament sitting there quietly. The young man's eyes were always on the competition platform. His expression was dull, and he never looked at Lu Sheng from beginning to end. It seems that the Book 508, New Myth vs. Old Legend 2, the second round of the final. Forest, 7-4. It is still done in the form of lottery. The identity card of 7 people left in the field lit up, and then on the big screen of the starry sky. Lu Sheng was slightly stunned when he saw the lottery results. The results show that he has no opponent. In other words, he drew an empty lottery this round. It's a bye.
So good luck.
Lu Sheng subconsciously looked at the direction of the highest viewing table, thinking in his mind,
can it be a secret operation?
At the same time, the highest viewing seat.
Dunlop, is your organizer operating in secret?
All the speakers of the Star District looked at Dunlop with strange eyes. Dunlop looked straight, looking like,
don't look at me like this, I did nothing.
Whether it is a secret operation or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is only the difference between playing one more and one less. Lu Sheng looked at the results of the other people's lottery again. The two opponents who were most worthy of attention to, Monroe and Qianyushu, were very reasonable to stagger, and they faced the other two respectively. The number 1 seed player in the Star Zone.
It's likely that we will meet in the finals.
Lu Sheng was not ready to continue watching the game, so he told Fair beside him,
I'll sleep for a while, and wake me up after the fight. Yeah, okay.
Far nodded subconsciously, then suddenly came to his senses and looked at Lu Sheng with a look of surprise. Are you still sleeping when the finals are about to play? Can you still sleep at this time?
Titanium is the most real body.
On the asteroid competition platform, a young man wearing a black suit and looking wild and full of temperament roared. The black suit on his body suddenly exploded, and an unparalleled silver light burst out from his majestic body. After a moment, the young man was attached to the bright silver color, including his hair, eyes, teeth. The whole person was shining, like a human figure made entirely of titanium alloy. His momentum also became strong and explosive. The young man's mouth raised, his face showed an excited and crazy look. His fist suddenly hit his chest, making a clanging sound. A powerful impact sound.
Monroe, I lost to you 150 years ago. Now my titanium body is finally perfect. Can it be?
Before the young man could finish his words, the silver ring in his eyes suddenly contracted. A cold figure appeared in front of him.
Roar!
The young man roared and punched the figure with a sudden punch. A dazzling silver light burst out from his huge fist, like a small silver sun. But the next second, the sun is extinguished. A long and white hand held his fist tightly in his hand, and all the power on the fist poured in, but it seemed like a mud cow entering the sea, it will never be at all. The young man looked blankly at his fist, his face suddenly losing his mind. Immediately afterwards, he felt a numbness.
Opening his eyes wide, he saw a terrifying snow-white cold current climbing up from his fist. Wherever the white cold current passed, the silver titanium bodies cracked one after another. The young man showed a look of horror on his face, and blurted out in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Boom! A broken silver body eroded by the cold air, and flew out of the field. Monroe, who was as bright as an ice waterfall, stood proudly in the void, and his cold eyes shone through the big screen to reflect the starry sky. Many people looked at these eyes, and felt a deep chill from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help but lower their heads. Monroe glanced at the audience like a king walking out of a glacier, his eyes falling on a green man with his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. Yen's eyes stuttered slightly, but it quickly returned to normal, and walked downstairs with a light snorted. When Monroe got out, the atmosphere in the starry sky field, which seemed to be frozen by the cold air, suddenly thawed, and countless people stood up and shouted at the door. The name of Luo. Sun Luo's sword prison. On the battle stage, Qian Yushu, dressed in casual clothes, flew his hands like 10 fingers, and made golden sword auras that were 10,000 meters long. Countless sword auras danced rapidly around the opponent, forming a ring of sword wheels, releasing the terrible cutting and strangling aura. After only a few breaths, Qian Yushu's opponent was forced to surrender and admit defeat. He is also the #1 genius in Yifeng Star, and the owner of the extraordinary life constitution of Huiwei Jiuxing. But when he stumbled out of the sword wheel, he was covered in bruises, and had no good meat on his body. It's shocking to be a person's life. Qian Yushu loosened his 10 fingers, and the golden sword energy and Taichung all disappeared. He turned around, and was facing a pair of shrill eyes. Facing the other party's sharp and cold gaze, Qian Yushu inadvertently avoided the staggered. He was like a hermit who was invincible, stepping down from power in an extremely low-key manner. But no one saw that during his step down, his eyes were always in a certain direction in the waiting area, as if nothing had happened, lingering on someone. Occasionally, it reveals a brutal and greedy light like a wild beast. Unfortunately, it disappeared soon. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng. Fair called out a few times, and saw that the latter was unmoved. He hesitated to stretch out his hand, considering whether to force the other party to wake him up. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, colorful lights seemed to flash by, and Far appeared in a trance for a moment. When he came to his senses, he saw that Lu Sheng had already stood up. "Is the second round over?" Far quickly stood up and nodded. "The third round is coming soon, and the results of the lottery are out." Lu Sheng's expression moved slightly, and he looked up at the big screen. I saw 2 sets of results on the big screen. Zilong Star District Qian Yushu vs. Manyun Star District Tiger Roar. Asian Jupiter Region Lu Sheng's Hill Star Region Monroe. Monroe. Lu Xingxin felt something and subconsciously looked in a certain direction in the waiting area. It happened that a figure was also standing up from his position, looking at him with a bright look. Calm and cold eyes collided in the void, as if Martian crystal chips were splashing. From the moment the lottery results came out, the starry sky was already in a carnival boil. This interstellar martial arts genius exchange competition finally entered the real stage at this moment. Lu Sheng vs. Monroe. An immortal bloodline owner who comes out every million years. A famous star area can be called a young generation of overlords. At this time, the two of them ranked first and second respectively on the winning rate rankings of the Starry Sky screen. It can be said that the battle between Lu Sheng and Monroe, it's more exciting than the final. In a sense, this battle is almost the final battle. Who can win can almost be regarded as the final result of dominance. Ice Demon Monroe. Monroe. Lu Sheng.
The shouts of billions of viewers shook the stars, covering up the voices of the host of the competition. In such an atmosphere, even the most calm person will be infected without realizing it, joining it, and blood. The liquid boiled. Lu Sheng and Monroe walked slowly towards the asteroid competition site. Every time they took a step, the fighting spirit of the two men increased a little, and the star-air atmosphere became more enthusiastic. Not only 10 ordinary people, but also the congressman who sits in the highest viewing seat are facing the coming soon. In this battle, I sat upright and leaned forward slightly, as if I wanted to see more clearly and carefully, and as the speaker of their respective star zones. Dunlop and Hill Star District speaker also looked at each other, looking calm. But there was already undercurrents below, and the silent aura of competition spread rapidly in the air. This battle is also the pinnacle of new myths and old legends. We are looking forward to it, and pay attention to it. Horn. Ha. Side. Percent. Reward. Share. Report. Comment. Arts. Study. Book 509. Losing the Mind on the Spot. Lu Sheng's Weirdness 3. Lu Sheng set foot on the asteroid competition site. Forest. Then he glanced in the direction of the White Hole Shuttle man. This is his habit. Through the distance, Lu Sheng saw his parents and sister Lu Qinghe through the shell of the White Hole Shuttle spacecraft. Dong Qingxue and Lin Jingwei and others looked like them. Each of them seemed a little nervous, especially his mother Zheng Yufan, who was also full of worry between her eyebrows. Around new breakthroughs and new gains in mental power, Lu Sheng suddenly realized that he could still capture the old age from so far away. The natural fluctuations of mental power of my mother Zheng Yufan can read out what she was thinking at this moment.
Why did Xiao Sheng fight this white-haired guy? This white-haired guy is so fierce. I don't know if Xiao Sheng can beat him. Alas, God bless you, and you must win if you bless Xiao Sheng.
Sure enough, it was almost the same as I expected. Lu Sheng's heart was a little complicated. No matter how powerful he showed, his mother would be worried before the battle began. Come on. What is my dad thinking? Lu Sheng subconsciously turned to his father Lu Dehai.
This is my Lu Dehai's son. I, Lu Dehai, can give birth to such an amazing son. Lu Dehai, Lu Dehai, really. It's awesome. You should be able to go back to Blue Star after the competition. Should you repair the ancestral tomb of our old Lu family? Is it a 7th or 8th level to practice? Let's discuss with Xiao Sheng after the competition.
Lu Sheng reads his sister Lu Qinghe's heart again, which is very similar to what he thought. He is just cheering up. Classic words. Then to Dongqing's. Lu Sheng was a little hesitant whether he should capture Dong Qingxue's inner fluctuations. But driven by curiosity, he still took a secret glance. The information obtained caused Lu Sheng to be shocked suddenly, and he was almost stunned on the spot.
What are you still rushing?
It was like the sound of 2 ice cubes rubbing, which sounded in Lu Sheng's ears. Lu Sheng slowly replied from his loss of consciousness, turned his head little by little with a strange expression, looking at him standing opposite him, without a face. Monroe with expression. Monroe stared at him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone,
Don't you know, distracted in the battle. Is it a matter of extreme disrespect for your opponent?
But Lu Sheng's expression was strange, and there was an inexplicable light in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were unnaturally raised, as if he had thought of something very happy, and he said to Monroe, Didn't listen at all? The eyes are still erratic. Monroe's eyes became colder bit by bit, and he said indifferently,
It seems that I have to teach you what respect is.
As he said that, Monroe took a step forward suddenly.
Hoo-ee-ee.
It was like an ice skate passing by, leaving a gorgeous icy blue track in the void, and Monroe suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sheng. He punched Lu Sheng hard at the head. Lu Sheng subconsciously raised his hand to resist. But before it touched, the arms were eroded by the fierce cold air. His movements became slow in an instant, and Monroe punched him hard in the chest.
Boom!
Lu Sheng retreated dozens of kilometers in the void. The terrifying impact force pulled the void, and made a series of crisp sounds like crackling silk. Wait until Lu Sheng stopped completely. His hands were already in the chest, completely covered by a thick layer of frost.
Click 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 click. The frost was broken and large pieces of ice slag fell. The 80,000 immortal cells in Lu Sheng's body were shocked and roared, driving away the cold air. But Lu Sheng's eyes were still in a state of loss. He's obviously being beaten. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger.
It is worthy of being an immortal supernatural life constitution.
Monroe's eyes were like ice drills, and he praised.
If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frozen by my ultimate ice flow. This is how it is considered. It's fun.
Monroe twisted his neck and made a crisp sound. He continued to pounce on him in a flash. Two figures fought fiercely. But it would be better to say that it was Monroe who beat Lu Sheng unilaterally. He kept pressing Lu Sheng to beat him. Except for all kinds of subconscious patrols and resisting, Lu Sheng never even punched. Boom! Monroe formed a knife with his palms, tearing open the 3 layers of void with one palm, and slashed Lu Sheng's shoulder and neck hard without any fancy. Lu Sheng's body fell like a meteorite, and with a boom sound, it hit the ground of the asteroid. Monroe did not pursue, but frowned and said coldly,
"Where is your transformation state? What about your strength to break the limit 4 times? Why not transform?"
Below, Lu Sheng slowly flew out of the huge pit. He was a little embarrassed, but his expression was still immersed in a huge happiness, joy. In today's occasions, and the experience of him being beaten unilaterally before, this expression is really a bit weird. Monroe's eyes couldn't help but burst out angry and rushed forward. Boom! A larger cloud of mushrooms exploded on the ground of the asteroid.
What is Lu Sheng doing?
The people watching the game were all puzzled.
Why didn't he fight back? Why didn't he transform? Just like when he fought with Gray before. He seemed to be in a state of loss of consciousness, and his consciousness was wandering, and now only his physical instinct was left to support the battle. Get fucked.
Many viewers cursed. This highly anticipated battle was a good battle, and I wanted to witness the ultimate collision between the immortal bloodline and the legend of the sun. As a result, one side was not in a state and didn't even fight back. Isn't this a disappointment?
What are you doing? Hit him. Hit that Monroe.
In the White Hole shuttle, Lu Qinghe was so anxious that he started stomping his feet. Zheng Yufan and Lu Dehai also looked anxious and worried. Zheng Yufan couldn't help but turn her face away and dared not look at it again. Dong Qingxue took 2 steps forward, raised her hand as if she wanted to touch the embarrassed figure. In the end, he just slowly let go with a worried look. In the highest audience, Dunlop frowned and stared at Lu Sheng in the field, with a look of confusion in his eyes. The speaker of Hillstar District was also a little surprised. He turned to look at Dunlop, with a strange look, and wanted to say something. But he still didn't say it. But his expression became much more relaxed, and a faint smile began to hang on the corner of his mouth. Everyone watched helplessly. Lu Sheng looked like he was wandering around the sky, and was constantly wolfing under the suppression of Monroe. Back with embarrassment. He was obviously pressed and beaten, but he still looked extremely happy.
What good thing happened to you? How could you be so happy?
Many people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They couldn't figure it out even if they wanted to break their heads. Perhaps only Lu Sheng himself knew the answer.
Never mind.
At this time, Monroe, who had a punch to knock out Lu Sheng, stopped his movements. He stood in the void, looking down at Lu Sheng, who was covered in purple and his combat uniform was beaten to pieces by him. Uncovered disappointment appeared in his eyes. Shaking his head, he spoke coldly with an expressionless face.
There is no pointless battle. There is no need to continue. Then, let's end.
After saying that, Monroe's body shook slightly, and a strange wave came from his body. This fluctuation made the onlookers feel familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had felt it. Only a small number of people realized what the sign was, and their faces were moved. Next breath. Countless brilliant spots of light appeared in the void behind Monroe. Just like grays before. These light spots quickly converge into a brilliant Milky Way. But what is different from grays? The Milky Way drawn by Monroe. There are two full ways. Moreover, once it appeared, it rumbled into his body, completely combining it with him.
Book 510. And dyed immortal blood? Haha, you deserve it? 4. Level 12. Before the game, countless people rumored and guessed the possibility. Forrest. It was finally confirmed at this moment. Monroe has really bought the 12 level. And it's not like Gray's before, he's just entering the 12. He has completely entered the 12 level. And he has already completed the 12 level law body tempering as he looks. More importantly, Monroe pulls into the rules of the body at the 12 level. It's 2. This also means that Monroe has reached at least 2 martial arts skills to the peak of the 5th realm, which is enough to trigger the regular process of the galaxy's body quenching. Spend. With the integration of the 2 rules on the galaxy, Monroe's strength will also reach an unprecedented height. In terms of realm strength alone, it is at least twice as much as that of Gray's ordinary 12 level. In an instant, countless spectators were moved by the huge starry sky. Even the 12th level speakers at the highest viewing table couldn't help but exclaim in awe at this moment. Sound.
After 1,000 years old, we will melt 2 rules of the Milky Way into the body. Plus, he has the extraordinary life qualities of the sun-level superior life constitution he has. Monroe's strength may have surpassed us. Excellent, really amazing.
The smile on the face of the speaker of Hillstar District has completely blossomed. He raised his chin slightly, turned his head in a victorious manner, and looked in Dunlop's direction, and said,
"If I ask you, it doesn't matter whether Lu Sheng is in his state or not. Because the result is destined. The difference is just the process of his defeat at Monroe."
Dunlop looked expressionless and looked at the speaker of Hillstar District coldly.
Is it too early to say such words now? Lu Sheng hasn't lost yet? He.
The speaker of Hillstar District laughed twice and said nothing, but just shook his head and turned around. At this time, the aura of Monroe, who had entered the body of the 2 regular galaxy, had climbed to an unprecedented level. His hair, which was like an ice waterfall, grew violently again and hung to his waist. Kuei's strong body seems to have completely transformed into the extreme ice source in the universe. There was a surging, terrifying cold air everywhere. The cold air completely covered the entire asteroid competition site in just a few breaths, frozen, and turned into a giant big ice hockey. And the cold air continues to spread into the starry sky. A piece of white territory that is visible to the naked eye is spreading, and there are traces of the void being frozen and cracked by the cold air. At this moment, the legendary deeds about Monroe seem to be no longer exaggerated. Some people say Monroe, a living star, has been frozen. Such a mighty one. Maybe the stars will really be frozen. At this time, Monroe was like a king who walked out of the frost prison. His skin and eyes completely turned into a white color, abandoning all emotions and warmth. Looking at Lu Sheng indifferently, he said lightly, "To show respect for the immortal bloodline, I am willing to let you lose. Under my strongest punch. Kneel down and praise it, Lu Sheng." As he said that, Monroe slowly raised his right hand. "Open your 5 fingers, and then hold them tightly." Large pieces of surging cold air gushed out, all gathering in this punch. This punch represents Monroe's absolute domination over the extreme cold realm, as if even time was frozen. Seeing this punch, countless people's eyes quickly passed by Lu Sheng, who was still dazed at his old face, and a subconscious mind popped up. The sentences are all done by Lu Sheng. It's really finished. Although Lu Sheng has immortal bloodline, he has defeated Gray, who is at the 12 level. But compared to Monroe, who entered the galaxy with 2 rules, his strength is still at a disadvantage on the surface. The chance of winning is relatively small. But I'm not in the state. After Monroe's punch, many people even worried that the lost Lu Sheng would be killed by Monroe. Swish. Monroe punched. This punch stirred the entire cold air in the starry sky, and the fist suddenly slid down like a bright white meteor. Boom! Such a huge asteroid is competing for the arena. It was directly penetrated by Monroe's punch. The terrifying cold air surged like an angry dragon. The asteroid that has long turned into ice hockey makes a crisp sound from the center of the arena. It was cracking and disintegrating. One. In the white hole shuttle, Lu Qinghe opened his beautiful eyes wide, covered his mouth, and almost screamed. Lu Dehai hugged Zheng Yufan and took 2 steps forward, staring at the explosion center where the ice dust was rising and the energy surged. There is no way to say anything. Dong Qingxue next to her was calm, but her hands had long been clenched tightly without realizing it. At this moment, many people couldn't help but stand up from their positions, staring at the point of Monroe's fallen fist with wide eyes, trying to see clearly the final result. But the power of Monroe's punch was too terrifying. It not only broke the asteroid, but also destroyed the void. A piece of rag. Countless messy energy surged in the void, and the situation inside could not be detected. Never mind. Someone waved his hand inside. There is nothing good to look at. If Lu Sheng doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. This battle is over. Many people nodded deeply. Even the referee in charge of this competition was hesitating whether to announce the result directly. Just as many people who are close to Lu Sheng are anxious and worried, those who support Monroe are proud. Everyone thinks that everything is dust. When the estuary is settled, the broken asteroid competition site, in the vast cold and white air, a series of golden beams burst out from it. Boom! The dazzling light comes out. The heat waves swept through, and the golden light shone everywhere. Countless white air subsided. In full view of everyone, the scene at the center of the battle group was finally fully revealed. I saw a body covered with the sun totem, with brilliant blonde hair, and a handsome and majestic body like the god of stars. He crossed his hands and formed a strange posture, firmly holding a crystal-clear fist like an ice drill in the palm. Although his posture is a bit embarrassing, but there is an unprecedented sense of high ambition rising into the sky, swaying in the stars. He emitted a wave of heat all over his body, and he rose one by one with Monroe, who had become a source of extreme cold, and maintained a confrontation. 1 fire and 1 ice. The shocking scene made countless people stunned for a moment. Lu Sheng! Swish! Those who were worried and anxious, as soon as they saw this scene, their eyes and faces showed surprise. Overjoyed. And the audience was also turbulent. Catch it. It's really strange that Lu Sheng actually came to his senses. In the center of the battle group, Lu Sheng, with a bright blonde hair, showed a look of money on his face and said, "Sorry, before. I was a little lost when I learned about the happy things." Monroe suddenly closed his fist,
and quickly distanced himself from Lu Sheng. His eyes were staring at Lu Sheng, with throbbing among them. The light burst out from the socket.
Okay.
Monroe's glacier-like face showed joy for the first time, and he laughed and said,
This is what I want to see.
Immortality? Is there a pleasure to defeat such immortality?
Monroe looked at his hands and said with a smile,
I, Monroe, could die my true immortality today. Blood, it's really a surprise.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed as he listened to Monroe's words. Then he walked step by step from the bottom to the top. With each step, the golden light and heat wave on his body surged a little. When he reached a height equal to Monroe, he had become the largest and most dazzling source of light and heat in this starry sky. 80,000 immortal cells that ignited the divine fire were shouting and roaring. Lu Sheng looked at Monroe in front of him, pulled the corner of his mouth, and spoke with a smile.
Hand stained with immortal blood? Ha ha, you deserve it. Earth.
Arts. Study.